Chapter 1. The duel begins with the draw of the blade. On the Douluo Continent, in the city of Tiando, there lies an unremarkable courtyard. A nameless youth immerses himself fervently in the practice of his blade drawing technique. To draw the blade is an art form, a visual delight, an unparalleled moment of explosive power. With each draw, speed, force, beauty, and precision must align perfectly. Any deviation would render it a failure. The aim is to achieve a single, lethal strike. Only then can one claim to have succeeded in their cut. In the center of the courtyard, Fang Xian, with his flowing black hair and piercing gaze, steadies his hand on the hilt. The slender, sharp blade glides from its sheath with a swift rasp, slicing through the air like a meteor. Whoosh! A sound akin to a dragon's roar resonates as the blade cleaves a 3-meter-high rock cleanly in two. Good. A successful strike. Reward: Soul Power 1. Upon hearing the notification signifying the success of his draw, Fang Xian could not help but reveal a satisfied smile, finally releasing a breath of relief. After an entire morning of training, he had at last succeeded in drawing the blade. As he felt the surge of soul power within him, he deemed the morning's efforts worthwhile. Fang Xian is a transmigrator. The details of his past life and experiences are of little consequence. Approximately a year ago, he arrived on the vast Douluo Continent. Uniquely, the individual he possessed had exceedingly poor physical attributes, having failed to awaken his martial soul even by the age of 14, rendering him incapable of soul power cultivation. In this perilous, fantastical world, a martial soul is the strongest weapon for survival and combat. Without the awakening of a martial soul, mere existence becomes a daunting challenge. However, as a benefit of his transmigration, he activated a marvelous blade drawing system one fateful day. With the assistance of the blade drawing system, though he could not awaken a martial soul, he was still able to cultivate soul power. Fang Xian's blade drawing system values quality over quantity. It places an almost stringent emphasis on the essentials of speed, force, beauty, and precision, demanding that each strike be flawless and decisive. If a single strike cannot incapacitate an opponent, he would rather endure and continuously seek out the perfect opportunity for a lethal blow. Though Fang Xian lacks a martial soul, he possesses a unique weapon in the form of his blade. Yet, gazing at the 3 uneven nicks on the blade, Fang Xian shook his head helplessly, lamenting yet another blade lost to his practice. Ordinary iron long swords struggle to withstand the explosive force of his technique, and within days they are reduced to ruins. Over the course of his training, he has lost count of how many blades he has destroyed. Currently, he is in dire need of a reliable weapon. After a brief respite, Fang Xian replaced the damaged sword with another ordinary iron long sword and continued his fervent practice. Today, however, his performance seemed subpar. After hours of effort, he had only succeeded once, and his soul power had barely increased. No matter how hard he exerted himself, he could not replicate the successful draw. In the next moment, Fang Xian focused his mind and began to review his current attributes. Supreme Blade Drawing System. Host: Fang Xian. Level: LV10. Title: Soulist. Soul Power: 99100. Proficiency: Basic Blade Drawing Technique 88100. He was tantalizingly close to breaking through to the Soul Master level. Fang Xian felt a twinge of frustration. It seemed that his impatience to advance to the Soul Master realm hindered his progress. Despite his eagerness, he repeatedly failed to draw successfully. He could not enhance his soul power through conventional means. His only method of improvement lay in his blade drawing. With every successful draw, he would gain a point of soul power. However, achieving a successful draw proved to be far more challenging than he had anticipated. The system's demand for the blade drawing technique were exceedingly strict. Even the slightest flaw would result in failure, denying him any soul power reward. It appears that relentless practice will not suffice. Fang Xian sighed, his eyes sharpening with determination. He resolved to venture into the Soul Beast Forest to seek opportunities for breakthrough. Only in the face of life-threatening peril can one truly awaken their potential. The Sunset Forest. This is a vast, untamed wilderness, located near Tiando City, shrouded in miasma and riddled with swamps, teeming with venomous creatures and fierce beasts. The closer one approaches the central region, the more formidable the soul beasts become. It is rumored that within the forest lurks terrifying entities that are almost godlike. A lithe figure weaves swiftly through the trees, the sound of rustling leaves accompanying each leap. With untamed black hair, a well-proportioned physique, and a sharply defined visage, this is a striking youth of about 15 or 16, his obsidian eyes sharp as a hawk's. Feng Xian lands gracefully atop an ancient tree, his penetrating gaze sweeping into the depths of the forest. From the distant, swaying shadows of the trees, he can discern several dark figures flitting by. His eyes narrowed after a moment's hesitation. He lightly pressed his foot against a branch and propelled himself forward like a darting arrow. 10 breaths later, the scene gradually came into focus. Before him, a young maiden was being pursued by a phantom wolf. This maiden possessed extraordinary beauty, with cascading black hair and a figure that was both graceful and alluring. Clad in a flowing white gown, she resembled a celestial being fallen to the mortal realm. Yet now, this exquisite maiden appeared utterly disheveled, her delicate face smeared with dirt, and her pristine gown torn in several places, exposing her ivory skin to the air, radiating an irresistible allure. Few could withstand such breathtaking temptation, but alas, her adversary was an unrefined phantom wolf. Moreover, this phantom wolf was of an unusually large stature, its appearance somewhat fearsome. 100-year soul beast. Upon seeing the formidable phantom wolf, which was as strong as a full-grown bull, shock flickered across Feng Xian's otherwise placid face. 100-year phantom wolf equates to a formidable opponent on the level of a great soul master. To encounter such a powerful soul beast, so soon after entering the forest, was unexpected. His expression turned grave as he patiently concealed himself nearby, quietly observing the skirmish ahead, searching for the opportune moment to intervene. The battle unfolded overwhelmingly in favor of the wolf. Although the maiden was a young soul master of considerable skill, she stood no chance against the 100-year phantom wolf. Roar! With a thunderous roar, the phantom wolf lunged forward, its iron claws tearing through the air, sending the maiden flying 7 meters before she crashed violently into a rock, shattering the stone upon impact. Crimson blood flowed from her rosy lips, and her pitiable state tugged at the heartstrings of any man who bore witness. However, the phantom wolf harbored no thoughts of mercy. Its blood-red eyes gleamed with ferocity as it opened its gaping maw, intent on devouring the maiden whole. No, please no. As she gazed up at the descending phantom wolf, fear gripped the maiden's exquisite face, her heart drowning in despair. Now, having observed this moment from the shadows, Feng Xian's eyes ignited with determination. He grasped the hilt of his blade and swiftly drew a 3-foot-long sword from his waist. Whoosh! This strike was nothing short of masterful, slicing through the air like lightning, creating a powerful gust as it struck the phantom wolf's flank. The wolf's waist, akin to a soft spot, represented its most vulnerable point. Crack! Feng Xian calmly sheathed his blade, and the phantom wolf was cleaved in two, its innards spilling across the ground. It was a breathtaking display of blade-drawing artistry. Good. A successful strike. Reward. Soul Power 1. Upon hearing the system's notification, Feng Xian could not suppress his excitement. His soul power was now full, allowing him to finally upgrade. Advancing from soulless to soul master marked a significant leap in realms. Only by becoming a soul master could one hope to be regarded as a noteworthy figure amidst the throngs of powerhouses on the Douluo Continent. With just a single strike, I felled a 100-year soul beast. The maiden shuddered, her eyes wide with astonishment as she gazed at Feng Xian, exclaiming, "How powerful!" In terms of cultivation, Feng Xian was no match for the phantom wolf. Yet by seizing the moment and targeting its weakness, he had triumphed against overwhelming odds. "Thank you for saving me," she said, hastily rising to her feet, her charming smile illuminating her delicate features as she sincerely expressed her gratitude. With her flowing hair and graceful stature, She appeared as enchanting as a dreamlike fairy. "You're welcome," Fang Xian replied with a slight nod, calmly approaching the maiden before swiftly plunging his blade through her chest, staining her pristine gown with crimson blood. Chapter 2. Ascension to Soul Master. His strike plunged the surroundings into a profound silence. Who could have anticipated that Fang Xian would suddenly turn on the very maiden he had just rescued? Even the slain girl wore a look of confusion, unable to comprehend why the man before her had acted with such decisiveness and ruthlessness. "Curse you! How did you see through me?" The maiden's exquisite face froze as a sharp dagger slipped from her sleeve. A glimmer of resentment flickered in her eyes as she succumbed to her fate, collapsing to the ground in a haze of bitter defeat. "Your gaze betrayed your greed." Fang Xian's eyes turned icy, his cold gaze locking onto the dagger that had fallen from the maiden's sleeve, its blade glistening ominously with a purple poison. In this world, danger lurks at every turn. Betrayal and treachery are commonplace, and he had long grown accustomed to remaining perpetually vigilant against others. He turned to observe as a yellow soul ring emerged from the corpse of the phantom wolf. Sigh. After a prolonged silence, Fang Xian fixed his gaze upon the precious century-old soul ring, ultimately letting out a slow sigh, resigned to watch the soul ring dissipate, his eyes brimming with helplessness and regret. Devoid of a martial soul, he was unable to acquire the soul ring, and as he beheld the century-old soul ring before him, he could only witness its gradual vanishing with the passage of time. Yet, it was precisely because of this that he experienced no so-called upgrade bottleneck. As long as his soul power was sufficient, he could elevate his level. Currently, his soul power stood at 100,100, perfectly complete. Level up. Fang Xian calmly settled onto the ground, commencing his ascent in rank. A torrent of warmth spread within him, transforming into an immense soul power that continually nourished his limbs and bones. Ding dong. Upgrade successful. Congratulations on advancing to Soul Master. At last, I have become a Soul Master. A smile of joy illuminated Fang Xian's face. As he could distinctly feel a significant enhancement in his soul power, it was no longer as insubstantial as a wisp, but had gradually coalesced into a formidable force, amplifying by 3 to 5 times. Simultaneously, a notification echoed in his mind. Congratulations to the host for becoming a Soul Master, unlocking a brand new talent. A new talent. Fang Xian was momentarily taken aback, opening his personal panel to discover a new attribute section. Ultimate Blade System. Host, Fang Xian. Level, LV11. Title, Soul Master. Soul Power, 0110. Proficiency, Basic Blade Technique, 88100. Divine Blade 1. Divine? What would that possibly mean? As Fang Xian pondered this, he noticed a note at the bottom of the panel. Note: the Divine Blade rewards once every 10 levels, capable of replicating a Soul Master's martial soul. Replicating a martial soul. Fang Xian's eyes widened in astonishment, and after a moment's daze, he erupted into overwhelming delight. Martial soul. Martial soul. This was the most formidable power in the Douluo Continent, the very foundation upon which soul masters relied for their strength. The type and quality of a martial soul would directly determine a soul master's prowess and future achievements. Although Fang Xian lacked a martial soul, he could enhance his soul power through the system. However, as his level increased, the shortcomings of his lack of a martial soul would gradually become evident. Upon reaching higher levels, this deficiency would be magnified infinitely. For beyond levels 70 or 80, the power of martial souls would undergo a revolutionary transformation, especially the top-tier martial souls, whose terrifying might could be deemed apocalyptic. At such a level, no matter how exquisite Fang Xian's blade technique was, it would be challenging to contend with a martial soul. Yet now, with the newly unlocked talent that could replicate a soul master's martial soul, it was utterly unfathomable. Moreover, according to the note, the Divine Blade rewarded once every 10 levels. Could he not replicate multiple martial souls? Fang Xian was engulfed in exhilaration, yet a hint of confusion lingered, unsure of the form in which this martial soul would manifest. Boom! A tremendous explosion abruptly jolted Fang Xian from his reverie. Ahead, the forest blazed with flames, the turbulent soul power roiling, and a terrifying aura of murderous intent surged forth, causing Fang Xian to shiver, every hair on his body standing on end. This aura belongs to a soul venerable. Fang Xian's expression turned grave as he sensed the oppressive force of a being above level 30. Though he had just achieved his upgrade, he remained merely an 11th level soul master, positioned at the very bottom tier of the Douluo Continent. In the realm of soul master cultivation, level 30 was a pivotal dividing line. Reaching that threshold would bring about monumental changes, enabling the absorption of thousand-year soul rings, thereby amplifying strength exponentially. Realizing the presence of a soul venerable, he immediately heightened his vigilance, scanning his surroundings with utmost caution, leaving no room for complacency. Over there, Fang Xian's eyes narrowed as he noticed the nearby woods fiercely ablaze, with glimmers of ice crystals forming upon the branches. Ice and fiery clash of two formidable soul powers caused the very ground to tremble. With a swift push of his toes against the earth, he leapt into the air with grace, akin to a nimble monkey weaving through the ancient trees. In no time, Fang Xian arrived at the battleground, where he beheld two figures locked in fierce combat gradually coming into view. The first to catch his eye was a young man in his 20s, with sharp brows and bright eyes, his appearance strikingly handsome. Yet, upon that handsome visage now lingered an unsettling smile. His fiery gaze brazenly roamed over the girl opposite him. She was a breathtaking young woman of 16 or 17, her long water blue hair cascading over her shoulders, her features exquisitely delicate, her skin fairer than snow, exuding an aura of icy elegance, much like a refined blue lotus, beautiful from afar, yet untouchable. However, at this moment, a flush crept onto the young woman's cheeks, her clear eyes clouded, her body swaying unsteadily, as if in a peculiar state. Shui Binger. Fang Xian was taken aback. As a devoted reader of the Douluo novels and a loyal viewer of the anime up to the 100th episode, he immediately recognized the blue-haired girl before him as Shui Binger, the captain of the Water Academy's battle team, possessing the top-tier martial soul, Ice Phoenix. Though Shui Binger had few appearances in the story, and her presence was minimal in terms of martial soul, strength, and beauty, she stood at the pinnacle of Douluo, with a promising future to ascend to title Douluo. Liling Tian, I have always regarded you as a friend, yet you resorted to poison against me. How despicable. Shui Binger glared furiously at the young man opposite her, her face etched with frost, beads of sweat dotting her forehead as her delicate body trembled uncontrollably. Binger, it is your irresistible allure that has led to this. Liling Tian chuckled mischievously, his gaze ablaze with fervor as he approached the young maiden step by step. Hee, how does the taste of passionate roses feel? I understand your discomfort. Do not endure any longer. Allow me to liberate you. This scene is rather exhilarating. Fang Xuansong perched upon a tree, quietly observing the unfolding scene. A rather glitched detail is about to transpire. Chapter 3, A Dazzling Blade Dream On. Shui Bingo exclaimed coldly, her soul power surging within her. Her azure hair danced in the air as she began to summon her martial spirit. A majestic and noble phantom of an ice phoenix gradually materialized around her, emanating a chilling aura that caused the temperature in the vicinity to plummet to freezing point. 3 resplendent soul rings ascended simultaneously, 2 yellow and 1 purple, marking her as a 31st level soul sovereign. Flameline. Upon witnessing Shui Binger summon her martial spirit, Li Lingtian's expression grew grave. Faced with the formidable ice phoenix, he dared not underestimate her. With a thunderous roar, he unleashed his soul power, manifesting a fiery lion from his body. His soul rings rose from beneath him, also 2 yellow and 1 purple. This was the ordinary beast martial spirit, Flameline. Although it paled in comparison to Shui Binger's Ice Phoenix, his level was 4 tiers above hers, standing at 35. In an instant, a fierce battle erupted between the 2 soul sovereigns. Ice rapidly spread across the ground, crystallizing into thick layers, while flames blazed fiercely, sending scorching waves of heat into the air. Within the forest, frost and fire collided violently, their powerful soul energy sweeping through the void, gradually coating the surrounding ancient trees with conical ice crystals, their branches etched with dark burn marks. The battle took an unexpected turn. Despite the 4-level difference between Shui Binger and Li Lingtian, from the very beginning, Shui Binger maintained the upper hand, relentlessly pressing Li Lingtian. His left cheek swelled, his eyes darkened, and blood trickled from the corner of his mouth, leaving him in a most disheveled state, utterly unable to retaliate. Damn it! His face turned ashen. Eyes burning with fury as he coldly fixated on the formidable girl before him, his heart ablaze with rage. The Ice Phoenix, indeed a top-tier martial spirit, wielded power beyond what ordinary spirits could match. Though he was of a higher rank than Shui Binger in combat, he found himself completely outmatched. At this moment, Shui Binger seized the opportunity to launch her third soul skill, determined to defeat Li Lingtian in one fell swoop. Third soul skill, Ice Circle of Resistance. A ring of icy blue light erupted from her, forming a crystalline ice circle that radiated a terrifying chill capable of freezing the world. Her gaze was frigid, her blue hair billowing like a celestial maiden, as she charged toward Li Lingtian with lethal intent. Not good. Li Lingtian's expression shifted to one of sheer terror as he beheld the advancing Shui Binger. He understood all too well the dreadfulness of her third soul skill, immense damage coupled with a freezing effect. Should he be struck by this technique, even survival would come at a heavy price. Third soul skill, Crimson Flame Barrier. He bellowed, hastily summoning a fiery shield to counter Shui Binger's onslaught. Boom. Yet, in a shocking turn of events, Shui Binger shattered Li Lingtian's Crimson Flame Barrier with ease, sending him hurtling backward. How is this possible? Li Lingtian shrieked, blood spurting forth as he staggered back, crashing heavily into a rock that shattered upon impact. His complexion turned pale, grievously wounded, and his martial spirit dissipated, signifying his utter defeat. As he gazed at Shui Binger, who approached step by step, his heart sank into despair. Binger, it's all my fault. I was bewitched. For the sake of our past friendship, I implore you, spare my life. He pleaded desperately. Friend? You took advantage of my vulnerability to poison me. And you dare speak of friendship? Die. Shui Binger retorted coldly, her intent to deliver punishment unwavering as she aimed a fist imbued with icy soul power at his head. At that instant, she suddenly trembled, her attack halting abruptly, as though struck by an unseen force, staggering back 4 or 5 steps before colliding heavily with a tree. What is happening? My soul power. Shui Binger was bewildered, sensing her soul energy inexplicably dissipating, even her Ice Phoenix martial spirit retreating uncontrollably within her. Before long, her gaze clouded again, beads of scorching sweat trickling from her smooth forehead, her breath becoming labored and heated. The effects of the passionate rose have finally manifested. Upon witnessing this, Li Lingtian erupted into wild delight, laughing maniacally. Binger, I neglected to mention that the passionate rose is not merely a hallucinogenic drug. It can also cause one's soul power to dissipate, rendering it impossible to recover for a time. You must feel utterly drained now. Unable to wield a shred of your power, correct? Li Lingtian, you despicable scoundrel. Shui Binger's cheeks flushed crimson. Drenched in fragrant sweat as she leaned weakly against the tree, her gaze directed at him, filled with fury. Humph, Binger, you brought this upon yourself. Had you accepted my advances earlier, I wouldn't have resorted to such desperate measures. Blame only your arrogance for dismissing my affection as though it were refuse. Leading to this very day. Li Lingtian sneered, wiping the blood from his face as he slowly rose from the ground. A sinister smile curling his lips as he greedily eyed Shui Binger's graceful form, his desire intensifying. Binger, let me savor this moment. Li Lingtian eagerly licked his lips, taking 2 or 3 steps toward her, his wicked hand reaching out towards her pure, unblemished cheek. No, don't come any closer. Help. Someone save me. As she beheld the claw-like hand approaching her face, Shui Binger could no longer contain the crystalline tears streaming down, her heart engulfed in despair. Cry out. Scream. It will be of no use. No one will come to save you. Li Lingtian scoffed, his eyes filled with derision. On the verge of obtaining the object of his long-held desire, his entire being quivering with excitement. Just then, a clear, water-like sound of a blade being drawn pierced the air. The blade's brilliance shimmered like ripples on water, quietly undulating through the void. Gentleness intermingled with a hint of ferocity, slicing silently across Li Lingtian's neck. Li Lingtian's pupils constricted. Before he could comprehend, his head had already been severed from his body. What a beautiful blade, Shui Binger mused, momentarily entranced, her gaze somewhat dazed, captivated by the elegance of the strike. This blade was like a gentle breeze gliding across the water's surface, a meteor streaking through the night sky, soft yet laced with lethal intent, utterly breathtaking. It was her first realization that killing could also possess an artistic flair. As her eyes lifted slightly, a stern young man gradually came into view. With disheveled black hair and striking features, he wielded a slender long blade. The most astonishing aspect being that the blade gleamed with a brilliance unmarred by a single drop of blood. At the moment he sheathed his weapon, the bloodied head rolled to rest at his feet. Astonishment enveloped the scene. Shui Binger's gaze lingered, somewhat entranced. It was unclear whether it was the blade or the young man before her that had captivated her so. Chapter 4. If we are brothers. Allow me one strike to slay a soul sovereign. This was indeed a remarkable achievement to take pride in. Feng Xian gazed at the severed head beside his feet, a subtle smile gracing his lips. He believed he possessed an innate talent for assassination, adept at concealing his presence such that even a soul master of over 20 levels above him remained oblivious to his existence. His character, marked by patience and restraint, combined with a sudden, explosive sword technique, enabled him to swiftly dispatch the formidable Li Lingtian, who boasted a level of 35. Undoubtedly, it was Shui Binger who afforded him this remarkable opportunity. The young woman first inflicted severe damage upon Li Lingtian, and then captivated his entire attention, thus granting Fang Xian the perfect moment to strike decisively. However, what was happening? At that moment, Fang Xian furrowed his brow, noticing something peculiar about Shui Binger. I can't take it anymore. It's too hot. Shui Binger's cheeks flushed with heat, her body ablaze as if a fire were raging within her. The effects of the passionate rose potion surged forth, and she felt as though she might be reduced to ashes at any moment. Help me. Shui Binger's eyes glazed over, her delicate face a rosy hue as she lost her composure and suddenly lunged toward Fang Xian. Fang Xian swiftly evaded Shui Binger with remarkable agility. Alas, the young maiden found herself grasping at emptiness, crashing heavily to the ground. Yet another glitch detail unfolds. However, the astute Fang Xian would never fall for such a ruse. Such enchanting yet perilous beauty is bound to summon endless troubles. It is imperative to steer clear at all costs. Otherwise, a swift strike would be far more decisive, ushering in a tranquil world. Observing Fang Xian's disdainful expression, Shui Binger was left bewildered, utterly taken aback that her overtures were met with such rejection. What do you mean you? Find a way to resolve it yourself. Fang Xian cast a fleeting glance at Shui Binger before striding towards the headless corpse. To him, the allure of this lifeless body surpassed that of Shui Bing. It was time to reap the rewards. Fang Xian cheerfully embarked on a search for the corpse of Li Lingtian. As a soul master, he was likely to possess numerous valuable items. Observing the exuberant Fang Xian rummaging through the remains, Shui Binga felt her own essence gradually turn to stone. Realizing that her allure paled in comparison to that of a lifeless body, a sense of grievance washed over her, and with a pleading gaze, she implored Fang Xian. I am truly disheartened. I beg of you, please assist me. How troublesome women can be. Fang Xian furrowed his brow, contemplating that if he were a man, the matter would likely be resolved within mere seconds. Reluctantly, he approached Shui Binger, for he could not bear to witness the girl succumbing to the poison. Very well. I shall attempt to alleviate your affliction. After a brief moment of reflection, Fang Xian calmly positioned himself behind Shui Binger, channeling his soul energy into his right palm, which he gently placed upon her delicate back. Even through the fabric, he could perceive an exquisite, silky softness. Simultaneously, an enticing sound escaped the girl's lips. Hey, please refrain from making such peculiar noises. Fang Xian concentrated his mind and swiftly sealed 5 major acupoints on Shui Binger, temporarily halting the spread of the toxins within her body. He then endeavored to utilize his soul power to help her neutralize the effects of the passionate rose's potency. In the tumultuous realm of the Jianghu, one cannot escape the sting of poison. To safeguard himself, he had specifically mastered various detoxification techniques, though he remained uncertain if they would be effective against the venom of the passionate rose. He had also contemplated the dire possibility of engaging in a desperate struggle amidst the grasslands. However, he truly wished to avoid such a scenario unless absolutely necessary. Fortunately, as his soul power surged forth, wisps of crimson steam began to rise from the girl's crown. Her cheeks, once resembling the hue of a ripened apple, gradually returned to a more normal complexion. There was hope. Fang Xian's eyes glimmered with a hint of joy, and he finally exhaled a sigh of relief, grateful that he would not have to sacrifice himself. An hour later, Shui Binger's gaze was as clear as water, her cheeks adorned with a layer of frost, completely reverting to her former pristine and ethereal demeanor, exuding an air of icy aloofness that kept others at bay. I have already alleviated most of the poison within you. As for the remnants, once you regain your spiritual strength, you will be able to expel them yourself. Fang Xian exhaled deeply, feeling an extraordinary fatigue after an hour of cultivation. Beads of sweat glistened on his forehead, and he realized that he had depleted a significant portion of his soul power. The reserves of soul power at the soul master level were still insufficient for prolonged operation. Xia Bingao bit her crimson lips, casting a furtive glance at Fang Xian. The memory of her earlier demeanor filled her with embarrassment and ire, further exacerbated by the fact that this fellow seemed utterly indifferent to her. Nevertheless, regardless of her feelings, this individual had saved her. He was her savior. Taking a deep breath, Xia Binger inquired, I am Xia Binger. What is your name? I shall not disclose it. Fang Xian replied with calm resolution. Why is that? The young girl's voice carried a playful pout, yet Fang Xian's demeanor remained steadfast, impervious to her charms. What a jest! Who would be foolish enough to reveal their name and background? What if, in the future, you harbored ill intentions and sought to obliterate the truth of today by coming to eliminate me? Although Xia Binger posed no immediate threat, he knew that once she regained her soul power, she would revert to her formidable self as a level 31 battle soul master, wielding the supreme martial soul of the Ice Phoenix. In a direct confrontation, with a 20-level disparity coupled with her exceptional martial soul, Fang Xian would undoubtedly find himself outmatched. Fang Xian clearly remembered that within the divine tomb, a similar scene had unfolded between Qin Nan and Ming Ke, where Ming Ke relentlessly pursued Qin Nan with fervor. Is it not a common occurrence to repay kindness with enmity, to respond to virtue with resentment? This is a matter that warrants caution. Oh, you. Alas. You, my dear. Shui Binger felt a surge of irritation, encountering someone like Fang Xian for the first time, which left her utterly perplexed. Observing Fang Xian's indifference towards her, she hastily returned to tampering with Li Ling Tian's corpse. In a fit of exasperation, she stomped her foot and swiftly approached Fang Xian. Stop concerning yourself with that detestable corpse. Rise, for I have something to say to you. Shui Binger declared, her cheeks flushed with indignation. Such a nuisance. Speak your mind. Fang Xian replied, rising with a hint of impatience as he regarded the young lady. At that moment, Shui Binger fortuitously met Fang Xian's gaze, and their eyes locked. A spark igniting within her heart. They stood there, locked in a gaze, separated only by the headless corpse that continued to bleed profusely. The atmosphere turned oddly surreal. What is this unfolding? You saved me yet refuse to disclose your name. I am at a loss as to how to express my gratitude, Shui Binger murmured. Lost in thought. Do you truly wish to thank me? Fang Xian inquired suddenly. Indeed. Shui Binger earnestly nodded, stammering, whatever your request may be. As long as it is not excessive, I shall comply. Very well, allow me to strike you once. Huh. Shui Binger was momentarily taken aback before a gleaming long knife came slicing through the air, radiating a brilliant golden light that shone like the sun. Imbued with sanctity and authority. Chapter 5. The First Martial Spirit. Ice Phoenix in the Aftermath. You wish to strike me? After a long pause, Shui Binger finally regained her senses, her delicate face etched with disbelief, her enchanting eyes filled with fury as she glared fiercely at Fang Xian, who stood nearby. The deed is done. What do you intend to do now? Rest assured, I shall not take responsibility for you. Fang Xian wore an expression devoid of compassion. Moments ago, he had wielded the God-given blade he had just acquired. This blade, a one-time consumable, could also be referred to as the replication blade. When the God-given blade struck an opponent, it inflicted no physical harm. Instead, it allowed the Soul Master to replicate the opponent's martial soul, thus bestowing upon them a unique innate power. All of this became evident to Fang Xian only after he had defeated Shui Binger. Ignoring the frantic Shui Binger, he calmly settled into a meditative posture, recovering his soul power while quietly examining the newly acquired ability. A chime echoed in his mind. Replication successful. Congratulations. You have obtained Soul of the Ice Phoenix. New talent unlocked. Frost Blade. Soul of the Ice Phoenix. Grade. Supreme Martial Soul. Attribute. Ice. A series of notifications resonated within his consciousness. Fang Xian was overjoyed and hurriedly checked his current attributes. Strongest Blade Drawing System Host. Fang Xian Level. LV 11 Title. Soul Master Soul Power. 1110 Proficiency. Basic Blade Drawing Technique. 9100. Divine Gifted Blade. 0 Martial Soul. Ice Phoenix Soul. Beginner 0100. Talent. Ice Blade. He had consumed a Divine Blade gifted during his upgrade, successfully replicating the top-tier Martial Soul, Ice Phoenix, of Shui Binger, and had also unlocked a talent related to ice. This journey into the Soul Beast Forest had indeed yielded abundant rewards. Fang Xian felt a surge of excitement as he lowered his gaze. Within his dantian, a vividly lifelike Ice Phoenix hovered serenely, its eyes closed and its demeanor exuding an air of haughty elegance. The blue plumage radiated a sanctified brilliance, embodying an unparalleled nobility and otherworldliness. A martial spirit. To think that I, too, possess a martial spirit. Fang Xian gazed intently at the Ice Phoenix lying dormant within him, exhilaration coursing through his veins. He summoned his soul power, eagerly attempting to awaken the formidable prowess of the Ice Phoenix martial spirit. Arise, Ice Phoenix, he silently chanted, beginning to invoke the spirit deep within. However, after a full 10 minutes of fervent calling, the Ice Phoenix remained unresponsive, its eyes tightly shut, peacefully slumbering and offering no reply to Fang Xian's summons. What could this mean? Fang Xian furrowed his brow, a look of confusion etched across his face, utterly perplexed by the issues surrounding the replicated martial soul. Hey, you over there, caught in a cycle of foolish laughter and despondent sighs, what mischief are you contemplating? Shui Binger, her azure hair cascading down, glided gracefully towards Fang Xian, a fragrant aura trailing in her wake. With a hand resting on her slender waist, she scrutinized him with suspicion, ever since he had inexplicably struck her with a blade. Any fondness she once harbored for him had evaporated entirely, although she had meticulously examined herself afterward, finding not a single hair out of place. The resentment in her heart remained unyielding. After all, this fellow truly had wielded a knife against me. Shui Binger pouted slightly, glaring at Fang Xian with an intimidating intensity. Fang Xian curled his lips in disdain, casting a fleeting glance at Shui Binger. He was irked by the girl's incessant chatter, overcome by an impulse to strike her down. Just as the two found themselves in a rather unpleasant moment, a shadow suddenly erupted from the underbrush, a resounding roar reverberating through the air, causing the very earth to tremble. Before them stood a dark magic tiger, its crimson eyes ablaze, its massive form towering like a small mountain amidst the forest, an aura of terrifying ferocity wildly emanating from it. A 500-year-old soul beast. Fang Xian's expression turned grave as he beheld the sudden emergence of the dark magic tiger. The gravity of the situation weighed heavily upon him. This dark magic tiger, having existed for 5 centuries, possessed strength equivalent to that of a soul master of level 25 or higher. Facing such a formidable foe, Fang Xian, at merely level 11, found it exceedingly difficult to prevail against the beast. There was a real danger of meeting his demise at the claws of the tiger. What are we to do? Shui Binger, her delicate features paling, leaned anxiously against Fang Xian's back. In her prime, a single strike would suffice to vanquish the dark magic tiger. However, at present, her soul power had not yet recovered, leaving her with almost no combat capability. Yet, what choice remained? They could only engage in battle. Fang Xian's eyes shimmered with unwavering determination as they coldly fixed upon the dark magic tiger. He harmonized his spirit and essence, channeling his soul power at an accelerated pace within. His long, powerful fingers reached for the blade resting at his waist, with his body bending into a bow shape. His left hand steadied the scabbard while his right firmly grasped the hilt. A force akin to a volcanic eruption surged forth, propelling him like an arrow loosed from its bow towards the dark magic tiger. As he closed the distance to within a meter of the beast, Fang Xian finally unsheathed his sword. The moment the blade emerged from its sheath, the ice phoenix, which had lain dormant within him, abruptly opened its eyes, releasing a chilling brilliance that surged forth, awakening in an instant. Fang Xian sensed an unusual stir in his martial soul and was suddenly taken aback, as an overwhelming force of chilling ice surged forth from the ice phoenix. In an instant, the previously unremarkable long blade became enveloped in a thick layer of frost, emanating a terrifying aura capable of freezing the very heavens and earth. The ice blade, a cerulean long sword, sliced through the void, ruthlessly cleaving through the dark magic tiger. With a piercing roar, the dark magic tiger's massive form began to freeze rapidly, and within moments, it transformed into a striking ice sculpture, encapsulated in a brilliant blue sheen. Upon the moment Fang Xian sheathed his blade, the ice sculpture of the dark magic tiger shattered explosively. A 500-year-old dark magic tiger was obliterated in an instant. In awe, Shui Bingo gazed at the scene before her. With just a single strike, Fang Xian had vanquished a 500-year-old soul beast, rendering him even more enigmatic in her eyes. First, he had slain Li Ling Tian with a single blow, and now he had similarly dispatched a 500-year-old soul beast, all without revealing his martial soul or spirit rings. Who exactly was he? Not only Shui Binger, but even Fang Xian himself was astonished. He had not anticipated that by harnessing the power of the Ice Phoenix's soul, the ice blade he unleashed would possess such formidable strength, capable of mercilessly slaying the dark magic tiger. Fang Xian was profoundly astonished, while simultaneously overwhelmed with uncontainable joy. In this moment, he finally comprehended that this replicated martial spirit could not be wielded as a conventional weapon. Rather, it served as an enhancement to his blade-drawing technique. The existence of this replicated martial spirit resembled that of a spirit within a weapon. Indeed, the replicated martial spirit infused the ordinary blade with soul and vitality, thereby significantly amplifying the potency of the blade-drawing art. The blade-drawing system, regardless of time or place, naturally aspires to achieve an impeccable and ultimate form of the blade-drawing technique. Fang Xian could not help but nod earnestly. In the next moment, a resplendent yellow soul ring materialized out of thin air, emanating an alluring radiance. As his gaze swept over the yellow soul ring, which had existed for 500 years, Fang Xian's eyes suddenly ignited with a fervent brilliance, and a surge of longing welled up within him. He pondered whether his replicated martial soul could absorb the soul ring. Chapter 6. The Prince of Tiando, a Failure. Fang Xian gazed at the slowly dissipating yellow soul ring, letting out a long sigh. After vanquishing the soul beast, a soul ring would emerge, but its existence was fleeting, lasting only an hour. During this brief span, no matter how much Fang Xian yearned to absorb the soul ring, he found it impossible. Ultimately, he could only watch as the soul ring vanished with the passage of time. It seemed that my greed had overtaken me. Having acquired a replicable martial soul capable of enhancing my blade technique, I still sought to absorb the soul ring. Truly, it is the nature of humanity to be insatiable, akin to a serpent attempting to swallow an elephant. Fang Xian consoled himself, realizing that he was not merely a mere novice with a million-year soul ring. Although it was somewhat disappointing that he could not absorb soul rings, the ability to slay a 500-year soul beast with a single stroke was a significant enhancement to his strength, thanks to this replicated martial spirit. The only drawback was the considerable consumption of soul power. Just moments ago, invoking the Ice Phoenix spirit and wielding the icy blade had drained nearly half of Fang Xian's soul energy, and he surmised that with his current 11th level soul power, he could at most execute the technique twice. As he delved deeper into his studies, Fang Xian gradually discerned the characteristics of this replicated martial spirit. The shortcomings of the replicated martial spirit were as follows. 1. It could not materialize. 2. It could not be projected externally. 3. It could not absorb soul rings. Conversely, the advantages included 1. A considerable enhancement of the blade drawing technique's power. 2. The ability to replicate multiple martial spirits. 3. It seemingly had the potential for advancement, the method of which remains unknown. This replicated martial spirit diverged significantly from conventional martial spirits, particularly in its usage. It could not be wielded at will, nor could it be employed as a weapon in combat. Instead, it existed in the form of a spiritual essence, bestowing unique attributes to the blade. In summary, it was a capability that amplified the blade drawing technique. Time slipped away unnoticed, and before long, dusk had arrived. The sky gradually darkened, and in the distance, the sun had already descended beyond the western mountains, casting a fiery red twilight that signified the day's end. A black-haired youth emerged from the sunset forest, urging his steed onward toward the capital of the Tiando Empire. When the sky had completely darkened, the youth finally arrived at the imperial capital, Tiando City. "Why have you been following me all this time?" Fang Xian, in a fit of frustration, turned around and cast a disdainful glance at the little shadow following him, Shui Binger. Having completed his tasks, he found her presence to be of no further utility. To him, she had become nothing more than a soulless vessel. "Who is following you?" "I live here too," Shui Binger retorted, her annoyance evident. As a prodigious young lady from the Tianshui Academy, she was accustomed to the attention of countless suitors who sought merely a chance to stroll alongside her. The audacity of this fellow to look down upon her was infuriating. "Very well, I shall head north," Fang Xian declared. "I shall go south," the girl huffed defiantly. And thus, they parted ways. Fang Xian moved forward without hesitation, striding towards the northern street. "Will you truly not reveal your name to me?" A sense of melancholy inexplicably washed over Shui Bingo as she gazed at the retreating figure, her fingers unconsciously entwining a strand of hair. Upon reaching a nearby tea stall, Fang Xian abruptly halted, turning his head to look at the somewhat forlorn young girl. Enunciating each syllable with care, he stated, "Li Chong Shou." Shui Bingo was momentarily taken aback, a radiant smile blossoming on her delicate face as she earnestly nodded, replying, "Li Chongshou, I shall remember it. Thank you for saving me." Fang Xian spoke without a hint of shame, weaving deceit that ensnared the young girl, yet he felt no pangs of guilt. In these times, traversing the martial world, one must prioritize safety above all, especially in the perilous realm of Douluo Continent. How could one carelessly disclose their true name? Caution is paramount. At that moment, a slender blue figure dashed toward him, swiftly leaping into the embrace of Shui Binger. "Sister, where have you been? I've been worried sick about you all day." The newcomer was a girl of about 15 or 16, with flowing blue hair and delicate features, clad in a gown of pristine white. Although her beauty did not quite match Shui Binger's striking allure, she was nonetheless a rare beauty in her own right. Upon closer inspection, one could discern that she bore a slight resemblance to Shui Binger. "Where? I apologize for causing you concern. I encountered some difficulties along the way, but fortunately, it is nothing serious," Shui Binger replied with a gentle smile, tenderly patting the girl who was now nestled in her arms. This girl was none other than Shui Binger's younger sister, Shui Yuer. "By the way, Yuer, I owe my gratitude to that Li Chongshou for rescuing me," Shui Bingo said, gesturing toward Fang Xian in the distance as she introduced him to her sister. "Li Chongshou?" Shui Yuer eyed Fang Xian with curiosity, her mischievous eyes twinkling as she involuntarily gasped, "Sister, how could you be with this person?" "Yuer, do not be rude. He is my savior," Shui Binger replied. "Sister, you've been deceived. He's not Li Chongshou at all," Shui Yuer retorted with exasperation. "This is the infamous waste prince Fang Xian I mentioned to you earlier, the one notorious in Tiando City." "What? You are Fang Xian, the illegitimate son of the emperor?" Upon hearing this, Shui Bingo widened her eyes in disbelief, casting a scrutinizing glance at Fang Xian. Fang Xian, in addition to being a talentless individual incapable of awakening his martial soul, possesses a unique identity. He is, in fact, the illegitimate son of the current emperor of the Tiando Empire, the Snowy Night Emperor. By the measure of age, he ought to be regarded as the fifth prince of the Tiando Empire. It is not uncommon for an emperor to have a consort akin to Xia Yuhua by the beautiful Daming Lake. However, Fang Xian's mother, Fang Qingxue, is not the pure and virtuous Xia Yuhua. Rather, she is a renowned courtesan from a brothel. Although she only sold her talents and not her body, she remains a woman of the world. It is undoubtedly a blow to the dignity of the imperial family that the emperor engaged with a woman of such a background and fathered an illegitimate son. More importantly, Fang Xian, this royal bastard, for reasons unknown, failed to awaken his martial soul well into his 14th year, rendering him a waste incapable of cultivation. The Snowy Night Emperor, a figure of remarkable ambition and unparalleled brilliance, reigning over the Tiando Empire for decades, has earned a reputation that resonates throughout the Douluo Continent. Among the emperors of Tiando, he stands as an exemplar of greatness. Yet, he has fathered such a disappointing son. Not only is Fang Xian's status lowly, but his abysmal aptitude renders him unlikely to become a sole master, making any significant achievements nearly impossible. To the illustrious Snowy Night Emperor, Fang Xian embodies a lifelong shame, attracting scorn from the common folk and significantly undermining the authority of the royal family. As an illegitimate child, Fang Xian lacks the right to inherit the emperor's surname, following instead his mother's lineage, and he is also unqualified to ascend to the throne, thus living in obscurity. After his mother's passing due to illness, he found himself living alone, as his royal father had long since regarded him as a discarded pawn, neglecting his well-being entirely. One day, Fang Xian found himself transported into the body of this namesake, a talentless prince, embarking on an adventurous journey across the Douluo Continent. Chapter 7. The renowned blade. How dare you deceive me? Upon discovering the truth, Shui Bingao was instantly enraged. She strode purposefully toward Fang Xian, her almond-shaped eyes wide with fury as she glared at him. You are not Li Changshu, you are Fang Xian. Fang Xian, feeling guilty, remained silent with a stern expression. He pondered, having already struck once, what was the harm in deceiving you again? Sister, have you truly been rescued by this fellow? He lacks a martial soul. With a face full of skepticism, Shui Yuer approached, her words laced with profound doubt as she scrutinized Fang Xian, unable to believe that this seemingly inept prince could have saved her sister. What of lacking a martial soul? Did that not enable him to strike your sister down nonetheless? Do you wish for me to find a secluded spot and demonstrate my prowess on you as well? Fang Xian silently grumbled, finding the pair of sisters increasingly irksome. With time of the essence, he wished to disengage from their entanglement and thus proceeded in silence towards the end of the street. Upon reaching a crooked willow tree, Fang Xian abruptly halted, raising his gaze to reveal a dilapidated blacksmith shop before him. The shop was exceedingly worn down, its walls bore deep cracks, the gray plaster nearly flaking away entirely, and the structure itself leaned precariously, suggesting it had not been maintained for at least a decade. Clang, clang, clang. As he stepped into the blacksmith's domain, a rhythmic and resonant cacophony of heavy sounds enveloped him, the powerful metallic collisions reverberating and causing his eardrums to hum. Fang Xian lifted his gaze and beheld, at the center of the workshop, a blazing furnace. With the rhythmic operation of the bellows, flames danced vigorously within the hearth. The fire was at its peak. An elderly man with gray hair stood before the furnace, immersed in the fervent crafting of weapons. He appeared to be in his 50s or 60s, with deeply set eyes and parched skin, exuding an aura of age. His towering figure was clad in a tattered cotton jacket, and his unkempt beard gave him the appearance of a wild man who had just descended from the mountains. However, his eyes sparkled with vitality, and he wielded a hammer with remarkable skill. The raised hammer descended like a waterfall, crashing heavily upon the unshaped iron ingot, sending sparks flying. Each strike was imbued with force, causing the entire workshop to tremble slightly. Old madman, the quality of your blade is abysmal. It broke again after less than 2 days of use. Fang Xian approached the hearth, slowly drawing the dagger from his waist. He pointed at the uneven notches along the blade's edge and began to complain to the gray-haired elder, resembling a customer deceived by unscrupulous merchants. Under the enhancement of the Ice Phoenix martial spirit, his sword-drawing technique had seen a remarkable surge in power, yet the wear on the blade had also intensified. The icy dagger, drawn forth, had sustained significant damage despite its brief period of use. Did you use this knife to carve mountains? The old madman glanced at the ruined blade Fang Xian presented and could not help but furrow his brow. You call me a madman, yet you appear to be the true lunatic. I'll return this broken knife to you and add 5 gold soul coins. In exchange, you shall provide me with a new blade. Fang Xian boldly stated. The old madman shook his head, his gnarled hand pointing toward the left wall. There, upon the soot-stained surface, hung a square plaque inscribed with 2 lines of couplets. The first line read, no repairs, no returns. The second line stated, money and goods are settled, no refunds accepted. The horizontal inscription proclaimed, buy it if you wish. No wonder your shabby shop has no clientele. With such a service attitude, who would come here? Fang Xian could not help but curl his lip. He had initially considered adding some funds for an upgrade, yet it appeared that this old fellow possessed no business acumen whatsoever. Nevertheless, despite his eccentric temperament, the old lunatic's forging skills were unparalleled. As his gaze swept over the finished blades displayed on the rack, he beheld the icy gleam that danced along the edges, shimmering like a cold moon, radiating brilliance that rendered it exceptionally striking in the darkness. His eyes brightened involuntarily. It seemed that after a prolonged absence, the old madman had crafted numerous exquisite blades. Here you go, 10 gold soul coins. I shall select a new blade. Fang Xian retrieved 10 golden soul coins and placed them beside the hearth, casually discarding his discarded blade into the corner. He then stepped forward to the sword rack, diligently selecting his weapon. The old madman, typically taciturn, said little, silently pocketing the coins and continuing his work at the forge. The art of drawing the blade. This was Fang Xian's greatest asset on the Douluo Continent. Generally, when confronting an adversary, one would draw their sword from its sheath in advance, ready to engage the enemy, emphasizing a preemptive strike. However, Fang Xian's technique diverged from this norm. He intentionally sheathed his blade, only to draw it in an instant as the enemy approached, embodying a philosophy of counterattack. Consequently, ordinary straight blades and hefty sabers were ill-suited for the art of drawing the blade. To execute this technique effectively, the sword in its sheath must possess a specific curvature. The principle behind this technique lies in utilizing this curvature during the draw to generate an explosive force, with both power and speed significantly surpassing that of a mere swing. Aiming for a decisive strike. Among the myriad blacksmith shops in Tiando City, Only the blades forged by the old madman exhibited the perfect curvature, with elongated and resilient edges that aligned impeccably with Fangxian's standards for blade drawing. The swords displayed on the rack all possessed a certain arc. In terms of length and sharpness, they were all of superior quality. Moreover, the pricing remained reasonable, consistently set at 10 golden soul coins per blade. Never subject to unscrupulous inflation, Fangxian, having finished his appreciation, could not help but nod in satisfaction as he reached for a blade. Just then, his movement stilled, his gaze entirely captivated by a knife nestled in the corner. His eyes sparkled with intrigue as he stepped forward, bending down to pick up the blade that lay quietly against the wall, scrutinizing it closely. The hilt and sheath were of purest white, and even the blade gleamed as bright as snow, untouched by the dust of its chaotic surroundings. With a gentle swing of the gleaming long knife, the edge sliced through the air, producing a sound as clear as a dragon's roar. What a magnificent blade! Fangxian gazed intently at the gleaming white blade, his eyes brimming with an unmistakable astonishment. He turned to the old blacksmith, who was engrossed in his work, and exclaimed, "Hey, I shall add 10 more gold soul coins. Will you sell me this knife?" "Humph." The old blacksmith snorted dismissively and replied, "You may take the rest of the knives as you wish, but this one, not even for an additional 100,000 gold soul coins will I part with." Fangxian gritted his teeth, fixating intently on the old madman. This was the largest sum he could muster at present, and it had just been scavenged from Li Lingtian's corpse. The old madman shook his head once more, declaring, "This knife is inadequate. It contains iron essence. This is the finest blade I have crafted this year, barely squeezing into the realm of renowned swords." Renowned swords? The light in Fangxian's eyes blazed with intensity as he clutched the exquisite white blade with unwavering determination, filled with an insatiable desire for this precious weapon. He was in dire need of a reliable armament, and this very sword was the embodiment of his dreams. "Do not dawdle. Name your price." His gaze remained fixated on the old madman, resolute in his intention to acquire the blade. "For the sake of our acquaintance, 20,000, and it is yours." The old madman replied nonchalantly. 20,000? Why don't you just go and rob someone? Fangxian's lips twitched violently, and he couldn't help but curse. Although he bore the title of a prince, he possessed no power whatsoever, relegating him to the lowest echelons of society on the Douluo Continent. Where could he possibly procure such a vast sum of money? To be honest, while the blade was indeed worth 200,000 gold soul coins, he simply could not afford it. What to do? Just as Fangxian's brow furrowed in distress, a melodious voice chimed in his ear. 200,000 gold soul coins. I shall purchase it. Chapter 8. A token of gratitude, 200,000 gold soul coins. I shall purchase it. A graceful figure clad in blue appeared, her presence enchanting. Her flowing aquamarine hair cascaded over her shoulders, and her slender silhouette was captivating. Yet, what truly astonished was her exquisitely beautiful visage, akin to a beacon illuminating the night. Resplendent and dazzling, the blue-haired maiden approached with delicate steps, a refreshing breeze trailing behind her. Lightly, she stood before Fangxian and playfully winked at him, exuding an air of elegance and charm. Fangxian was momentarily taken aback as he gazed at the suddenly appearing young woman, exclaiming in astonishment, "Who might this be? How infuriating! Have you already forgotten me right after our breakup?" The young woman widened her eyes, furiously stamping her foot as she retorted, "I am Shui Binger." "Oh, so it is you," he replied. Fangxian nodded, his brow furrowed in suspicion. "We have never begun. How can we speak of parting?" "Oh, that was merely a slip of the tongue," Shui Bingo said, her face flushing as she realized her choice of words had been somewhat inappropriate. At that moment, Shui Yuer arrived closely behind her, pinching her nose in distaste as she reluctantly stepped into the filthy blacksmith shop. Complaining, she exclaimed, "Wow, this place is so dirty. That foolish prince, why would he be in a place like this, begging for food? Yuer, you seem to misunderstand. In such impoverished surroundings, how could one possibly beg for food? The prince is likely here to work. Behold, the world's first laboring prince has been born," Shui Binger remarked. "Revenge. This is sheer and unadulterated revenge." Upon hearing Shui Bingo's teasing, Fangxian instantly comprehended that she was holding a grudge, irked that he had forgotten her, and sought to retaliate verbally. Unexpectedly, this seemingly innocent girl harbored a darker side. 200,000 soul coins. I shall purchase this knife. With that, Shui Binger retrieved a gleaming purple gold card from the ring-shaped soul tool on her hand and placed it on a clean tea table. "This is 150,000. Yuer, lend me 50,000. She turned to Shui Yuer, extending her hand. "Hey, sister, you truly intend to buy that knife? As soul masters, we possess martial souls. Why would we need that shabby blade?" Shui Yuer tightened her grip on her pocket, resembling a little miser as she pouted, "I am not as wealthy as you. This is all I have left. Stop your incessant prattling, you little brat. Hand over the money." Shui Binger's pretty face contorted into a fierce expression, transforming her into a brazen thief. She swiftly rummaged through Shui Yuer's belongings, quickly extracting a golden card. "Ah, that was my hard-earned savings, saved penny by penny." Shui Yuer's face fell into an expression of grievance as she could not help but wail upon losing all her savings to her sister. "Little miser. I shall repay you in a few days." Shui Bingo shot a glare at Shui Yuer and then pressed the golden card atop the purple gold one. Turning to the old madman. This totals 200,000. Please verify. The old madman glanced at the 2 cards resting on the tea table, nodded, and declared, "The knife is yours." "Hey, wait a moment. I laid claim to that knife first." Fang Xian was momentarily taken aback, and an ominous sense of foreboding washed over him. With a vigilant gaze, he turned to Shui Binger, clutching his beloved white blade with an unwavering grip, unwilling to let go. The audacity of Shui Binger to brazenly seize his treasured weapon was simply intolerable. Fang Xian wore a solemn expression, poised to engage in a debate with Shui Binger, only to be met with her incredulous gaze, as if she were looking at a fool. "It was intended for you all along." Fang Xian's body stiffened, and his expression gradually became serious as he earnestly fixed his gaze upon Shui Binger's eyes, declaring with unwavering conviction, "I will not repay you." "Who said you needed to?" Shui Binger retorted with a glance at Fang Xian, muttering softly, "Consider this dagger as a token of gratitude for saving my life." That's it. We finally made it to Tiando City, hoping to indulge in its culinary delights, and now look, our money is gone. Shui Yuer lamented with a sorrowful expression. Without spending a single gold soul coin, Fang Xian acquired a fine blade, leaving him quite elated and fostering a sense of fondness for Shui Binger. "Old madman, what is the name of this dagger?" he inquired curiously, turning to the old madman by the furnace. "White blade, no shadow," the old madman replied quietly. "No shadow." Fang Xian gently caressed the blade, bright as fresh snow, of the shadowless sword, which seemed to possess a spirit of its own. The blade quivered lightly, emitting a clear, melodious hum. With this exquisite weapon in hand, his strength would undoubtedly increase significantly. Although he was merely a soul master at present, his exceptional sword-drawing technique allowed him to contend with formidable great soul masters. Now, with the addition of the renowned shadowless sword, he felt as if he had been endowed with wings. After a rough estimation, he believed he could potentially match a 30-level second-ring great soul master. But he would still fall short against a soul revered. Upon reaching the 30th level, a soul master could absorb soul rings that were over 1,000 years old, thus breaking through to the realm of soul revered. The enhancement provided by a 1,000-year soul ring was immensely significant, and such a disparity in power was not easily surmountable. As he contemplated the soul rings, a shadow of melancholy flickered in Fang Xian's eyes. The inability to absorb soul rings due to his replicated martial soul left him with a sense of regret. Fang Xian calmly sheathed the blade, fastening the shadowless sword to his waist. Due to the incorporation of refined iron, this blade weighed twice as much as an ordinary iron sword. Yet he found it remarkably comfortable to wield. "By the way, old madman, have you completed the weapon I entrusted to you last time?" He suddenly recalled this and gazed at the old madman with anticipation. At that moment, under the old madman's diligent hammering, the initially crude iron ingot gradually transformed into a slender and delicate form, beginning to resemble a sword. He grasped the glowing red iron blade with tongs and plunged it into a nearby pool of cold water for quenching, followed by a brief round of tempering. Only then could a common iron sword be deemed successfully forged. Throughout this process, the old madman remained wholly focused, entirely unaffected by the external world. Fang Xian refrained from disturbing the old madman, instead quietly standing to the side, observing. This was his first encounter with the complete process of sword forging. And today he truly broadened his horizons. When the forging was complete, the old madman wiped his oil-slicked hands on his tattered cotton coat and silently approached the cabinet on the left, rummaging through it with a cacophony of clattering sounds. Ultimately, he unearthed a grimy black box and handed it to Fang Xian, saying, "This is what you sought." Upon opening the lid, a black belt gradually revealed itself. Crafted from ordinary leather, it appeared unremarkable at first glance, but as Fang Xian gently tugged at the iron clasp of the belt, an incredibly slender and delicate soft sword suddenly emerged, exuding an intense sharpness that sent a chilling aura wafting through the air, even from a distance. Observing the concealed sharp sword within the belt, Fang Xian couldn't help but nod in satisfaction and remarked, "Thank you. You may be young, yet you possess a cunning mind." The old madman glanced at Fang Xian, suggesting something with his words. "Safety first." Fang Xian calmly wrapped the black belt around his waist and inquired of the old madman, "How much is it?" "Forget it. You've earned 200,000 today. Consider this belt a gift," the old madman replied. "Then I am grateful." Fang Xian responded without any pretense. "Farewell, old madman. I hope that when I return next time, you are not yet old enough to be laid in a coffin." Before departing, Fang Xian cast a glance at the old madman's weathered face, uttered these words, and then left the blacksmith shop with the Shui sisters. The old madman watched Fang Xian and the others leave, standing in a daze at the spot. Am I truly that old? After a long silence, he gazed at his hair, now mostly white, and lamented, I am not yet 40. Chapter 9, The Night Moon Assassination. This evening, the starry sky was resplendent, and the bright moon hung high. The silvery moonlight flowed down like milk, draping a sacred veil over the majestic imperial city. The streets of Tiando City at night appeared particularly tranquil, with few passers-by, lacking the daytime's bustling vibrancy and instead exuding an air of solemnity. The grand imperial capital, full of diverse splendor. It's getting late. We should take our leave, said Shui Binger, bidding farewell to Fang Xian at an ordinary intersection. The sisters had come to Tiando City for leisure and were currently residing in a hotel. As night fell, it was unwise for the two young women to linger outside any longer. It was time for them to return and rest. All right, farewell. Fang Xian nodded calmly, choosing not to elaborate further. Fang Xian, we reside at the Rose Hotel in the heart of Heavendo City. Feel free to visit us whenever you have the time. Shui Binga remarked. All right. Fang Xian superficially acquiesced, yet in his heart, he pondered who would be foolish enough to seek them out. What if you suddenly changed your mind and demanded the 200,000 gold soul coins from me? In this day and age, capriciousness and fickleness have become as commonplace as daily meals. To evade his debts, he had already resolved to distance himself from Shui Binger, the formidable creditor. Preferably never to cross paths again. Little prince, remember to return my money. Why are you pulling me? Shui Yuer, somewhat distressed about her private savings, glared at Fang Xian with indignation, wishing to demand repayment. However, as soon as the words left her lips, she was forcibly dragged away by Shui Binger. After bidding farewell to the Shui sisters, Fang Xian made his way home alone, nestled in a tranquil countryside. His abode was a modest farmstead comprising 3 thatched cottages and a quaint courtyard. In the cool shade by the wall, a few verdant bamboo stalks thrived, their lush leaves adorned with a strand of pure white moonlight, creating an atmosphere of serenity and peace. Since the passing of Fang Qingxue, Fang Xian had lived alone in this ordinary farmhouse, the only relic his mother had left him. Fang Xian fixated on the somewhat decayed door, standing at the threshold for a brief moment before gently pushing it open and stepping inside with an air of tranquility. Although the hour was nearing midnight, the courtyard was far from shrouded in darkness. Tonight's moon shone with an extraordinary brilliance, illuminating the surroundings with remarkable clarity. The soles of his shoes sank into the slightly yielding earth, producing a soft rustling sound. Upon reaching the center of the small courtyard, Fang Xian suddenly halted, a chilling terror coursing through him as if a sword's tip were pressed against his back. With a swift twist of his body, he forcefully stomped the ground, propelling himself unexpectedly to the left and forward. He rolled 3 times on the ground before managing to stabilize himself, glancing back to behold a mysterious figure clad in black, now occupying the space he had just vacated, brandishing a cold, glistening longsword. The figure in black appeared somewhat astonished, evidently taken aback by Fang Xian's ability to evade the strike. Who are you? Fang Xian wore a grim expression, his gaze fixed coldly upon the cloaked figure before him. Had he hesitated for even a fleeting moment, he would have already been pierced through by the longsword, reduced to a mere corpse. Since arriving on the Douluo Continent, he had scarcely engaged with others, never having offended anyone. Even when encountering malevolent beings in the Soul Beast Forest, he had silenced them all. How could it be that someone sought to take his life? The figure in black bore a frigid demeanor, clearly devoid of any intention to respond to Fang Xian's inquiry. With a surge of soul power, 4 resplendent soul rings, yellow, purple, ascended from the sword, unleashing a formidable aura that surged forth. A soul sect. Fang Xian's pupils constricted violently upon witnessing the 4 soul rings upon the sword-shaped martial spirit. The black-clad assassin was, astonishingly, a soul sect member of over level 40. His countenance darkened instantaneously. He was merely an 11th level soul master, facing a foe of such caliber, possessing 2,000-year soul rings, leaving him with almost no chance of victory. Who sent you? Fang Xian's gaze was icy, his right hand gripping the hilt of the knife with force, fixated intently on the figure cloaked in black. From the latter, he distinctly sensed the looming threat of death. The dead have no need for knowledge, rasped a voice from beneath the dark mask. The black-clad figure's serpent-like eyes gleamed with a chilling light as the power of the soul sect surged forth in its entirety. A terrifying soul force swept through the surroundings like a tempest as he raised his sword martial spirit with his right hand. For shimmering soul rings radiated a murderous aura, advancing menacingly towards Fang Xian. I invoked the blade technique, Frostbite Blade. Fang Xian's expression was grave, his mental prowess intensely focused. The moment he drew his blade, the icy phoenix within him awakened instantaneously, emitting a resounding cry that reverberated through the air. A relentless surge of icy power emanated from his being. The slender blade of the white blade, shadowless, was instantly enveloped in frost, which crystallized into sharp icy spikes. A terrifying chill pervaded the atmosphere, causing the temperature in the courtyard to plummet dramatically. The black-clad figure was evidently there with the sole intent to eliminate Fang Xian. He harbored no illusions of mercy, nor did he dare to hope that the assailant might spare him. In that moment, the only option was to fight to the death. Thus, Fang Xian unleashed his full strength from the outset, employing the renowned Shadowless Blade to manifest his most formidable icy blade in a desperate bid to seize a flicker of survival from this formidable soul sect expert. With a whoosh, the icy blade tore through the void, transforming into a brilliant azure arc, aimed fiercely at the black-clad figure's head. In response, the figure also struck out with a sword, his martial soul clashing against the Shadowless Blade. Boom! The collision of the Shadowless Blade and the sword martial soul unleashed a tempestuous storm of soul power, rampaging violently in all directions. In the following instant, Fang Xian expelled a torrent of blood, hurtling backward with a sudden force. Cough, cough. He felt as though he had crashed into a towering mountain, his palms split. His internal organs quaked violently, and consciousness slipped away in an instant. His body was involuntarily cast aside by the overwhelming force, tumbling clumsily across the ground 3 times before crashing heavily against the surrounding wall. A soul sect expert, terrifyingly powerful. This was not merely a disparity between blade and sword. It was the vast gulf in strength between the two. The black-clad figure utterly overwhelmed Fang Xian in terms of soul power. He did not even need to employ soul skills, effortlessly sending Fang Xian flying with a single strike. Fang Xian leaned against the wall, his back soaked in cold sweat, his hair disheveled and coated in dust. Waves of excruciating pain coursed through his body, rendering his scalp numb. Cursed be the fate. As he gazed upon the advancing figures clad in black, his heart sank deeper into despair. He had only just arrived in the Douluo Continent, merely scratching the surface of this wondrous world, and now he faced the prospect of dying in obscurity. He refused to accept such a fate. In a moment of desperation, he had yet to unleash his martial spirit. It appeared he truly had not awakened it. The black-clad man approached with his sword drawn, looking down at Fang Xian from his elevated position. His icy, emotionless gaze pierced through the air as he sneered. Even if you awaken your martial spirit, what of it? You are but an insignificant ant. Only death awaits you today. Let us see about that. A surge of intense rage ignited within him as Fang Xian roared, brandishing his shadowless blade and charging fiercely at the man in black. Chapter 10. A blade to the throat. In the face of overwhelming power, all technique becomes but an illusion, rendered utterly ineffective. Fang Xian exerted every ounce of his strength, launching frenzied assaults against the cloaked figure time and again, only to be ruthlessly vanquished by the latter's overwhelming power. Even when faced with a soul master, he possessed the confidence to contend, yet this was the soul sect, where strength transcended mere dimensions. A thunderous crash resounded as Fang Xian was mercilessly struck away by the sword-wielding martial spirit. His garments were torn, revealing a ghastly wound across his chest, and even his shadowless blade fell to the ground. I never anticipated that I would meet my demise in such a manner, he lamented with a bitter laugh. Fang Xian let out a bitter laugh, his face etched with despair and sorrow. Exhausted of soul power and grievously injured, he appeared utterly wretched. As he gazed at the figure clad in black standing before him, he remained motionless, quietly slumping to the ground, as if he had relinquished all hope of struggle and was simply awaiting the arrival of death. At the very least, grant me clarity in my demise. Who sent you to end my life? His eyes dimmed, and he sighed with a sense of melancholy. At this juncture, he could surmise that this assassination was likely orchestrated from within the palace. Entangled in royal disputes, someone wished to see the emperor's illegitimate son extinguished. But who could it be? The emperor of the Snowy Night, Shui Qinghe, or perhaps another prince? Each possibility loomed large. The royal family is a murky quagmire. Before the throne of power, no one cherishes the bonds of kinship. Fang Xian did not inherit the surname of the Snowy Night Emperor, nor did he possess the qualifications to ascend to the throne. In fact, he harbored no interest in imperial power, choosing instead to remain quietly in his modest courtyard, diligently honing his skills and refraining from interfering in the chaos of the outside world. Yet, it appeared that someone remained unconvinced, dispatching assassins to eliminate him. Who could it be? The figure clad in black coldly fixed his gaze upon Fang Xian, remaining silent as he raised his sword high, aimed directly at the latter's head. In the face of such a life-and-death crisis, as the blade of the sword spirit descended towards him, Fang Xian remained remarkably composed, methodically compiling a list of potential adversaries. Snowy Night? Snow Avalanche? Or perhaps Snow Qinghe? A subtle smile curved at the corner of his mouth. Snow Qinghe? No. Or rather, it must be Qian Rinxue. The dark-clad assassin suddenly trembled, momentarily stunned by the utterance of those 3 words. In that fleeting instant, hesitation took hold. Fang Xian's eyes suddenly gleamed with a chilling light as he swiftly drew the soft sword concealed in his waist. It was an astonishing speed, transcending the realm of the incredible. In an instant, a flash of cold light passed by, leaving a trail of crimson on the neck of the cloaked figure. A lethal strike. How could this be possible? The black-clad man's pupils constricted violently as he desperately clutched his throat, yet the blood gushed forth uncontrollably. A dignified soul realm practitioner, he never anticipated falling to the hands of such a mere child. With a resounding thud, the formidable soul master collapsed heavily to the ground, lifeless. Fang Xian finally exhaled a sigh of relief, his heart still tinged with a sense of luck. He speculated that the black-clad assassin was likely sent by Qian Rinxue, and the assassin's reaction confirmed his thoughts. At this moment, the narrative of the Douluo Continent had only just begun, roughly at 5% completion. The protagonist, Tang San, was presumably still in the 6th grade at Notting Academy, with a maximum level of merely 20, while the other young prodigies hovered around level 30. The elite competition of the continent's advanced soul master academies was set to commence in approximately 2 years. In this early stage of the storyline, the name Qian Rinxue was undoubtedly shrouded in extreme secrecy. It was only natural for the black-clad figure to be astonished upon hearing Fang Xian utter his master's true name. That fleeting moment of shock was the lethal opportunity Fang Xian had long awaited. though he had lost his weapon, exhausted his soul power, and sustained severe injuries. These were genuine. Yet, the pretense of surrendering and awaiting death was a faade he had crafted. No matter the circumstances, he would never relinquish the chance for survival. The pain is excruciating. Fang Xian propped himself up with his hands on the ground, struggling to rise to his feet. However, with this movement, he was met with excruciating pain radiating from his chest, arms, and thighs, causing his delicate face to contort in agony. From the moment he arrived, he had already caught the attention of one of the formidable antagonists in the Douluo realm, rendering his situation utterly dire. Fang Xian is acutely aware that the three sons of the Snow Knight Emperor met their demise at the hands of Qianrenxue. The fourth prince, Xueping, managed to escape by feigning a debauched lifestyle, sheltered by Prince Xuexing. However, he never anticipated that as an illegitimate child, devoid of power and influence, he would also find himself on Qianrenxue's assassination list. Well versed in the narrative of Douluo, he could potentially devise strategies to counter future significant events. Yet, his current strength is woefully insufficient. Even a soul master of merely the third or fourth rank poses a lethal threat to his existence. Although he has narrowly evaded peril today, the specter of further assassination attempts looms ominously in the future. Fang Xian's expression was grave as he pondered his course of action while searching the corpse of the cloaked figure. As a formidable soul sect expert, it was likely that he possessed numerous valuable items. 2 minutes later, a violet ring lay quietly in Fang Xian's palm, emanating a faint glow that illuminated his eyes. Now filled with excitement. A soul guide artifact. He was elated. Such an artifact, capable of storing items, was valued at over 30,000 gold soul coins. He had long desired a portable means to store his belongings, but due to financial constraints, he had been unable to afford one. To his astonishment, he had unexpectedly acquired a soul guide ring today, an undeniable stroke of fortune. However, there was a tinge of disappointment, as the artifact contained only 300 to 400 gold soul coins, which was hard to believe as the wealth of a soul sect member. Perhaps he had exhausted his funds when purchasing the soul guide artifact. Fang Xian speculated that this spatial ring possessed an internal space of approximately 10 cubic units. Although it could not accommodate living beings, such storage capacity was already sufficient. He calmly adorned his left index finger with the purple ring and meticulously wiped the blood from the soft sword using his sleeve before resheathing it in his black belt. His survival in this perilous encounter was entirely reliant on this very sword. In the perilous realm of Douluo, one must always be equipped with an array of concealed weapons and lethal techniques. Fang Xian currently found his trump cards to be rather scant, and he recognized the necessity of further development in this regard. He retrieved the shadowless blade from the ground and summoned the icy force within him, allowing the blade, now encrusted with frost, to glide gently across the corpse of the cloaked assassin, instantly transforming it into a frozen statue. Moments later, with a sharp crack, the ice sculpture shattered, rendering a soul master of formidable strength into mere vapor. Although he had fortuitously dispatched this black-clad assassin, it was inevitable that news of the failed assassination would soon reach Qianrenxue. Given the might of the Spirit Hall, it was certain that more and stronger assassins would come seeking his demise in the future. Fang Xian furrowed his brow, his expression grave, as he sat cross-legged in contemplation. The identity of this inept prince not only offered him no advantages but also brought forth an endless stream of troubles, which left him feeling somewhat exasperated. It seemed that, to prevent assassination attempts, he must choose to seek refuge in a sanctuary. In the next moment, 3 names gradually emerged in his mind: the Spirit Hall, Shrek Academy, and the Royal Academy of Tiando. Chapter 11. Seeking recommendations from the Royal Academy of Tiando upon his arrival in the Douluo Continent. Fang Xian had pondered his future destinations: 1. Spirit Hall, 2. Shrek Academy, 3. Royal Academy of Tiando. The depths of the Spirit Hall were too profound, and venturing there now would undoubtedly be akin to walking into a trap. As for Shrek Academy, he had no desire to trail behind Tang San, running hither and thither. He was disinterested in flattering Tang San or being flattered in return, and he was far more inclined to deliver a decisive blow to him. Who knows what mysterious rewards might await from slaying the protagonist of the narrative? Fang Xian contemplated this. Ultimately, the only choice left was the Royal Academy of Tiando. This prestigious soul master institution, established solely by the royal family, is renowned as the foremost academy in the Tiando Empire. It boasts state-of-the-art facilities, a formidable faculty, and is home to countless powerful individuals, including 3 soul Douluos, such as the Dream God Machine, each exceeding level 80. This indeed could prove to be an excellent option. After careful contemplation, Fang Xian resolved to apply to the Royal Academy of Tiando. Although this institution does not guarantee absolute safety, it is undoubtedly preferable to living alone in the outside world. Safety is paramount. This principle stands as the supreme rule that Fang Xian adheres to while traversing the continent of Douluo. However, due to its royal affiliations, the first stipulation for enrollment at the Royal Academy of Tiando is that candidates must possess a noble title. Ordinary commoners are unable to gain admission. Fang Xian has always believed that this institution, established by some fool, greatly hinders the development of the Tiando Royal Academy. It is no wonder that the Tiando Academy team suffered such a crushing defeat in the Soul Master competition later on. Do they not realize that true talent often arises from the common people? While it is understandable to admit only those with exceptional gifts, restricting admission solely to nobles reveals either a lack of wisdom within the royal family or an excessively rigid class ideology. This noble title proves to be a troublesome matter. Although he is the illegitimate son of the Snowy Night Emperor, he lacks the qualifications to bear the title of prince and remains, for now, merely a commoner. It is rather challenging for commoners to gain entry into the Tiando Royal Academy. Alas, perhaps it is time to try his luck tomorrow. Fang Xian nodded, dismissing further thoughts, and prepared to sit for the entrance examination at the Tiando Academy the following day. In the early morning, as the sun rose majestically in the east, Fang Xian, having recuperated throughout the night, found his injuries significantly improved, no longer hindering his combat capabilities. The physical prowess of a soul master surpasses that of an ordinary individual. He estimated that in another 2 or 3 days, he would be entirely restored. He splashed water on his face and donned a fitted black outfit before striding to the mirror. With a gentle touch, he smoothed his slightly tousled black hair and scrutinized his reflection. His onyx-like eyes, strikingly handsome features, and sharply defined jawline presented an image of undeniable allure. Truth be told, the sole merit of this seemingly inept prince lay in his commendable appearance, far surpassing that of the blue-haired Tang San. He could be considered one of the rarest beauties in the world, likely inheriting the formidable genes of Fang Qingxue. After all, Fang Qingxue was once renowned for her unparalleled talent and stunning beauty, captivating even the heart of the Snow Night Emperor. Around 8 in the morning, Fang Xian stepped out of his residence. The vibrant streets of Tiando City were alive with energy, throngs of pedestrians bustling about, and carriages flowing like a river. Truly a lively and prosperous imperial capital that everyone yearns for. Fresh meat buns, steaming hot meat buns, just made soy milk, fragrant and sweet. Freshly baked white steamed buns for sale. Come, enjoy a bowl of tofu pudding. Along the streets, numerous vendors vociferously hawked their breakfast offerings, enticing passers-by. Fang Xian walked briskly down the bustling street, exuding an air of tranquility as he strolled leisurely, his hands cradled behind his head. He cast a relaxed glance at the various food stalls that lined the way, his demeanor strikingly at odds with the perilous assassination attempt he had endured just the night before. "Boss, I'll have 2 baskets of buns," he declared as he entered a nearby steamed bun shop, settling himself at a table towards the interior. After a night of intense battle that had drained much of his energy, the delightful aroma of food wafting through the air prompted his stomach to growl in earnest. He eagerly awaited 2 steaming baskets of meat buns, accompanied by a small dish of pickles and a bowl of complimentary boiled water. Fang Xian relished his meal with great enjoyment. After quietly savoring his breakfast, he left 10 copper soul coins on the table and briskly made his way toward the city outskirts. The Heaven-Do Royal Academy, the foremost institution for advanced soul masters in the empire, lies 20 kilometers beyond the city. Nestled amid a picturesque mountain range that spans an area as vast as a small town, the academy is equipped with a myriad of specialized facilities dedicated to cultivation. Among these, the most renowned and alluring is the simulated cultivation environment. This environment is tailored to the unique attributes of each soul master's martial soul, selecting different training locales accordingly. For instance, a rabbit martial soul would train amidst the thickets, a fire element martial soul would practice at the volcano's mouth, and an ice element martial soul would train atop an ice mountain. By matching the training environment to the characteristics of the soul master's martial soul, the cultivation speed is significantly enhanced. I wonder if the simulated cultivation environment would prove beneficial for me. Fang Xian felt a surge of anticipation as he channeled his soul power through his feet, hastening his pace towards the Royal Academy of Tiando. After approximately 20 minutes, a grand and opulent academy gradually came into view. At the entrance hung a resplendent golden plaque, upon which were inscribed several elegantly flowing characters. Royal Academy of Tiando. At last, he had arrived. Fang Xian felt a surge of joy as he hastened toward the academy. However, just as he stepped through the grand entrance, he was intercepted by 2 sentinels stationed at the door. These guards were robust and imposing, with the one on the left possessing a smattering of freckles across his face, while the one on the right bore a faint scar from a blade. An overwhelming aura of strength emanated from both of them, indicating their formidable prowess. 2 grand soul masters. Fang Xian's gaze sharpened as he sensed that the soul power of the 2 individuals far surpassed his own. They were, in fact, 2 soul masters of over level 20. "Pardon me, but it appears you are not a student of our academy. May I inquire what brings you here?" The scarred guard, rather than exhibiting pride in his status as a soul master, offered Fang Xian the most humble of smiles and respectfully inquired. "I have come to enroll in the Heaven-Do Royal Academy," Fang Xian replied. "Ah, I see," the guard said, his demeanor becoming even more deferential. "May I ask, to which noble family do you belong?" Typically, those who sought to enroll in the Heaven-Do Academy were either affluent or of noble lineage, hailing from distinguished backgrounds, individuals far beyond the reach of a mere guard such as himself. Thus, his attitude was exceedingly respectful, mindful not to offend these young lords of nobility. Fang Xian was taken aback for a moment, then calmly replied, "I am not a noble. What? You are not a noble. The scarred guard's expression darkened instantly as he stated in a grave tone, if you are not a noble, then you must be a commoner. Begone. The Royal Academy of Tiando is not a place for impoverished individuals like you. Leave at once, or do not blame me for my rudeness. Feng Xian immediately furrowed his brows. Is this the extent of the corrupt practices prevalent in noble academies? Chapter 12. The Emperor's Summons for Recommendations. Feng Xiandong stood motionless at the entrance of the academy, harboring no intention of departing. Upon witnessing this scene, 2 guards were immediately incensed and coldly threatened. Individuals of your ordinary status have no right to join the Royal Academy of Tiando. Depart at once, or we shall incapacitate you. Qualifications? What kind of qualifications are required? Feng Xian's eyes were frosty, calmly gazing at the 2 guards as he declared, is defeating both of you sufficient? A derisive laugh echoed. Defeat us? Just with you? The scarred guard crossed his arms, casting a disdainful glance at Feng Xian. It seems we must teach you a lesson today. The freckled guard sneered. In the next instant, both guards unleashed their soul power, one white, the other yellow, as 2 resplendent soul rings ascended from their beings. Second ring, Great Soul Masters. Huh, little brat, are you terrified by our 2 formidable soul rings? A commoner like you will likely never acquire even a single soul ring in this lifetime. At this point, even if you kneel and beg for mercy, we shall not let you off easily. Understand your fate. The guards cackled, their bodies manifesting the feral silhouettes of their martial souls, a violet wolf and a gray bear, both specializing in strength. Their overwhelming soul power surged forth like a tempest, and they swung their massive fists, sending fierce winds that tore through the air straight towards Feng Xian. The oncoming gale brushed aside Feng Xian's dark hair, revealing a pair of eyes that sparkled like stars. His face showed no fear as he unleashed his palm's might and swiftly drew the shadowless blade from his waist. Blade draw technique. This strike was unparalleled, carrying the force of a thunderous storm, colliding directly with the fists of the 2 guards. A thunderous boom resounded as both guards were sent flying. How was this possible? Their faces turned pale and they spat out blood on the spot, as the blade draw technique unleashed an extraordinarily terrifying power that sent them hurtling away. In a single stroke, he had vanquished 2 great soul masters. Feng Xian's gaze was as cold as ice, expertly sheathing his blade while regarding the 2 disheveled guards with an air of indifference. So, am I qualified now? He inquired. The explosive force of his sword-drawing technique rivaled that of an ordinary beast martial spirit. Had he not shown restraint, these guards would now be lifeless corpses. At the entrance of the Tiando Royal Academy, he sought not to create a scene, but merely to demonstrate his worthiness for admission. How infuriating! Defeated by Feng Xian, the guards harbored resentment, their eyes filled with malice as they threatened, "You arrogant brat, just wait. How dare you cause trouble at our academy? Once we summon the security team, we shall leave you severely injured." Yet, despite Feng Xian's mercy in sparing them, they expressed no gratitude, instead clamoring to fetch reinforcements to deal with him, their bravado unabated. At that moment, a man in his 30s approached from within the academy. With simple black hair and an unremarkable appearance, clad in a neat and modest white robe, he was the kind of ordinary man who would go unnoticed in a crowd. However, an overwhelming aura akin to the surging sea emanated from him. Teacher Qin Ming. Upon seeing the newcomer, the 2 guards were filled with joy, rushing to Qin Ming's side and lamenting, "Teacher Qin, this fellow caused a ruckus in our academy and brutally assaulted us. You must take our side." Silence. To their surprise, Qin Ming did not shield them. Instead, he coldly reprimanded the guards. "I was watching from a distance and am fully aware of the situation. How many times must I remind you that no one is above another? Do not belittle others based on status. Do you both wish to keep your positions as guards? If not, pack your belongings and leave Tiando Academy today." "Teacher Qin, we were wrong." The 2 guards' faces flushed crimson, their heads bowed in shame. "The ones you owe an apology to are not me, but that young man," Qin Ming said, gesturing toward Feng Xian. "I'm sorry, young brother. It was entirely our fault." The guards, now dejected, approached Feng Xian and sincerely offered their apologies. Feng Xian was momentarily taken aback, as if he had uncovered a refreshing current within the noble academy. Qin Ming, a formidable rank 62 assault spirit emperor, wielded the martial soul of the fiery Song Wolf. He hailed from Shrek Academy and later took up a teaching position at the Royal Academy of Tiando, where he served as the most esteemed Tiando-level instructor. In the world of Douluo, Qin Ming is renowned for his deep sense of loyalty and righteousness. Although his appearances are scarce, he has left an indelible impression on the audience. Feng Xian held a considerable respect for individuals like Qin Ming, who valued loyalty and righteousness. At this juncture in the narrative of Douluo, Qin Ming had yet to surpass the 60th level, likely resting around 57 or 58. From the skirmish between the Tiando battle team and the Shrek battle team, it is evident that he would achieve the rank of a 6-ring soul emperor within a year. "Greetings, young brother. I am Qin Ming." A teacher at the Tiando Royal Academy, Qin Ming smiled as he greeted Feng Xian. "Hello, Teacher Qin. I am Feng Xian. Here specifically to enroll in the Tiando Royal Academy," Feng Xian responded. "Indeed. Defeating two great soul masters with a single strike indicates that your prowess fully meets the admission criteria. Qin Ming nodded in acknowledgement of Fang Xian's strength. After a brief pause, he furrowed his brow and said, however, the conditions for admission are rather troublesome. The foremost rule of the Tiando Royal Academy is that it only admits noble students. At this point, he cast a regretful glance towards Fang Xian. Despite having voiced his protests against this unreasonable policy of only admitting nobles on several occasions, Qin Ming recognized that the academy was firmly under royal control. The staunchly traditionalists within the royal family, steeped in their notions of bloodline superiority, remained obstinate and unwilling to budge. Consequently, the Tiando Academy had unknowingly let slip away numerous exceptional talents. I understand. Fang Xian couldn't help but let out a sigh, realizing that his hopes of joining the Tiando Academy were virtually extinguished. He felt little disappointment in his heart and resolved to search for other opportunities instead. I apologize for the disturbance, Teacher Qin. Fang Xian politely bid farewell to Qin Ming and calmly turned to leave. Alas, what a pity. Qin Ming gazed at Fang Xian's departing figure and sighed deeply, feeling an immense regret for having let go of such an exceptional student. The two guards cast gleeful glances at Fang Xian, secretly mocking him in their hearts. At that moment, a formidable group of soldiers clad in golden armor, riding war horses, approached with great momentum, obstructing Fang Xian's path. There were 20 of them, robust in stature with sharp gazes, each exuding an incredibly powerful aura, resonating with a profound soul force. This was, indeed, a formidable army of soul masters, to the astonishment of all present. These golden-armored soldiers dismounted and knelt before Fang Xian in unison, respectfully proclaiming, "We pay our respects to His Highness the Prince." The crowd was astounded. Chapter 13. Father and Son. This was the Emperor's golden-armored guard. Everyone was momentarily stunned, instantly recognizing the renowned Soul Master Army, known for safeguarding the safety of the great Emperor of the Snowy Night. His Highness the Prince? This fellow is actually a noble prince. The two guards turned pale, their disbelief evident as they stared at Fang Xian, their hearts filled with regret. Who would have thought that this ordinary youth, rejected from the academy due to his commoner status, was in fact a prince? How could this be possible? Even Qin Ming looked on in astonishment, unable to comprehend the situation. What business do you have with me? Fang Xian furrowed his brow, a hint of perplexity flickering in his eyes as he slightly lowered his head to scrutinize a golden-armored guard. Your Highness. His Majesty the Emperor has been awaiting your presence for quite some time. Please accompany me back to the palace at once, the golden-armored guard stated. The Emperor. Fang Xian's expression tightened. According to the memories of his previous incarnation, the lofty Emperor within the palace had seemingly never concerned himself with his well-being. Why then? Would he suddenly wish to summon him? Moreover, this occurred merely a day after the assassination attempt. Could this be mere coincidence? Fang Xian perceived that the situation was far from simple. In the narrative of Douluo, the portrayal of the Snow Knight Emperor is scant. However, one cannot ascend to the throne without possessing an absolute depth of character and strategic acumen. Presently, he felt too feeble, if given the choice. He would prefer to remain unentangled in the royal disputes, yet it appeared that evasion was no longer an option. Though his heart recoiled at the thought of entering the perilous palace, he nonetheless nodded in agreement. Very well, I shall accompany you. Clearly, he had no authority to decline the invitation from the Snow Knight Emperor. In this world, true power grants one the privilege of influence. As Fang Xian departed with the golden-armored guards, the two sentinels were filled with regret. Their faces pale with fear as they realized, this youth is not merely of noble lineage, but of royal blood. In the Tiando Palace, the resplendent hall was adorned in golden splendor. A man in his 50s sat regally upon the throne, draped in a golden robe and crowned with a diadem that sparkled like the celestial heavens. His visage bore the marks of age. With hair and beard as white as ancient moonlight, yet his posture remained impeccably erect. His obsidian eyes, deep as the starry night, radiated an imposing aura of regal authority. This was none other than the most powerful figure of the Douluo Continent, the Snow Knight Emperor. Below, Fang Xian stood in the center of the grand hall, silent as a grave, exuding utmost respect, careful not to display any dissatisfaction, for he understood that the man seated upon the throne possessed the power to determine his fate. He knew he was still too weak. Only by mastering the art of patience could he hope to survive. The Snow Knight Emperor gazed intently at Fang Xian's countenance, remaining silent for an extended moment. Gradually, his expression softened, and he sighed, "You bear a striking resemblance to your mother." Fang Xian was taken aback, his demeanor increasingly respectful. Hesitant to speak freely. "I deeply regret not being able to bid farewell to your mother," Shui expressed with sincere remorse. "This is not your fault," Fang Xian replied. "Over the years, you have wandered the streets alone, enduring considerable hardship. I have wronged you," Shui sighed. "You are a sovereign, burdened with state affairs and responsibilities, lacking the leisure to attend to extraneous matters. I can understand," Fang Xian stated earnestly. Shui was somewhat astonished. He had expected this son, who had never shown interest in him, to lament, express anger, or even rage before him. However, to his surprise, Fang Xian did not utter a single word of reproach. Instead, every word he spoke seemed to defend his father's position. From every perspective, Shui had failed to fulfill his responsibilities as a father. Yet his youngest son bore no grievances, which filled him with a sense of admiration for Feng Xian. Regrettably, Feng Xian was unable to awaken his martial soul. In the Douluo Continent, every individual possessed a martial soul, whether it be a useless, ordinary, or exceptional one. Everyone was born with a martial soul. Shui had even heard tales of twin martial souls, a rarity that appeared once in a century. However, he had never encountered such a phenomenon himself. For reasons unknown, his peculiar son could not awaken any martial soul, a situation that was likely unparalleled across the Douluo Continent. Contemplating this, Shui's gaze dimmed, and he let out a resigned sigh. Perhaps his son was indeed an extraordinary anomaly. Feng Xian, although you do not bear my surname, you are still my son. I have wronged you for so many years, and now I wish to offer you some compensation. Shui fixed his gaze on Feng Xian's eyes. Speaking earnestly, I have decided to grant you a territory in the southwestern province of Fasnuo in the Empire. I have selected a beautiful location by the mountains and waters, named Shiwenua City. The environment is exquisite, with a climate that is spring-like year-round. You may reside there peacefully as a lord. I will ensure your life is filled with wealth and prosperity, free from worry. For an ordinary commoner, the opportunity to escape their humble origins and become a noble lord was undoubtedly a dream come true. He believed the conditions he was offering Feng Xian were exceedingly generous. A person unable to awaken their martial soul, who could not cultivate, becoming a noble lord and living a life of abundance, what could be unsatisfactory about that? However, to Shui's surprise, this son, who had not contradicted him even once since entering, was the first to decline his generous offer. Your Majesty, I do not wish to go to Shiwenua City. Feng Xian maintained a respectful demeanor and earnestly stated, I wish to attend the Heaven Do Royal Academy. You wish to go to the Heaven Do Academy? Upon hearing this, Shui could not help but furrow his brow, appearing somewhat displeased. Why would he abandon the noble position of lord to pursue studies at the academy? He found it difficult to comprehend Feng Xian's intentions. With an expressionless face, Shui regarded Feng Xian and said, You have yet to awaken your martial soul. What can you possibly achieve there? It would be prudent for you to return to Snow Nuwa City and fulfill your duties as a lord. You are nearing adulthood, and I shall hasten the arrangements for your marriage. By the way, I have heard that the youngest princess of the Barak Kingdom is of your age and possesses remarkable beauty. How would you feel about being betrothed to her? Would this be considered a form of exile? Feng Xian scoffed, distinctly perceiving that the Snowy Night Emperor was not genuinely inclined to offer him compensation, but rather wished for him to vanish from his sight expeditiously. As for the purported generous terms, they were trivial for an emperor, considering he was merely a minor lord. He held no regard for the noble title of lord nor for a princess as a spouse. His sole desire was to survive, to live in peace and security. If he could navigate 3 years safely on the Douluo Continent, he was confident in elevating his strength beyond level 50, at which point he would no longer be at the mercy of others. At present, he remained on the assassination list of Qian Rinxue. Should he heed the Snowy Night Emperor's suggestion to travel to Shiwenua City to assume the role of lord, it was likely that he would be slain by the Spirit Hall en route. Thus, remaining in Tindo City and joining a formidable Soul Master Academy appeared to be the safer course of action. After deep contemplation, Feng Xian's eyes radiated determination as he met the piercing gaze of the Snow Night Emperor, declaring, Your Majesty, I wish to attend the Tindo Royal Academy. Chapter 14. Brotherhood. The hall fell into an oppressive silence. As the Snow Night Emperor remained lost in thought, an eerie stillness enveloped the chamber, filled with an overwhelming aura of intimidation that sent a chill down Feng Xian's spine. Nevertheless, he was resolute in his stance, for this matter concerned his very existence. After a prolonged pause, the Snow Night Emperor, his expression inscrutable, fixed his gaze upon Feng Xian and finally spoke, I can grant you admission to the Tindo Royal Academy. However, should you fail to meet the Academy standards within a year and be expelled, you shall obediently assume the role of lord in Shiwenua City. Understood. A flicker of joy crossed Feng Xian's eyes as he earnestly nodded. Although the Tindo Academy is notorious for its corruption among the aristocracy, it maintains a stringent management system. Each year, students undergo an assessment of their abilities, and failure to meet the established standards results in expulsion, regardless of one's noble lineage. For newly admitted students, the Academy mandates that after a year of training, their soul power must reach at least level 21. Otherwise, they will be deemed unqualified and expelled. Presently, Feng Xian is at level 11. 1 year, 10 levels. He could not help but clench his fists, determination swirling in his gaze. With the aid of the blade system and relentless training day and night, he is confident in his ability to meet the Academy's requirements. Very well. I shall arrange for your enrollment. Shui pondered for a moment before quietly calling out, Qinghe. Feng Xuanda suddenly stirred, as if sensing something, and cast his gaze towards the left front. A tall figure gradually emerged from the depths of the grand hall. This was a young man in his 20s, with short, light golden hair and a visage as gentle as jade, extraordinarily handsome. The corners of his mouth seemed to perpetually hold a radiant smile, giving one the impression of basking in a spring breeze. He was draped in an opulent robe, and every gesture he made exuded an air of nobility, embodying the essence of a refined gentleman. Shui Qinghe. Fang Xian's eyes narrowed with coldness as he recognized the visitor, Prince Xue Qinghe of the Tiando Empire. The reality of Xue Qinghe was strikingly different from the depiction in the anime. He possessed an even more exquisite countenance, an aura of noble grace, and exuded a refined demeanor, embodying perfection in every aspect, truly an impeccable individual. Qinghe, you have heard everything. The matter of Fang Xian's enrollment is entrusted to you, Shui said with a smile, his demeanor shifting from that of a formidable emperor to that of a gentle father. His tone markedly more amiable than when addressing Fang Xian. This was the gaze and manner befitting a son he cherished dearly. And every glimpse of his most favored offspring filled him with profound satisfaction. Yes, father, Xue Qinghe replied with a subtle smile, nodding gracefully. His expression, tone, and gestures mirrored those of Emperor Shui so closely that one could scarcely distinguish between them. Were it not for Fang Xian's familiarity with the narrative of Douluo, he would never suspect that Xue Qinghe was, in fact, Qian Rinxue in disguise, as her performance was remarkably convincing, due to her royal lineage. This woman would undoubtedly become Fang Xian's most formidable adversary in the future. Very well, you may both leave now, Shui said wearily, gently closing his eyes and gesturing for them to depart. Yes, they replied in unison, respectfully bowing before gradually exiting the grand hall. Fang Xian and Xue Qinghe walked side by side in the imperial garden. Along the way, Xue Qinghe inquired about Fang Xian's well-being with a gentle demeanor, displaying no airs of a prince. Her sincere smile betrayed no artifice, leaving Fang Xian in awe of her acting prowess. It is worth noting that just the previous night, this very woman had dispatched an assassin from the Soul sect to take his life. On one hand, she sent someone to kill him, while on the other, she feigned brotherly affection with an earnest gaze that revealed no hint of insincerity. Having witnessed Qian Rinxue firsthand, he couldn't help but admire the depth of this woman's schemes and her sophistication. My dear brother, the Tiando Royal Academy is our own establishment. Rest assured and cultivate within its halls. Should any troubles arise in the future, do not hesitate to seek my assistance, Xue Qinghe declared with a carefree smile, patting her chest in assurance, exuding the confidence of an elder brother. Thank you, your highness, Fang Xian replied gratefully. Fang Xian displayed an expression of surprise, appearing both honored and flustered. Haha, between brothers, there is no need for such formality. Xue Qinghe chuckled heartily, then, with a shift in tone, his profound gaze settled on Fang Xian's face as he sternly remarked, of course, if you dare to neglect your studies within the academy and stir up trouble, I shall not hesitate to discipline you severely. I wouldn't dream of it, Fang Xian replied respectfully. I will certainly dedicate myself to my studies. I am grateful for the opportunity bestowed upon me by your highness. Xue Qinghe gently patted Fang Xian on the shoulder and said, we are brothers. There is no need for such formalities. Simply call me elder brother. What a performer. The Oscar is yours. Fang Xian hesitated for a moment. Though reluctant in his heart, he still revealed an excited smile and joyfully exclaimed, elder brother. Indeed, Xue Qinghe replied, nodding in satisfaction, and spoke earnestly. You must believe, dear brother, that although our father may not acknowledge you, he still harbors love for you. At this juncture, he produced a golden token from his bosom and handed it to Fang Xian. This is my insignia, representing my status as the crown prince. Should you encounter any troubles in the future, you may present this token at the palace to seek my assistance. No one shall dare to obstruct you. Fang Xian slowly accepted the prince's token, tears welling in his eyes as he emotionally declared, since my mother passed away, no one has ever treated me with such kindness. Suddenly, he burst into loud sobs, enveloping Xue Qinghe in a tight embrace, exclaiming, brother. Xue Qinghe's body stiffened, acutely aware of the robust figure pressed against her chest. This intimate contact sent a shiver coursing through her. It was the first time she had ever been embraced so closely by a man since her maturation, and her rationality teetered on the brink of collapse, compelling her to instinctively attempt to push Fang Xian away. However, to her astonishment, Fang Xian unleashed an incredible strength, his arms clamping around her slender waist like iron pincers, rendering her unable to escape. In a moment of desperation, she prepared to unleash her soul power to shake off Fang Xian. Brother, I have finally found a family member. Fang Xian, overwhelmed with tears and snot, buried his face deep into the embrace of Xue Qinghe, vigorously wiping his nose against the luxurious fabric of the latter's robe. Moreover, his hands were not idle. He forcefully slapped the other's backside. The sound echoed sharply, and beneath her facade, Qian Rinxue nearly fainted from indignation, her recently gathered soul power dissipating uncontrollably. I may not be able to defeat you now, but I shall first disgust you. Fang Xian couldn't help but chuckle mischievously to himself. Chapter 15. Farewell. Until we meet again. At the palace gates, Fang Xian waved his small hand excitedly, bidding farewell to Qian Rinxue. Farewell. Qian Rinxue gritted her teeth in frustration, yet forced a radiant smile, having just endured Fang Xian's relentless poking. She was confident in her flawless disguise, believing she had concealed her true identity as a woman. Moreover, Fang Xian's tears appeared genuinely heartfelt, not feigned. Surely, he must have been truly moved to tears, she concluded, were it not for her certainty in maintaining her anonymity. She might have thought Fang Xian was intentionally taking advantage of her. Ouch, that hurts. At that moment, a searing pain radiated from her posterior. Qian Rushue's delicate face flushed crimson as her jade-like hand instinctively touched the slightly swollen area, driving her into a frenzy. That little rascal. Just moments ago. Fang Xian had channeled all his soul power into that slap. Even a stone could have been shattered by such force. The impact on Qian Rushue's tender backside left her feeling both humiliated and enraged, not to mention the pain. However, as she regained her composure, her eyes gradually turned cold. Devoid of any emotional fluctuation, murmuring to herself, how did he survive all of this? Qian Rushue was exceptionally efficient in her tasks. By around 2 in the afternoon, Fang Xian had just finished his lunch when he received the admission notice from the Tiando Royal Academy. To be honest, this familiar scene evoked memories of when he received his acceptance letter from Tsinghua University. It was as bland as water, devoid of joy or sorrow. He recalled his first reaction back, then was to eat a bowl of instant noodles to calm his nerves. Simultaneously, news of the Snow Knight Emperor summoning Fang Xian and the wasteful prince joining the Tiando Royal Academy spread like wildfire throughout Tiando City. Within half a day, it became common knowledge. Hey, did you hear? That wasteful prince is joining the Tiando Royal Academy. What is the matter? Can a country bumpkin really become a phoenix? A talentless individual without a martial soul, incapable of cultivation, what difference would it make if he entered the Tiando Academy? It would merely squander the empire's resources. Humph. You fools know nothing. The royal family's actions are laden with significance. Think about it. Why would the Snow Knight Emperor suddenly summon that illegitimate son, who had been left to wander the streets for over a decade? Could he be the heir apparent? No, that's impossible. The empire already has a prince. Just wait and see. There's a spectacle to behold. Walking down the street, Fang Xian could feel the peculiar gazes directed at him. The surrounding people were abuzz with discussions, eagerly conversing about his affairs. He was indeed the center of attention. It felt rather akin to that of a celebrity. And he found it rather pleasant. Fang Xian maintained a serene demeanor, exhibiting no signs of discomfort. He first returned home to gather some fresh clothing, then meticulously secured the doors and windows before making his way to the Tiando Royal Academy. Time is of the essence. He aimed to seize every moment to enhance his strength and strive to carve out a place for himself in the Douluo Continent. Thus, he resolved not to squander any time and planned to relocate to the academy that very day to embark on his path of cultivation. Just as he stepped out of Tiando City, a melodious voice echoed behind him. Hey, Fang Xian. The somewhat familiar voice caused Fang Xian to pause momentarily, instinctively. He turned to look back and saw a stunning blue-haired girl swiftly approaching him. As she ran, the girl radiated a captivating smile and waved energetically at Fang Xian. It was Shui Binger. This was not a good sign. The creditor had arrived. Fang Xian noticed Shui Binger and realized the gravity of the situation. He quickly turned his head away, feigning ignorance, and hastily fled towards the outskirts of the city. Alas, why are you running away? Shui Binger's smile gradually stiffened. She greeted Fang Xian with a smile, but he not only ignored her but also turned and ran, which infuriated her. Stop right there. With a forceful stamp of her foot, icy blue soul energy surged around her, and an ethereal image of a sacred ice phoenix flickered upon her form. She directly summoned her martial spirit, and a pair of enormous wings behind her flapped vigorously, transforming her into a streak of light as she pursued Fang Xian ahead. Whoosh! The aerial pursuit was swifter than any grounded escape, and with Shui Binger being a soul sovereign, her strength far surpassed that of Fang Xian, allowing her to catch up in the blink of an eye. With her blue hair flowing and wings unfurling behind her, she hovered in the air like a celestial being, exuding unparalleled beauty. A hint of anger surfaced on her exquisitely delicate face as she glared discontentedly at Fang Xian below. Why are you running? Am I so terrifying? I want tea bite, she exclaimed, vexed. Faced with the furious girl blocking his path, Fang Xian rubbed his temples in mild frustration, awkwardly clearing his throat, and said, Oh, aren't you that person? What a coincidence to run into you here. Shui Bingo slowly descended from the air, her gaze lingering on Fang Xian with a hint of melancholy, and sighed. We are leaving. Today is our farewell to you. What? You're leaving? Really? Fang Xian's face was alight with surprise, nearly on the verge of uttering a word of praise. His exuberance, however, only served to infuriate Shui Binger further, igniting a burning resentment within her. I have heard that you have joined the Tiando Royal Academy? Shui Bingo endeavored to maintain her composure, fixing her gaze upon Fang Xian. Indeed, Fang Xian replied with a solemn nod. Then we shall be adversaries from this point forward. Shui Binger's eyes sharpened with determination as she declared, her voice tinged with indignation. In 2 years, the elite competition of advanced Soul Master Academies will take place across the continent. We shall meet on the battlefield, and I will personally defeat you. Oh, Fang Xian responded nonchalantly. At that moment, Shui Binger bit her crimson lip gently, her long eyelashes fluttering subtly, presenting a look both enchanting and melancholic as she cast a lingering glance at Fang Xian. I am about to leave. Do you not have anything you wish to say to me? Fang Xian pondered for a moment before earnestly advising, from now on, focus on your studies at Tianshui Academy. Do not wander aimlessly in Tiando City. Go to hell. I never wish to see you again. Shui Bingo's large eyes misted over as she shot Fang Xian a fierce glare, indignantly turning away. Fang Xian could not help but reveal a contented smile. having finally driven the girl away. Being in the company of his creditor made even the air he breathed feel stifling. It was utterly uncomfortable. Thus, it was decided, let there be no further encounters in the future. Chapter 16. Enrollment at the Tiando Royal Academy. Despite boasting a robust faculty and cutting-edge training facilities. Renowned as the foremost academy in the empire, it has seen a significant decline in the emergence of powerful soul masters in recent years. With none achieving fame on the continent, the few who manage to enter Tiando Academy are seldom truly skilled. Rather, most gain admission through connections and noble titles, which serves as the fundamental reason for the academy's gradual decline. The institution's status continues to diminish, with teachers desperately seeking genuine talent, yearning for the arrival of true prodigies. Yet today, the academy is set to welcome a new student, not the genius the teachers had long anticipated, but rather Fang Xian, who has brazenly entered through the back door of connections. As dusk descends, the sunset blazes like fire, stretching for miles and painting the sky in hues of crimson. Fang Xian, treading upon the remnants of the setting sun, hastened along the path and finally arrived at the Tiando Royal Academy just before dusk. At the entrance of the academy, Qian Rinxue, clad in male attire, stood quietly beneath a ginkgo tree, her golden hair dancing in the breeze, exuding an air of regal elegance. Even in disguise, she possessed an unparalleled grace. It is truly wonderful to see you, brother. Upon spotting Qian Rinxue, Fang Xian immediately rushed forward with exuberance, eager to envelop her in a warm embrace. However, this time, Qian Rinxue was well prepared. With a deft push of her toes against the ground, she nimbly retreated 3 steps, skillfully evading Fang Xian. Young brother, one must not be disrespectful in public. Qian Rinxue stood with her hands clasped behind her back, her delicate face adorned with a hint of annoyance as she gently reprimanded him. Alas, unable to tease Qian Rinxue as he had wished, Fang Xian felt a pang of regret in his heart. Nevertheless, a radiant smile illuminated his face as he feigned the demeanor of a dutiful and charming younger brother, respectfully trailing beside Qian Rinxue as they made their way into the academy. As they passed through the grand entrance, the 2 guards, upon realizing that Fang Xian was walking alongside the crown prince, turned pale with fear. It was as if a golden phoenix had emerged from a humble nest. Just moments ago, he was a mere commoner, and now he had transformed into the esteemed prince. We greet your highness. The guards trembled in trepidation, bending their backs as far as they could, their foreheads striking the ground heavily, bowing in an almost servile manner to pay their respects to Fang Xian. Fang Xian chose to disregard the 2 individuals and followed Qian Rinxue, calmly making their way into the academy. The Tiando Academy, nestled within the mountains, boasts an expansive territory adorned with breathtaking scenery and invigorating, fresh air. Lifting one's gaze reveals towering edifices, while the streets are lined with robust pines and cypresses. With each passing garden, one is greeted by splendid flower beds bursting with vibrant blossoms and myriad hues. Our esteemed Tiando Royal Academy currently accommodates approximately 500 students, all hailing from the noble families of the empire and its affiliated kingdoms. The faculty comprises over 50 highly skilled elite soul masters, making our teaching staff among the finest on the entire continent. A hint of pride graced Qian Rinxue's visage as she, akin to a proud hostess, patiently elaborated on the formidable advantages of Tiando Academy, exhibiting a touch of ostentation. Fang Xian listened in silence, yet his heart was filled with quiet derision. Who does not know that the Heaven Do Academy, renowned for its wealth, is unable to cultivate true talent? Qian Rinxue was evidently attempting to flaunt the strengths of the Heaven Do Academy while sidestepping its shortcomings. However, Fang Xian possessed a far deeper and more intricate understanding of this world than she could ever grasp, rendering her little tricks utterly transparent to him. Little brother, why do you seem to be smirking? After a considerable pause, Qian Rinxue noticed that as she delved deeper into her introduction, Fang Xian's expression appeared somewhat ludicrous, prompting her to furrow her brow slightly. You seem to be delighted. Fang Xian resolutely stated, I am truly honored to join such an extraordinary institution as the Tiando Academy. Qian Rinxue cast a skeptical glance at Fang Xian, refraining from further inquiries. She clasped her hands behind her back, continuing to embody the role of a responsible elder brother, and proceeded to provide Fang Xian with a detailed introduction to the academy. The students of the academy are categorized into 3 distinct levels: the Tianwei level, the Tianji level, and the Tiando level, arranged from lowest to highest. Newly enrolled students with a power level below 25 are classified as Tianwei level. Those with levels ranging from 25 to 30 are considered Tianji level, and those exceeding 30 constitute the elite Tiando level. It is said that those who attain the Tiando level are all exceptionally gifted prodigies. At this juncture, Qian Rinxue gazed deeply at Fang Xian and remarked, Little brother, I hope you too can eventually surpass the 30-level mark and become a Tiando level student. Indeed, I shall strive diligently, Fang Xian replied, unwavering in his resolve despite recognizing Qian Rinxue's insincerity. The classification for teachers mirrors that of the students. Soul masters above level 40 are designated as Tianwei level, those above 50 as Tianji level, and those above 60 as Tiando level. Qian Rinxue elaborated, each level of students is taught by instructors of the corresponding level. For instance, as you have just enrolled and belong to the Tianwei level, your future mentor guiding your cultivation will be a teacher of at least level 40. Oh, I comprehend now. Fang Xian nodded in understanding, noting that this detail was absent from the texts. Rest assured. The teacher I have chosen for you is the foremost educator within this celestial microrealm, known as Ruo Lan. I am confident that she will guide you diligently. Qian Rinxue remarked with a smile, gently patting Fang Xian's shoulder. It is quite late today. You should report to teacher Ruo Lan tomorrow and thereafter. Devote yourself to her tutelage. Understood, Fang Xian replied. Qian Rinxue then led Fang Xian on a comprehensive tour of the entire Tiando Academy, providing detailed insights about the campus areas, dormitories, and training grounds. As darkness enveloped the sky, she guided him into the main campus area, where in the northernmost part, there lay a secluded courtyard, his new residence. This abode comprised 3 immaculate rooms, a quaint courtyard, a reception area, a restroom, and a bathing space, all impeccably equipped with the essentials, offering a rather favorable living condition. After such an extensive exploration, Fang Xian found the courtyard to be the most satisfying. Well then, it is getting late. I must take my leave, Qian Rinxue said with a gentle smile, preparing to bid farewell to Fang Xian. Brother, could you give me a hug before you go? Fang Xian was filled with gratitude as he opened his arms, ready to rush towards Qian Rinxue. Ah, you continue your cultivation here. I shall take my leave. Seeing Fang Xian about to leap forward, Qian Rinxue was taken aback and hastily urged him to take care before swiftly departing. In every conceivable aspect, Qian Rinxue's performance today was impeccable, truly embodying the qualities of a loyal and caring older brother. Fang Xuanxin, with a mind as clear as a polished mirror, refrained from shattering it. Instead, he intended to leverage the benevolent identity of Xue Qinghe, the righteous elder brother, to extract some benefits from Qian Rinxue. Could I borrow a sum of 1 or 200,000? As my elder brother, you surely wouldn't refuse, he mused, playfully toying with the pure gold princess token, a mischievous grin creeping across his face. Having successfully gained admission to the Tiando Academy, all was in readiness. In Fang Xian's eyes surged a resolute determination. It was time to embark on the path of cultivation. He swiftly unsheathed the shadowless blade under the tranquil night sky and fervently began to refine his sword-drawing technique. Chapter 17. A hasty year time flew by, and a year had passed. At the Tiando Royal Academy, the training grounds were in disarray. This is terrible. The Zijing Lion Mastiff has broken through to a 1,000-year soul beast and escaped from its cage. The news of the 1,000-year soul beast's escape spread like wildfire, sending waves of panic through the previously tranquil students. The Zijing Mastiff, a king among soul beasts, had become terrifyingly powerful upon reaching the 1,000-year mark. Even ordinary soul sages stood no chance against it. Quickly, find a teacher. The sudden escape of the Zijing Mastiff caught many students off guard, plunging them into a state of terror. In an instant, dozens of students scattered like frightened birds. Roar! At that moment, a thunderous roar echoed through the sky. A colossal shadow descended, crashing to the ground like a cannonball, obliterating 2 unsuspecting Tianhua-level students into a gruesome pulp. Roar! 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 It was the Zijing Mastiff. Its entire body glowing with an eerie purple light, its massive frame comparable to a house, its fearsome jaws unleashing a torrent of furious roars. An aura of dread enveloping the area. Oh no! The surrounding students turned pale at the sight of the Zijing Mastiff. Most of them were around level 20. Some had just enrolled and had yet to reach level 20. Even if they banded together, they would still be no match for the 1,000-year Zijing Mastiff. Teacher! Where's the teacher? What do we do? We're going to be killed. Run. Quickly escape. Given the sudden nature of the soul beast escape, and the absence of teachers in the vicinity, panic ensued, and the only thought in their minds was to flee. However, evading the grasp of a 1,000-year soul beast was no easy feat. Activate the soul rings, summon the martial spirits. In the face of this life and death crisis, the students unleashed their martial spirits, revealing an array of peculiar forms. Weapons like swords, forks, and halberds, as well as animal forms like dogs, cows, and sheep. The variety was astounding, yet most were merely ordinary martial spirits, lacking true strength. As for their soul rings, many possessed only 1 white and 1 yellow ring, while some had just a solitary white ring, rendering their power unimpressive. Despite their collective display of martial spirits, they could not match the might of the Zijing Mastiff. The beast exhaled flames, engulfed in an aura of murderous intent, its iron claws tearing through the air as it struck at the students, creating a fierce gust that knocked several to the ground. In an instant, a fireball shot forth, sending a multitude of students flying. Those who were close enough had half their bodies charred, their flesh mangled, a sight most tragic. The Zijing Mastiff's overwhelming ferocity proved unassailable, and within moments, over 20 students in the training ground were defeated. Ah, it hurts so much. My right arm, it's broken. It's so hot. I'm burned. Someone help me. The students were all injured, some with fractures, others scorched, and some torn by the Zijing Mastiff's claws, writhing in agony as they screamed like slaughtered pigs. The Zijing Mastiff's cold gaze betrayed no emotion as it let out a deep growl, swiftly charging towards the wounded, intent on slaughtering them all. It's over. We're all going to die here. As the Zijing Mastiff drew closer, despair gripped the hearts of the injured students, too weak to even lift their arms. They could only await their doom in silence. Accompanied by a delicate fragrance, countless pure white petals began to fall from the sky. These petals were peculiar, resembling flowers yet not entirely flowers, and upon closer inspection, they appeared to be formed of white light. One petal gently descended upon the head of an injured student, and with a flicker of ethereal light, it seamlessly melded into his body. What is this? The student expressed shock as his body trembled involuntarily. A warm current akin to a soothing spring flowed within him, miraculously healing his wounds, even allowing him to raise his fractured arm once more. The other students experienced similar miraculous recoveries as the strange petals healed their injuries. Behind them stood a girl, whose presence had gone unnoticed until now. She appeared to be around 14 or 15, her radiant silver hair cascading down her back, clad in a black dress, her face obscured by a veil, rendering her features indistinguishable. Only her ice-blue eyes were visible, devoid of emotion, exuding an air of solitude and indifference atypical for someone of her age. In her hand, she held a pink begonia flower, radiating a pure light, blooming gracefully. She was Yulingling, the heir of the nine-heart begonia. The students instantly recognized the extraordinary flower-shaped martial spirit, famed throughout the continent for its ability to heal all within its range. And this girl was the contemporary heir of the nine-heart begonia. Stand up. Never lose hope for survival, no matter the circumstances. The cool and resolute voice of Yulingling emerged from beneath her veil, stirring the despondent students, igniting a sense of shame within them. Brothers, let us fight this beast. Under the full healing capabilities of the nine-heart begonia, the students' injuries healed instantaneously, their morale soaring as they rallied, eyes ablaze with determination, charging towards the Zijing Mastiff. A flicker of confusion crossed the Zijing Mastiff's cold eyes. It seemed bewildered as to why those it had just injured were suddenly rejuvenated. Having cultivated for a millennium, it had developed some intelligence. When its gaze landed on Yulingling behind the crowd, its eyes ignited with a chilling glare, finally uncovering the cause of its perplexity. Roar! Roar! The Zijing Mastiff howled, rampaging through the throngs like a war tank, scattering anyone in its path, until it barreled towards Yulingling at the back, swinging a massive claw to strike her down. Yulingling let out a piercing scream, her fragile form sent flying 13 meters, crashing heavily beneath a massive maple tree. Oh no! Quickly, protect Yulingling. By the time the students realized what had happened, the Zijing Mastiff was already upon her, its colossal claw aimed at her head, ready to strike down. At that moment, all attention was fixed on Yulingling, yet no one noticed the black-haired youth standing silently beneath the maple tree, where he had remained for an entire day. With his eyes tightly shut, he pressed down, his left hand resting on the scabbard, his right hand gripping the hilt, poised in a stance to draw his blade. But he had yet to make his move. From the very beginning, no one noticed the presence of the young boy, who stood silently as if he were one with nature, his breath synchronizing with the melody of the gentle breeze. Am I to perish? The dread of death surged forth, and Yulingling gazed at the enormous iron claw descending upon her, fear flickering in her eyes, her heart engulfed in despair. Just as the Zijing Shurmao was about to deliver a fatal blow, the boy unleashed a day's worth of accumulated energy, erupting with tremendous force at that very moment. A long blade, as white as snow, suddenly broke free from its sheath. Chapter 18. Breakthrough. Grand Soul Master. The longsword surged forth with an imposing aura, carrying a fierce wind imbued with murderous intent, cleaving through the void and striking violently upon the head of the Zijing Shurmao. Boom! The chilling blade tore through the flesh of the Zijing Shurmao, shattering its iron-like skull with an overwhelming might, purple blood gushing forth in a chaotic spray. How could this be possible? A profound silence enveloped the arena. The surrounding students stood in stunned disbelief, bewildered glances converging from all directions, ultimately focusing on the black-haired youth. With a single stroke, he had slain a millennium-old soul beast. Who on earth is this individual? The crowd was astounded. Even Yulingling stared blankly at the unfamiliar boy before her, her eyes brimming with shock. She had no recollection of anyone so formidable emerging from the academy. Excellent. A successful strike. Reward, Soul Power 1. A cold mechanical voice echoed in his mind. The black-haired youth's lips curled into a faint smile, a glimmer of joy finally illuminating his stern countenance. This young man was none other than Fang Xian. Unbeknownst to him, a year had passed, compared to a year prior. His stature was more upright, his eyes deeper, and his raven hair thick as a waterfall. He resembled a sword drawn from its sheath, sharp and unstoppable. His swordsmanship had become even more refined, and his soul power had significantly increased. Now, even when facing formidable soul respect level adversaries, he felt no fear. He sensed that his swordsmanship was currently at a bottleneck, tantalizingly close to reaching a higher realm. Congratulations, your soul power has reached its maximum. Current soul power, 200200. You may upgrade. Would you like to upgrade immediately? Fang Xian noticed that the surrounding students were all staring at him, and he immediately furrowed his brow. Suppressing the excitement within, he first sheathed his shadowless blade and then swiftly departed from the training ground. Under the gaze of so many, he had no desire to advance in such circumstances. In the northern part of the main campus, there lay a modest courtyard. Fang Xian sat cross-legged, quietly elevating his level. A golden radiance emanated from his entire being, exuding a sacred majesty. A tremendous energy surged and roared within him, akin to a tsunami sweeping through his veins, continuously augmenting his soul power. After approximately 3 minutes, the system's notification chimed. Level up successful. Congratulations on advancing to Great Soul Master. Reward: Divine Blade 1, Level 21. Great Soul Master. Joy surged in Fang Xian's eyes as he reflected on his relentless dedication to honing his sword-drawing technique. He had tirelessly devoted an entire year to this endeavor and had finally ascended to the realm of a Grand Soul Master. Following the significant breakthrough, he began to examine his personal information. Ultimate Sword Drawing System Host. Fang Xian Level. LV21 Title. Grand Soul Master Soul Power. 0210 Proficiency. Basic Sword Drawing Technique. 99-100. Divine Gifted Blade. 1 Martial Soul. Ice Phoenix Soul. Initial Level 51-100. Talent. Frost Blade for every 10 levels. A reward is granted for utilizing the Divine Gifted Blade. Having just reached level 21, he was afforded the opportunity to use the Divine Gifted Blade once more, enabling him to continue replicating martial souls. With this thought, excitement bubbled within him. He needed to meticulously select formidable martial souls as candidates for replication, lest he squander this precious opportunity. After a year of arduous training, his sword-drawing technique had become increasingly refined and formidable, manifesting significant enhancements in strength, speed, and momentum. Presently, he successfully drew his sword approximately 5 times daily, earning an average of 5 soul power points each day, amounting to around 150 points per month, a relatively swift progression at lower levels. However, Fang Xian furrowed his brow at the realization that the proficiency of his sword-drawing technique and martial soul talent was progressing at an agonizingly slow pace. After a year of relentless practice, the proficiency of the Ice Phoenix Soul had only reached 51 points, a mere half of what was required for the next upgrade. As for the proficiency in basic sword-drawing technique, its growth resembled that of a sluggish tortoise, having increased by only 9 points over the entire year. A month prior, he had already attained a proficiency level of 99-100, yet he remained stubbornly stuck at this juncture, unable to make any further advancements. This predicament filled him with frustration, as the enhancement of his sword-drawing proficiency proved exceedingly arduous. Nevertheless, upon reflection, it became evident that such difficulty in advancing the sword-drawing technique must imply that the rewards reaped from a breakthrough would be immensely substantial. Fang Xian's eyes sparkled with anticipation for the upgraded sword-drawing technique. Suddenly, a gentle knocking echoed from the door, reminiscent of an approaching guest. Fang Xian raised an eyebrow, closed his eyes, and feigned ignorance. "I saw you enter." After a while, a chilling voice emanated from outside the door. Fang Xian paused, unable to suppress a slight curl of his lips, as he reluctantly approached the entrance and opened the tightly shut door. Instantly, a petite and delicate figure came into view. It was a silver-haired little girl, shrouded in black veil, clad in a dark dress, her icy blue eyes reflecting a sorrowful essence that was strikingly atypical for one of her tender age. Fang Xian was momentarily taken aback, instantly recognizing the silver-haired little girl before him as Yi Lingling, the contemporary heir of the undying Nine Hearts Begonia martial soul. At the Tiando Royal Academy, Yi Lingling is renowned as a prodigious young talent, having ascended to the Soul Master realm at a remarkably tender age, making her one of the few female students of Tiando level in the academy. Although she seldom removes her veil, her extraordinary and ethereal demeanor allows one to surmise the exquisite beauty concealed beneath that black fabric. Countless young men have yearned to unveil Yi Lingling's visage, hoping for a glimpse of her true countenance, yet their desires remain unfulfilled. Additionally, there is another Tiando-level prodigy, Douluo Yin, who possesses formidable strength and unparalleled beauty, earning her the status of the Academy's belle. The melancholic grace of Yi Lingling starkly contrasts with the enchanting allure of Douluo Yin, both of whom are prominent figures within the Academy, celebrated as the dual beauties of Tiando. Upon witnessing Yi Lingling's unexpected arrival at his residence, Fang Xian felt a twinge of surprise, uncertain of the purpose behind her visit. After a moment of hesitation, Yi Lingling mustered the courage to meet Fang Xian's gaze and earnestly spoke. "I am Yi Lingling. Thank you for saving me today." "You are most welcome." Fang Xian cast a fleeting glance at Yi Lingling before calmly closing the door. Rejected, Yi Lingling stood frozen in place, her gaze fixed on the shut door, a flicker of irritation rising inexplicably within her. With determination, she pushed open the gate of Fang Xian's residence. "I have come sincerely to express my gratitude," she exclaimed, striding into the courtyard, her cheeks puffed in indignation as she addressed Fang Xian. "Have I not already responded to you sincerely? No need for thanks. Farewell." Fang Xian, filled with doubt, inquired, "When exactly did I save you?" "Just a moment ago. You rescued me from that monstrous sieging Shermao. Don't you remember?" Yi Lingling replied. "Ah, were you truly present? I didn't notice you." Fang Xian expressed his confusion, pondering that the little girl had such a low presence that he completely failed to recall her. With her eyes glistening, Yi Lingling gently bit her lip and said, "It matters not if you do not remember. I dislike being in debt to others. I came specifically to repay you. Feel free to state any request. I shall do my utmost to fulfill it. Do you truly wish to repay me?" Fang Xian's lips curled into a slight smile. Indeed. Yi Lingling nodded her small head obediently. Then allow me to strike you once. Yi Lingling was momentarily taken aback as a golden long blade suddenly swung towards her, its edge radiating with divine brilliance, engulfing her in a blinding light. Chapter 19. The Second Martial Soul. Nine-hearted begonia. After the incident, she exclaimed. You actually struck me. Yi Lingling's large eyes shimmered with unshed tears as she looked at the indifferent Fang Xian, appearing quite at a loss. Yes, I did. Fang Xian maintained a calm demeanor, as if discussing a matter entirely unrelated to himself. The silver-haired little girl, visibly agitated, rushed before Fang Xian, her eyes wide and unblinking as she glared at him. Her voice tinged with grievance. How could you treat me that way? I have never been subjected to such rudeness in my entire life. The event had transpired, and regret proved futile. One must accept this harsh reality. Fang Xian, gazing at the seemingly soulless Yi Lingling, added, Furthermore, I will not take responsibility. The deed has been done. What purpose do you serve now? Hurry and tidy yourself up, and vacate my home. Do you wish for me to cast you out? Fang Xian furrowed his brows, tempted to hoist the bothersome little lowly and toss her out against the wall. Yi Lingling, puffing her cheeks, sat down before Fang Xian, silent yet fixated on him, as if she were silently sulking. TCH. Fang Xian closed his eyes, disregarding the glaring Yi Lingling before him, and immersed himself in a meticulous examination of his recent gains. Ding dong. Congratulations, you have acquired the soul of the Nine-Heart Sea Peony. A new talent has been unlocked, the Blade of Healing. The Nine-Heart Sea Peony is a top-tier auxiliary martial soul, renowned for its immortality. This particular martial soul is passed down through a singular lineage, with only one inheritor allowed per generation. Should two soul masters of the Nine-Heart Sea Peony coexist, only upon the demise of one could the potential for another arise, rendering it exceedingly rare. Although, in the latter stages, Yi Lingling's character had long been forsaken by the author, and the Nine-Heart Sea Peony was scarcely mentioned again. It shone briefly like a meteor, disappearing from the narrative thereafter. Yet, no one could overlook the formidable healing prowess of the Nine-Heart Sea Peony. In the ensuing clash between the Imperial Fighting Team and the Shrek 7 monsters, the Nine-Heart Sea Peony, serving as the auxiliary soul master for the Imperial Fighting Team, posed a significant threat to the Shrek 7 monsters. Its exceptional supportive capabilities even made Ning Rongrong, who possessed the 7 treasures glazed pagoda, feel a sense of inferiority. Regrettably, no one could triumph over the protagonist's halo, especially in the unparalleled realm of Douluo. Tang San, all the women I have fought have fallen for me. Even those I could not defeat have succumbed to my charm. Following this battle, the Nine-Heart Sea Peony was completely overshadowed in the crowd, never to be mentioned again. The Nine-Heart Sea Peony possesses a singular ability. Regardless of the number of soul rings it wields, it boasts but one soul skill, collective area healing. This all-encompassing healing capability is crucial in team battles. Furthermore, the higher the rank of the soul master, the more soul rings they possess, and the more potent the healing effect becomes. The title of Immortal Nine-Heart Sea Peony is not mere hyperbole. If a soul master with the 9 hearts Sea Peony martial soul were to reach the rank of title Douluo, or even transcend to the divine level, the ability to revive the deceased might no longer be a fanciful dream. Fang Xian felt a surge of excitement. The potential for the 9 hearts begonia's development surpassed even that of the Ice Phoenix by a considerable margin. Strongest Blade System Host. Fang Xian Level. LV21 Title. Grand Soul Master Soul Power. 0210 Proficiency. Basic Blade Technique. 99-100. Divine Blade. 0 Martial Soul. Ice Phoenix Soul. Initial 51-100. 9 Hearts Begonia Soul. Initial 01-100. Talent. Ice Blade. Healing Blade. Upon accessing his personal information, the 9 Hearts Begonia and Healing Blade had automatically been incorporated into the attribute framework. The initial tier of the 9 Hearts Begonia would unlock the talent Healing Blade. And as the 9 Hearts Begonia ascends to greater heights, one can only wonder what miraculous effects might emerge. Fang Xian felt a surge of anticipation within. The successful replication of his martial soul beckoned him to test the healing prowess of the 9 Hearts Sea Tang. However, to gauge the efficacy of the treatment, a test subject was required. As he opened his eyes, he beheld Yi Lingling before him, and a dangerous smile crept upon his lips. What are you planning to do? The silver-haired little girl noticed Fang Xian's mischievous grin and instinctively shrank back, sensing that this rogue was about to enact some nefarious deed upon her. Yi Lingling, is it? Greetings, I am Fang Xian. I sincerely apologize for so abruptly striking you earlier. Fang Xian's handsome visage radiated a gentle smile, as bright as the sun, earnestly offering his apology to Yi Lingling. For some inexplicable reason, that warm smile, akin to the caress of a spring breeze, set her heart racing, her cheeks aflame, and her breath quickening. She dared not meet Fang Xian's gaze and could only whisper in a voice as faint as a mosquito's, It's all right. I suppose I wasn't hurt. Then, I wish to strike you once more. Do prepare yourself mentally. Yi Lingling was momentarily stunned, her previous delightful fantasies about Fang Xian evaporating in an instant. With a hint of agitation, she exclaimed, What? You still wish to harm me? Fang Xian considered himself to be quite the gentleman. Before he struck down his adversary, he offered a courteous warning, believing that throughout the entirety of Douluo Continent, no one could rival his level of gallantry. No, I disagree. You are a villain. The silver-haired little girl finally awakened to the reality, glaring at Fang Xian in indignation. She had come to the realization that she had unwittingly wandered into a den of wolves, and this seemingly handsome individual, who had fortuitously rescued her, was in fact a genuine predator. Reacting swiftly, she sensed the impending danger and darted towards the door, intent on fleeing this terrifying lair of wolves. But escape? Where could she possibly flee? Could she truly evade him? Fang Xian gazed at the hurriedly fleeing silver-haired little girl, a standard villainous smile gracing his face. An auxiliary soul master dared to intrude upon my territory and still wished to escape? Heh, little rabbit, best surrender obediently. His soul power surged within him. With a powerful thrust of his foot, he slammed the ground, propelling himself forward like a piercing arrow, swiftly catching up to the fleeing Yi Lingling. Just as Yi Lingling crossed the threshold, Fang Xian was upon her, and a wave of fear washed over her, prompting an instinctive cry for help. Ah, help me. Silence. Or beware, I shall strike you. Fang Xian pressed his hand over Yi Lingling's mouth, coldly reprimanding her. His actions were rather brusque as he forcefully dragged the struggling little girl back to his home. Now that the chopping is done, allow me to make use of you, my little tool. As the door slowly closed, a series of ambiguous phrases quietly echoed in the courtyard. Chapter 20, 100 Ways to Utilize a Little Girl. This is the first time for me to experience such a thing. With her long eyelashes fluttering slightly, the silver-haired little girl shut her eyes, seemingly resigned to her fate. What a coincidence, it is my first time too, Fang Xian remarked, feeling a tinge of nervousness. Do not be afraid, I am a professional. Ah, it hurts. Shoo. With a fruit knife in hand, Fang Xian ruthlessly made a shallow incision on Yi Lingling's chubby little hand, crimson droplets of blood slowly emerging and pooling in her palm. Throughout this ordeal, the silver-haired little girl wept, her expression heart-wrenching. Oh dear, it's merely a superficial cut. Must you cry so vehemently? After laboring for a while, merely cutting her finger, Fang Xian found himself somewhat at a loss for words. The little girl was sobbing uncontrollably, and he felt a pang of compassion. Initially, he had contemplated severing a hand to see if it would regenerate. Yet, witnessing Yi Lingling's distress, he could not bring himself to do so. Instead, he made a gentle cut, about a centimeter long, without even grazing the bone. I am truly too merciful. Fang Xian shook his head with a sigh. Often troubled by his own kindness. Why don't you just cut off your own fingers? Yi Lingling said, feeling aggrieved. Because it hurts, Fang Xian now remarked. Only a fool would resort to severing their own fingers. As for cutting someone else's, it would not hurt them, would it? After all, I do not feel the pain. The taciturn little girl, Yi Lingling, seemed perfectly suited to serve as a test subject. Fang Xiandao intended to experiment with the healing abilities of the newly acquired nine-hearted begonia martial soul upon her. Within him, a pristine white begonia flower floated serenely, its translucent petals radiating a sacred luminescence, harmonizing beautifully with the proud ice phoenix nearby, creating a picturesque and tranquil tableau. As he gradually infused soul power, the nine-hearted begonia appeared to come alive, beginning to bloom gracefully, waves of vibrant energy coursing through his body and swiftly transferring to the blade. The shadowless knife shimmered with a divine light reminiscent of moonlight, gently sweeping through the air, unleashing a flurry of snow-white petals that danced softly, presenting a scene of divine beauty. The healing blade. A single white petal descended upon Yi Lingling's injured finger, instantly transforming into a glimmering stream that merged into the wound. What followed was a miraculous sight. The 1 centimeter-long cut began to heal at an astonishingly visible speed. Before long, it was completely restored. What is this? Is it your soul skill? It resembles my nine-hearted begonia so closely. Yi Lingling gazed in astonishment, her ice-blue eyes filled with wonder. The rapid recovery of her injury was truly an incredible feat of healing, strikingly similar to her own nine-hearted begonia. A knife can heal wounds too? How utterly astonishing. The silver-haired little girl was utterly perplexed, unable to comprehend what this big bad wolf had done. I shall not tell you. Fang Xian felt a surge of satisfaction, pleased with the healing power of the treatment blade. After a moment of contemplation, he deemed it necessary to keep today's events a secret. Suddenly, he adopted a stern demeanor, menacingly warning the young girl, remember, today's occurrences must not be spoken of, otherwise, beware that I may seek a secluded spot to strike you again. No. I shall return and inform the teacher, exposing your secrets and revealing your misdeeds. Yi Lingling seemed to have finally found an opportunity to retaliate against Fang Xian, her lips subtly pouting beneath the veil of darkness. Fang Xian was momentarily taken aback, not anticipating that the silver-haired little girl would be so oblivious to the situation. It seemed necessary to teach her that strength is the ultimate truth. He extended his hands, grasping her cheeks and forcefully pulling them apart. Through the layer of black gauze, he could feel the astonishing elasticity of the young maiden's face. She would not yield. Unless what? What must you do to persuade me to keep your secret? Fang Xian's interest was piqued. He had not expected this little tool to dare to negotiate with him. Unless you treat me to a meal, Yi Lingling declared. A meal? Fang Xian pondered for a moment, then nodded and said, very well, I shall treat you to a meal. Yi Lingling's eyes curved into crescent moons. and through the translucent black veil, one could faintly discern the brilliant smile adorning her youthful face. However, it will be you who pays the bill. Is that acceptable? Yilingling was taken aback, her smile instantly freezing, and she became quite displeased. It was not that Fang Xian was miserly, but rather that he was genuinely devoid of funds. The cost of living at the Heavenly Dou Royal Academy was exorbitantly high. The price of a single meal here could nearly equate to the monthly sustenance of an ordinary commoner outside. The students here were predominantly members of royal families or affluent scions from esteemed sects, each of them well-to-do, comfortably residing within the academy while indulging in lavish feasts that left them plump and content. In stark contrast, Fang Xian was all alone, utterly destitute. Over the course of the year, his savings had dwindled to nearly nothing, and his family was facing dire straits. He had recently been contemplating engaging in some unsavory dealings to earn a bit of extra money. Therefore, he simply could not afford to treat this little girl to a meal. Hey, I've already made a concession. Do not push your luck. Fang Xian fixed a stern gaze upon Yilingling, grinding his teeth as he stated, I shall treat you, while you bear the expenses. Is that acceptable? If not, I shall dig a pit and bury you like a mere radish. Yilingling, feeling a surge of reluctance, furrowed her brow and pondered for a moment before reluctantly nodding. All right, I shall treat you. Cough, cough. Do not get it wrong. It is I who shall treat, Fang Xian interjected, clearing his throat to remind her. You are merely a heartless ATM responsible for dispensing funds. In the realm of utilizing the silver-haired little lowly, one may consider various applications. 1. Copying martial spirits. 2. Serving as a test subject. 3. Acting as an ATM. 4. And many more are under investigation. Is there truly any distinction? Yilingling shot an irritated glare at Fang Xian. Of course there is a distinction. The sentiment of treating counts as my merit, while the expenses incurred are attributed to you. The two are worlds apart and must not be conflated, Fang Xian declared with righteous fervor. Upon hearing such audacious reasoning, Yilingling felt her worldview shift, realizing that when a rogue attains a certain level, he can indeed transform into a gentleman. She then inquired, by the way, what exactly is an ATM? Fang Xian Dao, the automatic treasury of emotional wit. Yilingling? All right, I shall treat you to a meal. Let us go. Gently stroking the head of the silver-haired little girl, Fang Xian Dao smiled faintly and led her out of the small courtyard. The two walked side by side, leisurely strolling through the streets, meandering past the garden, traversing the main campus, and heading towards the restaurant in the central district. Chapter 21. The Noble Restaurant. The Noble Restaurant. The golden floor radiated a dazzling brilliance, harmonizing with the hanging crystal chandeliers, while even the most ordinary tables and chairs were crafted from precious golden silk nanmu, exuding opulence and extravagance. Within the Tiandou Academy, numerous such luxurious dining establishments existed, offering a plethora of exquisite delicacies, with prices that were exorbitantly high. It was rumored that even a simple dish could reach a staggering 100 gold soul coins. This was a haven for noble students to indulge, rivaling the grandeur of five-star hotels found outside, where even some lesser affluent nobles dared not tread. Upon entering the noble restaurant, Fang Xiandao was immediately enveloped by a rich fragrance of roses, intertwined with the intoxicating aroma of fine red wine, filling his senses even before he had indulged in a sip. Lifting his gaze, he observed young couples, most seated at tables for two, gazing affectionately into each other's eyes, immersed in romantic conversations. This noble restaurant served not only as a leisure venue, but also as an ideal locale for couples on dates. As Fang Xiandao and Yilingling stepped into the restaurant, a wave of commotion erupted around them, with curious glances converging from all directions, ultimately fixating on Yilingling. Hey, isn't that Yilingling? Regardless of the time, a beautiful woman always captures attention, and at just 14, the prodigious Yilingling had already surpassed level 30. She shone like a comet within the academy, with countless boys entranced by her allure. What is happening? Why is Yilingling here? Could it be a date? How infuriating. Who is that pretty boy beside her? In an instant, many hostile gazes locked onto Fang Xiandao. Oh, who would have thought? You seem to have quite the popularity. Fang Xian was somewhat taken aback as he gently patted the adorable little head of Yilingling, causing her silky silver hair to become disheveled. This gesture, witnessed by those around them, ignited a fervor of envy, with their eyes blazing and teeth clenched, each one wishing to rush forward and rend Fang Xian apart. No one is allowed to touch my head, Yilingling huffed, indignantly pushing away the mischievous hand that had been tousling her hair. Under the weight of countless envious gazes, Fang Xian led Yilingling to a round table, where he picked up a menu, scrutinizing the dishes while murmuring, "What should we eat? Fang Xian, why did you bring me to such a place?" At that moment, the silver-haired little girl noticed that the restaurant was predominantly filled with couples, her brow furrowing as she regarded Fang Xian with heightened suspicion. Are you intending to deceive me? Fang Xian remained remarkably composed, having finally discovered a foolish yet endearing little lamb. To not indulge in a hearty feast would be a disservice to his own appetite. Typically, he dined at humble eateries frequented by ordinary workers due to financial constraints. Recently, he had been scraping by, subsisting on a few buns each day, dedicating most of his time to cultivation. Now, with a yearning for rich sustenance, He found the perfect opportunity to indulge at an upscale restaurant, especially since it wouldn't cost him a penny. Braised pork, soy sauce duck, sweet and sour fish, and a roasted suckling pig. Fang Xian beckoned to a nearby waiter, instructing, "Be swift." "Yes, please hold on," the waiter replied respectfully, with funds assured. The service was impressively prompt. Within 3 minutes, all his ordered dishes were served. Gazing at the table laden with culinary delights, Fang Xian's eyes sparkled with joy as he began to feast heartily. "How long has it been since you last ate?" A silver-haired little girl blinked her eyes innocently. Seated beside him, Fang Xian's crude eating mannerisms resembled those of a wild man freshly descended from the mountains, leaving much to be desired. What a barbaric fellow. At that moment, a blonde youth, around 17 or 18, approached. He cast a dismissive glance at Fang Xian, his face etched with contempt. "Ling Ling, how could you associate with someone like this?" He subtly shifted his focus to the girl beside him, Yi Ling Ling, his eyes igniting with fervor. "Humph." Yi Ling Ling coldly snorted, ignoring the sudden arrival of the blonde youth. She shifted slightly to the right and unexpectedly wrapped her arm around Fang Xian's left arm. Upon witnessing this scene, the blonde youth's eyes flared with murderous intent. "Why are you so close to me? You're interrupting my meal." Unbeknownst to him, his disdainful demeanor only fueled the blonde youth's ire. He had asked Yi Ling Ling out numerous times without any response, yet this stranger received her affectionate embrace without hesitation. The injustice of it all was infuriating. At that moment, jealousy surged within him. With a sullen expression, the blonde youth addressed Fang Xian ominously. "Hey, kid, get up. I have something to say to you." "What is it?" Fang Xian raised an eyebrow, seated firmly in his chair, leisurely tearing a napkin to wipe the grease from his hands. "From now on, keep your distance from Ling Ling," declared the golden-haired youth coldly. "Oh, what if I refuse?" Fang Xian replied calmly. "Humph, you will acquiesce." The golden-haired youth lifted his head with pride, looking down on Fang Xian, a defiant expression adorning his handsome face, confidently proclaiming, "You shall heed my illustrious name." "I am all ears," Fang Xian responded. The golden-haired youth pounded his sturdy chest, enunciating each word with emphasis. "I am Long Ao Tian." Fang Xian was momentarily taken aback, nearly bursting into laughter. No wonder this individual was so audacious. Just the name alone could send countless heroes fleeing in terror. Long Ao Tian. That person is Long Ao Tian. What? The Long Ao Tian, renowned as the champion of the Tianwei level? It is said that he has secured an impressive 9 consecutive victories in the Tianwei level arena, marking him as this year's most outstanding newcomer. At this very moment, upon hearing the name Long Ao Tian, the surrounding students displayed expressions of astonishment. Among the newly enrolled students, Long Ao Tian is undoubtedly a remarkable presence. Having achieved a soul power level of 24 at such a tender age, it is likely that he will soon break through to level 25, elevating himself to the ranks of Tian G level students. Many speculate that Long Ao Tian will undoubtedly surpass level 30 before turning 20, advancing to the academy's highest echelon. The Tian Do level, a name long revered, echoing like thunder. Fang Xian stifled his amusement, his expression somewhat comical. "Knowing my esteemed name is sufficient." Long Ao Tian crossed his arms, a look of uncontainable pride gracing his countenance. "May I daringly inquire if you have a brother named Yiliangchen?" Fang Xian jested. "Oh, how did you come to know that?" Long Ao Tian responded in surprise. "Ha ha ha." Fang Xian laughed heartily. Chapter 22, Long Outyin and Yi Liangchen. Long Outyin and Yi Liangchen, one a younger brother and the other an older brother, are renowned figures within the academy. One is the foremost among the Heaven Micro level, while the other reigns supreme at the Heaven Ultimate level. Both are the paragon of their peers. Unless a student of level 30 or above from the Heavenly Fighting class intervenes, the academy belongs to the two brothers. "You little brat, since you are aware of my esteemed name, will you obediently distance yourself from Yi Ling Ling? Or shall I be compelled to throw you out?" Long Outyin, with an air of arrogance, cast a disdainful glance at Fang Xian, showing no regard for the fair-faced youth who appeared more handsome than himself. He was acquainted with the notable strong individuals within the academy, but had never encountered Fang Xian. To him, the latter seemed to have ensnared Yi Ling Ling solely with his charming visage. Faced with such a parasitic character, what was there for Long Outyin to fear? Fang Xian's lips curled slightly as he calmly declared, "Unleash your martial soul. If you lack appreciation, do not blame me for being ungracious." Long Outyin's expression turned icy as golden soul power surged from his body. He shouted loudly, causing the entire restaurant to tremble. And a crimson gold mountain-splitting axe materialized in his grasp. Immediately after, 2 yellow soul rings ascended, emanating the formidable aura of a grand soul master. "Prepare to taste my axe, kid," Long Outyin proclaimed, his body radiating with golden brilliance as he raised the mountain-splitting axe high, propelled by a fierce gale, and struck down towards Fang Xian with great force. Blade technique. Fang Xian's profound gaze radiated brilliance as he grasped the hilt of his blade, suddenly drawing it forth. The shadowless blade tore itself from its sheath, transforming into a streak of icy light that collided fiercely with the mountain-splitting axe. A resounding explosion echoed through the air. To the astonishment of the onlookers, Long Outyin spewed forth blood, his body uncontrollably hurtling backward, shattering several tables and chairs in his wake. Even his weapon spirit, The mountain-splitting axe appeared severely weakened, dimming considerably before swiftly retreating into his body like a fleeting glimmer. Coughing violently, he exclaimed, "No, this is impossible. What have you done?" Long Outyen's face paled in disbelief as he turned to Fang Xian, who stood at a distance. Just one strike. It was merely a single blow. He felt as though he had been struck by a mountain, agony coursing through him as the overwhelming force propelled him backward, leaving his weapon spirit critically injured. Who on earth is this formidable being? With a gaze filled with dread, Long Outyen looked upon Fang Xian, who approached with his blade drawn. His entire being instinctively bristling with fear. His eyes, wide with terror, regarded Fang Xian as though he were a monstrous entity. "What do you intend to do?" Fang Xian's demeanor was icy, and the shimmering blade of his shadowy knife exuded a chilling aura. He stepped forward, towering over Long Aotian. His gaze brimming with murderous intent as he abruptly inquired, "Pray tell, do you happen to have any money on you?" Long Aotian was momentarily taken aback, instinctively responding, "I do. How much?" "Not much, merely 200 gold soul coins." "Goodness, aren't you supposed to be the champion? How can you be so impoverished?" He had initially possessed several thousand, but had squandered it all on the fairer sex, yet had failed to win the heart of even one. Not even having held a hand. Sighing, he conceded, "Very well, hand over your money, and I shall spare you." Before the gathered crowd, Fang Xian brazenly demanded the money, leaving onlookers utterly astounded. Truly a formidable wolf in sheep's clothing. Yi Ling slightly pouted. Reflecting on how Fang Xian had just defeated Long Aotian with a single strike, his gallant figure had stirred a flicker of admiration within her. Yet, he showed no regard for his image, openly extorting money from Long Aotian. In that instant, the heroic persona Fang Xian had just established crumbled in her eyes. "Not bad, not bad. I've earned 200 gold soul coins." Fang Xian, delightfully counting the money pilfered from Long Outyen, felt a profound sense of satisfaction. In the past, he would deal with the lesser adversaries before confronting the more formidable ones. This had always been his modus operandi. However, at present, Fang Xian did not intend to adhere to this familiar strategy. "Are you planning to call your brother for reinforcements?" he inquired, having noticed a fleeting glimmer of resentment in Long Outyen's eyes. Instantly, he surmised that the latter must be contemplating summoning aid to reclaim his honor. With a nonchalant demeanor, he added, "There's no need for such trouble. I will accompany you and take care of your brother as well." Long Outyen? 20 minutes later. At the intermediate training ground, Fang Xian, Yi Ling, and Long Outyen arrived together at the heart of the training grounds. It was noon, with the sun shining brightly overhead, casting warm rays through the dappled leaves and illuminating a group of young disciples engaged in their cultivation. These youths were all at the celestial level, possessing soul power around the 25-30 mark, a tier above their peers at the heavenly micro level. Within the esteemed Tian-Do Academy, these celestial level students could be deemed the backbone of the institution's future. Among this group, a young man in his 20s stood at the forefront, older than the others and radiating a more brilliant aura of soul power. After concluding his cultivation session, the young man exhaled deeply, gradually awakening from his meditative state. The azure light of his soul power began to recede, and his aura seemed to strengthen further. Slowly opening his eyes, he felt an enhancement of his internal power. A smile of joy blossoming on his face. 3 figures reflected in his dark pupils caused him to pause, his brow furrowing as he queried, "Outyen, what brings you here?" The trio consisted of his younger brother Long Outyen, the 9-hearted sea begonia Yi Ling, and a black-haired youth whom he had never encountered before. "Brother." Long Outyen timidly stepped forward, awkwardly stating, "I brought someone to challenge you." Confused, Yi Liangchen retorted, "Outyen, what are you saying? Are you itching for a fight?" Despite their different surnames, they were indeed blood brothers, one taking after their father and the other their mother. Yi Liangchen, the elder brother, and Long Outyen shared a close bond. Yet today, Yi Liangchen sensed that his younger sibling might be in need of a lesson. "No, that is not it." Long Outyen quickly corrected himself, waving his hands in explanation. "It's this person who insisted I bring him to fight you." He pointed at Fang Xian, adopting an innocent expression. What is going on? Outyen, have you stirred up trouble again?" Yi Liangchen raised an eyebrow and cast a cursory glance at Fang Xian, his mind swirling with questions. "Well, it was initially my fault, but now he won't relent and insists on causing us trouble," Long Outyen lamented, regretting his decision to provoke Fang Xian, the harbinger of chaos. Yi Liangchen's presence exuded a power far surpassing Long Outyen's, seemingly having broken through the 30th level, making him one of the foremost figures within the Tian-Do Royal Academy. As Yi Liangchen's icy gaze swept over him, Fang Xian smirked, calmly stating, "Yi Liangchen, do not be surprised or puzzled. To prevent you from seeking me out, I have come to eliminate you instead." This declaration immediately stirred a commotion in the training grounds. What audacity! This fool dares to challenge Brother Liangchen. Laughter erupted among the onlookers. He must be seeking his own demise. "Brother Liangchen, show him what you're made of. One punch should suffice." A chorus of derisive remarks filled the air as the students regarded Fang Xian with disdain. Who could possibly match Yi Liangchen, the preeminent celestial level expert in the academy? This newcomer, seemingly appearing from nowhere, had the audacity to challenge him. Truly, He was oblivious to the gravity of his actions. Eliminate me? How amusing. Yi Liangchen raised his head with pride, coldly regarding Fang Xian, a dangerous smile gracing his lips. I admire your courage, but I advise you to apologize now. It's not too late. Fang Xian remained silent, simply gazing steadily at Yi Liangchen. I can accept you as my subordinate. It is no shame for the people in the academy to know you were defeated by Yi Liangchen. Yi Liangchen, with a defiant expression, had already declared his victory before even engaging in combat with Fang Xian. Such arrogance, when displayed by others, would be deemed egotistical. But in Yi Liangchen's case, it was unparalleled confidence. He indeed possessed the foundation for such hubris. My brother, do not underestimate this fellow. He is formidable, Dragon Outyin cautioned. Having witnessed Fang Xian's recent triumph over the unassuming youth. However, to his surprise, Yi Liangchen not only dismissed Dragon Outyin's well-meaning warning, but retaliated with a slap, leaving him utterly stunned. With a face contorted in frustration, Yi Liangchen scolded, "How have I instructed you, man? You must possess confidence and cultivate a heart of a warrior. Regardless of the adversary you face, you must believe you can conquer him." He then bellowed, "Outyin, where has your pride gone?" My pride? It was just shattered by this guy. Dragon Outyin lamented, having just endured a severe beating, and now facing his brother's rebuke, he hung his head in dejection. Resembling a wronged spouse, too intimidated to speak further. Enough of this idle chatter. Let us awaken our martial spirits. Fang Xian furrowed his brow. The incessant prattle of these eccentric brothers had become quite unbearable. Face your doom, brat. Yi Liangchen ceased his words and let out a fierce roar. As a torrent of black soul power surged around him, conjuring the ethereal image of a demonic wolf that slowly rose from his being. At that very moment, 3 resplendent soul rings, yellow, and purple, ascended from his feet, unleashing a formidable aura that erupted like a tempest. 3 soul rings. The onlookers were struck with astonishment. Has Brother Liangchen broken through to the soul sovereign level? When did this happen without our knowledge? This fellow possesses remarkable prowess. Even Yi Lingling was taken aback. Yi Liangchen had stealthily advanced to the soul sovereign realm and acquired a millennium soul ring, a revelation that was indeed shocking. It seemed that soon, the academy would boast another rare talent of the Tiando level. Astonishingly impressive. This was precisely the effect Yi Liangchen sought. Noticing the astonished expressions of those around him, his vanity swelled with immense satisfaction, a sense of pride unmistakably etched upon his face. Allow me to introduce Yi Liangchen. A Tiando level student, martial spirit, dark demon wolf, 31st level battle soul sovereign. In the next moment, Yi Liangchen burst into laughter, radiating confidence as he channeled his soul power and charged at Fang Xian, his wolf-infused fist aimed squarely at Fang Xian's head, ready to strike with ferocity. Suddenly, a clear and crisp sound of a blade being drawn resonated through the air. The invisible blade was enveloped in frost, the chilling aura spreading forth, transforming into a blade of ice and snow that cleaved through the void, ferociously aiming for Yi Liangchen. Boom! The icy blade, imbued with terrifying might, struck mercilessly against Yi Liangchen's demonic wolf fist. The unparalleled force erupted from the blade's edge, sending Yi Liangchen hurtling away, confronting a 3-ring soul sovereign. Fang Xian did not overestimate his abilities. He immediately activated his Ice Phoenix martial spirit and unleashed his innate ice blade, demonstrating an unwavering and formidable stance as he struck Yi Liangchen down with a single blow. Cough! Yi Liangchen spat out blood, his face pale, his body uncontrollably tumbling backward. After being flung 5 meters away, he rolled 3 times on the ground, his cheeks and arms scraped, hair matted with mud, looking utterly disheveled, devoid of any semblance of composure. How could this be? How are you so strong? He stammered, shock etched across his features as he struggled to raise his hand, pointing at the expressionless Fang Xian, who approached with his blade drawn. A single strike? A single strike was all it took to defeat Yi Liangchen. Who exactly is this individual? The surrounding students gaped in disbelief, their eyes fixed on Fang Xian as though he were a creature of myth. Defeating an opponent who had already reached the 3-ring soul sovereign level with just 1 strike was beyond the capabilities of even the most ordinary Tiando level students. Such strength was utterly terrifying. In the end, after all that superfluous banter, it all came down to a single blow. Fang Xian curled his lips disdainfully as he approached Yi Liangchen, wielding a knife. His icy gaze pierced through Yi Liangchen's heart like 2 blades, causing him to tremble in terror. What do you intend to do? Under the menacing stare filled with malice, Yi Liangchen felt a chill run down his spine, truly experiencing the dread of impending death. You've wasted so much of my time. Hand over the money, Fang Xian coldly threatened, pressing the knife against Yi Liangchen's neck. Okay. Yi Liangchen, momentarily stunned, instinctively began to pull out his money, his panic-stricken demeanor reminiscent of a primary school student confronting a senior with illicit gains. This scene left onlookers astounded. Just moments ago, he was a hero who had vanquished Yi Liangchen, and now he had plunged into a farcical predicament that evoked the image of robbery. Haha, a full 1,000 gold soul coins. After extracting the money from Yi Liangchen, Fang Xian accumulated a total of 1,000 gold soul coins, supplemented by the 200 gold soul coins contributed by Long Outyin, bringing his total to an impressive 1,200 gold soul coins. The thought filled him with elation. Brother, oh brother! Long Out Yin and Yi Liangchen, the unfortunate duo, exchanged glances and suddenly embraced each other, commiserating over their wounds. Unbeknownst to them, night had fallen. Fang Xian and Yi Lingling exited the training grounds, meandering until they reached an intersection in the main campus where they finally came to a halt. Fang Xian, it's getting late. I shall take my leave now. I will visit you again when I have the time, Yi Lingling said, fervently waving her hand at Fang Xian. I sincerely hope you do not. Fang Xian expressed his disdain, saying, I still have to cultivate. I have no time to indulge you. Humph. Very well. I shall pester you every day from now on. Yi Lingling shot Fang Xian an irritated glare before swiftly turning on her heel and sprinting towards the girls' dormitory. TCH, what a nuisance. Fang Xian shook his head in exasperation. Once entangled with a woman, one is destined for endless troubles, impossible to escape, especially when it comes to someone like Yi Lingling, the silver-haired little lowly. Ah, women. Chapter 24, Douluo Yin, the most powerful blade drawing system host. Fang Xian level, LV21 title, Grand Soul Master Soul Power, 10. 210 proficiency, basic blade drawing technique, 99-100, Divine Blade, 0 Martial Soul, Ice Phoenix Soul, Beginner 52-100, 9 Hearts Begonia Soul, Beginner 11-100, Talent, Ice Blade, Healing Blade. 3 days passed in a flash. Fang Xian remained indoors, diligently honing his skills. With a swift motion, he struck like a blade slicing through a tempest, severing a willow tree in the courtyard, which was as thick as a man's waist, with a resounding crack. The force was undeniably formidable. Yet, Fang Xian furrowed his brow, feeling a sense of dissatisfaction. He could not shake the feeling that something was amiss. Fang Xian felt a sense of dissatisfaction with his sword-drawing technique, always sensing that something was amiss. It lacked the necessary sharpness. Indeed, the momentum was insufficient. There was a deficiency of that unwavering spirit that propels one forward. A true swordsman, armed solely with a single blade, should be able to traverse the world with unparalleled prowess. Fang Xian suddenly experienced a moment of enlightenment. Having practiced his sword-drawing technique solely against inanimate objects, he found it difficult to cultivate the essence of his blade. He realized that he must seek out several formidable opponents to refine his unique prowess. What an absurd place this is, so dilapidated. Lingling. Is the person you mentioned truly residing here? At that moment, a voice, laced with a hint of alluring charm, suddenly echoed from outside the courtyard. Fang Xian raised an eyebrow and beheld a pair of exquisite young maidens, hand in hand, approaching the entrance with an air of intimacy. These two young ladies were unparalleled in beauty, walking side by side like the most enchanting scenery of the academy. The one on the left appeared slightly older, perhaps around 17 or 18, with cascading purple hair and elongated, alluring eyes that hinted at a subtle charm. Her delicate features and serpentine figure exuded a captivating allure, reminiscent of a mesmerizing beauty. This enchanting girl was none other than Douluo Yin, one of the prodigies of the Tiando Academy. The other maiden, adorned with silvery hair and clad in a black dress, possessed icy, emotionless eyes that reflected an ethereal elegance akin to a pristine blue lotus. This silver-haired beauty was, of course, Yi Lingling. Today, she was unadorned by the customary black veil, revealing her cherubic cheeks that bore a hint of baby fat, lending her a plump and adorable appearance that, combined with her petite figure, made her irresistibly charming. However, the arrival of these two stunning ladies did not fill Fang Xian with joy or excitement. Rather, a sense of foreboding settled in his heart, prompting him to furrow his brow in apprehension. Hello, Fang Xian, good morning. Yi Lingling stood at the threshold, her round, cherubic face tinged with a delicate blush. Summoning her courage, she waved at Fang Xian, extending a friendly greeting. Fang Xian remained silent, advancing towards Yi Lingling and her companion. Under the astonished gazes of the two beauties, he decisively shut the door with a fluid motion, exhibiting not a trace of hesitation, and finally secured it with an iron bolt. Staring at the firmly closed door, Douluo Yin and Yi Lingling felt a jolt in their bodies, gradually becoming petrified at the entrance. Ah, who is this person? Such utter lack of courtesy. After a brief moment, Douluo Yin was the first to erupt, her enchanting face contorted with frustration. Throughout her life, countless suitors had pursued her, yet she had never deigned to acknowledge any of them. Now, having ventured into a male-less abode, she was summarily denied entry? How utterly absurd. Douluo Yin, in a fit of spoiled temper, grasped her devilishly slender waist and, with indignation, turned to Yi Lingling. Lingling, is this your savior, the one you have yearned for these many days? Why has he left you standing outside? Yin, do not speak nonsense. When did I ever claim he was my beloved? Yi Lingling's cheeks flushed with embarrassment, her eyes narrowing in annoyance as she shot Douluo Yin a glare. You may not have said it, but someone as astute as I can easily perceive your little thoughts. Douluo Yin proudly huffed, then pivoted to scrutinize the somewhat dilapidated wooden door, her anger mounting as she kicked it open. Once the door swung ajar, she immediately spotted Fang Xian practicing his swordplay alone in the courtyard, utterly disregarding the two. Hey, you must be Fang Xian. Douluo Yin, her waist still pinched, took graceful strides towards him, glaring fiercely with her large eyes. I've heard you possess considerable strength, having first slain a millennium-old soul beast with a single stroke, and then continuously vanquishing Long Aoyin and Yi Lianchen. Although those two are mere wastrels, it's evident you possess some prowess. Fang Xian wore a cold expression, silently fixating on Du Guyan, perplexed by the intentions of this serpentine woman. Humph. Du Guyan cast a fleeting glance at the shattered wooden stakes and trees around her, a faint smile gracing her lips as she proclaimed, Fang Xian. Practicing alone with your sword appears rather dull. Why not engage in a match with me? Allow me to impart to you the ways of navigating the academy. No sooner had her words echoed than Du Guyan unleashed her soul power, her garments swirling dramatically. Yellow, yellow, purple. 3 resplendent soul rings ascended from beneath her feet. A formidable aura erupting forth, akin to a tempest sweeping in all directions, causing the small courtyard to tremble with its might. A soul sovereign. Fang Xianxian was momentarily taken aback, but soon a subtle smile graced his lips, his eyes alight with excitement as he exclaimed, Splendid. Chapter 25. You scoundrel. You shameless soul master. Moreover, he was no ordinary soul master. From the fluctuations of soul power emanating from Du Guyan, it was evident that even the combined prowess of the Yi brothers fell short. She truly stood out as a paragon among her contemporaries. The determinants of a soul master's strength extend beyond mere rank. The quality of the martial soul and the age of the soul rings are equally paramount. A soul master endowed with an exceptional martial soul can effortlessly surpass several levels, triumphing over adversaries of higher rank. Before him stood Du Guyan, the granddaughter of Du Gubo, one of the esteemed titled Douluos of the present day, wielding the exclusive martial soul of the Dugu lineage, the azure-scaled serpent, a rare and highly esteemed entity. Fang Xian stood resolute, for this was precisely the adversary he had been anticipating. Du Guyan, a 34th level battle soul master, possessed the martial spirit of the azure-scale serpent. Du Guyan began to announce her rank and martial spirit, a courteous gesture customary before the commencement of battle. Fang Xian has always regarded the practice of revealing one's information in the Douluo Continent as exceedingly foolish. Exposing one's trump cards before the onset of battle merely serves to facilitate the opponent. Navigating the martial world, he adheres to a low-profile approach characteristic of the common folk, complemented by the steadfast demeanor of his senior brother, employing a dual strategy that ensures his safe survival in the Douluo Continent. Consequently, Fang Xian chose to remain silent, withholding his words. Hey, do you understand the rules? I have already announced my name. What about you? The enchanting sway of a water snake waves dance before him. I want to tell you. Fang Xiankin thought. Only a fool would divulge such information. The narrow, beautiful eyes of Du Guyan blazed with fury, while the ethereal silhouette of the azure-scaled serpent flickered around her, just as the two were on the brink of a fierce confrontation. The silver-haired little girl Yu Lingling hurried over, positioning herself between them, her anxious voice interjecting, Hey, Yin Yin, Fang Xiankin, what are you doing? We are classmates from the same academy. Why must you resort to violence? Lingling, step aside. I need to teach this arrogant fellow a lesson, Du Guyan retorted. Yin Yin, I brought you here not for you to fight Fang Xiankin. Yu Lingling turned around, her delicate cheeks puffed slightly, casting a discontented glance at Du Guyan. Just as Yu Lingling was passionately defending Fang Xiankin, her petite form suddenly levitated from the ground, floating in midair. Yu Lingling was taken aback, only to discover Fang Xiankin gripping her collar, lifting her as if she were a toy bear, and unceremoniously tossing her aside. Little one, don't be in the way. She flew through the air with a whoosh, landing with a plop on the ground, her eyes filled with sorrow as she gazed at the indifferent youth, her face a portrait of grievance. I was trying to help you, and look what happens. What kind of person are you? Even Du Guyan stood dumbfounded, taken aback by the sheer audacity of this fellow. Now, with no one obstructing us, flames of battle ignited in Fang Xuanqin's clear eyes, his handsome visage alight with exhilaration as he declared, Du Guyan, there's no need for you to hold back. Let us unleash our full strength and engage in a grand showdown. Upon hearing this, Du Guyan's cheeks flushed crimson, her heart ablaze with indignation as she glared at Fang Xianqin. You scoundrel. What nonsense are you spouting about a grand showdown? Bah, how lewd and shameless. Fang Xian, bewildered, exclaimed, Huh? Why are you girls thought so sordid? I mean, we should engage in a fair contest. Such a notion from Du Guyan was simply a manifestation of misguided thinking, a distortion of values, likely a result of indulging in frivolous fantasies too often. In certain respects, some young women possess a breadth of knowledge that may even surpass that of their male counterparts. Bah, you scoundrel, rogue, villain. Today, I shall teach you a lesson you won't soon forget. Du Guyan's face flushed crimson from Fang Xian's taunts, igniting her fury. As a soul master at the 34th level, her soul power exceeded Fang Xian's by a remarkable 13 levels. Coupled with her rare martial spirit, the azure-scaled serpent, Du Guyan's emerald-hued soul power surged forth, conjuring a formidable gust of wind, exuding an overwhelming aura. First soul skill, azure scales, crimson poison. A serpentine figure of green coiled around her exquisite form, its gaping maw unleashing a torrent of red toxic mist aimed directly at Du Guyan. Subsequently, a brilliant radiance enveloped her, as her soul power seemed to amplify dramatically, and her elongated, beautiful eyes sparkled with resplendent brilliance. Fang Xian's expression stiffened, his gaze filled with astonishment as he beheld the scene before him. He recognized that this was Douluo Yan's first soul skill, the verdant red poison. This substance, akin to a stimulant, functions as an exhilarating toxin, capable of invigorating the nerves and amplifying one's attack power and speed by 20%. The venomous woman, draped in toxins and adorned with sharp spikes, proved to be an adversary of considerable difficulty. In terms of martial soul quality and the age of her soul rings, Douluo Yan was undoubtedly one of the foremost geniuses of the younger generation. Faced with such an opponent, Fang Xian dared not exhibit the slightest negligence. He concentrated his mental faculties to a high degree, bracing himself to confront Douluo Yan with utmost seriousness. With a fierce shout, her delicate jade-like hand gathered pure soul power. Her fingers clenched into a fist. The fierce wind generated by her punch tore through the air, launching with great ferocity toward Fang Xian's head. Douluo Yan unleashed her full strength from the onset, her petite fist concealing an astonishing force, intent on delivering a decisive blow to eliminate the bothersome Fang Xian. Clang! The shadowless blade sprang from its sheath, racing through the air at high speed, its edge slicing through the atmosphere, producing a sharp, resonant explosion as it collided with Douluo Yan's punch. Drawing the sword technique, Fang Xian, without any reservations, faced the formidable Douluo Yan, who, despite being a woman, exuded an immense pressure. He unsheathed his blade, ready to confront the 34th level soul master, Douluo Yan. Boom, boom, boom. Within the courtyard, the soul power surged, and fierce winds swept through, occasionally accompanied by the primal roars of beasts. The two engaged in an unyielding battle, stirring up clouds of dust and debris, causing the entire courtyard to tremble. Soul power 1. Fang Xian entered a state of heightened awareness. Throughout the battle, the sound of successful blade drawing resonated in his mind, and his soul power surged rapidly. Engaging with a formidable opponent was indeed far superior to slaying mere wooden figures. In a brief span, his soul power increased by 10 points, continuing to rise at a steady pace. By the end, Fang Xian found himself reluctant to strike at Douluo Yan, for this woman served as an excellent training partner. With her flowing purple hair, Douluo Yan exclaimed, "You scoundrel, Fang Xian, how shameless." The young lady was thoroughly vexed as Fang Xian persistently targeted her attire, a stunning purple dress that had become tattered under the onslaught of his swift blade. At that moment, a radiant arc of light sliced through Douluo Yan's pristine waist sash. With a resounding sound, the scene unfolded, an unexpected revelation. The young lady's scream pierced the air, soaring towards the heavens. Upon her delicate shoulders, a fragment of her garment tore away, revealing skin as smooth and lustrous as ivory, radiating an enchanting glow in the courtyard. "What are you shouting about? It sounds as if I have done something to you." Fang Xian furrowed his brow, profoundly dissatisfied with the girl's reaction. He believed he had already shown restraint. Otherwise, that last strike could have cleaved Douluo Yan in two. Despicable, shameless, filthy, and vile. Douluo Yan's cheeks flushed crimson, her lustrous purple hair standing on end as she exclaimed in exasperation, "Fang Xian, I shall slay you." Her reason shattered, her fury surging. Her emotions spiraled completely out of control. The emerald-scaled serpent coiled in the air, roaring with madness, shaking the very foundations of the courtyard. Roar. The emerald-scaled serpent's icy gaze fixated on Fang Xian, exuding an aura of lethal intent, as a wave of eerie purple poison mist was unleashed. The third soul technique. Emerald-scale purple poison. This was Douluo Yan's most formidable move, and under the augmentation of the third soul technique, the serpent's venom was extraordinarily lethal, capable of instantly claiming the lives of 50 adult cattle. Yan, cease at once. You cannot employ that poison. It could result in fatalities. Seeing Douluo Yan desperately unleash the serpent's venom, Yi Lingling was struck with alarm, wishing to intervene, but it was already too late. What to do? Fang Xian is destined to meet his demise. The silver-haired little girl clutched her hands tightly, her delicate face etched with worry. Is it poison? As the emerald-scaled purple venom surged toward him, Fang Xian's gaze turned icy, revealing not a trace of fear in his pupils. I recall from the original narrative that the boastful emerald-scaled snake venom, notorious for its potency capable of exterminating all of Shrek's peculiarities, was effortlessly countered by Hu Dai when she ignited it with a mere flame, rendering it harmless. Fang Xian, believing himself devoid of the halo of a chosen one, refrained from attempting such audacious feats. The Nine Hearts Begonia's healing blade. Radiant moonlight rose from the shadowless sword, as pure white petals danced like cherry blossoms. Imbued with a hint of sanctity, as if the blade defied the tempest, fearlessly plunging into the toxic mist of the green-scaled serpent's venom. A miraculous event unfolded. The highly poisonous mist, under the sacred brilliance released by the Nine Hearts Begonia, dissipated at a visibly rapid pace. The once pervasive violet haze, capable of enveloping half the courtyard, began to vanish in large swathes. Fang Xian, brandishing the glimmering shadowless sword, broke through the encirclement of the green-scaled serpent's poison. Advancing directly towards the central figure, Douluo Yan. My poison, how could it be dispelled? Douluo Yan's enchanting face betrayed a hint of panic. Unable to believe that Fang Xian had neutralized her green-scaled purple poison, The long blade sliced through the air, generating a fierce gust. And she keenly sensed the chill emanating from Fang Xian's sword, as if her heart were about to be pierced, engulfed in disarray. No, please. The breath of death loomed near, and even Du Guyan, with her formidable disposition, could not suppress a terrified scream, hastily retreating to evade Fang Xian's assault. Yet, with her mind in disarray and her steps faltering, how could she possibly evade Fang Xian's precise and incisive strike? Whoosh! A flash of cold light swept by. And a blade, as pure as snow, was already poised against the graceful neck of the girl, the chilling radiance coursing along the edge, causing Du Guyan's hair to stand on end. You have lost. Fang Xian fixed a cold gaze upon Dong Guyan, the shadowless blade emanating a chilling aura. Gulp. Dong Guyan, staring at this man who resembled a deity or demon in his icy demeanor, felt fear for the first time in her life. She could not help but swallow hard, her eyes fixated on Fang Xian. Soul power 18. In this battle, Fang Xian had absorbed a significant amount of soul power. A total of 18 points, surpassing the gains from 3 days of training. It would not be long before he could level up again. This indeed provided him with a valuable insight. He could challenge formidable opponents within the academy to hone his sword-drawing skills. As such practice would be far more efficient than solitary training. Calmly, he withdrew the shadowless blade from Dong Guyan's neck and sheathed it, sparing the girl from harm, with the possibility of absorbing more soul power from her in the future. Just as Fang Xian turned away, Dong Guyan, seemingly possessed by a surge of defiance and unwilling to concede defeat, suddenly raised her fist, gritting her teeth, and charged towards Fang Xian, exclaiming, "You insufferable fool! Do you court death?" Fang Xian let out a cold snort, his blood boiling as golden soul power erupted like molten lava. His eyes gleamed with intensity as he raised his right fist and struck with tremendous force. The sharp punch tore through the air, resembling a cannonball as it struck heavily against the towering chest of Du Guyan. A resounding crack echoed, signaling the shattering of bones. Du Guyan's delicate face turned pale, her chest indented from the impact, blood trickling from the corner of her mouth. Her body, akin to a kite severed from its string, was sent hurtling back, soaring several meters before crashing violently against the outer wall. Having defeated Du Guyan with a single punch, Fang Xian's disheveled black hair framed his cold, piercing gaze, resembling an enraged demon. A chilling aura of menace enveloped him. Initially, he had refrained from using excessive force out of consideration for Yi Lingling, but it was evident that Du Guyan had been spoiled and emboldened by her privilege, repeatedly seeking trouble with him. He was not one to show mercy, and with a decisive blow, he sent her flying, serving as a lesson for her misbehavior. Yin Yin, are you all right? Upon witnessing this scene, Yi Lingling was filled with anxiety and hurriedly rushed to Du Guyan's side. The 9-heart begonia technique activated, enveloping the girl in a soft, milky glow that instantly healed all her injuries. Fang Xian merely sought to impart a lesson to Du Guyan, refraining from delivering a lethal blow. Otherwise, that last strike would have assuredly vanquished her. However, she evidently remained oblivious to Fang Xian's mercy. Upon regaining her composure, she immediately seethed with anger and hurled fierce threats at him. Fang Xian, you shall pay for this. Du Guyan, irate and unwilling to accept her defeat, glared at him with a frosty expression. I shall remember this day, and when the genius battle arrives, I will ensure you are left searching for your teeth, she declared, her tone dripping with disdain. Ling Ling, let us depart. Having uttered these words, she grasped Yi Lingling's hand and turned away. Observing the tattered figure of Du Guyan, Fang Xian called after her, Du Guyan, let us spar again when you have the time. At his words, Du Guyan stumbled slightly, nearly losing her footing. She shot him a fierce glare before departing without a backward glance. In the vast courtyard, only Fang Xian remained, leaning against the wall in quiet contemplation. The Genius Battle, Chapter 27. Time flew by, and half a month passed in the blink of an eye. The first rays of morning sunlight streamed through the crystalline window, bathing the fair and handsome visage in warmth. Threads of soul energy flowed across his skin, gently lifting his flowing black hair. On the bed, the youth with raven locks sat cross-legged, his eyes tightly shut as he engaged in silent meditation and cultivation. Golden soul energy coursed rhythmically through his meridians, completing a full cycle and ultimately converging in his dantian, transforming into streams of pure soul power. The ice blue ice phoenix martial spirit and the pristine 9-heart begonia martial spirit floated serenely in his dantian. As the soul energy infused them, they seemed to come to life, the phoenix spreading its wings and the begonia swirling gracefully, creating a scene of divine harmony within the young man's being. Suddenly, a brilliant golden radiance erupted from the youth, illuminating the entire bedroom in an instant. Level up successful. Congratulations on reaching level 22. Fang Xian exhaled a long breath, a glimmer of joy surfacing in his clear eyes. After enduring a tedious and monotonous period of arduous training for half a month, he had finally achieved a breakthrough today. The notion of ascending a level in such a short span would undoubtedly astonish others if it were to be revealed. He proceeded to open the panel to review his current attributes. Ultimate Blade System Host, Fang Xian level, LV22 title, Grand Soul Master Soul Power, 0220 Proficiency, Basic Blade Technique, 99-100, Divine Blade, 0 Martial Soul, Ice Phoenix Soul, Beginner 57-100. 9 Hearts Begonia Soul, Beginner 51-100, Talents, Frost Blade, Healing Blade. While his soul power level had advanced quite swiftly, the proficiency in his blade technique remained stubbornly stagnant, and the upgrading speed of his replicated martial souls was exceedingly slow. At this rate, it would likely take at least another year for his martial souls to accumulate sufficient proficiency for an upgrade. Furthermore, his blade technique seemed trapped in a bottleneck, firmly ensnared. Despite the high success rate of his strikes in recent days, he found himself unable to transcend to a higher echelon. He was merely awaiting the right opportunity. Fang Xian's gaze was resolute as he gently caressed the white blade, wooing, sensing that his sword-drawing technique could ascend to a higher realm with just a single opportunity. However, relying solely on solitary practice in this secluded place would yield no results in his pursuit of mastery. A battle at the brink of life and death might present him with the breakthrough he sought. This time, he need not venture into the perilous Spirit Beast Forest. For the annual Genius Battle of the Tiando Academy was about to commence. The Genius Battle. Fang Xian silently uttered a word, his cheeks flushed with excitement. This pinnacle battle, which gathered the strongest students of the academy, promised to be nothing short of spectacular. He couldn't help but grip the hilt of his sword tightly, his heart brimming with anticipation. The Genius Battle, an annual grand event of the Tiando Academy, serves to assess the students' progress over the year while fostering their strength through competition and combat. This competition, in terms of scale, is second only to the elite tournament of advanced Soul Master Academies held every 5 years across the continent. At that time, the elite instructors of Tiando Academy, 3 Soul Douluo level committee members, and members of the Imperial family will come to observe, making it a highly anticipated event. Such a remarkable competition naturally comes with lavish rewards. The prizes of the Genius Battle are exceedingly rare, enticing countless individuals. While it may not feature the exceptionally rare treasures like 10,000-year soul rings and soul bones, it certainly includes invaluable natural treasures that can enhance soul power, soul-guiding devices, wealth, titles, and fame, among others. If one possesses sufficient strength, they can attain anything they desire here. On that bright and sunny morning, the main campus housed a tidy and serene training ground. A beautiful teacher in her 20s was leading a group of students in their training. With her flowing fiery red hair, enchanting features, and rosy lips, her vibrant attire accentuated her captivating curves, leaving many male students entranced. This was a fully matured beauty. Her ample bosom, perky figure, and slender waist emitted an irresistible allure, incomparable to those young maidens of 13 or 14. Many male students found themselves dreaming about this goddess of a teacher, their gazes lingering on her for the majority of the class. Schwebing, pay attention. The teacher's almond-shaped eyes widened as she brandished a small crimson whip, striking the student who had been shamelessly staring at her bosom, sending him flying. Many students couldn't help but snicker at the scene. This teacher, named Ruo Lan, was responsible for instructing a class of Tiwei level students. Among the 25 Tiwei level instructors, she was the strongest and most accomplished, truly deserving the title of the foremost Tiwei level teacher. Although a woman, she was a soul master at the 49th level, and barring any unforeseen circumstances, she would attain her 5th soul ring within a year, breaking through to the realm of a soul king. Ruo Lan's temper was as fiery as her figure. Even the imperial family's 4th prince, Shuebong, would be dealt with harshly if he dared to act out in class. In Tiando Academy, regardless of rank, lineage, or status, all must adhere to the academy's rules and submit to the authority of the teachers. Otherwise, the young scions from various nations would become little emperors. Here, there are no princes or nobles, only strength and rank. I'm sorry, teacher. Shuebong, clutching his stinging left cheek, awkwardly returned to the ranks, while others continued to chuckle. Just as the students were engrossed in Ruo Lan's instructional guidance, one student sat indifferently under a tree, clutching a sword, resembling a solitary and handsome figure, starkly contrasting with the fervent training of his peers. Oh, how peculiar. The prince, who is usually late and leaves early, seems to have the inclination to attend class today. Suddenly, Ruo Lan turned, her hands resting on her slim waist, teasingly directing her gaze toward the dark-haired boy beneath the ancient tree. If I'm not mistaken, today is the day of the assessment, right? Fang Xian cast a casual glance at Ruo Lan. You still intend to participate in the assessment? Ruo Lan gasped, covering her mouth in surprise. I reported your failing score yesterday. You can pack your bags and go home now. What did you say? Fang Xian's eyelids twitched uncontrollably. It was the 5th day without internet, and he felt utterly drained, as if his very essence had been siphoned away. Darn telecommunications. Each day without connectivity felt like a slow demise. I am truly at my wit's end. I have unknowingly exhausted my data plan, incurring additional charges beyond my comprehension. The support for recommendations has been remarkable. Today, I shall present 2 updates, with the second one scheduled for 8 in the evening. I aim to maintain this dual update regimen, gradually evolving towards a tri-update format. I humbly beseech you for another wave of recommendations, collections, and investments. My heartfelt thanks to you all. Chapter 28. Why are you shouting so loudly? At the Tiando Academy, there exists a rigorous strength assessment. Any student who fails to achieve a level of 21 after 1 year of training will be expelled from the institution. A level of 21 is the Academy's stringent benchmark. designed to eliminate those who merely masquerade as practitioners and do not diligently engage in their training. What did you say? You have already submitted my inadequate evaluation? Fang Xian could no longer maintain his composure, his expression darkening as he fixed his gaze upon Teacher Rulin. Aha, just a jest. Teacher Rulin chuckled, her laughter ringing like the tinkling of flowers in the breeze, playfully waving her hand at Fang Xian. To be honest, she derived considerable amusement from teasing this young boy who perpetually donned an air of profundity, akin to a sage, a mere child, still in his formative years, who presented himself as though he had transcended worldly concerns. Each time she provoked this seemingly calm and extraordinary youth into a fit of rage. Rulin felt an inexplicable sense of accomplishment. How vexatious. Fang Xian's lips quivered slightly, his dissatisfaction with Teacher Ruolan's actions evident. He wondered if Qian Rinxue had orchestrated this, deliberately placing him in Ruolan's class. And to make matters worse, he was now classmates with Xuebeng, two princes in one class, one a prodigal son, the other a wastrel. What a curious spectacle. However, he seldom attended classes, preferring to hone his skills in solitude at home, making only occasional appearances to maintain a semblance of familiarity. Once a model student at Tsinghua Garden, he had now fallen into disrepute in the eyes of his teacher. I thought you had forgotten about today's assessment, Teacher Ruolan remarked, her fiery hair cascading as she fixed her gaze on Fang Xian, her gentle eyes sharpening with intensity. Since you dare to participate in the assessment, it indicates that you possess confidence. Indeed. Fang Xian nodded earnestly, his soul power having ascended to the 22nd level, surpassing the Academy's requirements by a notch. In that case, let us proceed with the soul ring, suggested Teacher Ruolan in a tranquil manner. The soul ring serves as a swift indicator of a soul master's current prowess. If Fang Xian indeed meets the criteria, he should possess 2 soul rings at this moment. Fang Xian was momentarily taken aback and said, "What do you mean, none?" This time, it was Teacher Ruolan who lost her composure, retorting sharply, "What do you mean by none? What does that signify?" Although there was currently no soul ring, his soul power level had indeed reached the required standard. A natural full soul power of 21? A postnatal full soul power of 22. Ruolan and Fang Xian exchanged incredulous glances, their expressions utterly ludicrous. A postnatal full soul power? And yet, 22 levels. Teacher Ruolan gritted her silver teeth, her brows furrowing in anger, and clenched her delicate fist, shouting at Fang Xian, "Are you trying to deceive me?" The waves of fury echoed through the air, causing her elegant black hair to become disheveled. And it forcefully pushed Fang Xian back by 3 steps. "If you do not believe me, why shout so loudly?" This outburst was extraordinary. Infused with the soul power of a soul sect, Fang Xian felt as though a fearsome river lion was roaring at him, sending chills down his spine. "Teacher, if you doubt my words, you can bring in a soul power testing apparatus for a direct evaluation," Fang Xian suggested. "There's no need for such trouble. What you lack is not a test, but a repair." Teacher Ruolan had long been dissatisfied with this unconventional student, and the pent-up anger within her finally erupted at this moment. "Whoever it is, step forward," she commanded, pointing into the crowd. A dozen students exchanged bewildered glances, unsure of whom she was referring to. If memory served correctly, none among them bore that name. When her temper flared, she lost all restraint, locking her gaze onto Xueping in the crowd, exclaiming, "Xueping, I'm speaking of you, step forward." "Oh, yes, teacher." Xueping was momentarily stunned but quickly scampered to her side, appearing ready to face any challenge. "Fool, not by my side." Teacher Ruolan shot him a glare and pointed at Fang Xian, saying, "You, go defeat him." Among these students of the Tianwei Academy, Xueping's strength was not particularly remarkable, standing at only 23 levels, yet he would pose no challenge to the troublesome student Fang Xian. More importantly, the two were brothers, one a wastrel and the other a failure. A long-awaited duel between brothers was about to unfold. A mischievous grin creeping across Teacher Ruolan's face as she contemplated her intentions. "What does this mean?" Fang Xian furrowed his brow, looking at Teacher Ruolan with confusion. "It's quite simple, Fang Xian. If you defeat Xuepeng, I will acknowledge that you have met the standards, and you may remain in the academy. Should you fail, however, quietly pack your belongings and leave. Tiando Academy does not nurture failures." Teacher Ruolan stated matter-of-factly. To everyone's surprise, before Fang Xian could respond, Xuepeng disdainfully remarked, "Teacher, I refuse. Why should someone of my noble standing duel with such a lowly being? Fang Xian is merely a lowly illegitimate child, unworthy of inheriting even the royal surname, while Xuebing, on the other hand, is the esteemed 4th prince of the Tiando Empire, radiating nobility. Although they are nominally brothers, Xuebing has never acknowledged Fang Xian, whom he considers a worthless sibling. They have never exchanged a single word within the academy. Silence. I commanded you to defeat Fang Xian, not to inquire about your willingness." Teacher Rulin uttered with a cold scoff, unleashing a wave of soul power at level 49 that sent a chill down Xuebeng's spine. "Yes, teacher." Xuebing promptly nodded in compliance with Teacher Rulin's directive. He stepped forward, his soul power at level 23 surging forth like a fierce wind, causing the luxurious pale yellow robe he wore to ripple slightly. Simultaneously, 2 soul rings, shimmering in hues of yellow, emerged around him. revealing the exclusive swan martial soul of the Tiando royal family, a testament to his legitimate royal lineage. With a face full of haughty pride, Xuebeng cast a disdainful glance at Fang Xian and sneered, "You should concede, little bastard, or else I won't hesitate to break one or two of your arms." Fang Xian gazed calmly at the defiant avalanche, remaining silent and unyielding, ignorant of the consequences. Let this impure bloodline mongrel witness the formidable power of our Tiando royal family swan martial soul. With a wild laugh, Avalanche unleashed a radiant white swan that shimmered upon his form, and he suddenly lunged forward, his fist striking fiercely towards Fang Xian. Crash! Fang Xian's eyes suddenly widened as he swiftly drew the shadowless blade from its sheath. With a technique of unparalleled precision, a flash of blinding light sliced through the air, causing the avalanche to erupt in a fountain of blood, its anguished cries echoing as it fell back in defeat. The onlookers were left in awe. P.S. A brief pause in our group chat, as today's second update has been delayed. Yet, I have valiantly suppressed my urge to engage in idle chatter, relinquishing the esteemed title of Dragon King solely for you, my cherished readers. Therefore, I implore you to bestow upon me your votes and collections. Are you interested in joining the reader group? If not, I shall take my leave. Should there be 20 comments below, I will unveil the secret group number. Chapter 29, The Swan Martial Spirit? What a joke. Such a visually appealing yet utterly useless martial spirit serves merely as a royal emblem, lacking both offensive and defensive capabilities, rendering it completely ineffectual. With a single stroke, he severed the bond with his half-brother, his expression unyielding as he deftly sheathed the shadowless blade. Impressive indeed. He had defeated Avalanche in one swift move. The surrounding students were astounded. Even teacher Ruo Lan's mouth fell agape, her beautiful eyes sparkling with astonishment. Little did they expect this solitary and troublesome student, who usually kept a low profile, to reveal such extraordinary skill today, astonishing everyone present. "Teacher, have I proven myself worthy?" Fang Xian's gaze was sharp as he fixed his eyes upon teacher Ruo Lan. "The loathsome wretch, how dare you strike me?" Xuebing screamed in a fit of rage, his eyes bloodshot as he glared fiercely at Fang Xian, gritting his teeth and hissing, "Your mother is a harlot from a brothel, and you are nothing but a contemptible cur. It was my negligence earlier. Let us have another round, and I shall surely leave you searching for your teeth on the ground." The long blade sliced through the air, transforming into a chilling arc of cold light, brutally piercing Xuebing's right hand, the bloodied tip of the sword poised menacingly against his throat. Fang Xian's icy, merciless eyes bore down on Xuebing, causing the debauched prince to shudder involuntarily. To live or to die? Fang Xian's movements were as swift as lightning. With a mere thrust of his dagger, he instantly subdued Xuebing. The murderous intent radiated from him, his gaze icy and unyielding. Regardless of whether this prince of the Tiando Empire was a true wastrel or merely feigning such, he had undeniably provoked Fang Xian's wrath. This unexpected turn of events left all present in shock. Even teacher Ruo Lan seemed momentarily taken aback. In an instant, the previously taciturn youth transformed into an unparalleled harbinger of death, a terrifying aura of killing intent that even she found chilling. "Fang Xian, stand down. Do not take a life." Teacher Ruo Lan urgently intervened. However, Fang Xian appeared deaf to her pleas, the blade still pressed firmly against Xuebing's throat, ready to end the life of this spoiled prince with the slightest exertion. Xuebing's face turned pale, cold sweat beading on his forehead as he met Fang Xian's indifferent expression, realizing that he was not jesting, he was dead serious. If he dared utter another word of defiance, he would indeed perish here. I was wrong. I do not wish to die. Spare me." Xuebing pleaded desperately. With a cold snort, Fang Xian swiftly sheathed his dagger, his demeanor as unperturbed as if nothing had transpired. "Hurry, you two. Escort Xuebing to the infirmary." Teacher Ruo Lan directed two students to assist Xuebing away. As they departed, Fang Xian noticed a flicker of resentment etched across Xuebing's face, a clear indication that he would not let the day's events rest easily. "Let the chips fall where they may. I harbor no fear." Fang Xian resolved, undaunted. "You little rascal, you truly know how to stir up trouble." Teacher Ruo Lan sighed, rubbing her temples in annoyance as she cast a glare at Fang Xian. Although they did not adhere to hierarchical norms within the academy, Xuebing was still a prince of the empire, and an injury within her class would undoubtedly attract the ire of certain royal figures. Trouble was on the horizon. "Teacher, I wish to participate in the genius battle." To her surprise, Fang Xian not only showed no signs of worry, but boldly requested to join the imminent competition. The genius battle. Teacher Ruo Lan was momentarily taken aback, astonishment crossing her delicate features, while the other students exchanged incredulous glances, staring at Fang Xian in disbelief. The Genius Battle was the premier competition of the Tiando Academy, where the elite of the younger generation fiercely competed for the title of the Academy's strongest. Achieving a commendable rank would yield substantial rewards and garner the Academy's attention for further cultivation, a veritable cornucopia of benefits. However, while every student of the Tiando Academy was eligible to participate, typically, those at the lower tier, known as the Tianwei level, would not dare to enlist. The Academy categorized students based on their spirit power levels. Those below level 25 were classified as Tianwei, levels 25 to 30 as Tianji. and those above level 30 as the formidable Tiando. Under the weight of the Tianji and Tiando students' superiority, it was futile for ordinary Tianwei students to enter the fray. They would merely serve as fodder for the more talented competitors. Thus, it was rare for Tianwei students to sign up for the Genius Battle, which was predominantly a stage for the Tiando level. Haha, so you wish to participate in the Genius Battle? Quite audacious, Teacher Ruolan remarked, a glimmer of admiration in her eyes as she patted Fang Xian's shoulder. Over the past 2 years, she had endured her fair share of indignities as the academy's lowest-ranking Tianwei teacher, often overshadowed by her more esteemed colleagues, especially during the Genius Battle. As the senior teachers eagerly debated which of their students would claim victory, she had sat in silence, her heart heavy with frustration. She had anticipated that only upon advancing to Tianji level and mentoring Tianji students would she finally bask in the limelight of the much-anticipated event. Yet, unexpectedly, today a Tianwei student of merely over level 20 had boldly expressed his desire to compete, leaving her utterly astonished. Very well. I have decided that everyone in our class will participate in the Genius Battle. Perhaps influenced by Fang Xian's courage, Teacher Ruolan proclaimed with enthusiasm, hands resting on her hips. What? How can this be? Upon hearing their teacher's unilateral decision, the students lamented in despair. With their modest levels, attending the Genius Battle would be akin to courting disaster. Do not fret, even if we do not secure esteemed rankings. The most important thing is for you to broaden your horizons. Teacher Ruolan reassured them. The Genius Battle was fundamentally the exclusive domain of Tiando-level students. Ordinary Tianwei and Tianji students participating would merely serve as punching bags for the prodigies who had attained the rank of Spirit Master at such a young age. Currently, the Tiando Academy boasted around 500 students, with fewer than 1/10 being of the Tiando level, each a rare and exceptional talent. Historically, the champions of the Genius Battle emerged from the ranks of Tiando-level classes, and while Teacher Ruolan felt a twinge of envy and regret, she understood that ordinary students could not realistically aspire to victory. Alas, if only one of my students could emerge as champion. Those haughty senior teachers would surely be left speechless. As she indulged in this fantasy, Teacher Ruolan turned her gaze to Fang Xian with a gentle smile, saying, Fang Xian, your bold request to participate in the Genius Battle suggests you possess a measure of confidence. Tell me, how far do you wish to advance in the competition? The top 30? Or perhaps the top 20? Historically, the top 10 spots were exclusively claimed by Tiando-level students, and she estimated that, with effort, Fang Xian might just break into the top 30. Fang Xian resolutely declared. First, he expressed his gratitude for everyone's support. In addition, he mentioned that he was managing 2 works simultaneously, encouraging harmony among readers in the group, urging them to refrain from quarrels. As for the reason behind his dual commitments, it was born out of necessity. The aspiring author merely sought to secure 2 full attendance records, nothing more. He kindly requested that those who disapproved of his work refrain from joining the group solely to critique him. Having faced a 6-day internet outage, he felt he had already endured enough hardship. The next chapter is expected to be released around 11 o'clock. His gratitude for the support continued, as he sought recommendations for Chapter 30 and the upcoming preliminary match on Monday. The following morning, the highly anticipated Genius Battle commenced. In front of the main campus lay a spacious and level square. The morning mist had yet to dissipate, yet many students were already gathered there. These students, both male and female, were predominantly above the 25th level, classified as elite students, with a few at the lower tier. Notably, none of the most formidable soul masters of the academy, ranked at the heavenly duel level, had arrived. Today's event in the square was the preliminary round of the Genius Battle. Students at the heavenly duel level, possessing strength beyond level 30, were exempt from the preliminary rounds and could directly participate in the main event, a privilege bestowed upon the academy's finest. Surrounding the square, several instructors clad in golden robes engaged in casual conversation, serving as judges to maintain order during the competition. On a tranquil path leading to the main campus, a youth in dark attire strode briskly, accompanied by an ever-persistent red-haired beauty who chattered incessantly, following him as he entered the competition square. This young man was none other than Fang Xian, while the charming red-haired lady was his teacher, Ruolan. Throughout their journey, Teacher Ruolan diligently imparted essential points regarding the competition. Despite her responsible demeanor, her loquacious nature caused the reserved Fang Xian to frown in discomfort. All right, that should suffice, Ruolan said with a slight smile, her left hand resting on her waist while her right hand patted Fang Xian's shoulder in a teasing manner. Do your best, first? In response to her incredulous expression, Fang Xian couldn't help but curl his lip. When participating in a competition, if one's aim is not to secure first place, would one truly be aiming for second? A lower-tier student proclaiming their intent to seize first place in the Genius Battle drew laughter from the entire class, with both students and teachers alike doubling over in mirth. Fang Xian refrained from elaborating much. He simply needed to contemplate how to vanquish his adversaries. Teacher, who is the strongest individual at the Tiando Academy? What is their current level? He gazed earnestly at Teacher Ruolan, hoping to extract some valuable information from her. He felt no concern regarding today's preliminary match, as the participants were merely individuals in their 20s, the highest among them being a mere 29 levels. Such capabilities posed no threat to him. In contrast, the true young prodigies from various academies represented Fang Xian's most formidable foes. The strongest individual? Teacher Rulin pondered, stroking her chin thoughtfully. Indeed, this year has seen the emergence of several remarkable talents. Among them are Yu Tianheng from the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Clan and Chu Zhangtian, the Little Tyrant of the Tiando Empire. These two are undoubtedly the most exceptional students at the academy, having attained level 37 at such a young age. Their martial souls and soul rings are of the utmost caliber, allowing them to contend even against soul masters above level 40. Yu Tianheng and Chu Zhangtian. Fang Xian silently contemplated, gradually immersed in thought. He was aware of Yu Tianheng, who would soon become the captain of the Imperial fighting team. Hailing from one of the three esteemed sects, the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family, the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon martial soul was indeed a premier martial soul, making him likely the most exceptional figure at the Heaven Do Academy. As for Chu Zhangtian, he was a name unfamiliar to Fang Xian. However, given that he was mentioned in the same breath as Yu Tianheng, one could surmise his strength was formidable. With a soul power of 37 and a top-tier martial soul, he could certainly rival an average soul sect, rendering his prowess quite daunting. Fang Xian's current level is regrettably low. Should he encounter Yu Tianheng or Chu Zhangtian, he would likely find himself in a precarious situation, possibly even facing defeat. By the way, there is another individual. At this moment, Teacher Rulon furrowed her brow and remarked, this person usually maintains a low profile, appearing and disappearing mysteriously, seldom showcasing his strength before others, yet his power should not be underestimated. Who is it? The Prince of the Ballot Kingdom, Douglas. Fang Xian raised an eyebrow, silently committing the name to memory. He thought to himself to tread carefully, ensuring he did not falter in the preliminary rounds. Teacher Ruolan evidently held high hopes for Fang Xian, aspiring for him to achieve a commendable rank in the upcoming genius battle. Understood, Fang Xian replied earnestly, nodding his head. Suddenly, a dangerous smirk graced Teacher Ruolan's lips as her delicate fingers tapped lightly on Fang Xian's forehead. With an alluring tone, she teased, Fang Xian, should you truly secure the first place, this beautiful teacher shall grant you your very first kiss. What say you? Of course, she was fully aware that such a scenario was utterly improbable. Merely surviving the preliminaries would be a significant achievement for Fang Xian. The prospect she presented was simply a playful jest. However, to her surprise, Fang Xian regarded her with disdain and remarked, you should save your first kiss for some oblivious man who might fancy you. I have no interest in such a thing. At 26 or 7, nearing 30, who still has their first kiss? A leftover woman. Fang Xian pondered, were he on Earth, his parents would undoubtedly be deeply troubled, wondering how he could leisurely wander about in such circumstances. As he observed the furious departure of Teacher Ruolan, Fang Xian calmly leaned against the wall, patiently awaiting the commencement of the competition. As time passed, more and more students gathered in the square, and by nearly 10 o'clock, the number of participants in the preliminary round had soared to over 200, a truly staggering figure. With such a multitude of competitors, it remained uncertain how long it would take to determine the outcome of this preliminary contest. Fang Xian couldn't help but feel a slight headache. At that moment, an elderly man with gray hair stepped onto the stage, cleared his throat, and announced in a voice powerful enough to resonate throughout the square, everyone, please be quiet. I am the host for this year's preliminaries of the Genius Battle. After careful deliberation by our academy, we have decided that this year's preliminaries will be conducted in a knockout format. Knockout format. The participants in the square were momentarily taken aback, unable to restrain their whispers. This year's competition method is quite straightforward, a chaotic free-for-all. Every individual around you is your adversary. Within the span of a single incense stick's burning time, strive to defeat as many opponents as you can. Once the incense has fully burned, the 50 participants still standing will advance. However, should the time elapse and the number of remaining participants exceed 50, the elderly man continued with a cold tone, then all present shall be eliminated. An uproar erupted once more throughout the crowd. This was indeed a ruthless challenge, forcing everyone to strive desperately to eliminate their rivals. A chaotic melee involving 200 participants, aiming to eliminate 3/4 of them within the time it takes for an incense stick to burn. This year's preliminaries were likely to be the most arduous in history. Many participants, upon hearing this announcement, turned pale, their expressions reflecting their trepidation. A free-for-all? How intriguing. Fang Xian's eyes shimmered with anticipation for the chaotic battle ahead. Chapter 31. Lu Wushuang implores for recommendations. By any means necessary, at any cost. The objective was to eliminate as many opponents as possible. The preliminaries were highly open-ended. One could engage in combat, execute surprise attacks, or form alliances with others. In essence, within the span of a single incense stick, 150 competitors needed to be eliminated, leaving only 50 qualified participants. The intensity of this contest was unimaginable. The sole requirement from the instructors was that no one must take a life. Each student at the Tiando Academy possessed a notable background. Any incident could cause significant trouble for the academy, and these students represented the institution's future hopes. The instructors were loath to witness fatalities during the competition. As the incense was lit, an elderly man in gray robes surveyed the densely packed participants below. Clearing his throat, he proclaimed loudly, "I hereby announce the commencement of the competition. Remember, this is a sparring match. Do not take lives." With the sound of the announcement, the atmosphere erupted with fervor. Enemies. Everyone was an enemy. The crowd immediately donned serious expressions, alertly scanning their surroundings. Boom, boom, boom. Waves of soul power surged forth like a tempest sweeping across the realm. Contestants began to unleash their martial spirits, activating their soul rings. Two-headed wolves, magic-patterned tigers, majestic eagles. Vines, hoes, rakes, swords, guns, and an array of other martial spirits filled the arena, dazzling the spectators with their variety. Over 200 individuals showcased their martial spirits, creating a magnificent spectacle, most of whom were in their 20s and possessed 2 yellow soul rings. As they simultaneously activated their soul rings, a resplendent golden light illuminated the entire square. The battle commenced. The winds howled, and the cries of combat resounded, plunging the scene into chaos. With bloodshot eyes, everyone fought fervently for the chance to advance, losing themselves in the fray. Amidst this tumultuous crowd, a black-haired youth surged forth like a lone wolf, weaving through the masses with unparalleled prowess. Each brilliant flash of his blade sent 3 to 5 adversaries flying. Fang Xian's gaze was piercing as he fixated on a young man in his 20s with green hair, who wielded a bloodied shadowless blade. Swiftly, he charged towards this individual. The man was robust, with a rugged appearance, and a wolf-like martial spirit flickered around him. The green-haired youth exuded a profound aura of soul power, significantly surpassing those around him, evidently having reached the pinnacle of great soul master, on the verge of breaking through to soul sage. Humph, an ignorant brat. I haven't sought you out, yet you dare to provoke me. Do you truly believe that I, El Wushuang, am easily trifled with? The green-haired youth, El Wushuang, noticed Fang Xian rushing towards him and let out a maniacal laugh, his voice brimming with immense confidence. El Wushuang. That individual is El Wushuang, one of the most formidable young talents among the celestial-level students. It is said that he is likely the strongest contender in this preliminary round. Many in the crowd, upon spotting the green-haired youth, instinctively stepped back, unwilling to contest against him. Yet, Fang Xian audaciously chose to confront El Wushuang, a display of arrogance and ignorance that left onlookers astounded. El Wushuang. The murmurs around him reached Fang Xian's ears, causing him to shudder momentarily. He abruptly halted his steps, coming to a stop 3 meters away from El Wushuang, a grave expression settling on his features as contemplation flickered in his eyes. Haha, hearing my name has frightened you, hasn't he? El Wushuang crossed his arms, the wolf-like spirit hovering above him, his demeanor radiating an undeniable pride as he gazed defiantly at Fang Xian. Suddenly, he spoke. If you retreat now and concede, I, in my magnanimity, shall not pursue this matter further, sparing you from physical suffering. What say you? Fang Xian fixed a serious gaze upon Lu Wushuang, and after a moment of silence, he slowly remarked, "What a splendid name. To navigate through life, one must always carry a hint of green upon their head. Yet, this Lu Wushuang is so green that he embodies the essence of duality. Now that is a true man." The figure before him commanded a sense of reverence. "Damn you. It seems you are courting death." Lu Wushuang's eyes blazed with fury, the corners of his mouth twitching violently. He could not miss the mockery embedded within Fang Xian's tone. It was a clear attempt to deride him. With a roar, the wolf martial soul above his head transformed into a radiant azure light, enhancing Lu Wushuang's already formidable physique, rendering it even more robust. His bulging pectorals, abdominal muscles, and biceps tore through his shirt, revealing a physique rivaling that of a world bodybuilding champion. Roar! Lu Wushuang bellowed, his green hair billowing as he dropped to all fours, resembling a ferocious beast, charging fiercely at Fang Xian. Die, you little brat. Lu Wushuang unleashed his true fury, intent on obliterating Fang Xian. Blade technique. Ice blade. A sharp gust of wind tousled Fang Xian's dark hair, unveiling his resolute, cold gaze. He summoned the power of his ice phoenix martial soul, unleashing a torrent of icy energy. The shadowless blade pierced through the void, carrying a chilling frost that struck fiercely against Lu Wushuang's iron-like body. A piercing scream echoed as Lu Wushuang found himself largely encased in ice, blood spurting forth as he was sent hurtling away. Rendered unconscious by the sheer force of the blow, a wave of shock swept through the audience. The combatants engaged in fierce battles around them paused in unison, their astonished eyes drawn towards the spectacle unfolding before Fang Xian. Is this real? Lu Wushuang has actually been defeated, and with a single strike at that. Who is this formidable figure? Fang Xian. I recall that name, an ordinary heavenly micro-level student. He was the one who felled the Millennium Soul Beast, and subsequently triumphed over Yi Liangshan and Long Outyan. Now, even Lu Wushuang has succumbed to his might. This individual is incredibly powerful. The students buzzed with excitement and disbelief. The teachers observing from the judging panel were equally astounded, their eyes sparkling with admiration, especially Teacher Rulin, whose heart brimmed with astonishment and delight. Her gaze remained fixated on Fang Xian, contemplating, this little rascal harbors quite a depth. In a fleeting moment, Fang Xian's name began to circulate throughout the Tiando Academy. Many swallowed hard, their eyes filled with trepidation as they glanced at the stoic youth, instinctively distancing themselves to avoid crossing paths with this formidable warrior. Fang Xian chose to hold back, for a single strike could have encased Lu Wushuang in ice, extinguishing her life. He harbored no interest in the elevation of his own reputation. Instead, wielding his blade, he charged once more into the densely populated central arena. Utilizing these participants to hone his swordsmanship. Soul power increment by 1. With each draw of his blade, his strength steadily ascended. Chapter 32. Martial Spirit Fusion Technique. In the blink of an eye, half a stick of incense had burned away. Yet, there remained 150 contestants on the square, while only 50 were deemed qualified. Before the incense extinguished, 100 must be eliminated. Otherwise, all present would be considered failures, forfeiting their chance for advancement. Time was running short. Desperation ensued. The contestants became frenzied. Each unleashed their utmost abilities, employing their most potent techniques to launch relentless assaults on their neighboring competitors. A lithe figure weaved through the throng. Fang Xian resembled a frenzied lion, heedless of distinctions, lunging at any cluster and striking down anyone in his path, regardless of gender. If one did not provoke him, he would still pursue them. If one surrendered, he would not relent. Like autumn winds sweeping away fallen leaves, Fang Xian stood as the absolute sovereign amidst this assembly of participants, whose average level hovered around 25. Effortlessly sweeping through the ranks. Did they think him a mere swine to be butchered? They were indeed human beings. And even those delicate young women felt no mercy from the grim reaper Fang Xian. He dispatched them all without hesitation. Many were utterly terrified of this harbinger of death, avoiding him as if he were a venomous serpent. The name of the slaughterer, Fang Xian, truly spread throughout this competition. Of course, apart from Fang Xian, several others stirred feelings of anger and dissatisfaction among the crowd. Most notably, the young couple who fought side by side, hand in hand, while the others battled with fervor. They strolled romantically across the square, exchanging sweet nothings amidst the chaos of war. Many watched with burning eyes, their teeth clenched in frustration, yet powerless against them due to their formidable prowess. The young couple, Zhang Song and Lin Yali, were among the elite of the heavenly grade students, boasting soul power at a staggering 29 levels. Moreover, their martial spirits displayed exceptional affinity, allowing them to execute martial spirit fusion techniques, rendering even ordinary soul masters inadequate opponents. Barring unforeseen circumstances, Zhang Song and Lin Yali would undoubtedly advance beyond the preliminaries, confident in their qualification, treating the contest as mere entertainment. Yali, your hair is disheveled, Zhang Song remarked, a gentle smile gracing his lips as he produced an emerald comb from his pocket, tenderly grooming the young woman's hair. Songgu, you are so kind, Lin Yali exclaimed, her cheeks flushed like a ripe peach as she leapt into his embrace, the two reveling in their affection. As onlookers seethed with envy, a brilliant blade light cleaved through the air, targeting the couple with lethal intent. Who dares? Zhang Song bellowed, a jet-black eagle materializing beside him. Lin Yali, momentarily startled, summoned a vibrant lark that soared above her head. Their reflexes were commendable. The moment the blade light approached within a meter, they instinctively unleashed their martial spirits, synchronously striking to dissipate the assault. Wow, what a thrill. Finally, someone couldn't tolerate that foolish couple any longer. Who dares to provoke Zhang Song and Lin Yali? Many spectators cheered in delight, their eyes gleaming with anticipation as a formidable, dark figure emerged from the crowd. Clad in black with flowing hair, his gaze icy and piercing, he wielded a white longsword, emanating an aura as frigid as a specter from the depths of hell. Killer Star Fang Xian? The crowd stood in shock. Who could have anticipated that it would be Fang Xian who targeted Zhang Song and Lin Yali? The slaughterer versus the couple. A spectacle was about to unfold. Fang Xian's pitch-black pupils betrayed no emotion as he coldly regarded Zhang Song and Lin Yali, his brow slightly furrowed. The strike he had just unleashed required immense effort, executed even under the guise of a surprise attack. He believed that even an ordinary soul master would be sent flying by such a blow. Yet, astonishingly, these two had managed to jointly withstand his blade's descent, revealing the formidable power of their martial soul fusion. A glimmer of excitement flickered in his icy gaze. Resembling a hunter who had finally found its long-sought prey, radiating an aura of fierce battle intent. Damn it, I nearly harmed my beloved Yali. Zhang Song lamented as he gently caressed Lin Yali's delicate face, then turned his furious gaze upon Fang Xian, exclaiming, Fang Xian, are you seeking death? How dare you provoke us? You despicable wretch, if you lay a single finger on my brother Song, I will ensure you are reduced to ashes. Lin Yali coldly fixed her gaze on Fang Xian. Fang Xian let out a cold snort, remaining silent as he silently urged his Ice Phoenix martial soul. Waves of frigid power enveloping him, causing the blade to be cloaked in frost. Since you have taken the initiative to seek your demise, we shall not be blamed. Merge our martial souls. Zhang Song and Lin Yali exchanged a serious glance and nodded in unison, their bodies radiating spirit light as the mighty eagle martial soul soared into the heavens, while the lark martial soul took flight into the vast skies. The two avian martial souls swiftly fused into a formidable golden-winged roc, a tempest of soul power sweeping around them, causing many onlookers to tremble in fear. Heavens! The fusion of martial souls. Such overwhelming might, their aura far surpassing that of an ordinary soul master. The martial soul fusion technique is simply terrifying. The crowd was astounded, filled with dread at the sight of the two merging their souls. Even many from the Heavenly Do Academy would find it difficult to contend with the two of them. Fangxian, you, a mere heavenly micro-level student, are foolishly arrogant. Today, allow us to demonstrate the power of our martial soul fusion technique. Zhang Song and Lin Yali, hand in hand, commanded the golden-winged roc, soaring freely through the sky. As they reached above Fangxian, they suddenly dove downward. Martial soul fusion technique, thunderous charge of the roc. They held their breath, focusing their minds. Faced with the terrifying martial soul fusion technique descending from the sky, Fangxian displayed no fear in his eyes, remaining exceptionally calm. The power of ice surged to its zenith, the shadowless blade enveloped in frost. Sharp ice spikes extending from its body, an endless chill permeating the air. Break for me. He unleashed a sliver of blade intent he had comprehended over the years. Wielding the frosty blade, wherever the trajectory passed, the very space quivered, stirring the forces of heaven and earth. This represented a higher echelon of blade heart. Stepping into the threshold of blade intent, boom. Accompanied by a hint of blade intent, the frosty blade cleaved through the void, colliding violently with the terrifying golden-winged roc, unleashing an indescribable tempest of soul power. How is this possible? In the next moment, two screams echoed. Zhang Song and Lin Yali, the couple, flew apart, crashing against the walls to the east and west, the impact collapsing the very walls. They spat blood and fell unconscious on the spot. In that place, only Fangxian stood proudly like a solitary pine tree. A gratifying sight. Chapter 33. The true werewolf. Time flew by. A stick of incense was about to burn out. However, there were still 60 people present. The countdown commenced. 10, 9, 8, 58 people. 7, 57 people. 6, 56 people. 5, 55 people. 4, 54 people. The final 3 seconds. Fangxian's gaze turned icy as he unleashed a ferocious strike with the shadowless blade, toppling 3 individuals in a single sweep. With merely 2 seconds remaining, one more contender must be eliminated. His piercing eyes, akin to those of a hawk, scanned the surroundings with the fervor of a treasure hunter, swiftly seeking the nearest target. It was you. Fangxian's eyes gleamed with intensity as he spotted a maiden clad in purple, immediately brandishing his blade and charging toward her with menacing ferocity. The purple-clad girl was momentarily taken aback upon seeing the approaching figure, only to be swiftly overtaken by dread, her fair visage paling as she let out a piercing scream. Following the tumultuous chaos of battle, Fangxian's infamous reputation had spread far and wide. He was a figure known to all, a veritable harbinger of doom. His notoriety transcended gender, earning him titles such as the Enchantress Slayer, a relentless predator of beautiful maidens. His terrifying nature could scarcely be encapsulated by mere words like cold-blooded, heartless, or cruel. As Fangxian's unwavering gaze bore into her, his eyes shimmering with a predatory glint, the purple-clad girl felt her cheeks turn ashen, a wave of terror surging within her, compelling her to instinctively retreat. Were it any ordinary young man staring at her in such a manner, she might have assumed he harbored romantic intentions. However, in the case of the notorious Fangxian, it was evident that his interest lay not in her beauty but rather in her physique, intending to use her as a mere target for his relentless assault. Wait, she pleaded pathetically, backing away while beseeching, Mr. Harbinger of Doom, I concede. I surrender. Please, do not harm me. Fangxian furrowed his brows, and his long blade suddenly halted above the head of the young girl in purple attire, refraining from descending. Just as she breathed a sigh of relief, Fangxian's left fist abruptly swung forth, striking her delicate abdomen with force, sending the exquisite beauty soaring through the air. Alas! The violet-haired maiden's charming visage contorted in pain as she let out a pitiful cry, rolling helplessly on the ground for several revolutions, her enchanting form now covered in dust, appearing utterly wretched. Good heavens, Miss Dyer. Dyer, the stunning girl, was none other than the first goddess of the celestial-level students. How despicable. What vile intentions does that scoundrel harbor towards our goddess? How could he possibly lay his hands upon her? A beast, worse than a pig or a dog. Around them, voices of resentment erupted, as numerous young men, witnessing Fangxian's brutal assault on Dyer, glared at him with fiery eyes, seething with rage, wishing they could rush forth and tear him apart. Even if this scoundrel had merely sought to tease Dyer, they might have reluctantly accepted it. However, to strike her down? What manner of audacity is this? How could he truly resort to such violence? At this moment, the crowd realized the depths of Fangxian's malevolence and ruthlessness. He spared not even the beauty, revealing himself as a truly terrifying anomaly. Fangxian, however, paid no heed to the indignant crowd surrounding him. Instead, he turned his gaze towards the judge's table, where a fragrant stick of incense was burning. At that moment, a pinch of ash fell, signaling its complete consumption. This was, without a doubt, the most exhilarating preliminary match I have ever witnessed in my lifetime. The silver-haired instructor, with keen eyes, scanned the 50 contestants standing in the square. ultimately fixing his gaze upon Fang Xian, a smile of appreciation unconsciously gracing his lips. He proclaimed loudly, "I hereby announce the official conclusion of the preliminary round of the genius battle. All 50 participants present shall advance." What splendid news! In the next instant, an overwhelming chorus of cheers erupted from all directions. The contestants were elated, their hearts brimming with joy. After enduring immense trials to survive this chaotic melee of 200 participants, they had finally secured their eligibility to compete against the most exceptional talents. The crowd was entirely ecstatic. Witnessing this scene, Fang Xian exhaled a sigh of relief. After such an intense battle, he had personally vanquished 30 to 40 opponents, depleting much of his soul power and nearing exhaustion. Yet, despite the fatigue, he had successfully passed this preliminary round. Wiping the sweat from his brow, he began to assess his current attributes. Ultimate Blade Drawing System Host, Fang Xian level, LV22 title, Great Soul Master Soul Power, 36. 220 Proficiency, Basic Blade Drawing Technique, 99-100, Divine Blade, 0 Martial Soul, Ice Phoenix Soul, Beginner 60-100, 9 Hearts Begonia Soul, Beginner 51-100, Talents, Icy Blade. Healing Blade. From this fierce confrontation, he had garnered a total of 34 points of soul power, even increasing the proficiency of the Ice Phoenix Martial Soul by 3 points. This was significantly more efficient than practicing alone at home, yielding abundant rewards. Moreover, Fang Xian made a newfound discovery. He realized that for every opponent he successfully defeated, regardless of their strength, he was acknowledged for a successful blade drawing, instantly receiving a reward of 1 point of soul power. This revelation undoubtedly promised to enhance his leveling efficiency. With this thought in mind, Fang Xian felt a surge of delight. The preliminary round concluded splendidly, and the instructor informed the 50 advancing students of the rules for the official competition the following day. Soon after, everyone began to disperse. Fang Xian, resting his hands behind his head, skillfully maneuvered through the throngs of people, making his way alone towards the northern residential district. Suddenly, a deafening clap of thunder reverberated through the air. Fang Xian was suddenly startled, lifting his gaze to behold a blue lightning bolt surging towards him with ferocity. Drawing upon his swordsmanship, he grasped the hilt of his knife and swiftly unsheathed the shadowless blade, striking fiercely against the oncoming blue lightning. However, to his astonishment, an indescribable and terrifying force collided with the shadowless blade, causing it to tremble violently, and he was forcefully propelled backward. Who could this be? His right hand's tiger mouth split open, blood flowing along the blade's edge, staining the pristine white of the shadowless blade. He was utterly shocked. The power behind this attack was nothing short of terrifying, and he found himself struggling to withstand it. Upon further inspection, he discerned a young man clad in a brocade robe, with striking brows and eyes, enveloped in blue lightning, who was coldly fixing his gaze upon him, striding forward with the grace of a dragon and the might of a tiger. As he recognized the newcomer, Fang Xian's eyebrows arched slightly, revealing a hint of solemnity. Yu Tianheng. Chapter 34. Greener and Healthier Yu Tianheng. A 37th level battle soul master, hailing from the blue electric Tyrannosaurus family. He is currently one of the most exceptional talents within the Heavenly Do Academy and a favorite to win this year's genius battle. Fang Xian gazed at Yu Tianheng. A look of solemnity etched upon his countenance. Powerful, truly formidable. This individual is undeniably exceptional. In their recent clash, Fang Xian had already found himself at a disadvantage. Yu Tianheng, both in terms of rank and the quality of his martial soul, stands as one of the most distinguished among the younger generation. Even at the peak of his prowess, Fang Xian would likely struggle to overcome him. After all, Fang Xian is currently only at level 22, a significantly low rank, with a staggering difference of 15 levels between them. Furthermore, he has just endured a fierce battle, his soul power nearly depleted. Should he confront Yu Tianheng now, defeat would be inevitable. Are you Fang Xian? Yu Tianheng's gaze was icy, piercing through Fang Xian, as an overwhelming surge of soul power erupted from his robust frame. A cerulean divine dragon materialized, roaring defiantly towards the heavens, its fierce growl echoing ominously. Boom, boom, boom. The violent aura surged forth like a maddened beast, crashing ferociously against Fang Xian's chest. Thud. He let out a muffled grunt, stepping back as his foot sank partially into the mud. A desperate attempt to dissipate some of the force. Though he took a slight step back, his back remained resolutely straight. Indeed, Fang Xian's long, dark hair flowed freely, and his eyes were cold and piercing, devoid of any emotional fluctuation as they remained fixated on Yu Tianheng before him. Despite the immense pressure emanating from the latter, he felt no trace of fear. Indeed, although a newcomer, he possessed a commendable spirit. Yu Tianheng nodded in acknowledgement of Fang Xian, but then, as if struck by a sudden thought, his expression darkened immediately. In a frigid tone, he declared, "However, you have wronged Yan Yan, and I cannot let this slide easily. You must receive a lesson to understand that one should temper their demeanor and not be excessively audacious. You are not yet deserving of such arrogance." It became clear that he sought vengeance for Douluo Yin. Upon hearing this, Fang Xian instantly understood. Yu Tianheng had come seeking retribution for his girlfriend. The altercation had initially been instigated by Douluo Yin, and in the end, that woman, unable to best Fang Xian, had shamelessly sullied his hands. It was utterly disgraceful. From any perspective, Fang Xian felt blameless. It was entirely Douluo Yan's fault. Yet, it was evident that Yu Tianheng was an unreasonable individual. And Fang Xian had no desire to waste breath in explanation. Very well, let us see how this unfolds. He raised his wooing blade, assuming a ready stance, prepared to engage in battle with Yu Tianheng. Wait. Yu Tianheng suddenly raised his hand, halting him. Not today. You have just emerged from a fierce battle. And your soul energy is nearly depleted. Even if I were to defeat you, it would be an unworthy victory. Let us resolve our grievances on the arena. I assure you I will defeat you honorably. Fang Xian was taken aback, his expression somewhat comical. It must be said that Yu Tianheng's behavior was indeed commendable. He did not wish to take advantage of his opponent, embodying the qualities of an honorable gentleman. However, in the realm of martial arts, it is often the virtuous who meet an untimely demise. Tianheng, what are you doing? Why have you stopped? Did we not agree that you would teach this scoundrel a lesson? At that moment, 3 enchanting young ladies approached, standing together like a vibrant spectacle, captivating countless innocent young men. The trio consisted of Douluo Yin, Yi Lingling, and the recently battered Dyer. Yin Yin let out a bitter laugh and remarked, Fang Xian is not in optimal condition. Even if I were to defeat him, it would hold little significance. You, my dear, are quite foolish. Douluo Yin, with her slender waist pinched, pointed an indignant finger at Yu Tianheng, her demeanor brimming with frustration, declared, when dealing with such despicable, shameless, and vile rascals, there is no need for leniency. Just rush in, knock him down, and then stomp on him a couple of times, followed by a spit. That would truly relieve one's anger. Her spirited and headstrong personality was laid bare, prompting Fang Xian to furrow his brow. Truly, the wicked are often the first to complain. It was evident that he had suffered a loss, yet Douluo Yan had the audacity to turn the tables. It was utterly outrageous. Fang Xian felt he could no longer remain silent. Yu Tianheng, I sincerely apologize for the events of the past few days. At that moment, Fang Xian fixed a serious gaze upon Yu Tianheng, his face brimming with sincerity as he offered his apology. Yu Tianheng was momentarily taken aback. Douluo Yan was stunned, while Yi Lingling and Dyer exchanged glances, both displaying expressions of disbelief. Was it truly possible that the notorious Fang Xian was apologizing? This was akin to the sun rising in the west. Just as the crowd, with their complex emotions, prepared to forgive Fang Xian, their expressions shifted dramatically upon hearing his next words. It was not my intention to touch your girlfriend, Fang Xian said with an innocent smile. Yu Tianheng responded with fury. What do you mean? His eyes blazed with anger, veins bulging on his forehead as he glared fiercely at Fang Xian. What have you done to Yin Yin? Oh, you don't know? That shouldn't be the case. Douluo Yin, didn't he inform you of the true events of that day? Fang Xian replied earnestly. Fang Xian deliberately stoked the flames, saying, I apologize. It seems I have spoken too freely. Please regard that day's events as if they never transpired. My relationship with your girlfriend is entirely innocent. Yu Tianheng gradually turned to stone, feeling increasingly disturbed by the brazen words of this scoundrel. Yin Yin, what exactly transpired between you two? His face paled as he could not help but turn to Douluo Yin. Do not listen to that scoundrel's nonsense. Douluo Yin exclaimed, her anger causing her to stomp her foot in frustration. Nothing occurred between us. Indeed. Fang Xian promptly stepped forward to clarify, in truth, those trivial matters are of no consequence. Please do not dwell on them. Before Yu Tianheng could erupt in anger, he cast a meaningful glance at Douluo Yun's figure and remarked, you are indeed fortunate to have such a girlfriend. I have already verified this for you, so rest assured. Yu Tianheng's expression turned ashen, his lips twitching uncontrollably. Verified? How on earth did you verify that? Unbelievable. At that moment, Yu Tianheng felt as though he was enveloped in a pasture of verdant grass, an inescapable burden. Chapter 35, the engine of collective fury as a fine youth of the 21st century, be it in the comforts of home or on journeys afar. Who among us does not dabble in the arts of cunning and the wisdom of Zwan? Mastering these two disciplines renders one fearless in traversing the nation. Today, Fang Xian experienced the allure of language, effortlessly reducing the illustrious Yu Tianheng to a state of deep vexation, rendering him utterly speechless. Even the composed Douluo Yin could not suppress her irritation. This is what one might call a case of making matters worse. Yu Tianheng and Douluo Yin, mere children of around 10 years, remained blissfully unaware of the harsh and treacherous realities of the world, provoking a mischievous chuckle from Fang Xian. Fang Xian, you scoundrel. What nonsense are you spouting here? Douluo Yin glared at him fiercely, her beautiful eyes ablaze with indignation. You wretched Fang Xian, you have gone too far, tarnishing Yin Yan's reputation for no reason. Yi Lingling puffed her cheeks in protest, defending her friend. Devilish Fang Xian, I have clearly already conceded defeat. Yet you still struck me. You fiend. You scoundrel. I shall not let you off easily today. Daya seethed with rage, wishing she could crush Fang Xian to bits. The 3 young women erupted in unison, charging at Fang Xian. By the heavens! Fang Xian found himself at a loss, unable to contain an exclamation of surprise. Even the upright Yu Tianheng had been left speechless by his taunts, but he had not anticipated this trio of women to retaliate first. These 3 were the celebrated beauties of the academy, each possessing the strength of a third-ring soul master. Douluo Yan's offensive prowess was formidable, complemented by her venomous strikes, while Dair's abilities ranked among the upper echelons. Adding to their power was the divine healer, Yi Lingling, fervently tending to her companions. Fang Xian found himself in a rather arduous battle against three formidable women. Roar, roar, roar. The solitary figure of Douluo Yan, her violet hair dancing in the air, commanded attention. The emerald-scaled serpent writhed with its forked tongue flickering, unleashing a series of thunderous roars as it launched itself at Fang Xian's neck. Shrouded in a haze of blood-red venom, this emerald-scaled serpent possessed a venom of unparalleled potency. A single bite would undoubtedly spell instant demise. Fang Xian's long knife quivered, striking precisely upon the head of the azure-scaled serpent, unleashing a formidable force that sent it flying. In the ensuing moment, Douluo Yan ruthlessly targeted his face with a kick from her right foot. Fang Xian's gaze sharpened, and his left hand shot out like a venomous dragon, firmly grasping Douluo Yan's ankle. A fierce expression manifested on his face as his right hand twisted the knife, the hilt crashing violently into Douluo Yan's abdomen. His movements flowed like water, devoid of any tenderness, as he sent her hurtling away. No sooner had he vanquished Douluo Yan than Dia charged at him with ferocity. Her long hair danced in the air, as she wielded a purple longsword, 3 radiant soul rings glimmering around her. Her strikingly beautiful eyes brimmed with fury as she glared menacingly at Fang Xian, her purple sword spirit descending upon him with lethal intent. She still harbored resentment over the punch Fang Xian had delivered, and this grudge, once formed, would likely remain unbroken for a lifetime. With a swift stroke of his single saber, Fang Xian dispelled Dair's sword spirit, and with a formidable punch, he struck her abdomen once more, sending the delicate beauty soaring. The audacity of this fiend was truly alarming. How could he only target the fair maidens? The enchanting ladies of the Tiando Academy were nearly all victims of his wrath. Bystanders were left in shock and indignation, for these were goddesses in their eyes, and many young men longed to follow Douluo Yan and Dair, worshipping them daily. Yet, Fang Xian offered no courtesy to these beautiful school flowers. Instead, he seemed to revel in their downfall. Many were incensed. Jiao Xin Haidang. After defeating Douluo Yan and Dair, Yi Lingling opened her delicate hand, from which a pink begonia flower unfurled, radiating a divine luminescence that enveloped the injured maidens, swiftly healing their wounds. In the blink of an eye, Douluo Yan and Dair were rejuvenated, brimming with vitality once again. Yu Tianheng, you fool, come and assist. At that moment, Douluo Yan noticed Yu Tianheng, who was standing idly by, and her irritation escalated as she scolded him for his inaction. Yin, Yu Tianheng's expression turned awkward as he hesitated. I promised I wouldn't intervene against Fang Xian today. A man must honor his word, so let us save it for another day. Go die, you big idiot. Douluo Yan rolled her eyes, deeming Yu Tianheng beyond redemption. She gritted her teeth and turned away from him, leading Dair and Yi Lingling to confront Fang Xian. The fury of the women. In an instant, soul power surged, and the winds howled as their battle cries echoed through the air. Under the relentless assault of the women, beads of sweat began to form on Fang Xian's brow. He was genuinely struggling. Having fought numerous battles, his internal soul power was nearly depleted. And now with Douluo Yan and the others relentlessly pursuing him, fatigue was setting in, and defeat loomed near. Humph, rogue Fang Xian, you're faltering. Douluo Yan noticed Fang Xian's unsteady stance, a dangerous smile curling at her lips as she aimed a punch at his head. When you fall into my hands, I shall feed you 72 poisons in a day, leaving you to wish for life and death. She threatened fiercely. Submit. Wicked Fang Xian, you have no escape. At the same time, Dair lunged forward, sword drawn, aimed directly at Fang Xian. Jiao Xin Haidang, full healing. Yi Lingling, witnessing this scene, hurriedly increased her healing power. Wait a moment. Fang Xian, drenched in sweat, faced the ferocious trio of women and finally felt overwhelmed. He began to attempt a verbal negotiation. Well, I bear no grudges against you. Since I cannot prevail, let us first discuss reason. Once my soul energy is restored, I will deal with each of you in turn. Fang Xian pondered, no grievances, no enmities. Upon hearing this, the 3 women erupted in fury. You touched me, exclaimed Douluo Yan, enraged. You struck me, declared Dair. You wounded me, asserted Yi Lingling. Oh, Fang Xian sure was petrified. It truly seemed unjust, having always maintained his integrity and never indulging in frivolous pursuits. Why were these entangling blossoms relentlessly pursuing him? Such frustration. Those around him murmured incessantly, casting scornful glances in his direction. What kind of romantic debts had this scoundrel accumulated to provoke the 3 goddesses of the academy to unite against him? Many were indignant, firmly believing that Fang Xian was a despicable scoundrel. Thus, in addition to his infamous title of Disaster Star, Fang Xian had acquired a widely recognized moniker, Scoundrel Fang. Chapter 36. The public enemy. Unbeknownst to him, he had garnered so much animosity. Gazing at the furious trio of women, Fang Xian felt a peculiar surge of vitality. Beautiful women were meant to be confronted. With a swift motion, he unleashed his ice blade technique. A torrent of frigid air surged forth, crashing violently against the ground, producing a resounding echo that resonated through the air. The swirling white frost mixed with the brownish-yellow dust, obscuring the vision of the women. Damn it! We can't see anything, cried the trio, Duguyin, Yilingling, and Dai, frustrated and infuriated, ensnared by the smokescreen conjured by Fang Xian. Moments later, when the haze dissipated, Fang Xian's figure had long vanished. Scoundrel Fang, I will never let you escape, echoed the clear yet furious declaration, reverberating through the skies. At the rear mountains of the Tiando Academy, the women were as fierce as tigers. Fang Xian, utterly exhausted, collapsed by the stream, finally exhaling a sigh of relief. Fortunately, he had managed to escape. Had he fallen into the hands of the ruthless women led by Duguyin, he would likely have been tortured to death, leaving him with lingering trepidation. Thanks to Duguyin and her cohorts, he now found himself with no way to return home. Where has that scoundrel Fang gone? Hurry! Search everywhere. Whoever captures Fang Xian gets to go on a date with the three goddesses. Laughter and excited chatter suddenly erupted from a nearby group, causing Fang Xian's heart to race anew. Following the sound, he spotted a team of over a dozen individuals swiftly making their way toward the back mountain. All of them were soul masters, exuding a formidable aura, members of the elite from the Tiando Academy. Seeing their approach, Fang Xian's lips twitched slightly. Even at his peak, facing so many soul masters would have meant only suffering a beating. Now, drained of soul power and energy, he could only anticipate a thorough thrashing. How despicably shameless of those girls to use their beauty as bait, rallying the entire school to hunt me down. Fang Xian fumed, connecting the dots to Duguyin and her companions, who had mobilized their influence to incite a manhunt for him. Such tactics were utterly vile. May you all be cursed to remain single for life, he muttered under his breath, hastily rising from the stream and stealthily climbing an ancient tree to evade capture. If those infatuated fools were to catch him, he feared he would be torn to shreds. Odd. I clearly saw that scoundrel Fang heading this way. Where could he have hidden? The young soul masters scoured the back mountain, meticulously searching for Fang Xian's whereabouts. No one can thwart my date with the goddess. Duguyin belongs to me. A corpulent, lecherous man drooled as he searched for Fang Xian, his beady eyes gleaming with desire, envisioning a date with Duguyin. Drool pooling on the ground below. Everyone knew Duguyin was the girlfriend of Yu Tianhing, yet this lascivious man still lusted after her. Truly, a repugnant taste. Fang Xian, I must thank you. Without you, how could I seize such a splendid opportunity, with the three goddesses of the academy at my disposal? Haha, the lecherous man, slightly fatigued, leaned against a large tree to rest, muttering to himself, for my own happiness, Fang Xian, do come to the pot. Lost in his daydreams, he unconsciously tilted his pudgy face upward. Suddenly, a hefty foot descended from the tree above, crashing down squarely on the man's face. Ouch! Who the hell is that? The rotund man was sent plummeting into the ground, blood gushing from his mouth and nose as he howled in agony. You fat fool. I truly wish I could grant your desires, but alas, I have no intention of becoming a sacrificial offering. Fang Xian placed his foot firmly upon the face of the repugnant, portly youth, rendering the young soul master bewildered. To be candid, he was quite curious to witness the comical scenario that would unfold should Duguyin find herself on a date with this loathsome character. One could only imagine how indignant the proud viper lady would become, her nose likely crinkling in disdain. It was likely that L Tianhing would be equally incensed. However, at this moment, he found no leisure to indulge in the thought of disgusting Duguyin, for there were a dozen soul masters nearby, their predatory gazes fixed upon him. His most pressing concern was to escape. With one swift motion, he dispatched a soul master, not pausing for a moment. He forcefully pressed his right foot against the ground, launching himself into the air, swiftly fleeing towards the northwest. There he was. The scoundrel Fang had revealed himself. Quick! Do not let that rascal escape. Let us unite to vanquish him. The group of young soul masters, their eyes ablaze with fervor, frantically pursued Fang Xian. For this was a matter of utmost significance concerning their rendezvous with the goddesses, a pursuit worthy of their utmost effort. Fang Xian, if you have the gall, do not flee. Let us engage in a battle of 300 rounds, shouted a golden-haired youth, doggedly trailing behind Fang Xian, desperately taunting him. Fang Xian couldn't help but roll his eyes in disbelief. Did they truly expect him to confront over a dozen soul masters alone? Had they lost their minds? With no time to waste on the foolishness of his pursuers, he hastened his pace, frantically attempting to evade this troublesome group. Cowards, scoundrels, all they knew was to flee. Seeing that their verbal onslaught had proven ineffective, the group of students immediately unleashed their martial souls, each showcasing their unique abilities. Some breathed fire, others summoned torrents of water, while a few even hurled their own home martial souls in a fervent attempt to capture Fang Xian, sparing no effort in their pursuit. Amidst the chaotic bombardment, Fang Xian found himself covered in dust, his clothes tattered and torn, and even the left side of his hair singed. Although he had not sustained any significant injuries, he appeared utterly disheveled, his anger boiling within. Damn it, you bunch of scoundrels. Fang Xian's countenance turned ashen as he fled to the side of a rock. Abruptly halting his steps, with a firm grip on the hilt of his sword, he unleashed a swift and decisive slash that sent 2 or 3 nearby soul lords hurtling away. Without a backward glance, he continued his escape. The previous strike had swiftly depleted the soul energy he had painstakingly gathered, yet it provided a momentary reprieve, allowing him to vent his pent-up frustrations upon those arrogant adversaries. For an entire day, Fang Xian was relentlessly pursued by over 400 male students from the academy. It was not until the late hours of the night, when he found refuge in a concealed cave, that he evaded capture. This predicament had been orchestrated entirely by the cunning Douluo Yin, and Fang Xian felt compelled to impart a memorable lesson to this venomous woman. As the military strategy states, flee by day, raid the camp by night. Fang Xian sat cross-legged within the cave, quietly meditating to replenish his expended soul power, preparing to launch a raid once his energy was restored. Chapter 37. Annihilation of the girls' dormitory. As night descended, it enveloped the world in an eerie tranquility, akin to a shroud of darkness that concealed the vast expanse of the starry sky. Only the faint glimmers of stars and the moon managed to pierce through the pervasive gloom, illuminating the desolate earth. At the Douluo Academy, within the girls' dormitory, a shadowy figure stealthily infiltrated the premises, swiftly navigating the towering residential buildings. With keen eyes scanning the unfamiliar rooms, Fang Xian's gaze brightened as he reached dormitory number 09. With a deft movement, he pressed his foot against a branch, allowing his body to glide silently through the air, arriving at the door of the room without a sound. As he pushed the door open, he was immediately met with an overwhelming scent of perfume. The aroma was so potent that it nearly compelled him to sneeze. But he stifled the urge, lowering his steps as he quietly slipped into the girls' dormitory. At this late hour, the 4 girls inside were deep in slumber. Fang Xian held his breath and tread lightly, entering the room without disturbing a single one. The sleeping postures of these girls were rather ungraceful. One long-legged girl lay sprawled across her bed, her legs hanging precariously over the edge, while another, with chestnut hair, snored thunderously, akin to the sound of firecrackers. Fang Xian believed he had stealthily infiltrated the dormitory undetected, thanks to the efforts of the brown-haired girl in charge. He took a couple of steps forward, only to see the slightly plump girl on his left, her blanket having slipped to the floor, her small hand rummaging under her armpit as she mumbled in her sleep. It was his first time entering the enigmatic female dormitory. However, this sanctuary revered by boys was not as enchanting as he had envisioned. The girls, who usually adorned themselves with glamour during the day, displayed remarkably disheveled sleeping postures at night, which left Fang Xian greatly astonished. Had he possessed a mobile phone, he would have been tempted to capture this scene and share it on social media, likely garnering considerable attention. Of course, it could also attract the amiable inquiries of the police. Shaking his head vigorously to dispel such trivial thoughts, Fang Xian discovered his objective at a bed located on the far side of the dormitory, to the right of the balcony. Upon the bed lay a purple-haired girl, clutching a golden silk quilt, her snow-white skin glimmering strikingly in the darkness. It was Douluo Yin. A flicker of ferocity crossed Fang Xian's eyes as he finally located the elusive serpent maiden. Today, he had been relentlessly pursued, driven to the depths of despair and rendered homeless, all thanks to the machinations of Douluo Yin. Thus, Fang Xian's foremost objective this night was to impart an unforgettable lesson to this venomous woman. Should he unleash a savage beating upon Douluo Yin, or perhaps abduct her and cast her onto the streets? Alternatively, he could consider selling her to traffickers. Fang Xian had yet to devise a plan. Never mind. First, he would bind this venomous woman and take her to a secluded grove to give her a good beating. Resolute in his decision, Fang Xian's lips curled into a menacing smile as he approached Douluo Yin with an unfriendly demeanor. Douluo Yin, now that you have fallen into my clutches, prepare yourself. Fang Xian revealed a quintessentially villainous smirk, his hands slowly reaching toward the delicate figure of the young girl. At that moment, a piercing scream erupted from Douluo Yin's lips, startling Fang Xian to the brink of jumping out of his skin. His body tensed, beads of cold sweat immediately forming on his forehead. And even his heart within his chest thudded violently, as though he had just traversed the gates of the underworld, nearly frightful enough to steal his breath away. Truly, a thief's conscience is often troubled. Normally, he would kill without so much as a flutter of his eyelids, yet now, struck by Douluo Yin's thunderous roar, he feared he had been discovered, leaving him utterly shaken. Instinctively, he glanced around, noting that the 3 girls in the dormitory were soundly asleep, showing no signs of awakening. Turning his gaze back to the girl before him, he observed that Douluo Yin's eyes were tightly shut, still enveloped in a deep slumber. Her sudden thunderous exclamation appeared to be mere murmurs of a dream. How desperately must this woman long for me? Even in the night, she whispers my name. I wonder if Yu Tianheng would be incensed to learn of this. Fang Xian's lips twitched slightly. He understood that the reason Douluo Yin called out his name in her dreams was due to her overwhelming hatred towards him, a desire to see him utterly destroyed, rather than any sentiment of longing. Swiftly retrieving a large burlap sack from his spatial ring, Fang Xian wasted no time and directly covered Douluo Yin's head, encasing the young woman within the sack, which he then hoisted onto his shoulder. Ah, who is it? Despite being a sole sovereign, Douluo Yin did not remain in a state of deep slumber. She instantly awakened, frantically kicking her delicate white legs and struggling fiercely. Silence! Fang Xian, with a darkened expression, delivered a resounding slap to the young girl's delicate backside, producing a crisp sound. You bastard, Fang Xian, I will slay you. Upon hearing that familiar voice, Douluo Yin immediately understood that this was Fang Xian's midnight reprisal. Her soul power surged forth, and the emerald-scaled serpent began to break free from within her, attempting to escape from the burlap sack. Freeze. Fangxian unsheathed the shadowless blade, unleashing the chilling power of ice that instantaneously encased the burlap sack along with Douluo Yin in a crystalline prison, stifling her soul energy. In swift succession, he forcefully struck the hilt of his blade against the back of Douluo Yin's head, rendering the fierce young woman unconscious. "Who are you?" exclaimed the long-legged girl, her eyes wide with confusion as she approached Fangxian from behind, raising a finger to interrogate him. She appeared as though she had just been roused from slumber, her expression still dazed, failing to comprehend that she was in the presence of a despicable rogue engaged in the abominable act of human trafficking. Bang! Fangxian turned his head, without uttering a word, and unleashed a punch that left the long-legged girl with a black eye, rendering the recently awakened girl unconscious once more. How despicable! Who is this person? A lecher. Where do you think you're escaping to? The commotion from the dormitory awakened the slumbering girls, while two other females gradually regained consciousness, raising their fair fists in fury and charging at Fangxian. "Humph, but you brought this upon yourselves." Reluctant to escalate the situation, a fierce glint appeared in Fangxian's eyes, and his golden soul power surged around him, radiating with a brilliance akin to the sun. He brandished his shadowless blade, striking the slightly plump girl away with the back of the knife, just as the brown-haired girl launched a fierce assault, her powerful fist aimed at his head. As his combat awareness heightened, Fangxian swiftly dodged, evading the brown-haired girl's punch, and then delivered a powerful knee strike to her abdomen. A sharp cry of pain echoed as the brown-haired girl collapsed to the ground, succumbing to her agony. Having decimated a girl's dormitory, Fangxian hastily fled with his spoils. On Monday, I humbly request your support for recommendation votes. It is the final week for my new book, and I will ensure 2 updates today. Gently pleading for some recommendation votes to climb the new book rankings. After experiencing a disconnection for over 10 days, the telecommunication service has yet to repair it. Yesterday, the local service center called me, explaining that our area faced a unique situation due to a main fiber optic cable fault, which ordinary technicians could not fix. It required a full construction team, necessitating an extended duration for repairs. The customer service agent suggested I wait another week, with no guarantee of resolution, and advised me to request a refund. How frustrating. After waiting 11 days, to be told to seek a refund is utterly exasperating. What were they doing all this time? Today, I braved the rain to arrange an internet connection in town with Unicom Broadband, costing $58 per month. The card has been activated, and installation should occur in the next couple of days. Sigh, my spirits are quite weary. I acknowledge that the updates in recent days may have been lackluster. Feel free to express your discontent. I hold no objections. However, I earnestly seek a wave of recommendation votes, as they are crucial for my performance and my motivation as an author. Thank you all kindly. Chapter 38, The Arrival. Title: Douluo on the mountainside. A cascade of waterfalls rushed down from the heavens, the sound of the turbulent waters clear and melodious, akin to a beautiful celestial symphony. Clang, clang. The powerful sound of a blade being sharpened gradually reached the ears of the slumbering Douluo Yin. Startled awake, she found herself bound tightly, with a cold youth beside her honing his blade. The pristine long knife glided over the smooth rock, sparking countless fiery glimmers. The icy cold light flowing along the blade's edge, reminiscent of a luminous full moon illuminating the dark night sky. Fangxian, what do you intend to do? Gazing upon the cruel expression of the boy, Douluo Yin curled up in fear, her complexion paling. Fangxian remained silent, merely casting a frigid glance at Douluo Yin. The icy detachment in his gaze sent a shiver down the young woman's spine, prompting her to exclaim, "Lecher, you cannot possibly intend to harass me, can you?" In the desolate wilderness, shrouded in darkness, the presence of both a man and a woman in such close proximity filled Douluo Yin with a profound sense of peril, leading her to believe that Fangxian harbored lascivious intentions and was poised to provoke her. Fangxian remained silent, merely raising the long knife he had sharpened for some time and inquired, "Do you think my blade is being honed quickly? What on earth are you planning to do to me?" As she beheld Fangxian advancing with the raised weapon, Douluo Yin could not help but swallow hard. She sensed that Fangxian was not fixated on her beauty, but rather on her very life, with a sinister expression akin to that of a typical anime villain. Fangxian exhibited a twisted grin, the shadowless knife swaying ominously before Douluo Yin as he declared, "Douluo Yin, have you ever heard the legend of the ogre? What ogre?" The sharp blade hovered perilously close to her delicate nose, causing Douluo Yin to feel increasingly uneasy. According to the legend, at the stroke of midnight, an evil ogre roamed the night, and those unfortunate enough to encounter him would be devoured whole, leaving not even a bone behind. "Devour people?" she exclaimed, a shiver running down her spine. Isn't it a coincidence that it's almost midnight? Fangxian's gaze fixed on Douluo Yin, his eyes gleaming with a covetous light. "Could it be that you were that ogre?" Douluo Yin gasped, a chill of terror enveloping her as she glanced at Fangxian, who seemed to transform into a monstrous figure with a green face and sharp fangs. "Hee, can you guess?" Fangxian spoke ominously, "For a girl of your tender age, the flesh is most delectable. Which part shall I carve first?" "No, please, Fangxian, I was wrong. I beg you, do not consume me." At that moment, Facing Fang Xian's contorted visage, Douluo Yin was truly terrified to the point of tears, her eyes reddened, crystalline droplets shimmering on the brink of spilling over. The normally proud and audacious girl, now reduced to a pitiful sight beneath the menacing demeanor of the cannibalistic Fang Xian, wept inconsolably. Let us begin by extracting your eyeballs and roasting them. Fang Xian let out a cold laugh, abruptly opening his mouth wide as he lunged towards Douluo Yin. A piercing scream erupted, and Douluo Yin's vision darkened, rendering her unconscious in an instant. I hardly touched you. How could you faint? Fang Xian found himself at a loss for words, contemplating that perhaps he harbored a latent potential for villainy. Perhaps a career as a formidable antagonist in the Douluo Continent was worth considering. He had initially intended to further intimidate Douluo Yin, yet to his astonishment, before he could even lay a finger upon her, the young woman collapsed to the ground, rendered unconscious. The normally proud maiden proved to be somewhat fragile in the face of fear. He was utterly bewildered, genuinely surprised by Douluo Yin's timidity. After sharpening his metaphorical blade for so long, he was denied the chance to wield it, as she succumbed to fright. How utterly disappointing. It was simply too lackluster. At the very least, he wished for the opportunity to strike a blow to satisfy his cravings. Today's encounter would serve as a lesson. Let us see if she dares to provoke him again in the future. Fang Xian cast a fleeting glance at the unconscious Douluo Yin, calmly sheathing his sword. He deemed this sufficient and chose not to further torment her. The hour was growing late, and he resolved to depart from the rear mountain. As for Douluo Yin, he thought it best to leave her to her own devices in this serene solitude, secretly hoping that a certain Jeeping might emerge to deal with this venomous woman. After a brief pause, Fang Xian turned away from the creek and made his way towards a grove of ancient trees behind him. This grove marked the boundary between the front courtyard and the rear mountain. By traversing it, he could reach the main campus. Having been pursued for the better part of the night, he was ready to return home to rest. Fang Xian propped his hands behind his head, languidly stifling a yawn, and wandered into the woods. Suddenly, a chilling sensation crept down his spine, as if he were being scrutinized by a venomous serpent. An involuntary shiver coursed through his body, awakening a profound sense of dread. Who goes there? Fang Xian bellowed. Turning to behold an unexpected sight, upon the previously desolate rock, an ancient figure had emerged, seemingly from nowhere, with long, dark green hair cascading down. A face etched with deep wrinkles, and a frail yet upright body resembling a javelin, the figure emanated an aura of formidable presence. A pair of cold, serpent-like green eyes fixated on Fang Xian, unleashing a terrifying energy that enveloped him, causing his very spirit to tremble. It was the titled Douluo Continent. Fang Xian's eyelids twitched uncontrollably as the renowned poison Douluo approached. A titled Douluo of level 92, specializing in control, he wielded the soul of the emerald-scaled Serpent King. Renowned for his unparalleled mastery of poison, it was utterly unexpected for such a distinguished titled Douluo to appear so suddenly. Fang Xian's countenance darkened significantly as he swiftly grasped the true intention behind Douluo's arrival. This old poison master was undoubtedly here to avenge his granddaughter. This situation was dire indeed. Fang Xian's forehead glistened with cold sweat as he rapidly contemplated an escape. Youngster, you possess some discernment. You recognize me, the old man. It appears you are not as incompetent as rumored. Douluo sneered, standing with arms folded, his aura swiftly escalating like a surging sea. Yet you have wronged my granddaughter. And now you believe you can depart unscathed? In the next moment, a dazzling array of 9 soul rings, yellow, purple, black, erupted from Douluo's feet, illuminating the pitch-black night sky. An imposing presence surged forth like a primordial beast, violently crashing into Fang Xian. With a thunderous roar, Fang Xian felt as though he had been struck by a runaway truck. His chest caved in, and a mouthful of blood erupted from his lips. He distinctly heard the sound of his bones shattering, his entire body overwhelmed by pain to the point of numbness. In the presence of a titled Douluo, he had no capacity to retaliate, being hurled away by that terrifying force, crashing into 3 ancient trees before violently smashing against a rock, blood streaming from his body. Teetering on the brink of death. Chapter 39. The Poison Nest and Opportunity. Am I dead? The sensation of pain surged like a tidal wave, causing Fang Xian's body to convulse. His head felt as if it were being stirred by iron fibers, a tearing agony enveloping him. His body felt as though crushed by a truck, bones fractured, skin torn, muscles strained, sustaining grievous injuries. Gradually, consciousness was rekindled by the pain. Fang Xian lifted his heavy eyelids to behold a dimly lit space, damp, eerie, and silent. He found himself in an unfamiliar cave. Blood-stained palms supported him as he struggled to sit up. The blood on his hands had dried, indicating that some time had passed. Upon a meticulous examination of his injuries, Fang Xian discovered the severity of his condition. His left wrist was fractured, 3 ribs were broken, and a ghastly wound marred his abdomen. Most horrifying of all was his thigh bone, which had gruesomely pierced through flesh and skin, exposed to the air. Merely glancing at it sent shivers down his spine. This was the might of a titled Douluo. Without even lifting a finger, merely unleashing the formidable power of 9 rings had crushed Fang Xian under its overwhelming force, inflicting catastrophic injuries. I am far too weak, utterly insignificant. In the face of Douluo, Fang Xian felt a profound sense of his own insignificance. Clenching his fists in frustration, Wait, what about Donggubo? Remembering the terrifying old poison master, he was jolted awake, quickly scanning his surroundings. His sharp eyes vigilantly searching every corner of the cave. Yet he found no trace of Donggubo. Had he vanished? Fang Xian could not help but furrow his brow. That powerful yet eccentric title Douluo felt like a thorn in his side, instilling a profound sense of apprehension towards Donggubo. After a moment of silence, he quietly surveyed his battered body, and a grave expression gradually emerged in his eyes. In summary, the most pressing matter at hand was to first tend to his own wounds. Where's my blade? Fang Xian hastily reached for his waist and discovered that the Wu-Ying blade was still intact within its sheath, prompting a sigh of relief. Fortunately, the blade remained by his side. With a sword in hand, the world was his to command. As he caressed the pristine Wu-Ying blade, Fang Xian felt a wave of reassurance wash over him. A healing blade. He silently recited an incantation, and within him, the nine-heart begonia surged into action, emanating waves of divine radiance that enveloped his entire being. In the next moment, he felt as though he were cradled in a warm spring, a soothing warmth enveloping him, gentle and comforting. Broken bones seamlessly realigned, and torn flesh gradually began to mend. In such dire circumstances, the formidable healing capabilities of the nine-heart begonia martial spirit finally exhibited their true power. Before long, Fang Xian's severe injuries astonishingly healed in the blink of an eye. Exhaling slowly, he released a breath of pent-up air, a flicker of joy dancing in his eyes. The extraordinary healing prowess of the nine-heart begonia martial spirit left him both astonished and amazed. This martial spirit was truly extraordinary, rivaling even the secrets of the Zhe character in the world of Zhetian. Fang Xuantu abruptly rose to his feet, engaging in a series of physical exercises. His fists sliced through the air, generating gusts of force, while his bones emitted a series of crackling sounds, reminiscent of popping beans. Without a doubt, he had returned to his peak condition. Was it with such sorcery that you neutralized Yin Yan's serpent venom? A chilling voice suddenly pierced the air. Fang Xian felt a sudden jolt, instinctively turning to glance behind him. Deep within the cave, a pair of emerald eyes were coldly fixated upon him. This ancient monstrosity had been lurking in the shadows of the cave, perilously close to Fang Xian, yet he remained utterly oblivious. Donggubo. Fang Xian gritted his teeth, brandishing the shadowless blade, swiftly locking his gaze onto Donggubo, his expression more solemn than ever before. In but a fleeting moment, should this eccentric title Douluo harbor murderous intent, he could extinguish Fang Xian's life in an instant. Yet, it was evident that Donggubo had no intention of taking Fang Xian's life. Otherwise, he would have perished long ago in the back mountains. And with the toxic Douluo's lethal poison, his demise would have left not a trace behind. What a peculiar young man, Donggubo mused, his cold eyes sweeping over Fang Xian. Though you possess only a rank above 20, you managed to defeat Yin Yan of 34 ranks. I must admit, you pique my interest. He continued in a grave tone. Consider yourself fortunate that you refrained from striking. Had you inflicted even the slightest harm upon Yin Yan, you would already be a corpse. Fang Xian remained silent, his gaze fixed unwaveringly on Donggubo. He did not believe that this ancient monster would show him mercy simply because he had spared Donggu Yin. If he wished to extricate himself from this peril, it would be solely through his own efforts. He endeavored to maintain his composure, his mind racing as he contemplated ways to survive. However, having offended Yin Yan, this debt must be meticulously accounted for. I shall not end your life immediately. Rather, I will methodically extract all your secrets from you. When you have outlived your usefulness, I shall discreetly usher you out of this world. Heh. A cruel smile crept upon Donggubo's lips, renowned throughout the realm for his toxic prowess. He was evidently no paragon of virtue. Ever since he captured Fang Xian in his lair of poison, he had never intended to let Fang Xian leave alive. Fang Xian was acutely aware of the gravity of the situation. A life and death crisis loomed before him. Even he, usually composed, felt his breath quicken, cold sweat beating on his forehead. What should he do? Must he truly perish at the hands of this ancient monster? Just as his mind spiraled into chaos, a flicker of inspiration surged through his consciousness. Indeed, this was an unprecedented peril, yet it might also be an extraordinary opportunity. Was it not under similar circumstances that Tang San encountered the enigmatic Donggubo? Perhaps this was a rare chance to seize Tang San's fortune ahead of time. As the plot of Douluo gradually resurfaced in his memory, Fang Xian's expression began to stabilize. He fixed a steady gaze upon Donggubo and boldly declared, "Old monster, if I perish, you shall meet your end as well." In the next instant, Donggubo's eyes ignited with a chilling brilliance, and the temperature within the cave plummeted to the freezing point. "What did you say?" A voice devoid of emotion reverberated ominously. The path involving Donggu Yin was devised to draw out Donggubo, allowing him to preemptively snatch Tang San's opportunity and absorb those celestial treasures. By the way, after a frustrating 14 days without internet, I finally regained connectivity. I visited the Unicom Service Center yesterday, and today they completed the installation. It has not been an easy journey, but this weary author finally has internet access. Seeking recommendations. Chapter 40. Deceiving the title Douluo, seeking collections and recommendations. Bang. A resounding slap answered him. Donggubo swung his hand forcefully, sending Fang Xian hurtling through the air. Youngster, threatening a title Douluo is an unwise endeavor. The poisoned Douluo coldly regarded Fang Xian, who lay prostrate on the ground, his serpent-like eyes betraying no hint of emotion. As Fang Xian anticipated, attempting to deceive a cunning titled Douluo was evidently no trivial task. There was a real risk that he might be slain by this eccentric ancient being. Fang Xian rose calmly from the ground, brushing off the dirt from his clothes, and surveyed Douluo with a composed demeanor. Truly worthy of the title poison crown of the world, your venom is indeed formidable. In the face of your lethal toxins, not only I, a mere junior, but even the illustrious title Douluo would tremble in fear. Humph, it is good that you understand, Douluo replied, lifting his head with an air of pride, clearly pleased by Fang Xian's flattery. However, before he could bask in his self-satisfaction for long, Fang Xian's subsequent words swiftly transformed his expression. Unfortunately, not only have you poisoned others, but you have also poisoned yourself. A sardonic smile curled at the corners of Fang Xian's mouth. You insolent brat. What nonsense are you spouting? My poison could never harm me. I have traversed the Douluo Continent for decades, and it is only I who poisons others. Who could possibly poison me? Douluo's expression turned icy in an instant. Fang Xian fixed his gaze unwaveringly upon Douluo, exuding an air of calm and composure as he articulated. Whenever it rains on overcast days, do you not experience an itching sensation in your sides? It occurs at noon and midnight, each episode lasting for an entire hour, with the itchiness intensifying as time progresses. Furthermore, in the depths of night, around the third watch, do you not suffer from excruciating pain akin to being pricked by needles at the crown of your head and the soles of your feet, accompanied by convulsions that persist for half an hour? I trust one need not elaborate on the agony of such an ordeal. If it were not for poisoning, how could you endure such afflictions? How do you know this? Despite Douluo's shrewdness and profound cunning, he could not conceal his astonishment at Fang Xian's merciless revelation of the secrets he had kept buried deep within. This was the most significant secret he harbored. One even his most beloved granddaughter was oblivious to. How could this inexperienced youth possess such knowledge? Moreover, Fang Xian's depiction was so precise. It was as if he had witnessed Douluo's suffering firsthand. How could Douluo not be taken aback? Your poison is nothing more than refuse, Fang Xian declared, channeling the dramatic flair of the Douluo narrative as he voiced what would be the most pretentious statement of his life. Be cautious with your words, young man, for I would not hesitate to allow you to witness your own body decaying and oozing pus before your demise. Trust me, this is merely a matter of my casual gesture. In a fit of rage, Douluo unleashed a palpable killing intent, crashing into Fang Xian like a wild beast, forcibly driving him back 9 steps. Cough, cough. Fang Xian's lips bled a delicate crimson as his long blade plunged into the earth, harnessing the power of ice to dispel the terrifying aura of malevolence. Humph, the lad truly possesses some skill. That strike just now would have been challenging even for a soul master. Yet you, a mere soul master of barely 20 levels, managed to withstand my murderous intent. Quite intriguing. Douluo nodded slightly, then, with a chilling smile, declared, however, having provoked me, you shall still meet your demise. Heh, my death matters little, and even your aged self, a relic of 70 years, would not be missed. But alas, what a pity. Fang Xian mused cryptically. What a pity. Douluo furrowed his brow, perplexed by the young scoundrel's intentions. It is a pity for your youthful and beautiful granddaughter, for I fear her time is running short. Fang Xian coldly glared at Douluo's scoundrel. What did you say? Douluo's fury erupted as he abruptly raised his right hand, unleashing a formidable force that drew Fang Xian, 10 meters away, into his grasp. He seized Fang Xian by the throat, his murderous gaze fixated intently on him. Fang Xian gradually discerned the Achilles heel of Douluo, thus exhibiting no trace of fear, and calmly stated, allow me to be frank with you. Not only are you afflicted with a potent poison, but it has also permeated your very bones. If left untreated, it is unlikely you shall survive for many more years. Furthermore, the crux of the matter lies with your granddaughter, Douluo. She, much like yourself, has endured this affliction for far too long. Firstly, her strength is woefully inadequate. Secondly, she is poisoned more deeply than you, having contracted this venom from the womb. When it manifests, it will undoubtedly be far more severe and excruciating than your own plight. I can assert with certainty that if this continues for another 2 years, Douluo will surely meet her demise. Douluo trembled, his expression gradually contorting as anguish flooded his eyes. He understood the terrifying nature of such a poison's eruption, a torment even he, a titled Douluo, found difficult to bear, let alone his frail granddaughter. In this world, Douluo cherished his granddaughter Douluo above all else. Having lived a considerable span of years, he might have reconciled himself to his own fate, but he could never bear to witness Douluo tread the path of no return, succumbing to the fatal grip of poison. Ha, old monster. Do not display such a dreadful countenance. Just as Douluo writhed in agony, Fang Xian unveiled a mysterious smile. His gaze fixed intently on Douluo as he earnestly declared, your poison is not insurmountable. What? Young man, do you possess a means to alleviate my poison? Suddenly, Douluo grasped Fang Xian's shoulders with fervor, a mix of elation and caution reflected in his eyes, teetering between excitement and skepticism regarding the veracity of his words. Indeed, Fang Xian smiled with a sense of pride, realizing that Douluo had taken the bait. How could he endure my nonsensical chatter for so long? Do you take me for Huang Xiaodian? Silently mocking himself, Fang Xian's lips curled into a triumphant arc, as long as he followed Tang San's safe route. The formidable Douluo before him transformed from a terrifying poison Douluo into a delightful surprise package. The Dragon Slaying Sword, the Paralysis Ring, Max Level Upgrade Card, CC Plugin, Colorful Abyss Pillar, Dragon Buff. The possibilities were endless. The author, lacking in depth and brevity, has only delivered a single update today but promises 2 for tomorrow. Furthermore, the contract has been sent, ensuring that this story will continue. For those who have not yet boarded this journey, now is the time to join. Lastly, I humbly seek your support with recommendation votes. At this moment, Douluo before him was no longer a deadly serpent, but a plump sheep awaiting slaughter. Fang Xian's eyes sparkled with excitement. Seizing this opportunity could not only yield the rare treasures cherished by Douluo, but also secure a formidable title Douluo as a bodyguard. This was undoubtedly a momentous chance. Can you cure my poison? Douluo furrowed his brow, casting a skeptical glance at the earnest Fang Xian. If he himself could not remedy the lethal poison within him, how could this inexperienced youth claim he could? I am acquainted with a divine physician, whose medical prowess is unparalleled, capable of reviving the dead and curing any ailment. There exists no malady he cannot heal, Fang Xian declared confidently. Such a remarkable feat exists? Who is this illustrious physician? Douluo inquired, intrigued. The foremost physician in the world is none other than myself. Douluo felt an overwhelming impulse to strike Fang Xian down. You are nothing but a braggart without a shred of credibility. Do you doubt me? Yet this is the truth. On the entire Douluo Continent, no one else can cure you but me, Fang Xian asserted. Ah. Douluo was momentarily taken aback, then erupted into laughter. What a ruse. You aim to exaggerate. Regardless of Fang Xian's declarations, this cunning and seasoned old man would never be easily convinced. Thus, Fang Xian chose to proclaim his audacity. Old man, would you care to prove my words by lending me your granddaughter for a moment? As he beheld Douluo Yin, who had just entered the cave with a displeased expression, Fang Xian's lips gradually curled into a perilous smile. Upon hearing this, Douluo Yin froze in her tracks, glaring fiercely at Fang Xian and erupting in indignation. Scoundrel Fang Xian. What absurdities are you spouting? You, young man, should watch your words. Should you dare speak ill of my Yin again, do not blame me for ensuring your demise without a grave, Douluo warned coldly. Fang Xian emitted a dismissive snort, remarking, do as you wish. But should you take my life, there shall be no one left in this world capable of curing the poison that afflicts both of you. Consequently, it won't be long before you join me in the grave. Douluo's expression fluctuated with uncertainty, as if he were contemplating the merits and consequences of the situation. What poison? Grandfather, what are you talking about? I fail to comprehend, Douluo Yin said, her brow furrowed in confusion as she warily regarded Fang Xian. Her gaze sharpening gradually. This treacherous and despicable individual harbors nothing but malice. Not a single truthful word escapes his lips. Grandfather, you must not be deceived by this villain. Miss Douluo, is it not rather unbecoming of you to slander me so? Have you forgotten that just last night, we shared a moonlit conversation, reflecting on the intricacies of life? Fang Xian replied. Who in the world would share such moments with you? Douluo Yin retorted. Her silver teeth gritted in fury as she shot a glare at Fang Xian. It was evident that this scoundrel was merely recounting ghost stories to frighten her. Yet he wore an expression as if they had shared a romantic evening together. Ah, how forgetful you are. I distinctly remember you fainting from emotion at that moment. He teased. I was terrified into unconsciousness. Douluo Yin exclaimed in exasperation, turning her gaze towards the contemplative Douluo grandfather. Leave this scoundrel to me. I shall ensure he meets his demise through my Bailin snake venom. Fang Xian scoffed. The poison of your grandfather is mere refuse, and your venom is the very dregs thereof. If you possess any courage, come and try. I shall stand here, unflinching, to see if your azure-scaled serpent's toxin can inflict any harm upon me. The audacious scoundrel infuriated me. Today, I shall make you experience the potency of my serpent's venom. Douluo Yin, in a fit of exasperation, stamped her foot, only to realize her grandfather remained silent, prompting her to express her irritation. Grandfather. Fang Xian's eyes glimmered with a faint light as he quietly observed the changing expressions of Douluo. He intentionally provoked Douluo Yin, aiming to use her to demonstrate his capabilities and gain the trust of Douluo. If he could not withstand Douluo Yin's poison, Douluo would surely realize that Fang Xian was deceiving him and would kill him in a fit of rage. Conversely, if he could endure the poison, he would further secure Douluo's trust. After a prolonged silence, Douluo finally spoke in a somber tone. Very well, young man. If you can withstand the poison of Yin Yan's green-scaled serpent, I shall tentatively believe your earlier claims. Should you fail, however, I regret to inform you that you shall perish here. His words were laced with a palpable threat. Yet, upon hearing such a chilling ultimatum, Fang Xian felt no fear. Rather, he secretly rejoiced, for it aligned perfectly with his intentions. Douluo Yin had long harbored disdain for Fang Xian, and this provided her with the perfect opportunity to teach him a harsh lesson. The young woman rolled up her sleeves, adorned with golden threads, and approached Fang Xian with a graceful stride. One hand rested on her slender waist while the other twirled a lock of purple hair, her elongated eyes gleaming with a dangerous light as they fixed upon Fang Xian. You wretch, are you prepared to meet your demise? Duguyan uttered coldly. I hope your serpent's poison is more intriguing this time, and does not merely tickle as it did previously. Fang Xian replied nonchalantly. Humph, ignorant fool, perish. With a sharp command, a vibrant green-scaled serpent materialized beside Duguyan, its emerald eyes locking onto Fang Xian as it opened its gaping maw, unleashing a plume of purple toxic mist towards him. This was the venom of the green-scaled serpent, exceedingly lethal. Even a fourth-ring soul master would succumb immediately upon contact. Duguyan was utterly confident that she could poison Fang Xian to death. The oncoming purple mist rapidly enveloped Fang Xian, relentlessly corroding his body. A mere inhalation of the serpent's poison caused excruciating pain to pierce through his lungs, each muscle in his body screaming in agony. His once fair complexion swiftly darkened to a purplish hue, and the area around his eyes began to blacken. His body swaying precariously as if he might collapse at any moment. This was the unmistakable sign of being grievously poisoned. Haha, Fang Xian. You have been struck by my green-scaled serpent's poison. Now you may slowly await your demise. Duguyan laughed triumphantly, believing Fang Xian's death to be assured. At that moment, a resounding cry echoed from the depths of Fang Xian's heart. The nine-heart sea pink, a flawless martial spirit, began to unfurl within his dantian, releasing waves of holy and serene milky white soul energy that coursed through his meridians. When the green-scaled serpent's poison encountered the healing power of the nine-heart sea pink, it scattered like mice fleeing from a cat. In that instant, the nine-heart sea pink unleashed a formidable detoxifying force, incessantly dispelling the serpent's venom and cleansing his entire being. Before long, every trace of the serpent's poison was eradicated from Fang Xian's body, the excruciating pain subsiding as his complexion returned to normal. A subtle smile graced his lips as he calmly regarded Duguyan, stating, I apologize, it seems I have disappointed you once again. Chapter 42, Transformation. The Eye of Ice and Fire seeks recommendations impossible. You have been poisoned by my green-scaled serpent-s venom. How can you still be alive? Duguyan's expression shifted dramatically as she gazed at Fang Xian's smile, her countenance one of disbelief and shock, struggling to comprehend the scene before her. What on earth has this rascal done? Dugubo's pupils constricted in astonishment, his previously calm demeanor now disturbed. He had witnessed Fang Xian being struck by his granddaughter's venom, certain that he would soon perish. Yet, to his utter disbelief, he had recovered. This was simply inconceivable. While Duguyan's poison was not as potent as Douluo's, it was still far beyond the capacity of an ordinary great soul master to resist. Could it truly be as Fang Xian claimed, that he was a genuine master of medicinal arts? Douluo found himself engulfed in confusion. Now, you must believe that I speak the truth. I am a bona fide divine physician. Such trivial venom cannot harm me, Fang Xian declared with an air of pride. In truth, Fang Xian's ability to neutralize Duguyan's poison did not stem from medical prowess but rather from the detoxifying capabilities of the nine-heart sea pink. In addition to healing injuries, this martial spirit also possessed the ability to dispel toxins, rendering him fearless of Duguyan's poison. Of course, this detoxifying effect had its limitations. Had the poison been unleashed by Douluo himself, even the nine-heart sea pink would have been powerless to save him. After all, the disparity in their levels was simply too vast. Excellent, Fang Xian. Douluo, though still skeptical of Fang Xian's words, felt the chill in his gaze diminish slightly. If you can rid both me and Yin Yin of our lethal toxins, I shall spare your life. What say you? Fang Xian let out a series of cold laughs. You propose to exchange 2 lives for one of mine. Is there anything in this world so inexplicably advantageous? I would be at a tremendous loss. Moreover, I do not trust you. What if I manage to cure you, and you repay my kindness with treachery? Summoning your forces to eliminate me? For the esteemed poison Douluo, such an act would be trivial, wouldn't it? Safety, stability. These are the principles that guide Fang Xian's dealings. Without sufficient assurances, he would never readily place his trust in Douluo. I never expected someone so young to possess such cunning. Douluo, confronted by the obstinate Fang Xian, felt a surge of frustration and retorted, rest assured. While I do not claim to be a paragon of virtue, I adhere to the principle of reciprocating both enmity and kindness. As long as you can save both myself and Yin Yin, I assure you that I will not treat you unjustly. Upon hearing this, Fang Xian's eyes sparkled with anticipation. He had finally encountered the long-awaited opportunity. Grandfather, what on earth are you discussing? What poison? My body is perfectly fine. I'm not afflicted by any toxin. Have you been deceived by this villain? Duguyan scrutinized Fang Xian with suspicion. Yin Yin, do not worry. Simply observe quietly. Your grandfather has everything under control. Douluo affectionately ruffled Duguyan's hair. Even he, known as the monarch of poison, could not suppress the warmth that flickered in his eyes at this moment. No matter the circumstances, he would ensure that his beloved granddaughter would not suffer the slightest harm, nor would he allow her to perish due to his own plight. Thus, in a state of desperation, the typically wary Douluo found himself compelled to trust the inexperienced Fang Xian. Senior Douluo, as the saying goes, a clever housewife cannot cook without rice. Even if I am a master healer capable of neutralizing myriad toxins, I currently find myself devoid of any medicinal herbs. How can I possibly treat you? And here it came, the crux of the matter. After much coaxing and cunning persuasion, Fang Xian finally began to unveil his true intentions. Having set his sights on the exceptional elixirs cultivated in Douluo Bo's medicinal garden, it's simple, Douluo Bo replied with a proud smile. My medicinal garden is home to countless rare herbs and innumerable remedies. Whatever you require, feel free to seek it out. That is precisely what I was waiting to hear. After toiling away for so long, if I do not unearth your hidden treasures, I shan't bear your surname. Fang Xian secretly chuckled to himself. Subsequently, he closely followed behind Douluo Bo, exiting the cave and heading towards the old monster's medicinal garden. In the tranquil valley, they traversed the verdant hills until they reached a thermal spring. This spring, oval in shape and modest in size, was distinctly divided into two halves. One side was a milky white, while the other boasted a deep crimson hue. The milky water emanated a chill, coating the surrounding flora with a layer of frost, while the scarlet side steamed vigorously, resembling boiling water and casting a fiery glow upon the nearby vegetation. The juxtaposition of the frigid and the heated waters coexisted in perfect harmony within the same pool, clearly demarcated yet unintrusive. The ice and fire duality. Gazing upon the dual-colored spring, Fang Xian felt a surge of excitement. After expending so much effort, he had finally arrived at this extraordinary locale. A tremendous opportunity awaited him. What ice and fire duality are you speaking of? Douluo Bo inquired, puzzled. Nothing much, merely a prime location. With the presence of this ice and fire duality, I possess complete confidence in curing the severe poison afflicting you, Fang Xian replied. In truth, adhering to the original narrative, even Tang San would only have a 50% chance of curing Douluo Bo, yet Fang Xian deliberately exaggerated the odds to reassure the poisoned Douluo. Regardless, according to the storyline, even a 50% chance would see Douluo Bo surviving until the end, and even enhancing his abilities considerably. Thus, in certain respects, 5 equals 10. Complete confidence? Although Douluo Bo found Fang Xian's claim somewhat dubious, a flicker of joy appeared on his face. This was akin to a terminal cancer patient hearing a doctor confidently assert, I can surely cure you, even if that doctor were merely a quack selling dubious remedies. The patient would still feel a glimmer of hope. Is that true? Douluo Bo cast a skeptical glance at Fang Xian. Of course, for this divine physician, curing your poison is as effortless as eating or drinking, Fang Xian declared boldly, unflinching. You rascal, if you're called fat, you might just puff up, Douluo Bo chuckled, amused. Fear not. Just follow the narrative. The elixirs and guardians are all in place. Fang Xian felt a surge of excitement within. Chapter 43, The Endless Quest for Immortal Herbs. Senior Douluo, I require some time. Gazing at the vibrant and fragrant array of celestial herbs surrounding him, Fang Xian's breath quickened as he struggled to suppress his inner desire. He turned calmly to Douluo Bo and said, Grant me a day. I shall devise a remedy to cure the deadly poison within you. Douluo Bo's eyes brightened, an unmistakable joy bubbling forth from within, as he replied, Excellent. A day is a wait I can endure. However, I advise you against any tricks. I am acutely aware of every movement in this valley. It would be wise not to entertain thoughts of escape or else. Escape. With so many celestial herbs at my disposal, even if you urge me to leave, I shall not budge. Fang Xian smiled serenely, his demeanor exuding righteousness as he declared. Rest assured, a man of honor stands by his word. If I do not assist you in concocting the antidote, I vow to remain until my last breath. His words echoed the resolve of the earth-store bodhisattva, who swears not to attain Buddhahood until hell is empty, thus imparting a sense of fervor that even the stoic Douluo Bo found stirring. Little did he expect that this young lad was indeed a person of integrity. Until just moments ago, he harbored doubts about Fang Xian's intentions, realizing now that he had misjudged him. Douluo Bo couldn't help but feel a surge of admiration as he regarded Fang Xian. After all, individuals of such character are a rarity in these times. Yet, he would never have fathomed that Fang Xian sought out his precious garden of elixirs. Tremble, ye divine herbs. Having finally watched the ancient Douluo Bo depart, Fang Xian excitedly rubbed his palms together, ready to lunge at a shimmering purple spiritual mushroom. However, he soon felt a chill creeping up his back. Turning around, he discovered Douluo Yin glaring intensely at him. He scratched his head in confusion. Why are you still here? You wicked scoundrel. What exactly are you scheming? I can't shake the feeling that you're deceiving my grandfather. Douluo Yin glared at Fang Xian with indignation. Cough, that is not the case at all. Your grandfather is a titled Douluo. With a mere flick of his wrist, he could obliterate me. Even if you lent me 100-fold courage, I wouldn't dare deceive him. Humph. Douluo Yin's lavender hair billowed as her eyes widened in disbelief. With her hands resting on her petite waist, she ground her silver teeth and exclaimed, Listen here, scoundrel Fang Xian. My grandfather's age has dulled his wits, and you may have tricked him. But you shall not fool me. Speak. What is your true intention? I refuse to believe you would genuinely assist us in concocting an antidote. It must be said, a woman's intuition can be remarkably astute at times. Even a formidable titled Douluo was led astray, and this obstinate girl presented a formidable challenge. Very well. If you wish to stay, then stay you shall. Fang Xian maintained a serene demeanor as he unfastened his belt under the scrutinizing gaze of Douluo Yin, swiftly shedding his outer garment. Since Miss Douluo wishes to behold my bathing, I have no objections. How shameless. Douluo Yin's delicate face flushed crimson. and she spat at Fang Xian with indignation before fleeing like the wind. As she departed, her lips uttered curses, shameless, despicable, lewd. The valley fell into a profound silence after the tempestuous exit of Du Guyan, save for the bubbling sounds of the hot spring within the eye of ice and fire. At last, with the two of them gone, Fang Xian's attention turned to the myriad of precious herbs surrounding him, his eyes sparkling with excitement as he eagerly rubbed his palms together, ready to commence the harvesting of celestial medicine. Fang Xian lifted his footsteps and walked along the eye of ice and fire, searching for rare herbs in the vicinity. Before long, he stumbled upon a peculiar object by the banks of the cold spring, resembling a plump little worm. A wave of delight washed over him. It was the exquisite snow silkworm, a prime specimen of cordyceps. The cordyceps itself is already a precious treasure of nature, and this snow silkworm is the Cr. de la Sarmi among them, extraordinarily rare. Consuming it would significantly enhance one's soul power, and as a tonic, it possesses gentle medicinal properties with no adverse effects. If sold, it could fetch an astronomical price of 1,000,000 gold soul coins. Fang Xian was overwhelmed with excitement, still reeling from his exhilaration when his attention was captured by a striking crimson lotus ahead. The Zhuxia lotus. This rare herb, characterized by its cold properties, possesses the ability to neutralize the deadly toxins associated with fire attributes, holding a value comparable to that of the precious snow silkworm. Not far away, a violet lingji mushroom seemed to have only just emerged from the soil, its cap barely unfurling and still adorned with traces of earth, presenting a delicately exquisite appearance. This is a 9th-grade purple lingji. The dazzling array of precious herbs left Fang Xian somewhat dazed, uncertain of which to harvest first. How foolish it would be to make a choice. Naturally, he would collect them all. Fang Xian began to fervently gather, plucking snow silkworms, vermilion lotus, and ganoderma, all of which he cast into his spatial ring. Suddenly, he was drawn by an intoxicating fragrance. There, at the confluence of crimson and white spring waters, bloomed a delicate pink celestial flower. Its petals shimmered with a translucent brilliance, and its stamens sparkled like diamonds. The flower, stretching a foot in length, unfurled magnificently, surpassing the beauty of flames, resplendent and dripping with allure. The ethereal scent of this exquisite celestial treasure permeated the air. Fang Xian was overwhelmed with joy. Before him stood an extraordinary giant flower, a genuine supreme elixir known as the fragrant silk immortal herb. This herb is the nemesis of all poisons. Although it cannot directly detoxify, it inhibits toxic substances within its aromatic radius, rendering any poison ineffective. However, should one be poisoned prior to its influence, the fragrant silk immortal herb would offer no remedy. It is the finest antidote known. As time passed, Fang Xian discovered numerous celestial herbs. The celestial mushroom chrysanthemum, the 8-petal immortal orchid, the coxcomb phoenix sunflower, the fragrant silk tulip, the heart-wrenching red, the water narcissus jade flesh, and the forgotten river autumn dew. One precious elixir after another appeared before him. Any single one of these celestial herbs, if exposed to the outside world, would undoubtedly incite a bloodbath. Take, for instance, the celestial mushroom chrysanthemum. If the chrysanthemum Douluo were to learn of its existence, he would likely stop at nothing to seize it. This was indeed a land of treasures. At that moment, a bold thought crossed Fang Xian's mind. He licked his lips, greedily surveying the multitude of celestial herbs before him, contemplating the idea of consuming them all at once. Such an act would surely lead to his immediate demise. Struggling to suppress his avaricious thoughts, Fang Xian continued to explore the herb garden. Around dusk, he stumbled upon 2 celestial herbs embodying extremes of ice and fire, the 8-pointed Xian ice grass and the fiery apricot blossom. These were the ultimate objectives of his expedition. The 8th-pointed Xian ice grass and the fiery apricot blossom, while not the absolute best in terms of quality among the celestial herbs, together formed the pinnacle of existence in this realm. Although consuming both at once posed significant risks, it was undeniably Fang Xian's optimal choice. Seated by the spring, he hesitated momentarily, but resolve flickered in his eyes as he finally commenced his endeavor. Both the fiery apricot blossom and the 8-pointed Xian ice grass were authentic celestial herbs, impervious to metallic cutting. Otherwise, their efficacy would diminish. They could only be harvested with jade implements to ensure absolute safety. Fortunately, Fang Xian possessed an ancient jade spade he had acquired from an adversary, which he utilized to carefully and flawlessly extract the 2 celestial herbs. As the 2 herbs converged before Fang Xian, their opposing essences of extreme cold and heat mysteriously vanished. The fiery red leaves of the fiery apricot blossom were cloaked in a layer of pristine white frost, while the icy white tips of the 8-pointed Xian ice grass enveloped in a fiery crimson warmth. Cold and heat intertwined, neutralizing each other. This was the moment when the 2 celestial herbs would counteract for 10 seconds, presenting the optimal time for consumption. Should he miss this fleeting opportunity, the potent properties of both herbs would be eroded by the other, rendering them utterly ineffective. Now was the time. Fang Xian's eyes sparkled with excitement, and without a moment's hesitation, he seized 2 highly toxic celestial herbs and tossed them into his mouth, chewing vigorously. Surprisingly, they were quite delectable. Although both herbs were laced with potent toxins, their flavor was delightful, reminiscent of a refreshing ice cream paired with a savory hot dog. A delightful interplay of hot and cold, sweet and savory. However, it was tea long before Fang Xian's body shuddered violently and his complexion soured. Ah, it's so hot. A wave of searing heat surged through his limbs, making him feel as though he were standing at the mouth of a fiery volcano. The blood coursing through his veins seemed to boil, and his body turned a crimson hue, nearly succumbing to the terrifying warmth. This was the intense heat unleashed by the fire apricot blossom, wreaking havoc within him. Beads of sweat erupted from his forehead, veins bulging, his face contorted in agony. And his body trembled as if seized by convulsions. Struggling against the excruciating pain, Fang Xian gritted his teeth and entered a meditative state, channeling the power of his ice phoenix soul to counteract the searing heat. Under these circumstances, he had to maintain clarity of mind. Losing consciousness to the pain would spell doom. With the ice phoenix's influence, the oppressive warmth was temporarily subdued, and Fang Xian's suffering eased slightly, his complexion gradually returning to a semblance of normalcy. Yet, before he could catch his breath, a wave of unparalleled frigid energy erupted, freezing his lower body into solid ice. Hiss. Damn it, it's so cold. Following the intense heat, the biting cold struck, and Fang Xian realized that this was the 8-point ice grass releasing its medicinal power. Clenching his teeth, he desperately channeled his soul power, braving the onslaught of icy air. This experience paralleled the legendary Sun Wukong's ordeal in Taishang Laojuan's furnace, alternating between searing heat and chilling cold, a torment beyond endurance. However, Fang Xian was not endowed with the indestructible body of the Monkey King. Despite his iron will, his body struggled to withstand the relentless torment of the fire apricot blossom and the 8-point ice grass. Cracks began to form on his skin, streams of blood staining his entire form. The moment had arrived. Enduring this agony for 3 long minutes was a test of patience, waiting for the dual herb's powers to ignite. Fang Xian slammed his right hand against the ground, unleashing a surge of energy that shattered the earth, propelling his frozen body into the ice-fire duality. The fire apricot blossom and the 8-point ice grass, embodiments of extreme heat and cold, were perfectly complemented by the harmonious forces of the ice-fire duality. The spring water of this possessed a terrifying blend of icy and fiery powers. Any unfortunate soul who fell in would undoubtedly perish. Even someone as formidable as Douluo, a titled Douluo, might find himself in peril. However, the fire apricot blossom and the 8-point ice grass were born of the ice-fire duality, embodying the essence of both extremes, their fates intertwined. Thus, upon ingesting these 2 celestial herbs, Fang Xian was not immediately engulfed by the spring water. Instead, he struggled within the ice-fire duality, enduring pain that surpassed even his previous torment, on the brink of explosion. Throughout this ordeal, the immense energy contained within the 2 herbs rapidly integrated into his being, continually augmenting Fang Xian's strength. The process of ice-fire body refinement was transforming him, reshaping him entirely. Fang Xian was submerged in the spring water. Yet he could sense a monumental transformation occurring within his body. Suddenly, a miraculous scene unfolded before him. In his dantian, the 9-heart sea tang blossomed gracefully, dancing delicately, its milky white gentle energy drawing forth the frigid and fiery energies that raged violently within him, orchestrating them into harmonious flow along his meridians. It continuously soothed, melted, and absorbed. Was the 9-heart sea tang aiding him in absorbing the 2 divine herbs? Overwhelmed by this extraordinary change, Fang Xian was astounded. The 9-heart sea tang, as a premier plant-type martial soul, resonated with the divine herbs, illuminating each other in a splendid display, gradually stabilizing the tumultuous ice and fire, transforming them into Fang Xian's own power. It was a scene reminiscent of a miracle. He recalled that in the original story of Douluo, Tang San, after consuming the octagonal ice grass and the blazing apricot fire, achieved an indestructible golden body. Yet, due to his insufficient strength, the immense medicinal power of the 2 divine herbs remained stagnant within him, never fully absorbed. Consequently, the consumption of these herbs did not elevate Tang San's soul power. He merely gained an invulnerable physique. However, now, under the catalysis of the 9-heart sea tang, Fang Xian was voraciously absorbing the vast medicinal power of the 2 divine herbs, his soul power soaring wildly. He leapt directly from level 22 to level 25. Then, onto level 26, 27, 28, and the ascent continued unabated. Of course, this process was still excruciatingly painful, akin to a hellish torment. Despite the mediating effect of the 9-heart sea tang, Fang Xian's low level rendered him unable to withstand the overwhelming potency of the divine herbs multiple times. His skin would crack open repeatedly, and his body would even shatter, crimson blood staining the icy fire duality. Fortunately, the 9-heart sea tang was there to heal his injuries, as his body collapsed time and again, only to be mended once more, then to collapse again, and then to be restored anew. Fang Xian had never witnessed the visage of hell, yet he surmised that it might bear a striking resemblance to his current plight. At long last, as the night deepened, this tormenting agony reached its conclusion. With a resounding crash, the surface of the ice and fire duality erupted, and a tall, muscular figure soared forth, tracing a graceful arc through the air before landing lightly beside a pristine spring. This individual, entirely unclad, radiated a luminous sheen akin to ivory jade. His robust and well-defined muscles bulging, resembling a peerless treasure freshly forged from the furnace of creation. Level 30. Fang Xian clenched his fists, feeling the immense soul power within him. A trace of ecstasy involuntarily surfaced on his handsome face, and a hearty laugh resonated throughout the tranquil valley. Chapter 45. Seeking Antidotes. Level 30. Fang Xian, after assimilating the fiery essence of the flame apricot beauty and the icy potency of the star anise ice grass, soared from level 22 to an astonishing level 30, achieving an incredible leap of 8 levels. Such a feat is truly astounding for an ordinary individual. Ascending from level 22 to level 30 typically requires no less than 2 years. However, Fang Xian has achieved this remarkable advancement in a mere instant. Now standing just one step away from transcending into the esteemed realm of Soul Master at level 31. Furthermore, he will be able to continue replicating his martial soul. Fang Xian's heart blossomed with joy. Suddenly, from a dense thicket ahead, a faint rustling sound emerged. Subsequently, a curious little head popped out from the foliage, lifting its charming face to gaze upward, inadvertently meeting Fang Xian's puzzled stare. Their eyes locked in a moment of surprise. Is it beautiful? Fang Xian inquired. Ah, I want to kill you, Douluo exclaimed with a shriek. Her delicate face flushed, and she fled like the wind. It was utterly perplexing. I was the one who had been seen. Fang Xian felt as though he had been taken advantage of, only to be bitten back. This girl must have a screw loose. She was frightened away during the day, yet returned stealthily at night, leaving him utterly speechless. He retrieved a clean outfit from his spatial ring, shook off the droplets of water from his dark hair, and swiftly changed his clothes. Subsequently, he sat cross-legged by the stream, reviewing his personal information. The Supreme Blade System host, Fang Xian level, LV30 title, Grand Soul Master Soul Power, 15500 proficiency, Basic Blade Technique, 99100, Divine Blade, 0 Martial Souls, Ice Phoenix Soul, Beginner 7100, 9 Heart Sea Begonia Soul, Beginner 3100, Talent, Ice Blade, Healing Blade. His soul power had soared to level 30. And perhaps due to absorbing the extreme cold energy and the effects of celestial herbs, the proficiency of his 2 martial souls had also seen some improvement. Douluo had given Fang Xian a deadline of 1 day. He needed to hasten the preparation of the antidote. In truth, the antidote comprised merely some common medicinal herbs for relaxing muscles and invigorating blood flow. The secret to detoxifying Douluo's body lay within Fang Xian's blood. Now, having absorbed the fiery apricot blossom and the octagonal ice grass, his blood contained the medicinal essence of both celestial herbs, which could alleviate the severe poison within Douluo. He would then need to compel the old monster to force the toxicity into his soul bone, achieving complete detoxification, though this would require some time. This was the essence of the Douluo narrative. While he could not concoct a miraculous elixir for resurrection, he was certainly capable of preparing some everyday medicinal remedies. With this thought in mind, he swiftly set to work, beginning the preparation of the antidote. The following morning, as the sun rose, rays of sunlight cascaded from the heavens, piercing through the haze and illuminating the tranquil, soul-beast forest. Whoosh, whoosh. A series of rapid sounds sliced through the air, startling the meditating Fang Xian awake. As he opened his eyes, he was met with the gaunt, aged visage of a man whose face resembled that of a venomous serpent, his green eyes glinting with urgency. Boy, time is of the essence. Have you prepared my antidote? Douluo's cold gaze fixated on Fang Xian, revealing that the patience of a titled Douluo was in short supply. After waiting a day for the remedy to alleviate the severe poison within him, he was prepared to unleash his wrath if Fang Xian failed to provide a satisfactory answer. Casting a stoic glance at Douluo, Fang Xian calmly produced a small green vial and placed it on the ground before closing his eyes once more, returning to his meditative state. Seemingly indifferent to the outside world, embodying the demeanor of a reclusive sage. After a moment's hesitation, Douluo uncorked the vial and brought it to his nose for a tentative sniff, instantly furrowing his brow. His burning gaze turned fierce as he glared at Fang Xian. You wretched boy, you dare to deceive me. This is merely an ordinary medicine. I have dealt with toxins for decades and am well versed in various herbs. I can discern this much. You may choose to shatter it to pieces and trample it underfoot, ultimately deciding to eliminate me, Fang Xian replied with nonchalance. Alternatively, you might opt to test it for a while and assess its effects before making a decision. Douluo pondered for a moment, then conceded, very well. I shall trust you this once. Fang Xian continued, this potion serves merely as a preliminary remedy, alleviating the agony wrought by the venom coursing through your veins. To eradicate it entirely, one must seek alternative methods. What additional methods are necessary? You, who proclaim yourself a master of the healing arts, assured me that your remedies would cure all ailments. Douluo retorted, a hint of dissatisfaction evident in his tone, as he began to question whether he had been deceived by Fang Xian. Cough, cough. You have been afflicted by this poison for decades. Do you truly believe a single potion could restore you to health? Do you take me for a celestial being? If I possessed such extraordinary abilities, I would have long since pledged my allegiance to the most formidable force on the continent. the martial soul hall, and summoned them to eliminate you, rather than allowing you to apprehend me here. Fang Xian cleared his throat, realizing he had boasted excessively, nearly leading himself into a predicament. Did he believe a single potion could cure him? Did he think it was a miraculous elixir or a divine flower? Who would have thought that a titled Douluo could be so naive? Or perhaps he believed his cunning intellect had reached unparalleled heights. Very well. To enlighten me on how to completely eradicate the potent poison within me. Although somewhat displeased, after a moment of contemplation, Douluo Bo acknowledged the validity of the reasoning and patiently inquired of Fang Xian. Recalling the narrative, Fang Xian spoke eloquently. The reason you suffer from the backlash of the toxin is primarily due to your cultivation of poison techniques. If your martial soul were an artifact type, you could attempt to condense the poison within it, thereby alleviating your own toxicity. However, as your martial soul is a beast type, the poison merges with your very essence, and this has been the case for a considerable duration. Even though you can suppress it with your formidable soul power, this merely addresses the symptoms rather than the root cause. Before long, the poison within you will erupt completely, consuming you entirely. Therefore, to thoroughly eliminate the toxins from your body, you must find a medium to serve as a reservoir for the poison. With your strength, you should possess soul bones, correct? This aligns with the authentic detoxification methods from the original text. Fortunately, I possess an exceptional memory, enabling me to recall the detoxification strategies clearly. Had a forgetful reader traversed this world, Douluo Bo would undoubtedly have been infuriated. Fang Xian could not help but exhale in relief, expressing a profound admiration for himself. Upon hearing this, Douluo Bo's eyes finally sparkled with excitement as he exclaimed, "Are you suggesting that I forced the toxin into the soul bone? You, my lad, possess quite a sharp mind. This is indeed a commendable approach. However, the toxins I have accumulated over these decades are not easily coerced. One misstep could lead to a violent backlash, resulting in immediate demise. You wouldn't be attempting to ensnare me, would you? This is the sole method of detoxification. The choice is yours," Fang Xian replied nonchalantly. Chapter 46, Departure. Moreover, your body has been ravaged by this potent poison for decades. It cannot be healed overnight and will require time, at least 6 months. However, your granddaughter, Douluo Yin, is still young. If you can procure a soul bone for her to serve as a vessel for the toxin, I am completely confident that I can cure her in an instant, without any lingering side effects. This is the truth. And whether you choose to believe it is entirely up to you. Fang Xian's countenance remained unperturbed, calmly gazing at Douluo Bo. Upon the mention of his beloved granddaughter, Douluo Bo's icy demeanor softened in an instant as he said, "Very well. I have lived for so long. My old bones are of little consequence. As long as you can heal Yin Yin, that is all that matters. Rest assured, with this divine physician at your service, I guarantee that you and your grandfather will enjoy longevity." Fang Xian initially made grand statements as leverage for negotiation. One can only hope. However, Douluo Bo rolled his eyes in disbelief. Yet, Fang Xian swiftly shifted his tone and began to lay out his terms. "I have saved the lives of both you and your grandson. Surely you do not intend to let me off lightly as a way to offset this, for that would be a tremendous loss on my part." Douluo Bo, scowling, retorted, "You insolent brat, I have roamed this continent for decades. Even the emperor of the Tiando Empire treats me with utmost respect. How dare you bargain with me? If you choose not to negotiate, then let us all perish together. 1 life of mine in exchange for 2 of yours. That is an exceptional deal." Fang Xian replied nonchalantly. Douluo Bo found himself at a loss for words, his anger boiling as he glared at Fang Xian. This lad is utterly cunning, with no other recourse. He recognized his predicament and reluctantly conceded, for he did not wish to meet a grim fate of poisoning. "Very well, young man, aside from sparing your life, I shall grant you an additional condition, if that pleases you." Douluo Bo finally relented. "Oh, just 1 condition? Was it not supposed to be 3 matters?" Fang Xian furrowed his brow, feeling that his own brilliance could hardly be compared to that of Tang San. While Tang San possessed 3 remarkable attributes, Fang Xian had but a singular condition. Thus, he resolved to engage his intellect, seeking to extract the utmost advantage from Douluo Bo. Fang Xian pondered for a moment and conceived a clever strategy to leverage this condition. "Very well, Senior Dugong. I am not one to be driven by avarice. My solitary request is that you assist me in 3 endeavors. Surely, that is not too much to ask." Dugong Bo's lips twitched slightly. "You truly are a remarkable fellow. Why not demand 10 tasks instead? Just 1. Aside from ensuring your safety, I can gratuitously assist you in 1 matter, and that is non-negotiable," he declared with a darkened expression. "TCH, it is undoubtedly a matter of insufficient prestige." Fang Xian curled his lips in dissatisfaction. At that moment, Douluo Bo gazed quietly at Fang Xian, suggesting, "It appears that the Snowy Night Emperor was mistaken, as were the masses. You are not the useless fool they perceive you to be, but rather a cunning little rascal. Yet in this world, rascals tend to outlive the virtuous." "Is that a compliment?" "I am most honored," Fang Xian replied. "I wonder if the Snowy Knight will regret his past decision," Douluo Bo murmured softly. Though his voice was barely audible, Fang Xian caught every word and, perplexed, inquired, "What decision?" Douluo Bo merely fixed him with a profound gaze, remaining silent. Time flowed by. Unbeknownst to him, Fang Xian had spent a full 3 days with Douluo. The official tournament of the Genius Battle was set to occur at noon today, marking the grandest event for the Tiando Academy. He resolved to depart. This competition differed from the previous preliminary round, which had merely been a chaotic brawl among lower-tier students, garnering little attention from significant figures. However, once the official matches commenced, they would capture nationwide interest. Surely today, the royal family, nobility, and various sects would send representatives to observe. During these 3 days, Fang Xian had made remarkable progress. His soul power level was nearing that of the most exceptional geniuses, and he intended to use this opportunity to assess his growth and strength. Thus, he would not miss this tournament. As noon approached, the blazing sun hung high in the sky, illuminating a rare and splendid day devoid of clouds. Fang Xian stood by the stream at the Eye of Ice and Fire, raising his hand to touch the fully stocked spatial ring, a satisfied smile unconsciously gracing his lips. It was time to depart. Douluo Yin had left yesterday, returning to the Heaven-Do Academy to prepare for today's competition. The Heaven-Do Academy, situated on the outskirts of Heaven-Do City, was not far from the Soul Beast Forest where Douluo resided. If he exerted himself fully, Fang Xian could reach the academy in under an hour, perfectly timed to arrive as the competition commenced. This official contest comprised a grand assembly of 100 participants, 50 students below level 30 who advanced from the preliminaries, and 50 from the Heaven-Do level above 30. The competition format was elimination style, with opponents drawn by lot, facing off in pairs where the defeated would be eliminated. Given the large number of competitors, the event would likely extend over several days. After a brief contemplation, just as Fang Xian was preparing to leave, an enraged roar erupted from the sky. "You little brat, stop right there." With his green hair standing on end, Douluo descended from above, glaring furiously at Fang Xian, his eyes nearly ablaze with rage. "Ah, Senior Douluo, good afternoon. Are you here to express your gratitude?" "No need to be modest," Fang Xian replied with an innocent smile. The treatments of recent days had proven highly effective, since taking the antidote concocted by Fang Xian. Douluo had experienced a significant alleviation of the excruciating pain caused by the venom, and his attitude towards Fang Xian had notably improved. Fang Xian had discussed the return to the academy with Douluo the previous day, and the latter had consented. Thus Fang Xian presumed Douluo had come specifically to bid farewell and express his thanks. "Thank gratitude, my foot. You've ravaged my medicinal garden to such an extent, and you think you can just walk away?" Douluo thundered, pointing at the pillaged garden. The once lush and flourishing garden, filled with precious herbs, now lay completely barren, the soil turned over everywhere, not a single intact patch remaining. Witnessing the devastation of his beloved garden, Douluo was instantly incensed. "Oh, about that matter," Fang Xian calmly remarked, "you promised, after all. These herbs are my terms. What do you think? Is that too much? Am I not being reasonable?" Douluo, feeling somewhat guilty, replied with a hint of pleading, "But you must leave me something, right? You can't take everything." "I have left you something," Fang Xian responded. "What have you left me?" Douluo pointed to the barren ground. "The roots and seeds. I've left those for you. In a few years, they will grow back." Douluo retorted, "Farewell, old monster. I must hurry to the competition. I shall not keep you company. Remember to collect the antidote from me on time." With a wave, Fang Xian bid Douluo farewell and vanished in an instant. "Kid, I curse you to be defeated in the competition," Douluo exclaimed in exasperation, watching the retreating figure. Chapter 47. The First Battle, Seeking Recommendations. Tiando Academy. In the central square, a vast area typically closed off to the public, now buzzed with excitement for the significant competition. The square was filled to capacity, throngs of people creating a cacophony that echoed outward. There were only 100 official competitors, yet the audience far outnumbered them, perhaps tenfold. Each attendee, invited to witness the genius battle, held a prestigious status within the Douluo Continent. At the heart of the square stood a grand arena, constructed of solid marble. A solitary young man stood atop the stage, his demeanor reflecting impatience as he awaited his opponent. "Where's that scoundrel?" His cold, irritable gaze fixated on the opposite side, where his rival should have been. Howard furrowed his brow, his patience wearing thin. The audience shared his growing restlessness. Directly opposite the arena, adjacent to the judges' table, was a VIP section where the Snow Knight Emperor presided. He surveyed the scene with a detached gaze, his aged yet resolute visage betraying no emotion. Flanking him were Qian Renxue and Ning Fingxi, standing with calm and ease. "Who is contesting in the first match, and why has it not commenced?" The Snow Knight Emperor inquired of Qian Renxue. "Reporting to your majesty. The first match features level 31 Howard from Tiando Academy against level 22 Fang Xian from Tianwei Academy," Qian Renxue replied respectfully. "Is Fang Xian still at the academy?" The Snow Knight Emperor appeared surprised, having assumed Fang Xian would have been expelled for failing to meet the academy's standards by year's end. Indeed, not only has he remained at Tiando Academy, but he also fought his way through the preliminaries to qualify for the genius battle. Qian Renxue recounted Fang Xian's recent achievements in detail. Gradually, the Snow Knight Emperor's expression shifted, revealing his astonishment. He had not anticipated that a son he had deemed a failure would achieve any measure of success. Nevertheless, Such minor accomplishments were insufficient to capture his full attention. Soon, he resumed his usual, impervious demeanor, as if the world around him held no significance. Time is of the essence. At the judges' table, the chief commissioner of Tiando Academy, Meng Xinji, clasped his hands and turned to the anxious red-haired beauty beside him. Teacher Ruolan, given that your student Fang Xian has failed to arrive, we must declare him the loser of this match. How can this be? Ruolan bit her lip in frustration. Their class had finally produced a student capable of competing in the genius battle. A commendable result from Fang Xian would reflect positively on her as an instructor, silencing her colleagues who often mocked her for only teaching the less capable students. Teachers also face competition. Ruolan implored Meng Xinji, please, just a little more patience. He should be arriving any moment now. Meng Xinji pondered for a moment, glancing at the emperor and then at the restless crowd, which was beginning to voice their impatience. Shaking his head, he recognized that waiting any longer was unfeasible. I'm sorry, Teacher Ruolan, but under these circumstances, we must declare Fang Xian the loser. Next, Meng Xinji stood, proclaiming loudly, due to Fang Xian's continued absence, I hereby announce Howard the victor of this match. Suddenly, a shadow streaked through the air, crashing onto the arena like a meteor, producing a resounding impact. Dressed in black, with a slender figure and piercing eyes that seemed forged from fire, Fang Xian had arrived just in time. The crowd erupted into a frenzy at Fang Xian's unexpected appearance, but rather than cheers, there were jeers and disdain. Look, the scourge Fang Xian has arrived. I hear he is ruthless, even towards beautiful women. Howard, we support you. Defeat Fang Xian. At this point, Fang Xian was still viewed as the public enemy number one, with 80% of the male students and all the female students regarding him as their foremost adversary. Consequently, many in the audience rallied behind Howard, applauding him instead. Finally, this brat has shown up. Ruolan exclaimed, relief washing over her as she patted her chest. He's finally here. Among the crowd, a cute silver-haired girl smiled upon seeing Fang Xian. Yi Lingling had worried that Fang Xian would miss the match. Humph, that scoundrel. I shall defeat him myself on the arena. Beside her, Du Guyan glared at Fang Xian in irritation. Leave this to me, Yin Yin. I will defeat Fang Xian fairly in the match and avenge you. Yu Tianheng smiled warmly. The audience buzzed with excitement, some eager, others disheartened. Yet Fang Xian remained unfazed by their opinions, his focus unwaveringly fixed on his opponent, fully prepared to test the fruits of his recent training against Howard. I hope I haven't lost my eligibility to compete? He inquired of the judge, Meng Xinji. Indeed. Meng Xinji nodded. Since Fang Xian has arrived just in time, I announce that the first match of the genius battle, Fang Xian versus Howard, officially begins. As the announcement echoed throughout the arena, a wave of enthusiastic cheers erupted. The crowd having grown impatient for the contest, countless gazes converged, all fixated on Fang Xian and Howard, eagerly anticipating an exhilarating match. Chapter 48. A Blade. Bright sunlight cascaded from the azure sky, illuminating the two figures on the arena. They stood poised, a palpable tension filling the air. So, you are Fang Xian? I have long admired your infamous reputation, which has spread throughout the entire Tianshou Academy. Today, I have fortuitously seized the opportunity to avenge those goddesses you have tormented. Prepare yourself. Howard directed a cruel expression towards Fang Xian, flexing his limbs, as the sound of his joints cracking resonated like the popping of frying beans. Fang Xian's gaze was icy and resolute, remaining silent as he intently focused on his opponent before him. Howard, a 31st ranked soul master, wielded the martial soul of a brown bear. Fang Xian, a 30-level soul master, possessed the martial soul of a blade. After each had declared their identity, Howard initiated the offensive. Brown bear possession. Howard's golden hair billowed as he roared, an overwhelming surge of energy erupting from his body, revealing a formidable black bear that seemed to emerge from his very being, its massive form radiating sheer strength. Though the brown bear martial soul was not particularly unique, it was renowned for its might and defensive capabilities, proving itself formidable enough to contend on equal footing with a 34th or 35th level soul master. Simultaneously, 3 soul rings, yellow, and purple, materialized. Third soul skill, brown bear mountain shattering palm. Howard unleashed his most powerful Millennium soul skill, his aura terrifyingly potent as his right hand, imbued with fierce winds, struck forcefully toward Fang Xian's chest. Blade drawing technique. Merging his spirit, energy, and mind, Fang Xian concentrated intently, his soul power surging within him. His right hand grasped the hilt, unleashing the culmination of his recent training as he drew his blade with a sudden flourish. Boom. The ethereal blade, gleaming white, cleaved through the air, enveloped in fierce winds as it hurtled toward Howard. This strike embodied Fang Xian's profound understanding of the blade drawing technique and his current peak soul power, colliding directly with Howard's renowned defensive capabilities. Crash. A deafening sound echoed as Howard's ribcage caved in, and despite the formidable defense provided by his brown bear martial soul, he found it impossible to withstand Fang Xian's terrifying strike. His complexion turned ashen as he coughed up blood, his body reeling backward like a broken kite, crashing heavily against the edge of the arena. How is this possible? Howard stared in disbelief at Fang Xian, struggling to rise from the ground, but failing, succumbing instead to unconsciousness from his severe injuries. With a single strike, the Soul Master was vanquished. The arena fell into a profound silence. All participants, spectators, and judges were left dumbfounded, captivated by Fang Xian's astonishing display of skill, enveloped in a moment of stunned quietude. After what felt like an eternity, murmurs began to arise. No way, is this real? He defeated Howard with just one strike. Howard, a three-ringed Soul Master, was renowned for the invincible defense of his brown bear martial soul. Even when facing a 35th level Soul Master, he could hold his own. Yet Fang Xian had shattered Howard's defense in an instant. How could this be? Terrifying. Such a powerful blade. His comprehension of the blade has reached an extraordinary level. The crowd buzzed with disbelief, expressions filled with astonishment. Fang Xian's victory over Howard left an indelible mark on all present. A display of strength that was nothing short of staggering. Even the three esteemed soul Douluos, Meng Xinji, Bai Baoshan, and Ji Lin, held their gaze fixed upon Fang Xian. A mixture of surprise and delight evident on their faces. Regardless of the match's outcome, all were students of the Douluo Academy. And Fang Xian's exceptional performance had unveiled a remarkable talent within their ranks, filling them with pride. Indeed, Fang Xian possesses extraordinary strength, far surpassing ordinary geniuses, rivaling even the most exceptional talents like Yu Tianheng. Meng Xinji stroked his beard, a satisfied smile gracing his features. Among the crowd, the most astonished was the Night Emperor seated in the VIP section. Even he could not suppress his surprise at the display. A single strike that defeated a young Soul Master. What did this signify? It suggested that Fang Xian harbored immense talent and potential, possibly even capable of challenging the title of a conferred Douluo in the future. Previously, due to Fang Xian's humble origins and ordinary qualifications, Shui had never regarded him seriously. However, this astonishing strike began to shift his perception, leading him to finally acknowledge Fang Xian's worth. My younger brother has achieved such a feat, all thanks to father's diligent guidance. Congratulations, father. Qian Rinxue beamed as she cast a glance at Fang Xian on the arena, her face alight with joy, congratulating the Night Emperor. Congratulations, Your Majesty. The fifth prince's future achievements are boundless. Ning Fingji observed Fang Xian's performance with admiration, unable to contain his astonishment. As for the others below, opinions diverged. Some extolled Fang Xian's prowess, while others seethed with envy at his newfound strength. How infuriating. That scoundrel has grown stronger again. Du Guyan remarked indignantly. Stronger, indeed. This only solidifies my qualifications to defeat you. I eagerly anticipate our match, Fang Xian. Yu Tianheng stood with hands clasped behind his back, his calm demeanor infused with unwavering confidence. He truly possessed the pride to claim his status at the pinnacle of the Douluo Academy. It seems that the good do not live long, and calamities endure for a millennium. The silver-haired lowly Yi Lingling pouted, gazing at Fang Xian on the arena with a hint of resentment. Due to Fang Xian's notorious reputation and poor relationships, there were few genuinely pleased for him. Yet one such person was Teacher Ruolan. This insufferable boy has concealed his true capabilities far too well. Teacher Ruolan's beautiful eyes fixated on Fang Xian, her heart brimming with excitement and joy. After all, having nurtured a remarkable genius within her class was an unparalleled honor for her as a mentor. On the arena, Fang Xian stood upright, akin to a towering pine, exuding an air of confidence and indifference. He remained unfazed by the surrounding chatter, instead attuning his mind to the system's notifications. Good. Successful strike. Reward. Soul Power 1. Shortly after the notification of his successful blade draw, a prompt Fang Xian had awaited for an entire year finally chimed in. Congratulations. Your blade drawing technique has ascended to the minor achiever stage. Chapter 49, Upgrade. Blade drawing technique 1 strike to sever water, 1 strike to cleave the void. With a blade in hand, I am invincible. Unbeknownst to him, his comprehension of the blade had reached a new pinnacle. Congratulations. Your blade drawing technique has advanced to the minor achiever stage, enhancing the basic blade damage by 20. Rewarded blade techniques. Storm Slash, Swallow S Return. Storm Slash, an ultra-powerful blade draw, increasing blade power by 30. Swallow S Return, an ultra-fast blade draw, enhancing blade speed by 30. Fang Xian was overjoyed. After a full 2 years, his proficiency in the sword drawing technique had finally reached a new level. Moreover, he had been rewarded with 2 extraordinary sword techniques. He was filled with excitement and eagerly opened his personal panel to review the current information. Ultimate Sword Drawing System Host, Fang Xian Level, LV30 Title, Grand Soul Master Soul Power, 101500 Proficiency, Minor Sword Drawing Technique, 0200, Divinely Bestowed Blade, 0 Martial Soul, Ice Phoenix Soul, Initial 70100. 9 Heart Begonia Soul, Initial 30100, Talent, Ice Blade, Healing Blade Sword Techniques, Storm Slash, Enhanced Sword Drawing, Increases Drawing Power by 30, Swallow's Return, Supersonic Sword Drawing. Increases Drawing Speed by 30. With the proficiency in the sword drawing technique elevated to the minor stage, the fundamental sword drawing damage surged by 20, accompanied by 2 formidable sword techniques. Fang Xian's swordsmanship has advanced to a new level. Beyond the triumph of vanquishing Howard and securing his first victory, What truly exhilarates him is the enhancement of his skill. With a resonant clang, he sheathed his sword, calmly descending from the arena under the watchful gaze of countless spectators. Suddenly, a towering figure obstructed Fang Xian's path. This individual, with thick black hair and a robust physique, possessed piercing eyes like bolts of lightning, exuding an overwhelming aura reminiscent of the ocean, entirely surpassing that of ordinary competitors. It was Yu Tianheng. Upon recognizing the newcomer, Fang Xian raised an eyebrow, his profound gaze igniting with fervent battle spirit. The man before him was none other than Yu Tianheng, one of the most exceptional talents of the younger generation and a leading contender for the championship. After several days apart, Yu Tianheng's eyes sparkled with electric intensity, his strength appearing even more unfathomable. Although Fang Xian had significantly enhanced his own abilities, he still felt immense pressure in the presence of Yu Tianheng. This was indeed a formidable adversary. Fang Xian cast a cold gaze upon Yu Tianheng, his spirit brimming with combat intent. Fang Xian, I shall await you in the finals. Yu Tianheng replied with a haughty smile, his foot striking the ground with force as he propelled himself onto the arena with grace. In the second match of the genius battle, it was Yu Tianheng against Chen Lin. Yu Tianheng, a formidable soul master at level 37, wielded the supreme martial spirit, the blue lightning tyrant dragon. Chen Lin, a level 35 soul master, possessed the martial spirit, the shimming wolf. The moment the seated contestants made their entrance, they immediately captured the attention of all around. This encounter could be deemed a clash of titans, as the 35-level Chen Lin faced off against the 37-level Yu Tianheng. The audience eagerly sharpened their focus, anticipating the thrilling spectacle that was about to unfold. Fang Xian stood still, his gaze unwavering as he focused intently on the arena. He had yet to witness Yu Tianheng in action, and this was the perfect opportunity to observe the true prowess of the future leader of the blue electric Tyrannosaurus family. Go, Tianheng! Shouted Du Guyan, raising her small fist in support of Yu Tianheng. You can do it! Cheered Yi Lingling, Dare, and many other classmates, genuinely rallying behind Yu Tianheng. In stark contrast to the less popular Fang Xian, it was evident that Yu Tianheng was highly favored. Unlike Fang Xian's solitary demeanor, Yu Tianheng enjoyed a robust rapport within the academy, possessing remarkable charisma. As he made his entrance, he was immediately met with a chorus of cheers and applause, reminiscent of a master of the heavenly. Upon the stage, Yu Tianheng, with his cascading black hair and piercing gaze, transformed the moment the referee declared the match to commence. His eyes ignited with fierce determination as he unleashed a thunderous assault. In an instant, his right arm underwent a dragon-like metamorphosis, adorned with shimmering blue and purple scales, and elongated, razor-sharp claws crackling with fearsome lightning energy. 3 resplendent soul rings, yellow, and purple, spiraled around this draconic arm. First soul skill, Thunder Dragon Claw. The menacing claws, pulsating with violet lightning, tore through the air with explosive force, embodying the might of a cataclysmic tide as they struck Chen Lin with ferocity. Boom! In one decisive blow, Chen Lin was defeated. The onlookers gasped in astonishment, their mouths agape at the sight of the defeated figure hurtling backward. Soon, a thunderous wave of cheers erupted, resonating through the heavens. With but a single strike, Yu Tianheng had vanquished the 35th-level Chen Lin. He was undeniably formidable. The championship of this genius battle was surely destined for Yu Tianheng. The audience marveled at Yu Tianheng's exceptional performance. To defeat a soul master of 35 levels in a single move was a spectacle that overshadowed even Fang Xian's earlier displays. Standing proudly in the center of the arena, his hair flowing and spirit soaring, Yu Tianheng appeared oblivious to the surrounding adulation and screams. His piercing eyes remained fixed on Fang Xian below, his fighting spirit ablaze with fervor. Fang Xian met Yu Tianheng's piercing gaze without flinching, his own spirit ablaze with the thrill of battle. Indeed, he is remarkably powerful. Yu Tianheng's swift defeat of Chen Lin not only astonished the audience, but also left Fang Xian profoundly impressed. As a descendant of the prestigious blue electric Tyrannosaurus Rex family, Yu Tianheng's prowess surpassed Fang Xian's expectations. This would undoubtedly be a formidable rival. Fang Xian, by nature cautious, never underestimates any adversary. He has regarded Yu Tianheng as the foremost rival in this contest of prodigies. Hey, Fang Xian, did you see that? Tianheng surpasses you by leaps and bounds. Just as Fang Xian was about to depart, Du Guyan approached him with an impish grin on her exquisite face, casting a disdainful glance in his direction. You merely defeated a 31st level Howard. What is there to be arrogant about? With your caliber, when you encounter Tianheng, your defeat will undoubtedly be more tragic than Chen Lin's. Humph. Yin, please cease your antics, Yi Lingling interjected, rushing over to grasp Du Guyan's arm. She was acutely aware of Fang Xian's temperament. Should Du Guyan provoke him too much, who could predict whether he might retaliate violently? After all, she had once suffered a ruthless attack herself. The silver-haired little girl silently reflected on this. Let us see how it unfolds. Fang Xian surprisingly refrained from any extreme actions, responding with quietude as he cast a calm glance at Du Guyan before departing the arena without a backward glance. The first day of the genius battle concluded splendidly. With time fleeting by, this year witnessed the emergence of numerous new stars, garnering attention from all quarters. Figures such as Yu Tianheng, Chu Zhongtian, Dugian, Shurimo. Shurimo, Yu Foam, the enigmatic Douglas, and the rising Fang Xian all shone brilliantly in the contest. The royal family, academies, and various sects had already set their sights on these exceptional talents, with some factions discreetly extending invitations, promising lucrative rewards such as 10,000-year soul rings and soul bones, hoping to recruit them into their ranks. Among this assemblage of prodigies, the most outstanding and radiant was undoubtedly Yu Tianheng from the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan. Many believed that Yu Tianheng was the strongest of the younger generation, and the championship of this genius battle was likely to belong to him. The genius battle sparked immense interest, creating a vibrant atmosphere throughout the academy. The Crown Prince of Tiando, Qian Renque, made special visits to many talents, engaging them in lively discussions. The leader of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile sect, Ning Fengji, exhibited great warmth, conversing with numerous outstanding students, exhibiting a kind demeanor that endeared him to many. The Seven Treasure Glazed Tile sect, being one of the top 3 sects, is an auxiliary system sect. Although its leader, Ning Fengji, is renowned as the continent's foremost auxiliary soul master, his personal strength is not particularly formidable. Hence, he places great importance on promising young battle soul masters. However, amidst the vibrant scene within the academy, one individual departed the arena early, returning home alone, closing the door tightly as if guarding against thieves. At present, Fang Xian harbored but one objective: to shut himself in and consume medicinal herbs. With the right elixirs, even a mortal could ascend to the realm of immortals. Fang Xian meticulously rummaged through Dugobo's herb garden, acquiring countless precious herbs, which he carefully stored within his spatial ring. Now, he aspired to emulate his classmate Han Pao Pao, intending to consume the herbs as sustenance, indulging in a fervent feast to swiftly enhance his soul power. Sitting serenely in his chamber, Fang Xian retrieved 3 exquisite herbs. Arranging them before him, he gazed intently at the precious medicines, delicately encased in brocade boxes or jade vessels, and stroked his chin in thoughtful contemplation. The 3 herbs in question were the celestial grade herb, Wang Chuan Qiu Shui Lu, the top-tier treasure herb, Shui Can, and another top-tier treasure herb, Jiu Pin Ziji. Wang Chuan Qiu Shui Lu is a rare celestial herb, known for its mild efficacy, ensuring no conflict with the previously consumed Ba Jiao Xin Bing Chao and Lai Huixing Jiao Shu. Although it does not directly enhance soul power, consuming it grants one the ability to cultivate discerning vision, allowing the user to perceive extraordinary phenomena. Possessing such remarkable eyesight would undoubtedly assist Fang Xian significantly when executing his sword-drawing technique against adversaries. Thus, Wang Chuan Qiu Shui Lu is indeed a treasure of great value. Notably, Tang San, after consuming Ba Jiao Xian Bing Chao and Lai Huixing Jiao Shu, also opted for this precious herb, though regrettably, he would no longer have the opportunity to partake in it. As for Shui Can and Jiu Pin Ziji, while they may not be classified as celestial grade, they are nevertheless rare and valuable herbs, known for their abilities to strengthen the foundation and enhance vitality, resulting in a substantial increase in one's prowess after consumption. Master Yu Xiaojiang remained trapped at the 29th level for over 30 years, ultimately breaking through to the 30th level by consuming Jiu Pin Ziji. Alas, Master will no longer have access to Jiu Pin Ziji, suggesting he may have to remain a great soul master for the rest of his days. Fang Xian pondered for a moment, his mind brimming with wicked delight. At present, aside from these 3 herbs, his spatial ring also contained 6 other consumable celestial herbs: the enigmatic mushroom, the 8-petal celestial orchid, the coxcomb phoenix flower, the Qilua tulip, the heartbreaking red, and the water nymph's bone. Among these 6 celestial herbs, the heartbreaking red was undoubtedly the most precious. However, to harvest the heartbreaking red, one must think of their beloved. True devotion opens even stone hearts. A drop of blood must be sprinkled upon its petals, and should one harbor even a trace of doubt, they would meet a tragic end before being able to claim the flower. As a solitary swordsman unconcerned with women, Fang Xian felt destined to have no connection with the heartbreaking red in this lifetime. Nevertheless, he could consider selling it at a high price to Tang San in the future. Aside from the heartbreaking red, the most potent herb was likely the enigmatic mushroom. Known for its formidable medicinal properties, it could enhance one's strength significantly. Should Fang Xian consume it now, he could easily ascend 4 or 5 levels. Yet, despite his greed, he dared not indulge in the celestial herbs just yet. Having consumed such an abundance over 3 consecutive days, he wondered what adverse effects might arise. If he were to suffer a catastrophic explosion of his own body, it would be quite the spectacle. Thus, he resolved to set aside these soul-enhancing herbs for the time being, saving them for a future occasion when he might require a sudden boost in power to catch his enemies off guard, perhaps even securing his own survival. With this thought, Fang Xian could not help but smile with satisfaction. Possessing such a trump card imbued him with a sense of confidence akin to that of a gentle breeze. Finally, the Qilua tulip was equally rare. As a time-traveling reader of the Douluo novels, Fang Xian understood that the Qilua tulip could upgrade the 7-treasure glazed tower to the 9-treasure glazed tower. This was of immense value to the inheritors of the 7-treasure glazed sect, and he could leverage it for favorable terms in the future. After contemplating the effects and uses of these celestial herbs, Fang Xian had a clear understanding of their potential. Armed with such an arsenal of celestial herbs, he felt a newfound sense of security as he traversed the Douluo Continent. Coming back to the present, Fang Xian gazed resolutely at the autumn water dew, the snow silkworm, and the 9-petal purple ginseng before him, determination gleaming in his eyes. Beginning with the 9-petal purple ginseng, he commenced his journey of consumption, one herb at a time. Years ago, Comrade Han Paopao had consumed a copious amount of Foundation Establishment pills to achieve success without apparent side effects. Moreover, while the author had subtly hinted at the potential negative impacts of excessive consumption of celestial herbs, no specific consequences had been outlined. Thus, Fang Xian decided to follow the path of the mortals and embarked upon a frenzied herb-eating journey. He chewed the 9-petal purple ginseng a couple of times before swallowing it whole, and the snow silkworm was consumed in a single bite, followed by the autumn water dew. With 3 precious herbs now within him, a torrent of medicinal energy surged through his body, instigating transformative changes and rapidly enhancing his soul power. Oh, I was initially writing with great joy, but the data is rather sparse. I feel like a useless mutt now. A new week has begun. I seek your recommendations. Ever since signing the contract, we have transitioned from the new book list to the premium list, also known as the contracted list. Yet the number of collections and recommendations remains pitifully low. Today, we gained just over 20 collections and about 30 recommendation votes. Such a disheartening situation. Alas, it feels as though I am fading away. Let me first express my plight. Then I shall seek your support. I implore you for collections, recommendations, and donations, whatever you can spare. This is of utmost importance. If all goes according to plan, I will attempt a promotional push this week. And the success of this endeavor directly correlates to the fate of this book. Hence, I humbly request a wave of free recommendation votes. A brief note, if no recommendations come this week, it essentially means abandonment, and I will be left to languish in mediocrity. A humble monologue from a struggling author. Chapter 51, Soulbone. I seek your recommendations. The molten energy surged within him, roaring and rushing through his limbs, cleansing the impurities within and enhancing his physical strength. Fang Xian's physique and soul power surged with unprecedented intensity. Approximately an hour later, the tumultuous waves within his body gradually subsided, and he slowly opened his eyes. A mysterious golden glimmer flickered across his profound gaze. Rising to his feet, he peered through the window into the outside world. A single grain of sand, a blade of grass, the ants crawling on the ground, and the insects soaring through the air. All the myriad wonders of the universe were magnified infinitely in Fang Xian's eyes. Rendered strikingly clear. This was the effect of the autumn water's gaze, refining the eyes and enhancing vision. Fang Xian pondered over his eyes. While they may not possess the legendary clarity of the fire eye or the far-sightedness of the 1,000-mile eye, they were certainly akin to the formidable 3-tomo Sharingan. The eyes are the windows to the soul, and a pair of powerful eyes undoubtedly served as an extension of Fang Xian's blade technique, significantly enhancing his prowess. In battle, he could swiftly and accurately discern his opponent's movements, enabling him to incapacitate foes with a single strike. After consuming the autumn water elixir, an astonishing transformation occurred within Fang Xian's gaze. His vision dramatically improved, allowing him to perceive a grain of sand and a blade of grass 300 meters away with remarkable clarity. Thus, the question arose, what name should be bestowed upon these extraordinary eyes? Fang Xian pondered for a moment, contemplating a fitting name for his extraordinary ability to perceive the essence of all things. Should he call it the Eye of Martial Arts? The Eye of Spiritual Vision? The Divine Purple Pupil? The Ultimate Kaleidoscope? The True Eye of the Evil King? The Demon Eye of Direct Death? Or perhaps GSS? A myriad of captivating titles flitted through his mind. Yet, Fang Xian found them all lacking in sophistication and grandeur. Thus, he settled on the name. The Eye of the Nameless. After all, no matter what name the author chose, it would inevitably face criticism. Subtle and luxurious. He feared that an overly ostentatious name might invite trouble. Thus, the Eye of the Nameless it would be. Neither particularly appealing nor unappealing, it struck the perfect balance. Resonating with neither overwhelming strength nor weakness, Fang Xian nodded earnestly. Subsequently, he began to assess the enhancement of his soul power. Strongest Blade System Host, Fang Xian Level, LV30 Title, Great Soul Master Soul Power, 452. 500 Proficiency, Minor Blade Technique, 0200, Divine Blade, 0 Martial Soul, Ice Phoenix Soul, Beginner 70100, 9 Heart Sea Tank Soul, Beginner 30100, Talents, Ice Blade. Healing Blade Techniques, Storm Slash, Enhanced Blade Technique, Increasing Blade Power by 30, Swallow Return, Supersonic Blade Technique. Increasing blade speed by 30, having consumed the snow silkworm and 9-tiered purple Ganoderma, his soul power surged from 101 points to 452. This constituted an enhancement of approximately 351 points. In 2 days, once he fully absorbed the medicinal properties within him, he would likely break through to the soul sovereign realm. Contemplating this, Fang Xian could not help but reveal a satisfied smile. Days passed, and the genius battle unfolded fervently. This year's Genius Battle exhibited a level of excellence far surpassing previous competitions, marking it as the strongest in history. Numerous exceptional talents emerged like bamboo shoots after a rain, vying for supremacy on the arena. The Tiando Academy, established by the royal family, has always been under the dominion of the current emperor of the Tiando Empire, the Snow Knight Emperor. Should the students perform outstandingly in the competition and capture the emperor's attention, they would undoubtedly secure excellent opportunities for advancement, soaring to great heights. Moreover, the royal family, with its vast wealth, prepared sumptuous rewards for the Genius Battle, inciting envy among countless onlookers. Firstly, the top 10 of this tournament will each be awarded a noble title, hereditary and unalterable. Those who perform exceptionally may also receive a fief, enjoying boundless authority and honor. Most students at Tiando Academy hail from noble lineage, and this noble title often amounts to little more than a minor baron or viscount, rendering it unappealing to many, except for a select few from humble beginnings. What truly captivates the crowd, however, is the following. Secondly, the top 3 of the Genius Battle will be guaranteed a 10,000-year soul ring, with a lifespan of under 30,000 years. And the type and attributes can be freely selected. A 10,000-year soul ring, with the liberty to choose. This undoubtedly ignites envy among every participant, as when they eventually break through to the 5-ring Soul King level, this complimentary 10,000-year soul ring will play a crucial role in enhancing their strength. Finally, and of utmost importance, the champion of the Genius Battle will receive a rare soul bone. Although merely an ordinary soul bone, it is still a treasure beyond compare, priceless and in high demand. Everyone on the Douluo Continent is aware that the most valuable items in the world are 10,000-year soul rings and soul bones. The 10,000-year soul ring is the pinnacle among soul rings. Mere mortals without soul beast companions should not harbor delusions. However, while soul bones are equally invaluable, acquiring a few is not a daunting challenge for the formidable Tiando Empire, given its immense power and wealth. A single soul bone. This entices countless young powerhouses. Even many seasoned veterans of the realm find themselves envious. In this tempestuous gathering of the Genius Battle, the newly ascendant young powerhouses are determined to seize the soul bone reward reserved exclusively for the champion, engaging in fierce competition. The soul bone. It is said that the prize for the champion of the Genius Battle is a soul bone, and Fang Xian's eyes sparkled with fervor, his heart racing. Due to the nature of his physique, although he was unable to absorb soul rings, he could certainly assimilate soul bones. If he could acquire a soul bone that harmonizes with him, it would undoubtedly amplify his strength significantly. With this thought, Fang Xian's yearning for that soul bone intensified, prompting his decision to contend fiercely for the championship. Over the course of 2 consecutive days of battle, Fang Xian effortlessly defeated his opponents, each victory achieved with a single strike, causing his reputation to resonate throughout the continent. Even the Snow Knight Emperor, impressed by Fang Xian's outstanding performance, gradually began to regard this once-abandoned son with newfound respect. However, the path to victory was fraught with challenges. On the 4th day of the tournament, a formidable adversary stood before Fang Xian. Yufeng, level 36 Battle Soul Sovereign, Martial Soul, Wind Bell Bird, a member of the future Imperial Combat Team, currently one of the most exceptional talents at Tiando Academy. By defeating this obstacle, Fang Xian would secure a place among the top 10, gaining the opportunity to compete for the championship. Fang Xian versus Yufeng, a fierce confrontation. Both are vying for the coveted top 10 ranking. A spectacular battle, eagerly anticipated by the masses, is about to unfold. Chapter 52. Fang Xian versus Yufeng. Beneath the blazing sun, golden rays cascade onto the bustling central square, enveloping each individual in a radiant glow. After 3 consecutive effortless victories, Fang Xian finally encounters a formidable opponent today. His gaze is drawn forward, where a slender yet sturdy figure gradually comes into focus, causing his eyes to narrow with intensity. Yufeng, a 36th level Battle Soul Master. His martial spirit, Wind Bell Bird. With golden red hair billowing in the breeze, his face reveals a resolute and tenacious expression. Although Yufeng's physique appears frail, his piercing eyes exude a sharp and astute brilliance. Fang Xian, a 30-level Battle Soul Master, his martial spirit, Blade. As he observes the 3 soul rings, yellow, and purple, rising from Yufeng, a twinge of envy stirs within him. Everyone else can showcase their soul rings, yet his replication martial spirit is unable to absorb ordinary soul rings. Emerging from a slight sense of regret, Fang Xian's stern countenance gradually transforms, revealing a serious demeanor. The 6th-level disparity in soul power is enough for him to regard Yufeng with utmost seriousness. Clang. The long blade is drawn, releasing a radiant white blade aura. Its force not overwhelming, but its speed astonishing, slicing towards Yufeng with lightning-like swiftness. In response to his sensitive attacking soul master, Fang Xian reduces the strength of his draw while enhancing its speed, aiming to counter the speed for which Yufeng is renowned. Whoosh. Suddenly, a phantom image of a blue bird materializes around Yufeng, its wings flapping vigorously, conjuring a fierce gust of wind. In an instant, his figure vanishes, evading Fang Xian's strike with astonishing speed. Gone. Taken aback, Fang Xian quickly scans his surroundings with keen eyes. 10 meters behind him, he spots Yufeng suspended in midair, a hint of disdain flickering in his dark eyes. Heavens, what incredible speed. Many spectators are left in awe by Yu Feng's lightning-fast reflexes. Just as Fang Xian's blade seemed poised to strike Yu Feng's head, he mysteriously vanished, reappearing behind Fang Xian in the blink of an eye, his speed bordering on the unimaginable. Yu Feng, true to his name, he rides the wind, soaring through the air with astonishing velocity. Regrettably for you, Fang Xian, your match ends here. I shall be the one to terminate your winning streak. A flow of azure soul power courses through Yu Feng as his wind bell bird martial spirit emits a high-pitched call, unleashing dozens of transparent wind blades that plunge from above, launching a frenzied assault on Fang Xian in the center of the arena. First soul skill, Blade of Wind. How swift. Fang Xian's pupils suddenly constricted as the wind blades swiftly approached him, their sharp gusts even slicing through his skin, causing a trickle of blood to well up on his cheek. The Ice Blade. A torrent of soul force surged into the Ice Phoenix martial spirit. Fang Xian dared not exhibit any hint of negligence. He positioned the shadowless blade before him and struck forward with great force, instantly transforming all the wind blades into frozen sculptures. The immobilized wind blades lost their kinetic energy, lingering in the air for a fleeting second before gradually plummeting to the ground with a crisp snap, shattering into fragments. How is this possible? He actually blocked my wind blades. What sort of peculiar sword technique is this? Can it truly unleash ice? Is it a characteristic of his martial spirit? A barrage of questions flooded Yu Feng's mind. His wind blades were remarkably swift, even challenging for Yu Tianheng to contend with. Yet this Fang Xian effortlessly dismantled his wind blade assault with a single strike. Yu Feng found it hard to believe. Indeed, he had encountered a formidable opponent. On the other side, although Fang Xian had thwarted Yu Feng's attack, it was evidently not as effortless as he had envisioned. Yu Feng's speed was extraordinarily rapid. Had Fang Xian hesitated even for a heartbeat, he would likely have suffered severe injuries, jeopardizing his chance to ascend into the top 10. However, fortune favored Fang Xian, for he had recently acquired a new ability that he had yet to utilize, and now it would serve to counter Yu Feng's incredible swiftness. In the next instant, a glimmer of golden light flickered in his eyes. The Eye of the Unknown. Fang Xian activated his newly acquired ability, and the moment the Eye of the Nameless unfolded, the world expanded exponentially, rendering everything crystal clear. Simultaneously, Yu Feng, with wings of wind, swooped down upon Fang Xian, exuding an aura of menace. The third soul skill. Phantom Slash. The millennia-old soul ring on Yu Feng's body radiated an enchanting purple light, suddenly transforming into a fierce azure bird, descending to attack while altering its trajectory. Unlike before, Yu Feng did not charge directly at Fang Xian. Instead, he moved in an arc, his figure flickering in and out of visibility, like a wraith, moving with such unparalleled speed that no one could discern his actions. What extraordinary speed! It was incomprehensible. The trajectory of Yu Feng's assault was utterly elusive. How could one possibly respond? It was over. Fang Xian was undoubtedly doomed. Many spectators marveled at Yu Feng's lightning-fast velocity, which was invisible to the naked eye. And even seasoned veterans struggled to discern the movements of this technique. The speed was simply too rapid. Qian Rushue's eyes glimmered with surprise as she observed Yu Feng. Such extreme speed was indeed a formidable killing move. Even she found it exceedingly difficult to catch Yu Feng's movements. A mere 30-level Fang Xian was surely unable to evade this strike. Ning Fengji stood with his hands clasped behind his back, his hair flowing gracefully, exuding a gentle aura. For the first time, a serious expression crossed his composed features as he asserted with certainty, no one below the soul sect can withstand this move. Emperor Shuiyi, seated upon his throne, fixated his profound gaze upon Fang Xian, his expression inscrutable, devoid of joy or sorrow. None could fathom the thoughts of his majesty at that moment. Ha ha ha, it's over, Fang Xian. A boisterous laugh erupted suddenly. In an instant, Yu Feng vanished and reappeared behind Fang Xian, his wings transforming into a formidable azure blade, slashing through the void with ferocity, launching a surprise attack on the unsuspecting Fang Xian. It's lost. Many who witnessed Yu Feng's sudden appearance behind Fang Xian could not help but shake their heads in despair, believing Fang Xian was destined for defeat. Just then, Fang Xian, who had been maintaining a strict defense, suddenly pivoted. The Eye of the Nameless shimmered with golden light, as if he had predicted the attack in advance. The shadowless blade was unleashed in a flash, carving an arc through the air, tearing through the atmosphere, and fiercely striking at Yu Feng. Yin Fan. The speed of the blade was augmented by 30. In a critical moment, Fang Xian utilized the Eye of the Nameless to capture Yu Feng's movements and unleashed the newly acquired Yin Fan technique to counter the ambush from behind. Boom. The violent collision generated a thunderous roar. How is this possible? In the next instant, Yu Feng let out a blood-curdling scream, spewing forth crimson blood. His body resembling a kite severed from its string as he spiraled down from the arena, crashing heavily to the ground, unconscious. Meanwhile, Fang Xian stood at the center of the arena, his black hair billowing, eyes sharp and composed, wielding a blood-dripping longsword. The audience was in shock. Chapter 53, Advancement. A new system. Fang Xian wins. The moment the referee announced the verdict, the arena erupted into a frenzy. He won. Fang Xian actually defeated Yu Feng. The disparity in soul power levels was a staggering 6 ranks. That individual must be a freak. It was beyond belief. Fang Xian was indeed formidable. Many were left astounded. If previously Fang Xian had merely been perceived as a rising star, after this decisive victory over Yu Feng, he had undeniably ascended to the echelon of top-tier geniuses, comparable to Yu Tianheng and Chu Zhangtian. That insufferable fellow is becoming increasingly monstrous. Oh, how infuriating. The most indignant of all was De Guyan, who had always looked down upon Fang Xian. Now, witnessing his growing strength, her heart was filled with both anger and frustration. He has entered the top 10. My student has made it into the top 10 of the genius battle. In stark contrast to De Guyan's petty grievances, teacher Ruolan was overjoyed. Her excitement nearly overwhelming as she danced in place, drawing curious glances from those around her. Having taught at Tiando Academy for 2 years and guiding several cohorts of students, this was the first time someone had broken into the top 10 of the genius battle, and her heart swelled with pride. A student's excellence reflects on the teacher. Though this student had attended only a handful of classes, it had been less than a year. Who would have thought Fang Xian would grow to such heights? She recalled the last time he had come to the academy. He had been turned away by the guards. At that moment, a young man in his 30s approached Ruolan with a smile, nodding in acknowledgement. Teacher Ruolan, congratulations on nurturing such an exceptional student. Teacher Qinming. Ruolan was taken aback, but a smile graced her lips. Not at all, Teacher Qinming. Your Yu Tianheng is equally impressive. The two teachers exchanged pleasantries amicably. As of today, the top 10 contenders for the genius battle had been determined. They are Yu Tianheng, Chu Zhongtian, De Guyan, Fang Xian, Shi Imo, Eosalo, Lin Dong, Li Changfeng, and Douglas. These 10 individuals are the CRME de la CRME of Tiando Academy, showcasing extraordinary talent and boundless potential. Likely to become figures of great renown across the continent. Though still young, they have already captured the attention of many influential figures. With every action they take drawing widespread interest. The finals will commence in 7 days. At that time, these 10 will engage in a series of fierce contests for the championship, capturing the gaze of the masses. Returning home, Fang Xian sat cross-legged on his bed, his deep-set eyes shimmering with uncontainable elation. Congratulations, your soul power has reached its maximum. You are currently LV 30, 500, and eligible for an upgrade. Would you like to upgrade immediately? A cold, mechanical voice echoed in his mind. Yes. At that moment, Fang Xian's body surged like an active volcano. His soul power erupting like lava, invigorating every fiber of his being and amplifying his strength. Ding. Upgrade successful. Congratulations on advancing to Soul Master. Finally, he had achieved the rank of Soul Master. Fang Xiansong let out a sigh of relief, a trace of joy gradually appearing on his cheeks. He could distinctly feel the soul power within him gradually converging into a flowing stream, significantly stronger than before. Even more importantly, upon reaching the 31st level of Soul Master, he would be granted a divine blade, allowing him to continue replicating his martial soul. How delightful. Fang Xian stroked his chin, pondering earnestly about whom to eliminate this time. At that moment, a system notification sound rang out. Congratulations, host, on advancing to Soul Master. The system has upgraded, unlocking new functionalities. Huh? An upgrade of the system? What is this peculiar occurrence? Fang Xian was momentarily taken aback, feeling a sense of bewilderment as he struggled to comprehend the situation. After calming his mind, he was astonished to discover that the interface of the blade system had undergone a remarkable transformation, now featuring several new functions. 1. Personal information. 2. Shop. 3. Lottery. 4. Enhancement. Forge. 5. Inventory. Fang Xian was the first to open his personal information, eager to discern any changes in his attributes. The Supreme Blade System host. Fang Xian level. LV 31 title. Soul Sovereign Soul Power. 0600 weapon. Shadowless Blade Proficiency. Minor Blade Technique. 0200. Insight into the Mind. Blade or a Divine Gifted Blade. 1 Martial Souls. Ice Phoenix Soul. Beginner 70100. 9 Heart Begonia Soul. Beginner 30100. Talents. Frost Blade. Healing Blade. Blade Techniques. Storm Slash. Enhanced Blade Draw. Increases drawing power by 30. Swallow's Return. Ultrafast Blade Draw. Increases drawing speed by 30. As a solitary Douluo, a wandering swordsman, your strength shall advance with each foe you vanquish. Upon leveling up, the system rewarded him with a divine gifted blade, enabling further replication of martial souls, in addition to 2 new attributes, weapon and insight into the mind. Fang Xian was momentarily taken aback as he opened the newly added weapon tab, and instantly a series of attributes materialized before his eyes. Shadowless Blade Level. A. Rare. Strength. 35 Speed. 72 Enhancement. None special attributes. None overall evaluation. Invisible and intangible. Swift as a phantom, yet slightly lacking in strength. A blade as swift as lightning. Note, the standard attributes for ordinary weapons are set at 10 points. How remarkable it is that the specific attributes of the Shadowless Blade have been revealed. Fang Xian felt a sense of astonishment as he realized that, following the system upgrade, the details and comprehensiveness had surpassed all previous iterations. Curiosity propelled him to explore the insights of his mental state. Mental State Insight Stage. Initial Blade Intent Effect. When drawing the sword, It embodies a trace of the world's momentum, significantly augmenting the power of the draw. Note: the mental state insight reflects the host's personal understanding of the sword. No external factors can enhance it. Fang Xian had previously experienced the potency of this blade intent. It was indeed formidable, capable of causing a remarkable surge in the power of the sword draw. According to the information provided, this blade intent seemingly could not be augmented by external influences, but rather could only be developed through one's own gradual comprehension of the sword. It appeared that there existed even higher realms of momentum. The domain of drawing the sword was boundless. However, it had taken Fang Xian a full 2 years to grasp a mere hint of this blade intent, and to elevate to a higher mental state would likely take an indeterminate amount of time. Contemplating this, he could not help but shake his head and sigh. The path of the strong held no shortcuts. After spending approximately 10 minutes meticulously reviewing his personal information, Fang Xian returned to the main menu and began to explore the newly introduced features one by one. Seeking collections, seeking recommendations, seeking donations. Gratitude extended to every reader for their unwavering support. Special thanks to those who contributed. 2,700 points from You're So Ugly, 1,700 points from Salty Fish King, 200 points from No Debt, and 100 points from Silly Heavenly Book. Heartfelt appreciation for everyone's encouragement. It seemed that I had once again drawn many readers with my unparalleled charisma. Heh. By the way, for future donations, please consider supporting on the Chidian platform, as this book premiered there. Donations through QQ Reading yield little financial benefit and do not improve the ranking of new books. Much appreciated. Furthermore, the system has undergone an upgrade, introducing a plethora of new functionalities. I now have a wealth of new elements to contemplate, leaving me slightly overwhelmed and my thoughts muddled. I wonder if everyone finds the system upgrade intriguing or if it has simply become overwhelming. Chapter 54, Soul Ring, Lottery and Enhancement Seeking Recommendations. Upon opening the shop interface, an astonishing item appeared before Fang Xian's eyes. A yellow halo quietly floated in the air, radiating a dazzling brilliance. It was, astonishingly, a soul ring. Fang Xian swallowed hard, his face a portrait of astonishment. Item: Replication Soul Ring, Centennial. Attributes: none skills, none description. A unique soul ring for replicating martial souls, devoid of any attributes or skills, yet capable of significantly enhancing the proficiency of the replicated martial soul. Price: 10 unsheathings of the blade. Note: each replicated martial soul may absorb only one replication soul ring. Replication soul ring? Fang Xian widened his eyes in astonishment as the system once again generated peculiar items. Presently, the store offered 3 types of soul rings: the Century Soul Ring, the Millennium Soul Ring, and the 10,000-Year Soul Ring. All of these were unique replicas of the martial soul, specifically designed for replication. According to the system's description, these replica soul rings did not confer additional skills, but could significantly enhance the proficiency of the replicated martial soul. The currency of this store was not conventional money, but rather the number of times one drew their blade. As the years progressed, the number of blade draws required for the replica soul rings escalated to absurd levels. The prices were as follows: Century Soul Ring, cost, 10 blade draws. Millennium Soul Ring, cost, 1,000 blade draws. 10,000-Year Soul Ring, cost, 100,000 blade draws. Fang Xian had yet to encounter a soul ring of 100,000 years. The most exalted he had seen were those of 10,000 years. However, to speak of a soul ring of such extraordinary age is futile. Even a mere 1,000-year soul ring is beyond his current means. Within the confines of the system shop, a replicated soul ring of 1,000 years necessitates a staggering 1,000 successful draws to procure. Fang Xian estimated that he could manage approximately 10 successful draws each day. Thus, even to acquire a single 1,000-year soul ring, he would require over 100 days of relentless effort. As for the rarer and more advanced soul rings, who could possibly foretell when he might be able to exchange for one? Regarding the commonplace 100-year soul rings, while their price is modest, requiring only 10 successful draws for purchase, he had no intention of absorbing a soul ring of such brevity. A replicated martial soul can only absorb a singular replicated soul ring. Fang Xian is now over 31 years old, fully capable of absorbing a 1,000-year soul ring. To squander this precious opportunity on an ordinary 100-year soul ring would be utterly foolish. A soul ring? I never imagined that I too could absorb a soul ring. Fang Xian was filled with excitement. In the world of Douluo Continent, it was rather embarrassing to venture out without at least 8 or 9 soul rings adorning one's body. At the bottom of the shop interface, a blue bar displayed the current currency, which represented the available number of draws. Regrettably, it stood at 0. It seemed that the previous draws before the upgrade system had not been recorded by the system. Truly a disappointing revelation. Muttering a silent curse, Fang Xian exited the shop to explore the lottery feature. The lottery interface revealed a large, colorful spinning wheel, adorned with a variety of peculiar items: talent points, upgrade cards, soul rings, mastery and swordsmanship, a century of cultivation, below 10,000 years, 100 draws, and numerous other strange items were all inscribed upon it. Fang Xian was momentarily perplexed, unsure of the purpose of certain artifacts. Suddenly, a mesmerizing flash of crimson swept before his eyes. 100,000-year soul ring. Unintentionally, Fang Xian discovered a 100,000-year spirit ring on the lottery wheel, and his eyes instantly sparkled with fervent brilliance. The 100,000-year spirit ring is indeed the most coveted treasure of the Douluo Continent. Generally speaking, lotteries like the colorful 7 or scratch cards are often blatant schemes to extort money, with very few lucky participants actually reaping rewards. Thus, Fang Xian initially harbored little enthusiasm for this lottery function, suspecting it to be merely a feature designed to siphon funds from unsuspecting users. However, he was utterly astonished to find that the prizes included a 100,000-year spirit ring. Even if it were a deception, Fang Xian would willingly leap into the fray. As an ordinary man who had never possessed a spirit beast partner, the notion of acquiring a 100,000-year spirit ring seemed utterly unattainable. Yet now, the lottery function presented him with such an extraordinary possibility. It was simply incredible. With blood surging through his veins, Fang Xian felt an overwhelming excitement. His thoughts consumed by the prospect of winning. Lottery wheel, beginner, price. 1 draw for every 100 sword strikes. Is it truly the case that one must strike the sword 100 times to earn a single lottery draw? Fang Xian smacked his lips in disappointment, lamenting the fact that he had yet to draw his sword even once. It appeared that today would not grant him the opportunity to partake in the lottery. At that moment, a voice resonated within his mind. As the host had activated the lottery wheel for the first time, 3 complimentary draws were bestowed upon him. This must be what they refer to as a novice gift pack, glitch yet undeniably beneficial. Fang Xian was overwhelmed with joy, unable to contain the excitement that surged within him. He swiftly embarked on his journey of chance. In the next moment, the vibrant roulette spun at a dizzying speed, dazzling him with an array of precious prizes. Yet, Fang Xian's gaze remained steadfastly fixed upon the coveted 10,000-year soul ring. Following the principles of luck in the casino, he closed his eyes, silently counting to 6, and then boldly called for it to stop. What would be the outcome? Had he secured the 10,000-year soul ring? If not, perhaps a 20,000-year soul ring would suffice. Thank you for your patronage, and please continue your efforts. Fang Xian, I have traversed into another realm, yet I remain ensnared by this wretched fate of thankless destiny. Frustrated by the squandered opportunity of a complimentary lottery draw, Fang Xian felt a surge of exasperation. Undeterred, he gritted his teeth and embarked on a second attempt. Invoking a new incantation. 1, 2, 38. 8, 8, 8, prosperity, prosperity, prosperity. At the very moment he counted to 8, Fang Xian abruptly called for a halt. Congratulations! You have drawn 100 sword draws. At the very least, there is a reward. The 100 sword draws are just sufficient to procure another lottery entry, resulting in a break-even scenario. Finally, the third lottery draw waits. Fang Xian drew a yellow soul ring, aged 800 years. Quite commendable. Gazing at the yellow hue tinged with purple of the 800-year soul ring, Fang Xian revealed a smile of satisfaction for the first time. After completing 3 rounds of draws, he had acquired 100 instances of blade draw along with the 800-year soul ring, all of which were automatically stored in his backpack, a harvest that he deemed acceptable. Without any excessive humility, he secretly reveled in his fortune. Following this, he meticulously examined his personal information, the shop, and the lottery in succession. Fang Xian, trembling with trepidation, finally opened the last enhancement furnace. Could it be that the curse of Ma Baba transcended time and space, reversing the heavens, and followed him to the Douluo Continent? An ancient and somewhat antiquated enhancement furnace materialized before him, identical to the one etched in his memory. The same familiar pit. Upon sighting this reminiscent iron furnace, Fang Xian was immediately seized by a wave of dread, recalling a painful chapter from his past. Enhancement furnace function amplifies the power and speed of weapons price. 100 blade withdrawals, conscientious tip. As the enhancement level increases, so too will the cost rise. Please be mindful of your finances. Fang Xian, I humbly seek your support and appreciation. Thank you to every reader for your unwavering encouragement. Chapter 55, The Reward for Defeating. As the sun rises, the sky is perfectly clear. The brief respite of 3 days has swiftly come to an end. In the blink of an eye, the much-anticipated finals commence. The expansive central arena is already teeming with spectators, their enthusiasm erupting like molten lava, igniting the entirety of the Tiando Academy. Fang Xian's first opponent is Shimo. Shimo possesses a level of 35, although his offensive capabilities do not rival the formidable strength of Yu Tianhing or Chu Zhangtian. His martial soul, the Xuanwu turtle, is reputed to possess the most formidable defense among his peers of the same rank. In terms of tenacity, he is even more challenging than Fang Xian's previous adversary, the level 36 Yu Feng. This is a formidable rival. Fang Xian's right hand rested upon the pristine hilt of the blade, his deep gaze piercing through the tousled strands of hair that fell across his forehead, settling upon a towering figure before him. This man stood over 2 meters tall, his upper body exposed, bronze skin glistening, with powerful muscles rippling from his abdomen and shoulders, exuding an overwhelming sense of explosive strength. He was none other than Shimo, one of the young prodigies who had squeezed into the top 10. Many unfamiliar with Shimo might find themselves bewildered, questioning how someone resembling a man in his 30s could possibly be a mere teenager. Yet, despite his rugged appearance, Shimo was indeed only 18 years old, still a youthful lad. Fang Xian, you are formidable, but I shall not concede, Shimo declared, cracking his knuckles and stretching his limbs. the sound of his joints popping resonating in the air. He gazed intently at Fang Xian, his expression grave, fully aware of the stakes. After days of competitions, Fang Xian's prowess was evident to all, and none dared to underestimate him any longer. Fang Xian, once an inconspicuous and seemingly worthless prince, has inadvertently matured into one of the most resplendent geniuses of the Tiando Academy. Let us witness the truth of his prowess. A golden soul power surged forth from his body, and with a tremendous force, Fang Xian's feet shattered the ground beneath him. Harnessing this explosive energy, his form darted forward. And in a swift motion, the shadowless blade, long concealed within its scabbard, was suddenly drawn. With a whoosh, the slender, silver blade gleamed with unparalleled sharpness, effortlessly slicing through the air as it executed a graceful 180-degree spin, resembling a silver crescent moon. It struck with great velocity against the body of Shimo. Clang! The shadowless blade made a precise cut against Shimo, yet instead of tearing through his defenses as Fang Xian had envisioned, it met an impenetrable barrier, reverberating with a jarring metallic clash. What kind of monstrous defense is this? Fang Xian's lips twitched slightly as he endured a strike from his own blade technique, while Shimo remained utterly unperturbed, displaying an astonishing level of resilience that left Fang Xian somewhat speechless. Heh, Fang Xian, is your sword truly so feeble? Do you believe you can penetrate my defenses? You are still far from achieving that. Above Shimo's head, a majestic green tortoise floated serenely, its emerald radiance cascading downward, forming an impenetrable barrier akin to an iron fortress, safeguarding Shimo within. Just moments ago, Fang Xian's blade had been thwarted by the protective shield of the Xuanwu tortoise spirit. Gazing at the verdant giant perched atop Shimo, Fang Xian nearly burst into laughter. A green-haired tortoise. Truly a remarkable green-haired tortoise. Yet another eccentric spirit. The variety of martial spirits in Douluo is indeed astonishing, encompassing all manner of peculiarities. Fang Xian was filled with a sense of dark amusement, quietly mocking the situation in his heart. The spirit of the black tortoise. However, Shimo remained oblivious to Fang Xian's peculiar thoughts, his sole focus on defeating his opponent. With a roar, he summoned the power of the black tortoise martial spirit, enveloping himself in a vibrant green glow that shimmered brilliantly. In the next moment, a colossal fist, accompanied by a fierce gust of wind, struck forcefully against Fang Xian's chest. Bang! Fang Xian let out a low grunt, a powerful force crashing against his chest, causing his blood to surge tumultuously within him. A metallic taste filled his throat as a trickle of blood escaped from the corner of his mouth. A fierce glint flickered in his eyes as he stubbornly withstood a punch from Shimo, refusing to retreat even an inch. He unleashed the shadowless blade once more, striking relentlessly at Shimo. Tempest Slash. The might of the blade technique surged by 30%. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The shadowless blade swept through the air, accompanied by a piercing sound of the air being violently displaced, akin to a ferocious tornado. It furiously assaulted Shimo's formidable barrier. Crack! The blade's force collided fiercely against the defensive shield of the Xuanwu turtle martial spirit, and to everyone's astonishment, the iron-like shield suddenly shattered with a resounding crack. The power of this Tempest Slash was simply overwhelming, breaking through Shimo's defenses and striking down upon his robust form, sending him crashing to the ground. Gasp! Shimo's face turned ashen, and he spat out a mouthful of blood, feeling as though he had been struck by a savage beast. Pain coursed through his body, causing him to convulse, and a deep gash appeared on his chest, blood flowing profusely. Such formidable strength. How did you? He stared incredulously at Fang Xian, unable to comprehend how the latter had breached his defenses. Overwhelmed with bitterness, Shimo fell heavily to the ground. Fang Xian is victorious. The Dream Machine, noticing Shimo's fall, promptly announced Fang Xian's triumph, igniting a wave of astonishment among the onlookers. What just happened? Shimo actually lost? In a fleeting moment, the previously disadvantaged Fang Xian had turned the tide, decisively defeating Shimo, leaving everyone in disbelief, their eyes shimmering with astonishment. Congratulations on defeating a 3-ring soul master. Reward, 100 draws of the blade, soul power 100. At that moment, a system notification echoed in his mind. Fang Xian was momentarily taken aback, his expression reflecting a hint of bewilderment. However, as he regained his composure, a wave of exhilaration surged within him. He opened his personal panel, Ultimate Blade Drawing System Host, Fang Xian level, LV31 title, Soul Master Soul Power, 100. 600 Weapon, Shadowless Blade Proficiency, Minor Blade Drawing Technique, 0200, State of Mind Realization, Blade Momentum Divine Gifted Blade, 1 Martial Soul, Ice Phoenix Soul, Beginner 7100. 9 Heart Begonia Soul, Beginner 3100, Talent, Frost Blade, Healing Blade Techniques, Storm Slash, Enhanced Blade Drawing, Increases Drawing Power by 30, Swallow's Return, Ultra High Speed Blade Drawing. Increases drawing speed by 30. Available blade draws, 200 as a solitary fighter in the realm of Douluo, the wandering blade master, with each adversary he vanquished. His prowess would be further refined. It was evident that his soul power had indeed increased by 100 points, and his blade draws had also multiplied by 100. At this moment, Fang Xian finally comprehended the true essence of the phrase inscribed at the bottom of his personal panel. To his astonishment, following the system upgrade, defeating an adversary would grant him additional draws and soul power. This revelation indicated that he could significantly enhance his strength through combat. Vanquishing a Soul Master would yield a reward of 100 draws, just enough to secure a lottery chance. If he were to defeat 10 Soul Masters, he would accumulate 1,000 draws, sufficient to purchase a Millennium Soul Ring. Moreover, since defeating a Soul Master grants 100 draws, what of overcoming even mightier foes, such as a Soul Sect or even a Soul King? Surely the rewards would be even greater. With such thoughts, Fang Xian felt a surge of excitement and anticipation for the future. Chapter 56, A Clash of Titans, Seeking Recommendations. The finals were in full swing. Yu Tianheng effortlessly defeated Li Chanfeng to advance to the next round, while Chu Zhongtian faced off against De Guyan, launching a ruthless assault that left no opportunity for the girl to unleash her emerald scale serpent poison, ultimately securing victory as well. Osro narrowly triumphed over Shirimo, but sustained considerable injuries, casting doubt on his chances of winning the championship. Douglas, a figure shrouded in mystery, revealed his extraordinary prowess in the finals, defeating Lin Dong with a single punch. By dusk, the 5 finalists were determined: Yu Tianheng, Chu Zhongtian, Fang Xian, Osro, and Douglas. Only those who advanced to the next round and secured a top 3 position would be guaranteed a Millennium Soul Ring by the Empire, a reward of considerable value. Furthermore, those who excelled further would vie for the championship title. This year's champion's reward was a rare fire attribute Millennium Soul Bone, regarded as a treasure beyond compare. On the following morning, the second round of the grand finals erupted with fervor. With 5 contestants remaining, the judges, including Dream Machine, opted for a lottery system to determine the matchups. The first bout featured Yu Tianheng versus Osro, and the second was Fang Xian against Chu Zhongtian. Douglas, fortunate enough to receive a bye, garnered the envy of many. Consequently, he effortlessly secured a place in the top 3, ensuring him a 30,000-year soul ring. As the remaining competitors commenced their matches, Yu Tianheng faced Osro with little suspense. Yu Tianheng's strength far surpassed that of Osro, who had been injured in the previous match. The bout concluded swiftly, with Yu Tianheng eliminating Osro almost instantaneously. The audience, left somewhat unsatisfied by the rapidity of the contest, lamented the absence of a thrilling showdown, as they had scarcely witnessed an exhilarating clash. In the second bout, Chu Zhongtian was set to confront Fang Xian. As Dream Machine announced the competitors, the arena erupted in fervor. Countless gazes converged upon the stage, igniting an electrifying atmosphere among the spectators, their faces alight with fervor. Fang Xian against Chu Zhongtian. This promised to be a spectacle. A clash of titans, the ultimate showdown among the most gifted talents. Who would emerge victorious in this contest? As they ascended the stage, Fang Xian's fighting spirit surged as he fixed his gaze on the ebony-haired figure before him, his eyes sharpening with intensity. Chu Zhongtian, with a commanding voice, returned Fang Xian's stare, his dark hair cascading about him, exuding a cold demeanor. Tall and robust, his eyes shone with an eagle sharpness, emanating an overwhelming aura. This man was none other than Chu Zhongtian, known as the Little Overlord, a 37th level battle soul master and one of the most formidable young students at the Tiando Academy. Chu Zhongtian's martial soul, an ancient beast known as the Golden Wing Dapeng, was exceedingly rare, rivaling the quality of Yu Tianheng's blue electric Tyrannosaurus. The two stood in a tense standoff, the air thickening with palpable heat even before the battle commenced. At this juncture, the always reserved Snow Knight Emperor turned to Qian Renxue, who stood beside him, inquiring, "Do you believe Fang Xian has a chance of overcoming Chu Zhongtian?" Surprised by the unexpected question from the usually silent Snow Knight, Qian Renxue paused, sensing a shift in his regard for Fang Xian. A flicker of unease crossed her features as she contemplated, ultimately shaking her head with a sigh. The disparity in levels between Fang Xian and Chu Zhongtian is too great, especially considering Chu Zhongtian's martial soul is a rare top-tier variant. It seems unlikely. The Snow Knight Emperor nodded, his expression inscrutable, before turning to the refined middle-aged man on his left, Ning Zhongzhu, as the leader of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School. Your perspective undoubtedly transcends the ordinary. What are your thoughts on this competition? Ning Fengji, hands clasped behind his back, smiled gently and replied, "Your Majesty. Rather than focusing on the improbability, one might consider that anything is possible." Anything is possible? Snow Knight echoed, a ripple of intrigue passing through his otherwise tranquil gaze. He turned to Ning Fengji with a smile. "I have heard you possess a clever and charming daughter. She must be nearing 12 years of age now." "Ah, yes." Ning Fengji replied, momentarily taken aback, raising an eyebrow in curiosity. With that cryptic remark, the Snow Knight Emperor lapsed back into silence, leaving Ning Fengji pondering the implications of the Emperor's words. Beyond the royal circle, discussions abounded regarding the imminent confrontation between Fang Xian and Chu Zhongtian, with many debating who stood the greater chance of victory. Bang! Bang! The little heart of teacher Ruolan raced in her chest. Though she was not participating in the match, her anxiety and excitement surpassed that of Fang Xian in the arena. What if he faced defeat against Chu Zhongtian? No. My student cannot possibly lose. Ha ha ha. Fang Xian will surely triumph. Despite her fervent mental affirmations of Fang Xian's inevitable victory, a sense of doubt lingered within her. For Chu Zhongtian's strength was formidable. In the preceding rounds, he had eliminated his opponents with astonishing swiftness, with none managing to withstand his onslaught for even 10 seconds. Fang Xian faces a formidable challenge. At this moment, Teacher Qin Ming smiled at Teacher Ruo Lan and remarked, "Your student is a remarkable individual capable of creating miracles." "Is he not?" "Thank you, Teacher Qin Ming." Upon hearing these words, Teacher Ruo Lan experienced a brief moment of astonishment, but her anxiety gradually dissipated, replaced by a profound sense of gratitude towards Qin Ming. His encouragement indeed brought her considerable solace. "Certainly destined to lose. Certainly destined to lose." Du Yin pouted, resembling a little witch as she cast her curses. She spun her thumb 180 degrees towards the ground, directing her disdain at Fang Xian with fervor. "Fang Xian, give it your all." Yi Lingling bit her lip, her gaze fixed on Fang Xian on the arena, as a faint, mosquito-like whisper escaped her lips. Central Arena. "I now declare the match between Fang Xian and Chu Zhangtian officially begins." At this moment, the chief referee, Meng Shenji, cleared his throat and announced the commencement of the contest. In the next instant, a brilliant spark ignited in the eyes of both Fang Xian and Chu Zhongtian as they charged towards each other with fervent intensity. Fang Xian's eyes blazed with a chilling light, his body transforming into a furnace as a torrent of soul power surged forth like raging flames. The invisible blade erupted with dazzling golden brilliance, its blade aura slicing through the air with relentless ferocity. Blade technique, Storm Slash. This strike was unparalleled in strength, accompanied by a fierce gust of wind, as it was unleashed with a savage force, tearing apart the very air, akin to a frenzied beast charging forth to slay. Celestial Peng Manifestation. Chu Zhongtian let out a thunderous roar, his tousled black hair dancing wildly, as a magnificent golden-winged Peng materialized above him, exuding an aura capable of annihilating the heavens and earth, sweeping across the realms. This was an extraordinary martial soul of the ancient lineage, its might terrifyingly surpassing that of ordinary souls. The moment the golden-winged Peng was unleashed, it drew gasps of astonishment from all present. The golden-winged Peng, an ancient martial soul. The golden-winged Peng. The overwhelming presence was awe-inspiring. The intensity of this aura was unfathomable. It was utterly terrifying. Ordinary martial souls stood no chance against it. As the crowd gasped, when Chu Zhangtian unleashed his martial soul, the atmosphere was astoundingly formidable, as if he had transformed into an ancient ferocious beast, overshadowing Fang Xian entirely. Before the formidable might of the golden-winged Peng, Fang Xian's figure appeared diminutive. With a thunderous clash, the invisible blade collided violently with the celestial pink fist, soul power surged, and the gust of wind spiraled outward, spreading in all directions. A muffled groan escaped Fang Xian's lips as his body was violently propelled backward, his chest feeling as though it had been pierced by an invisible force. His internal organs quaked, and a mouthful of fresh blood was promptly expelled from his mouth. In their inaugural clash, Fang Xian found himself at a disadvantage. There was no way around it. The disparity was simply too vast. Fang Xian, at the 31st level, faced off against Chu Zhongtian, who was at the 37th level, a significant disparity of 6 levels in soul power. Moreover, the latter possessed the supreme martial soul, the golden-winged rock, and had yet to unleash the soul skills from his 3 soul rings. His expression darkened, and he staggered back 7 steps before barely stabilizing his form, calming the tumultuous blood within him. He lifted his gaze, his sharp eyes locking onto Chu Zhongtian, a glint of fierce determination flashing within. "Ha ha, Fang Xian, you are finished. Just now, I exerted only 50% of my strength, and it seems you can no longer hold on," Chu Zhongtian proclaimed with arrogant laughter, crossing his arms as the ethereal silhouette of the golden-winged rock flickered around him. A disdainful smirk curled at the corners of his mouth as he coldly regarded Fang Xian, stating, "If you admit defeat now, it's not too late. Otherwise, when I truly unleash my full power, and by mere accident, leave you severely injured, do not blame me." "Enough of your nonsense," Fang Xian retorted, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth. His face bore a resolute expression as he brandished the shadowless blade, fearlessly charging once more at Chu Zhongtian. "Let us see who will be left battered and broken." "Foolhardy," Chu Zhongtian scoffed, merging his being with the golden-winged rock, raising his resplendent golden fist to meet Fang Xian head-on. The two warriors clashed fiercely. Fang Xian's spine trembled as the internal force surged forth, his blade cleaving into Chu Zhongtian's colossal form, the edge brutally tearing through his chest, blood splattering in vivid crimson. Chu Zhongtian roared in fury, extending his massive hand which transformed into a gigantic golden talon, obscuring the sky and exuding an overwhelming ferocity, which struck fiercely upon Fang Xian, sending him tumbling backward, continuously coughing up blood. The clash of blades and the cries of the phoenix soared to the heavens as the two combatants, blinded by rage, fought with reckless abandon. Both were wounded, resembling two ferocious beasts locked in a brutal struggle, the intensity of their battle casting a chilling aura over the central square. Many spectators felt the bone-chilling malice permeating the air, their hearts pounding with trepidation. Such strength. Both warriors exhibited tremendous power. The onlookers were astonished, struggling to comprehend that this was a confrontation between two soul masters, as Chu Zhongtian and Fang Xian's prowess far surpassed their current ranks, nearing the realm of the fourth ring soul sect. However, it was evident to all that Fang Xian was at a distinct disadvantage, consistently suppressed by Chu Zhongtian's terrifying might. Despite both sustaining injuries, it was clear that Fang Xian bore the brunt of the damage. His left arm was fractured and hung limply. While a portion of his chest had caved in, at least 3 ribs broken, his body drenched in blood, hair disheveled, and garments tattered, presenting a pitiful sight. In contrast, Chu Zhangtian, though marked by 2 shallow gashes from Fang Xian's blade across his chest, exhibited only minor wounds, with mere traces of blood seeping from the surface. His condition not severe. Fang Xian was destined to lose. Observing the scene upon the stage, the crowd could not help but shake their heads, clearly recognizing the outcome. In terms of combat capability, Fang Xian was indeed significantly inferior to Chu Zhangtian. Fang Xian, my heavenly rock fist has already inflicted grave injuries upon you. It would be wise to cease your futile resistance and surrender. Chu Zhangtian scanned the battered Fang Xian with indifference, a look of arrogance gracing his handsome visage. Fully confident of his victory, wishing to conclude this encounter without further delay. Indeed, there is no need to continue this charade. Taking a deep breath, Fang Xian lowered his gaze to the multitude of wounds upon his body, his expression calm. He then raised his eyes to meet Chu Zhangtian's gaze. A faint smile curling at the corners of his mouth. If I do not receive treatment soon, I may very well perish. Treatment? Chu Zhangtian paused, furrowing his brow. What nonsense are you spouting? You, a powerful attack-type soul master, wish to mimic the support-type soul masters and grant yourself a buff? Indeed. That is precisely what I intend to do. Fang Xian smiled enigmatically, channeling the power of his 9-heart begonia martial soul to mend his injuries. The immaculate white petals of the begonia unfurled gracefully, releasing a torrent of vibrant life energy that coursed through Fang Xian's meridians, swiftly repairing his wounds. Amidst the astonished gazes of the onlookers, a soft milky radiance enveloped Fang Xian. His fractured left arm, the collapsed sternum, and numerous lacerations healed in an instant. A profound silence fell over the arena. What transpired? Fang Xian's injuries miraculously healed on their own. Could it be that he was a support-type soul master? Someone exclaimed in disbelief. Surely not. That individual possesses such formidable strength. He must be a battle soul master. A white-haired elder interjected, shaking his head. Perhaps he fortuitously acquired a special healing soul skill. A female instructor speculated. Many spectators were left puzzled, unable to comprehend the soul skill Fang Xian employed to so abruptly restore his health, leaving the outcome of the contest shrouded in uncertainty. TCH. That wretched fiend is truly an indomitable cockroach. How could he possibly revive after being so thoroughly beaten by Chu Zhangtian? De Guyan couldn't help but scoff inwardly. Among those present, only Yi Lingling had witnessed Fang Xian's healing prowess firsthand, having once served as his test subject, thus her impression was particularly vivid. In stark contrast to the crowd's astonishment and confusion, Chu Zhangtian's expression darkened to an extreme. He had believed victory was assured, only to find that Fang Xian had healed himself and regained his vigor. All right, I am once again brimming with energy. A sinister smile appeared on Fang Xian's face as he hoisted the shadowless blade, casually stating, "Come forth, Chu Zhangtian, let us engage once more." The atmosphere, once charged with fervor for an epic battle, began to turn increasingly peculiar. Although Fang Xian's combat strength was inferior to that of Chu Zhangtian, he relied on the extraordinary healing ability of his 9-heart, Si-Tang weapon soul. Whenever he sustained significant injuries, he would heal almost instantaneously, akin to having a divine healer at his side, providing him with an almost grotesque stamina. Thus, he became increasingly resolute, growing stronger with each confrontation, gradually seizing the initiative in the match and turning the tide against Chu Zhangtian. Chu Zhangtian felt a surge of frustration as his eyelids twitched uncontrollably, a visceral urge to spit blood overwhelming him. Initially, he had the upper hand, relentlessly pressuring Fang Xian, yet despite the relentless exchanges, he found himself battered and bruised. While Fang Xian remained unscathed, invigorated as ever, who could possibly compete against such resilience? Was he cheating? Eventually, Chu Zhangtian could no longer endure it. He bellowed, "Referee! Referee! This match is unmanageable. I must report this. This fellow is clearly cheating. How is this fair? Cheating? I am merely healing myself in a legitimate manner. If you are dissatisfied, why not heal yourself as well?" Fang Xian retorted with a sardonic smile, observing the ashen-faced Chu Zhangtian. "I will sustain myself and wear you down." This was Fang Xian's strategy. It proved remarkably effective, forcing the so-called little tyrant Chu Zhangtian into a state of utter disarray, teetering on the brink of madness. At that moment, all eyes were fixed on the chief referee, Meng Xinji, eager to see how he would address this peculiar situation. Meng Xinji's expression was contemplative as he deliberated for a moment before addressing Chu Zhangtian. Given the circumstances, if you wish to lodge a complaint against Fang Xian's healing soul technique, I can only suggest that you treat him as a support soul master. A support soul master? Whose support soul master possesses such overwhelming power? Chu Zhangtian's lips twitched in exasperation, realizing that his plan to have the referee penalize Fang Xian had utterly failed. With no alternative, he could not afford to continue exhausting himself against Fang Xian. Otherwise, he would be worn down to nothing. To overcome Fang Xian, he had but one option: to strike decisively and vanquish him in one fell swoop, denying him any opportunity for healing. With this thought in mind, Chu Zhangtian let out a roar, his raven hair billowing wildly. The 3 resplendent soul rings of yellow, and purple ascended around him, particularly the third. 1,000-year purple ring, radiating an eerie brilliance. The golden-winged great ping weapon soul seemed to be infused with immense energy, abruptly shedding its lethargy and reviving with ferocious intent. An aura of dread sweeping across the battlefield. With his third soul technique, Heavenly Ping's 10,000 sword slaughter, Chu Zhangtian transformed into a golden-winged great ping, descending from the heavens with a fierce aura. With a powerful flap of his wings, a barrage of golden feathers erupted forth, resembling a torrential downpour of arrows, hurtling toward Fang Xian with tempestuous ferocity. Ice Blade. Fang Xian's expression was one of indifference as he calmly gazed at Chu Zhangtian descending from the heavens. A low growl resonated within him. The Ice Phoenix martial soul, sealed within his dantian, let out a piercing cry, soaring into the sky as the chilling power of ice permeated the surroundings, all coalescing upon the shadowless blade. He understood that victory hinged upon this singular strike. Thus he concentrated all his soul power, unleashing the icy force, even drawing upon a glimmer of comprehension regarding the blade's momentum, preparing to confront Chu Zhangtian in his most formidable state. Boom. This strike, enveloped in an endless blizzard, traced a graceful arc through the air, the frigid air sweeping forth and freezing the myriad Tiampu feather arrows. Subsequently, it sliced through Chu Zhangtian with the swiftness of lightning. Chu Zhangtian's complexion turned ashen. Blood spewed forth from his mouth, half of his body encased in frost, uncontrollably hurtling away, crashing heavily against the plaza's wall, collapsing it. And he himself was buried beneath the rubble, appearing utterly wretched, unconscious at the scene. An eerie silence enveloped the arena. Congratulations on defeating a 3-ring Soul Master. Reward: 100 blade draws, soul power 100. The sound of victory echoed, and Fang Xian finally exhaled in relief, a flicker of joy crossing his eyes. He then eagerly focused his mind to assess his current attributes. Ultimate Blade Drawing System Host. Fang Xian level. LV31 title. Soul Master soul power, 200. 600 weapon, Shadowless Blade proficiency. Minor success in blade drawing technique. 1200. Mental comprehension. Blade momentum divine gifted blade. 1 martial souls. Ice Phoenix soul. Beginner 72100. 9 hearts Begonia soul. Beginner 33100. Talents. Ice Blade. Healing Blade techniques. Storm Slash. Super Strength Blade Drawing. Blade Power 30. Swallow's Return. Super Speed Blade Drawing. Blade Speed 30. Available blade draws. 300 as a solitary Douluo, a wandering swordsman. Each foe he vanquishes enhances his prowess, with significant boosts across all attributes. And having acquired 100 additional blade draws, he now possessed a total of 3 chances for a lottery draw. Is it possible? Fang Xian actually defeated Chu Zhangtian? Am I seeing things? Time passed in silence, and at last, the plaza began to echo with astonished voices. This was utterly unfathomable. Chu Zhangtian was 6 levels higher than Fang Xian, wielding the top-tier martial soul, the Golden Winged Rock, a force considered invincible among the younger generation. A favorite to win this tournament. Who would have imagined that today, he would be bested by Fang Xian? The crowd was in sheer disbelief. Excellent, excellent, excellent. The Emperor of Snowy Night's eyes glimmered with delight as he repeated the word excellent thrice, expressing his admiration for Fang Xian for the first time. He had never anticipated that a son he had once given up on would rise step by step, contending for the championship against the most exceptional individuals of the Tiando Academy. This innate talent and potential commanded the Emperor's attention, and he had resolved that regardless of whether Fang Xian secured the championship, he would reward him handsomely. Even if Fang Xian could not become the Emperor of Tiando in the future, with such astonishing cultivation talent, he would undoubtedly evolve into a formidable Soul de Law, bolstering the Tiando Empire's strength. Qian Renxue observed the shifting expressions on the Emperor of Snowy Night's face, a glint of coldness flickering in her eyes. The once discarded Fang Xian had begun to enter the Emperor's gaze, even gaining his regard. For Qian Renxue, this was certainly unwelcome news, as she sensed her position as the Crown Prince was under threat. However, not long after, as if struck by inspiration, Qian Renxue's frown gradually eased. Gazing at Fang Xian on the arena, her lips curling into a chilling smile. Fang Xian, I wish you luck in the upcoming matches. Seeking collections. Seeking recommendations. Seeking rewards. Gratitude to every supporter. Naming contest. The Blade of Talent is about to upgrade, and many have criticized my lack of sophistication in naming. Let's brainstorm together, everyone. Ice Blade upgrading to Dance of Light Snow. A suggestion from a reader. Healing Blade upgrading to Flame Blade, Thunder Blade, Binding Blade, Strength Blade, Support Blade. These categories. Let us put our minds together and help this struggling author come up with some splendid names. Chapter 59. Shadows unbeknownst to all. A light drizzle began to fall from the sky, drenching the plaza's inhabitants, yet each remained oblivious, their attention wholly captivated by the unfolding battle on the arena. One strike? The crowd swallowed hard, their faces etched with astonishment as they gazed at the stage. On the arena stood a purple-haired man, arms crossed behind him, his indifferent countenance marked by defiance, as if an invincible demonic god loomed in the center. Beneath him lay a bloodied and handsome figure, pale and grievously wounded. Blood mingled with fragments of his internal organs pouring from his mouth, presenting a ghastly sight. Douglas had actually defeated Yu Tianheng with a single blow. How could this be possible? The entire arena was in shock. From contestants to spectators, all were astounded. So powerful. His strength transcended their comprehension. Fang Xian gazed at the purple-haired man in the arena, whose presence resembled that of a demonic deity, his expression more serious than ever before. Upon the latter's tall and muscular frame, for soul rings, yellow, purple, and purple, hovered silently, their resplendent radiance illuminating the dim square. Particularly remarkable was the fourth purple ring. Emanating an eerie black-purple glow, exuding a terrifying aura that rendered the atmosphere suffocating. It was, indeed, a soul ring of 5,000 years. Soul Master. A four-ringed Soul Master. Douglas had astonishingly attained the Soul Master realm. Many spectators, upon witnessing Douglas's fourth soul ring, could not help but exclaim in amazement. A dark horse. This truly was an unexpected contender emerging in the finals. Who could have anticipated that Douglas, who had consistently maintained a low profile, would suddenly unleash such formidable power, defeating the frontrunner Yu Tianheng with but a single move, leaving the entire arena in shock. Douglas had concealed his strength so profoundly. Quietly ascending to the four-ringed Soul Master level, Fang Xian's expression was solemn. Not long ago, he had rejoiced over his fortuitous buy in the competition, but now, a shadow loomed over his countenance. Following Douglas's victory over Yu Tianheng, it was now inevitable that Fang Xian would face him in the final, a young Soul Master of the formidable fourth ring. The heir of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect is hardly impressive, Douglas sneered, pressing his foot down slightly on Yu Tianheng's chest. Pain twisted Yu Tianheng's face as he coughed up a mouthful of blood. Scoundrel, what are you doing? Remove your filthy foot from Tianheng. A sharp voice rang out. As Du Guyan furiously ascended the arena, her delicate hand striking forth, unleashing a torrent of purple toxic mist towards Douglas. This was the venom of the emerald lizard snake. Exceedingly lethal. Should an ordinary Soul Master inhale even a whiff, they would suffer grievous injury. Humph. Douglas snorted, withdrawing his foot from Yu Tianheng and swiftly retreating. Effortlessly evading Du Guyan's serpent poison. Tianheng, are you all right? Du Guyan's beautiful face was etched with concern as she supported the unconscious Yu Tianheng. Turning to a silver-haired girl below the stage. Lingling, heal him. Understood. Yi Lingling nodded seriously, her hands gracefully intertwining as a pure white begonia flower gradually materialized, emanating a sacred and serene aura. Lo and behold, it was the Nine Hearts begonia. Nine Hearts begonia, heal. A melodious voice resonated as the Nine Hearts begonia radiated with brilliant light, casting a soft milky glow that enveloped Yu Tianheng, swiftly mending his injuries. Before long, Yu Tianheng's wounds healed at a visibly rapid pace, and he awoke from his stupor, fully restored. The healing prowess of the Nine Hearts begonia was nothing short of astonishing. Many spectators were left in awe at this spectacle, marveling at the formidable healing abilities of the begonia spirit. Despite Yu Tianheng's severe injuries, he had remarkably returned to peak condition. In a team battle, Yi Lingling's contributions would be immeasurable. I concede. Yu Tianheng's expression was tinged with bitterness as he glanced at Douglas. Nothing was more painful than conceding defeat voluntarily. A hush fell over the crowd, surprised that Yu Tianheng's journey had ended here, eliciting sympathy from many. Given Yu Tianheng's strength, he was undoubtedly capable of contending for the championship. Yet Douglas was simply too formidable, having surreptitiously reached the realm of Soul Master at the tender age of 18. An 18-year-old fourth-ring Soul Master. In the entirety of the Tiando Academy, and indeed the entire Douluo Continent, such talent was unparalleled. This invincible strength and innate ability had entirely eclipsed all the students of Tiando Academy. It seemed that the championship of this genius battle was destined for Douglas. Perhaps we should declare Douglas the champion today, someone sighed. The majority present shared this sentiment. After all, the disparity in levels was evident. The addition of a 1,000-year soul ring was not something that mere technique could compensate for. The gap was simply too vast. There was no longer any basis for comparison. Let us announce Douglas as the champion. Some even forgot about Fang Xian's existence, urging the judges to declare Douglas the victor outright. Indeed, no matter how strong Fang Xian was, he could at best match Yu Tianheng, and now that even Yu Tianheng had fallen to Douglas's might, what significance remained in Fang Xian's participation? Defeat was inevitable. Did you hear that, Fang Xian? Are you waiting to be humiliated by me, or will you wisely concede? Douglas, with arms crossed and an air of arrogance, locked his icy gaze upon Fang Xian from a distance, his four soul rings gleaming ominously. A terrifying aura surging forth like a ferocious tiger, bearing down upon Fang Xian. Bang! A blade of air sliced through, shattering Douglas's momentum with sheer force. Fang Xian's body stood as straight as a javelin. The shadow blade slanted into the ground beside him. He met Douglas's sharp gaze and coldly declared, "Let us see after we fight." Upon hearing Fang Xian's response, a wave of astonishment rippled through the crowd. What was happening? Did Fang Xian intend to continue the competition? Was he not inviting trouble upon himself? With a 31st level Fang Xian facing off against a 41st level Douglas, a whole 10 levels of disparity. How could victory possibly be within reach? Hey, fool. This is not merely a difference in soul power. Douglas possesses an additional soul ring, and the age of that soul ring appears to be quite significant. Who knows what formidable abilities it conceals? The crowd buzzed with speculation, clearly showing little faith in Fang Xian's chances. The chasm between the two was simply too vast, both in level and in strength, placing them in entirely different dimensions. Even the Night Emperor frowned, his expression darkening noticeably. Initially, he harbored a flicker of hope that Fang Xian might seize the championship. Yet, the emergence of Douglas had obliterated all his expectations for Fang Xian. Fang Xian paid no heed to the derisive voices surrounding him. With his flowing black hair and his long blade sheathed, he departed from the arena alone. In a moment of reflection, he considered the support he had received from every reader, expressing gratitude for their encouragement. He then shared a piece of good news. The book had secured a recommendation slot and would undergo its first promotional trial at 2 o'clock this Sunday afternoon. This was a crucial moment, one that could determine the fate of the book. He urged everyone to lend their support, promising to exert every effort in crafting more content. Chapter 60. An unconquerable opponent. The final showdown of the genius battle would take place at noon 3 days hence. This generous allocation of time was intended to allow both competitors ample opportunity to recuperate and to present themselves in peak condition for an exhilarating confrontation before the audience. However, many began to lose interest in the impending match, finding it rather mundane. The prevailing sentiment was that the champion had already emerged, Douglas. What could possibly compare? Yet, 3 days remained, and Fang Xian was resolute. He would not concede. His fists clenched tightly, producing a series of crackling sounds, and his handsome visage radiated determination. Until the final moment, he would refuse to surrender. Besides, time was on his side, ample time to reverse his fortunes. On the following day, Fang Xian received an audience with the Snowy Night Emperor. Fang Xian, you should concede, the emperor stated without preamble. The father and son exchanged no pleasantries. With a stern countenance, the emperor urged Fang Xian to yield. I understand the challenges you face to reach the finals. It would indeed be a pity to abandon now. However, for the dignity of the empire, I implore you to concede. The dignity of the empire. Fang Xian furrowed his brows, his gaze gradually sharpening as he exclaimed. What does my victory or defeat have to do with the dignity of the empire? To speak candidly, I have never harbored any fondness for the Snowy Night Emperor, this so-called father of mine. Today's events have only ignited a flicker of indignation within me. To concede for the sake of the empire's reputation? How absurd. Your empire has never bestowed anything upon me. On what ground should I relinquish my aspirations for its sake? Fang Xian's heart was enveloped in indifference. Of course, it matters. After all, you are the prince of the Tiando Empire. The Snowy Night Emperor appeared somewhat displeased, yet he patiently elaborated. Fang Xian, do you realize that although our Tiando Empire seems formidable, we are already in a state of decline? One of our vassal kingdoms, the Barak Kingdom, although ostensibly loyal to us and accepting the dominion of the Tiando Empire, has long since become a nation within a nation, aside from the necessary tributes. Its internal affairs are entirely autonomous. If it were not for our control over a substantial military force, Barak, along with 3 other kingdoms, might have already descended into rebellion. Fang Xian remained silent, listening intently. Most importantly, Douglas is the prince of the Barak Kingdom, while you are the prince of our Tiando Empire. I cannot permit you to be defeated by Douglas in the arena, as such a loss would greatly tarnish our empire's reputation. It would only serve to embolden the ambitions and arrogance of the Barak Kingdom, potentially inciting internal strife. Do you comprehend the gravity of this situation? The Snowy Night Emperor spoke earnestly. Therefore, Fang Xian, for the honor of the empire, I implore you to concede voluntarily. Fang Xian remained silent, uttering not a word. Of course, I will generously compensate you. Monetary rewards, titles, soul rings, all can be yours. How about this? If you simply forfeit your match against Douglas, I will procure a soul bone for you that is of the same age as the championship prize. What do you say? The Emperor of the Snowy Night believed that he had presented Fang Xian with sufficiently favorable terms, leaving no room for refusal. Forfeit? On what grounds? The dignity of the empire? What concern is that of mine? However, the Emperor's words not only failed to persuade Fang Xian but instead intensified the anger simmering within him. After a moment of silence, Fang Xian resolutely declared, I will definitely win. Upon hearing this, the Emperor raised an eyebrow, clearly displeased with Fang Xian's impulsive behavior. He could not fathom Fang Xian's thought process. Continuing this path would lead only to self-disgrace. Everyone else could see it, yet he remained oblivious. The Emperor of the Snowy Night felt a flicker of annoyance. As the ruler of a grand empire, few dared to dismiss his demands. Today, however, he had been outright rejected by his own son, which left him quite discontented. If it were not for Fang Xian's remarkable strength and talent, he would not have bothered to speak gently. A cold command would have sufficed. After a moment of contemplation, the Emperor suppressed his ire and fixed his gaze on Fang Xian, asking patiently, what level are you currently at? Level 31, Fang Xian replied calmly. Very well. You are only 15 years old, and achieving level 31 at such an age is indeed commendable. However, Douglas has reached level 41, 10 levels above you, and he possesses a 5,000-year-old soul ring. Do you truly believe you can defeat him? The Emperor inquired. I cannot. Fang Xian answered earnestly. The Emperor smiled, a radiant grin gracing his face, filled with confident joy, as he believed he had convinced Fang Xian. Since victory is unattainable, why subject yourself to humiliation? It would be wiser to concede. Such a choice would be best for you, for me, and for the Empire. Furthermore, you are young, and your level is low. No one will look down upon you for retreating and surrendering to Douglas. Even Yu Tianheng from the Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus family was defeated by Douglas with a single blow. What can you possibly achieve? Fang Xian maintained a serene demeanor, speaking with composure. Your Majesty, are you familiar with a particular saying? Oh, what saying might that be? Shuiyu raised an eyebrow. After being apart for just 3 days, one should regard each other with fresh eyes. Shuiyu was momentarily taken aback, his expression darkening instantly, realizing that Fang Xian was resolute in his stance. Indeed, the adage held true. 3 days could significantly alter circumstances, even the tides of victory and defeat. Confronted with the formidable level 41 Douglas, Fang Xian was not entirely assured of triumph, yet he recognized a glimmer of opportunity. If he were to seize the next 3 days to relentlessly strive to enhance his abilities and defeat his adversary, overcoming Douglas might not be an unattainable feat, Your Majesty. If there is nothing further, I shall take my leave. Fang Xian respectfully bowed to the Emperor of the Snowy Night, without pausing. He turned and strode out of the palace. The cold and dimly lit hall was left with only the Emperor, his face, shifting between expressions, appeared particularly sinister under the faint light. Fang Xian possesses 2 formidable replicated martial souls, the Ice Phoenix and the Nine-Hearted Begonia, both of which have yet to absorb their soul rings. Furthermore, he wields a divine blade that allows for the replication of yet another martial soul. This implies that he is capable of absorbing a total of 3 soul rings. Should he successfully absorb these 3 soul rings consecutively, it would undoubtedly result in a significant enhancement in his power, potentially granting him the strength to contend with Douglas. However, the acquisition of soul rings is limited to 2 avenues, the first being purchased from a shop, and the second relying on the fickle hand of chance through a lottery. Regardless of the method chosen to procure these soul rings, an extensive number of blade draws is required. How might one swiftly amass these necessary blade draws? Fang Xian furrowed his brow, pacing through the woods, deeply engrossed in contemplating ways to accumulate more blade drawing opportunities. Currently, he possessed a mere 300 opportunities and could engage in 3 draws. However, it was evident that the likelihood of acquiring anything of value remained uncertain. The price of a Millennium Soul Ring in the shop stood at 1,000 blade draws, which was clearly insufficient. Conversely, a Century Soul Ring only required 10 draws. Yet he was reluctant to absorb an ordinary Century Soul Ring. The 800-year Soul Ring in his backpack, however, remained a viable option. In summary, the number of blade draws was woefully inadequate. He needed to fervently increase them over the next 3 days leading up to the finals. Just as Fang Xian was lost in thought about methods to earn more blade draws, a pair of noble brothers ambled toward him, their arms draped over each other's shoulders. Ha! Serves him right. Let us see how arrogant that scourge, Fang Xian, remains now, laughed Long Out Yin. With Douglas emerging in the finals. Finally someone can temper Fang Xian's haughty demeanor. Yi Liangshan remarked with a mischievous grin. In fact, I truly hope Fang Xian does not concede but competes against Douglas. That way, we shall witness the delightful spectacle of Fang Xian being thoroughly humiliated. Brother, your conscience is dreadfully tainted, utterly corrupt. Long Out Yin retorted. Out Yin, at last. Both of us have ascended to sole sovereign. From now on, this Tiando Academy shall be our dominion, Yi Liangshan declared. At that moment, a stern figure brushed past the 2 brothers. In the fleeting instant of their encounter, Long Out Yin and Yi Liangshan felt an unsettling chill run down their spines. Ah, gentlemen. Long time no see. Fang Xian embraced his arms, standing with his back to the 2, a dangerous smile gradually curling at the corners of his mouth. The ominous star. Fang Xian, Long Out Yin, and Yi Liangshan shivered in unison, turning to see Fang Xian gazing at them with a smile that was anything but reassuring. His deep-set eyes flickering with a chilling light, causing the 2 to leap in fright. Truly, it is said that enemies are destined to meet. They never anticipated encountering Fang Xian here, especially while speaking ill of him. The brothers felt a cold dread wash over them, as if they were already facing their demise. I just heard that you 2 have attained the status of Soul Sovereign, is that correct? With his right hand resting upon the white hilt of his sword. Fang Xian looked at Long Out Yin and Yi Liangshan with a hint of excitement, the treasured blade in its sheath emitting a faint, eerie sound. No. We were merely speaking nonsense earlier. The duo, now acutely aware of Fang Xian's predatory gaze, trembled in fear, clinging to each other as they shivered uncontrollably. Fang Xian bestowed a radiant smile upon the 2, revealing a row of pearly white teeth. In an instant, the shadowless blade unsheathed, transforming into a beam of moonlight-like brilliance, directly propelling Long Out Yin and Yi Liangshan into the air. Ding dong. Congratulations, you have defeated 2 soul masters. Rewards, 200 draws, soul power 200. Upon hearing the system's notification, Fang Xian erupted into hearty laughter. The accumulation of draws and soul power points seemed exceptionally effortless. It was futile to deny it. He had indeed heard it. A fleeting glance fell upon the disheveled Long Out Yin and Yi Liangshan, sprawled on the ground, frothing at the mouth, already unconscious. Fang Xian could not help but chuckle. These brothers were truly his lucky stars. The last time he encountered them, they had bestowed upon him a golden soul coin gift pack, and this time, they had once again presented him with a treasure trove of experience, along with a splendid inspiration for rapidly enhancing his strength. What good fellows they were. Fang Xiangan let out a sigh, realizing that he could engage in deeper emotional exchanges with them in the future. After a moment of contemplation, he steadied his mind and examined his current attributes. Ultimate Blade Drawing System Host, Fang Xian level, LV31 title, Soul Master Soul Power, 400, 600 Weapon, Shadowless Blade Proficiency, Minor Blade Drawing Technique, 1. 200, Mindset Comprehension, Blade Momentum Divine Gifted Blade, 1 Martial Soul, Ice Phoenix Soul, Beginner 72, 100, 9 Heart Begonia Soul, Beginner 33, 100, Talent, Ice Blade. Healing Blade Techniques, Storm Slash, Super Strength Blade Drawing, Enhancing Blade Power by 30, Swallow's Return, Ultra High Speed Blade Drawing. Increasing Drawing Speed by 30, Usable Blade Draws, 500. His soul power was on the verge of leveling up, and he had also gained an additional 200 blade draws. What a delight. Fang Xian was exceedingly elated, as a bold idea surfaced in his mind. In the following 3 days, the Heaven Do Academy was engulfed in a tremendous storm. Fang Xian, under the banner of upholding justice and maintaining world peace, traversed the surroundings, instigating trouble and stirring discord. Upon encountering any student above the 30th level, he would, without hesitation, strike with his blade, not to kill, but merely to vanquish them. You are a villain, he proclaimed. The following morning, Fang Xian set his sights on a noble youth adorned in resplendent garments and lavish jewels, immediately labeling him as a nefarious character. The noble youth, taken aback and somewhat bewildered, opened his mouth as if to protest, yet before he could utter a word, a formidable blade swung towards him. Congratulations! You have defeated a soul master. Reward, 100 instances of blade drawing, soul power 100. There is no issue in redistributing wealth from the rich to the poor. Fang Xian wielded his blade and felled the noble youth, departing with an air of righteous conviction. In a secluded path, a thunderous roar echoed, "You treacherous mutt! How dare you flee here?" A chubby student momentarily froze, bewildered by the unfolding chaos, before he was sent flying. "How dare you scoundrel! Brazenly harass virtuous women in broad daylight." In a nearby grove, a young couple, entwined in each other's arms, basked in their affection when a voice of unwavering justice erupted. The young man let out a pained cry as he was cleaved away by a single strike. "Do not thank me. I am but a companion of justice." Fang Xian calmly sheathed his sword, exuding an air of righteousness as he earnestly nodded at the girl, whose face was adorned with a look of bewilderment. The girl exclaimed her pleas for support. "I seek your collections. I implore you for recommendations. I yearn for rewards. I am grateful for every book friend support. Special thanks to the generous patron, Dream of 1,000 Years, for their contribution. Lastly, I humbly request your votes. Your votes. Your votes. This is of utmost importance." In Chapter 62, titled Frantic Upgrades, Fang Xian, transformed into a harbinger of justice, wreaked havoc at the Heavenly Battle Academy. Numerous students fell victim to his relentless pursuits. And even many beautiful girls were not spared. The students, filled with resentment, flocked to their teachers to lodge complaints against Fang Xian, branding him the Academy's nefarious overlord. This uproar eventually drew the attention of the Academy's committee member, Dreaming Divine Machine, a formidable soul Douluo of over 80 levels, who sternly admonished Fang Xian, bringing the tumult to a close. Alas, the well-laid plans were in shambles. Fang Xian walked along the street with a face full of regret, resting his hands beneath his chin as he gazed at the plump sheep passing by. His palms itched with the urge to draw his blade. Yet he restrained himself from acting on that impulse. After all, the warning from a soul duelist was not to be trifled with. He could no longer bring harm to his classmates, lest he provoke a collective backlash that would result in his expulsion from the academy. Fortunately, over the past few days, Fang Xian had triumphed over 10 formidable soul emperors, earning himself a remarkable total of 1,000 blade draws and 1,000 soul power points. The rewards were substantial. The evening of the 3rd day approached, and tomorrow marked the grand finale. Fang Xian returned home and immediately closed the door to immerse himself in rigorous training. Strong Blade System Host, Fang Xian level, LV31 title, Soul Master Soul Power, 1, 400. 600, upgradable, weapon, Shadowless Blade Proficiency, Minor Mastery of Blade Techniques, 1200, Mental Comprehension, Blade Momentum Divine Blade, 1 Martial Soul, Ice Phoenix Soul, Beginner 72, 100. 9 Hearts Begonia Soul, Beginner 33, 100, Talents, Frostblade, Healing Blade Techniques, Storm Slash, Enhanced Blade Draw, Increasing Draw Power by 30, Swallow Return, Supersonic Blade Draw, Increasing Draw Speed by 30, Usable Blade Draws, 1500 Soul Power has accumulated to 1,400, allowing for a complete upgrade. Upgrade, 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 boom, boom, boom. A torrent of energy surged within, transforming into a more formidable soul power, fervently amplifying Fang Xian's strength. Congratulations on advancing to LV33, with current soul power at 100, 900. You have ascended 2 levels. Fang Xian could distinctly perceive a significant enhancement in his soul power, a smile involuntarily gracing his visage. At level 33, he remained at a disadvantage against Douglas, who stood at level 41. However, the gap between them had narrowed somewhat. Subsequently, he opened the lottery interface, placing all his hopes upon the vibrant, multicolored wheel before him. System, grant me your favor. Fang Xuanxuan clasped his hands together, resembling a devout worshipper, filled with earnest anticipation. The lottery. In the next moment, he embarked on his journey of chance, the vibrant spinning wheel whirling at a rapid pace. Thank you for your patronage. Spin again. Thank you for your patronage. Continue spinning. Thank you for your patronage. Draw for me. Spin. Spin. Fang Xian's eyes reddened as he frantically began to draw prizes. 8 consecutive draws, each one exclaiming, "Thank you for your patronage." Fang Xian was utterly disheartened, lamenting that he should have consulted the almanac before participating in the lottery today. What dreadful luck he had! It felt as though he had squandered all his fortune. Having wasted 800 attempts at drawing his sword, he was consumed with regret. As he gazed at the remaining 700 attempts, he hesitated momentarily, but a resolute glimmer sparkled in his eyes. Gritting his teeth, he resolved to continue with the lottery. The moment had arrived. He had no choice but to press on. After an entire sequence of 8 failures, Fang Xian finally reaped a reward. Congratulations. You have drawn a Millennium Soul Ring. A resplendent purple soul ring hovered in the air, radiating a dazzling brilliance. Haha, a Millennium Soul Ring. Fang Xian was elated beyond expectation. Indeed, the awaited goods had finally arrived. After a staggering 9 attempts, he had finally obtained a Millennium Soul Ring, which was comparable to the price at the store. Although he had not incurred a loss, the gains were modest. At last, he had drawn an item of notable merit, and a flicker of confidence rekindled within him. Without a shred of hesitation, he continued to partake in the lottery, for it was said that fortune favors the prepared. And surely, the season of harvest had arrived. On the 10th draw, he acquired 10 talent points. On the 11th, 10 basic mastery points. The 12th brought a courteous thank you for your patronage. The 13th yielded 100-year soul ring. The 14th again returned a polite thank you for your patronage. The talent points served to enhance the proficiency of his martial spirit, akin to blank skill points, while the basic mastery points elevated his foundational swordsmanship, a collection of commendable rewards. Though the 100-year soul ring held little significance, unbeknownst to him, after 500 sword draws, only one final opportunity remained. With a deep breath, he prepared for the last draw. Fang Xian took a deep breath, striving to maintain his composure as he initiated the final draw. As the vibrant roulette spun rapidly, his heart raced in tandem, filled with anxiety. Congratulations. You have obtained the Millennium Soul Ring, 3,000 years. A soul ring of 3,000 years. Fang Xian was momentarily taken aback, only to be engulfed by an overwhelming joy. He never anticipated that his final draw would yield a soul ring of 3,000 years. It was indeed a delightful surprise. Approximately an hour later, Fang Xian's lottery journey came to a close, with all his attempts exhausted. Nonetheless, his once barren backpack was now filled with an abundance of rare items. Fang Xian opened his backpack to examine the items within. He possessed a yellow soul ring, century. A yellow soul ring, 8 centuries, a purple soul ring, millennium, a purple soul ring, 3 millennia, 10 talent points, and 10 basic proficiency points. These constituted the entirety of Fang Xian's inventory and represented his greatest reliance in overcoming Douglas. After a moment of contemplation, he absorbed all 10 points of basic proficiency, elevating his mastery of the lesser blade technique to 11,200. Subsequently, he allocated the 10 talent points, prioritizing the Ice Phoenix Martial Soul, as it boasted the highest attack power and was on the verge of leveling up. Upon upgrading, the attack power of the talent blade technique would undoubtedly see a significant increase. Currently, the only thing he lacked was attack power. All 10 talent points were dedicated to the Ice Phoenix Martial Soul. Ice Phoenix Martial Soul, beginner 82, 100, required just 18 more proficiency points for an upgrade. Fang Xian felt confident that by absorbing a single soul ring, the Ice Phoenix Martial Soul could certainly attain a higher level. Presently, he held 2 replicated martial souls, the Ice Phoenix and the 9 Hearts Begonia, as replicated martial souls could only absorb 1 replicated soul ring each. He was thus capable of absorbing 2 replicated soul rings in total. After a brief moment of reflection, Fang Xian ultimately resolved to let the 9 Hearts Begonia absorb the 8th century Yellow Soul Ring and allow the Ice Phoenix to absorb the Millennium Purple Soul Ring. With this decision made, he hesitated no longer and promptly began the process of absorbing the soul rings. Little did he expect that he too could possess soul rings now. Fang Xian felt an overwhelming sense of anticipation. Within the dantian, the petals of the 9 Heart Begonia swayed gracefully, its pure leaves emanating a sacred and peaceful aura, reminiscent of a fairy flower that had fallen into the mortal realm. Suddenly, a yellow soul ring materialized out of thin air, transforming into a delicate golden bracelet that encircled the 9 Heart Begonia. The two radiated in harmony, their brilliance soaring to new heights. Fang Xian closed his eyes in deep meditation, seated upon the bed. Suddenly, a resplendent golden light erupted from his entire being, illuminating the dark room in an instant. Congratulations. The soul ring has been successfully absorbed. Current attributes: 9 heart C Tang, 83,100. An 800-year soul ring approximately increases talent points by 50. However, the 9 heart C Tang martial soul has not advanced in level. Fang Xian felt a tinge of regret. Indeed, the elevation of this innate ability proved to be rather arduous. With a sigh, he resumed his focus on absorbing the soul rings. The 9 heart C Tang weapon soul was on the verge of upgrading. However, the proficiency of the Ice Phoenix weapon soul was exceedingly high. And coupled with the absorption of a Millennium Soul Ring, it was certain to ascend to a loftier level. With a resounding cry, the Azure Ice Phoenix spread its wings and soared, exuding an aura of vibrant vitality. At that moment, a purple soul ring descended from the heavens, perfectly encircling the body of the Ice Phoenix, as a surge of soul power erupted forth like a tidal wave. Congratulations! The absorption of the soul ring was successful. The Ice Phoenix weapon soul has elevated to an intermediate level. Current attributes: Ice Phoenix Soul, Intermediate 82200. The innate ability, Ice Blade Technique, has transformed into Dance of the Flurries. Dance of the Flurries. The potency of the Ice Blade Technique is amplified by 50, and the freezing effect is augmented by 100, allowing the icy power to coalesce into a singular line, capable of freezing the very heavens and earth. An upgrade has been achieved. Fang Xian was filled with elation as his Ice Phoenix martial spirit ascended from the novice to the intermediate level, unlocking the talent of the blade, which transformed from the cold ice blade into the dance of fine snow, significantly enhancing its power. Opening his palm, he willed forth 2 soul rings, one yellow and one purple, which floated above his hand, radiating a brilliant aura. Haha, I finally possess soul rings, Fang Xian thought, his heart racing with excitement at the sight of the 2 rings. These soul rings not only augmented the proficiency of his martial spirit but also contained immense soul power. Absorbing both rings in succession, Fang Xian's level surged once more, advancing 2 ranks to a remarkable 35th level, ascending 4 levels in a single night. His soul power soared like a rocket. If word of today's events spread, it would undoubtedly astonish the entire continent. He opened his personal information: Strongest Blade Drawing System Host, Fang Xian level, LV35 title, Soul Master Soul Power, 151,000 weapon, Shadowless Blade Proficiency, Minor Blade Drawing Technique, 11. 200, State of Mind Comprehension, Blade Force Divine Gifted Blade, 1 Martial Spirits, Ice Phoenix Soul, Intermediate 82, 200, 9 Heart C Begonia Soul, Novice 83. 100, Talents, Dance of Fine Snow, Healing Blade Techniques, Storm Slash Superior Blade Drawing, increases blade power by 30, Swallow's Return, Ultrafast Blade Drawing, increases drawing speed by 30, usable blade drawing attempts, 0. His strength had greatly amplified. Fang Xian's heart brimmed with exhilaration. He was acutely aware that the gap between him and Douglas was gradually narrowing, yet it was still insufficient. His strength could ascend even further. Clenching his fist tightly, a resolute glint sparkled in Fang Xian's eyes. At present, he possessed a divine blade, capable of replicating another martial soul. Furthermore, he had a 3,000-year soul ring remaining in his backpack, ripe for absorption. With the finals approaching, if he could meticulously prepare these elements, his power could surge exponentially. Martial soul. Martial soul. Whose martial soul should he replicate? Fang Xian furrowed his brow in contemplation, pondering a question of considerable significance. Every 10 levels, a divine blade is bestowed, and the opportunity to replicate a martial soul is exceedingly rare, certainly not to be squandered on something as trivial as the blue silver grass. Ultimately, after much deliberation, Fang Xian resolved that the optimal target for replication would be the Tyrannosaurus Rex of the Blue Lightning lineage. In fact, he had initially intended to replicate Yu Tianheng's martial soul. According to his original scheme, Fang Xian planned to stealthily acquire Yu Tianheng's martial soul during their battle in the finals, subsequently employing it against him. The thought alone was utterly brilliant. However, fate took an unexpected turn when Yu Tianheng was defeated by Douglas, thus extinguishing Fang Xian's aspirations of replicating his martial soul. With no means to triumph over Yu Tianheng in a fair contest and seize his Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex, Fang Xian resolved to take advantage of the cover of night to stealthily strike him down. The Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex is a pinnacle martial soul, imbued with the attributes of lightning, combining both formidable attack power and speed. Within the entire Tiando Academy, this was undoubtedly Fang Xian's finest choice at present. With clarity of purpose, he decided to set forth immediately, intending to replicate Yu Tianheng's martial soul under the veil of night. Tomorrow marked the finals against Douglas, and he must elevate himself to the zenith of his capabilities. He styled his hair into a lethal appearance and donned a dashing outfit suitable for nocturnal escapades. Upon encountering Yu Tianheng, he was determined to bring him down. With a mischievous hum, Fang Xian swiftly donned his attire, preparing to deliver a decisive blow to Yu Tianheng. Onward! Let the hunt begin! Fang Xian, brimming with excitement, pushed open the door and stepped over the threshold. As he reached the courtyard, an unexpected guest arrived quietly. In the pitch-black night, a golden figure floated gracefully into view. With golden hair, exquisite features, and skin as fair as snow, She wore male attire that could not conceal her breathtaking beauty, exuding an air of opulence and otherworldliness. Little brother, it has been a long time. Qian Rinxue beamed like a blooming flower, her delicate steps reminiscent of a celestial being who had descended into the mortal realm. She entered Fang Xian's courtyard, her every movement imbued with elegance, leaving one feeling as if enveloped in a gentle spring breeze. A plump lamb. At that moment, staring at Qian Rinxue, Fang Xian was momentarily taken aback. His eyes ignited with fervent brilliance, as if he had stumbled upon a rare and exquisite treasure. Like the wind, he rushed towards the young lady. Big brother. Fang Xian's handsome visage broke into a radiant expression of ecstasy as he surged forward, seemingly teleporting to stand before Qian Rinxue. With arms outstretched, he embraced her fiercely before she could even comprehend the situation. Qian Rinxue's delicate face froze, her body shuddering with an involuntary chill, leaving her momentarily petrified in place. Fang Xian tightly embraced Qian Rinxue's slender waist, tears brimming in his eyes as he exclaimed, "Your arrival is truly timely. With you here, why would I ever seek out that useless scoundrel, Yu Tianheng?" Fang Xian's heart surged with excitement. The six-winged angel martial soul of Qian Rinxue surpassed Yu Tianheng's blue electric Tyrannosaurus martial soul by a significant margin. It was a legendary super martial soul. Those who possess the six-winged angel martial soul boast an innate soul power as high as level 20, terrifying indeed. In the realm of martial souls, there exist 3 classifications: ordinary martial souls, top-tier martial souls, and super martial souls. Ordinary martial souls are the common variety, lacking any distinct characteristics. In contrast, top-tier martial souls are vastly superior to their ordinary counterparts, typically endowed with unique abilities or ancient genes. They may arise from the mutation or evolution of ordinary martial souls, or evolve from companion martial souls of the same attribute. As for super martial souls, they stand in a league of their own, far exceeding top-tier martial souls in every aspect, often possessing formidable abilities or divine genes. The awakening ceremony for such souls usually entails special procedures and may evolve from top-tier martial souls. Before Fang Xian stood Qian Rinxue, who had proactively approached him, possessing the fearsome six-winged angel, a true super martial soul of unparalleled power. Fang Xian was resolute, determined not to let Qian Rinxue escape. Tonight, he would devise every possible means to bring her down. "Release me, little brother," Qian Rinxue exclaimed, caught off guard by Fang Xian's sudden embrace. Her delicate face flushed with embarrassment, a chill running down her spine, as this was not the first time Fang Xian had held her. His unwelcome hands roamed over her pure and pristine figure. "Let go. Oh, brother, after all these years, why have you never come to see me? I truly miss you." Despite Qian Rinxue's desperate struggles to free herself from Fang Xian's grasp, his strength was insurmountable, his arms constricting her waist like a golden hoop, showing no intention of releasing her. "On such a late night, you come to me, inviting your own demise. How could I possibly deny you?" Fang Xian couldn't help but chuckle mischievously. "Plump sheep, oh plump sheep. Whether I can triumph over Douglas this time entirely depends on your milk supply." Fang Xian's gaze was sharp as he tightly embraced Qian Rinxue, initiating his actions. His right palm spread open, and a radiant blade of energy, resembling shards of gold, struck forcefully against the young woman's delicate form. In merely 3 seconds, without pain or trace, an important possession of Qian Rinxue's had been stealthily taken by Fang Xian while she remained blissfully unaware. This was the advantage of the divine, gifted blade, swift, painless, and without harm. "You were completely oblivious. I have already utilized it. Ding dong. Congratulations, you have acquired the soul of the six-winged angel. New talent unlocked, Angel's Blade." Upon hearing the system notification echoing in his mind, Fang Xian couldn't help but feel a surge of delight. He had unexpectedly managed to replicate the six-winged angel martial spirit with such ease, a truly fortuitous surprise. The six-winged angel martial spirit was the pinnacle of martial spirits in the Douluo Continent, possessing both light and sacred attributes, and even the potential for divinity in the future, undoubtedly unparalleled in strength. With this extraordinary martial spirit, Fang Xian's chances of victory against Douglas tomorrow had significantly increased. "Little brother, what are you up to?" Qian Rinxue sensed something amiss. "Nothing, it's already over," Fang Xian replied with a cheerful grin. "What is over?" A warm exchange between brothers. At this moment, having accomplished his objective, Fang Xian swiftly released Qian Rinxue's slender waist. He was not the type to covet another's body. "By the way, big brother, what brings you here so suddenly?" Fang Xian cast a curious glance at Qian Rinxue, pondering if this woman truly possessed a telepathic connection with him. Just as he contemplated taking drastic measures, she presented herself before him. A wave of emotion surged within him. "It's nothing much. Tomorrow is the finals, and I merely wish to see how well you have prepared," he remarked. Qian Rinxue stood with her hands clasped behind her back, her golden hair cascading elegantly, once again embodying a noble, formidable, and inviolable aura of sanctity. It seems satisfactory." Fang Xian paused for a moment, appearing calm on the surface while internally contemplating the intentions of Qian Rinxue. Qian Rinxue was a spy infiltrating the imperial court of the Tiando Empire, and as the current crown prince, her attention was inevitably drawn to Fang Xian's remarkable performance in the recent competitions, even catching the eye of the Night Emperor. This undoubtedly posed a subtle threat to her position as a false prince. Thus, Fang Xian surmised that Qian Rinxue's unexpected visit tonight was far from benign. However, he was not overly concerned. Qian Rinxue was an astute individual who would not be foolish enough to attempt to harm him within the confines of the Tiando Academy, ensuring his temporary safety. With a gentle smile, Qian Rinxue kindly reminded Fang Xian to be cautious for tomorrow's competition while meticulously examining his residence. Her demeanor resembled that of a visitor rather than an adversary. Little brother, it is late, and I shall not disturb you further. Remember, be careful in tomorrow's match. With a soft farewell, Qian Rinxue gracefully departed. Goodbye, elder brother. As he watched the golden silhouette fade into the distance, Fang Xian's eyes darkened with confusion as he pondered the true purpose of Qian Rinxue's visit. The night deepened further. At the Tiando Academy, near the Back Mountains waterfall, a shadow cloaked in darkness flickered in and out of visibility like a specter. The figure, revealing itself as a man with flowing purple hair, sat quietly on a rock, seemingly awaiting something. Time passed, and the moon shyly peeked from behind the clouds, casting a silvery glow upon the earth and waterfall. At that moment, a delicate figure emerged from the night, golden hair dancing in the breeze, her exquisite profile illuminated by the moonlight, enhancing her allure. Finally arrived, a loath waiting. The purple-haired man remarked, his brow furrowed as he regarded the girl in male attire with impatience. One must know both oneself and one's adversary to achieve victory in every battle. Qian Rinxue smiled faintly, steadily meeting the man's gaze. You appear to be in good spirits. Douglas scoffed, his expression brimming with arrogance as he cast a displeased look at Qian Rinxue. I just met Fan Xian. That fellow has grown stronger. Qian Rinxue's beautiful visage turned icy, her eyes glinting with murderous intent. So what? He is merely a soul master, even if he has improved. He remains nothing more than an insignificant insect. Rest assured, by tomorrow, I shall eliminate Fang Xian. A palpable aura of killing intent surged forth, causing the temperature around them to plummet. Douglas crossed his arms, gazing deeply at Qian Rinxue. I hope you do not forget your promise, miss. Of course, she replied with a faint smile. Should you eliminate Fang Xian and rid me of this significant threat, I shall ensure you enter the Hall of Offering for your cultivation, alongside a titled Douluo to guide you. Such matters are trivial. Qian Rinxue then recalled something, and a faint glow emanated from her palm as a white jade vial materialized. This is the fruit of the evil spirit flower. While it pales in comparison to divine herbs, it can significantly enhance soul power in a short time. Before she finished speaking, she handed the vial to Douglas, sternly cautioning, remember, do not use the evil spirit flower's fruit unless absolutely necessary. Its properties are malevolent and can harm a soul master's body. Rest assured, I have no need for the evil spirit flower against someone like Fang Xian. Douglas eagerly accepted the vial, a greedy gleam in his eyes as a confident smile spread across his face, as if victory in the upcoming competition was already assured. Let us hope so, Qian Rinxue replied quietly. Meanwhile, Fang Xian, having successfully replicated Qian Rinxue's martial soul, remained alone in his chamber, diligently studying the newly acquired power. Within his inner vision, a majestic seraph floated serenely, its 6 radiant golden wings emanating an aura of unparalleled nobility, causing the ice phoenix and 9-hearted begonia beside it to tremble in fear, unwilling to approach the 6-winged angel. What an overwhelming presence! It was clearly beyond the capabilities of ordinary martial souls. Fang Xian felt an overwhelming exhilaration as he experienced the formidable power of the 6-winged angel martial soul. Truly, it was a superlative martial soul endowed with divine potential, exuding an awe-inspiring aura that even the combined might of the ice phoenix and 9-hearted begonia could not rival. The 3rd martial soul has been successfully replicated. It is just the right moment to absorb the final soul ring of 3,000 years. In the original narrative of Douluo, based on the invincible theories posited by the master, the maximum age of the 3rd soul ring that a soul master can absorb is stipulated to be below 1,760 years. Clearly, this 3,000-year soul ring surpasses that absorption limit. Nevertheless, the master's theories exist precisely to be transcended. Fang Xian consumed the 2 celestial elixirs, the fiery apricot blossom and the 8-pointed ice grass. His body, having been tempered within the dual realms of ice and fire, possessed a strength and resilience that far surpassed that of an ordinary person. Consequently, absorbing this 3,000-year-old purple ring posed no challenge whatsoever. With this thought in mind, he focused his spirit and swiftly began to absorb the soul ring. Congratulations! The soul ring has been successfully absorbed. The 6-winged angel martial soul has advanced to an intermediate level. Current attributes: 6-winged angel soul, intermediate 0-200. Innate skill, blade mastery. Angel's blade has been upgraded to Judgment Sorrow. Judgment Sorrow, a formidable strike forged from sacred light, imbued with tremendous destructive power, enhancing damage against malevolent entities by 100. The 6-winged angel martial soul has ascended. Fang Xian felt a surge of joy, having unexpectedly absorbed the 3,000-year soul ring, which propelled his 6-winged angel martial spirit from a novice to an intermediate level, unlocking the formidable talent of the blade drawing technique. Ding! Congratulations on breaking through to level 37. Current soul power level, LV37, 101,500. Not only that, but with the successful upgrade of his martial spirit. The overwhelming soul power granted by the 3,000-year soul ring caused Fang Xian's soul power to surge dramatically, leaping 2 levels to reach the pinnacle of level 37. As he absorbed the soul ring, his strength was enhanced in waves, rapidly increasing. Ultimate Blade Drawing System Host, Fang Xian level, LV37 title, Soul Master Soul Power, 101500 weapon, Shadowless Blade Proficiency, Minor Blade Drawing Technique, 11200, Mind Realm Comprehension, Blade Intent Divine Gifted Blade, 0 Martial Spirit, 6-Winged Angel Spirit, Intermediate 0200. Ice Phoenix Spirit, Intermediate 82200, 9 Heart Begonia Spirit, Novice 83100, Talents, Judgment Sorrow, Dance of Light Snow, Blade of Healing Blade Techniques, Storm Slash, Enhanced Blade Drawing. Increases blade power by 30, Swallow's Return, Supersonic Blade Drawing, increases blade speed by 30, usable blade drawing attempts, 0 Arise, My Soul Rings. With a mere thought. 3 radiant soul rings, yellow, purple, and purple, materialized in Fang Xian's palm, emanating a brilliant glow that instantaneously illuminated the dark room. In this ultimate state, Fang Xian gazed at the 3 soul rings resting upon his palm, feeling the surging soul power within him, his heart brimming with exhilaration. His eyes shimmered with resolute determination as he clenched his right hand tightly. A battle cry gradually resonated within him. Douglas, come forth and fight. The day of reckoning had finally arrived. The sky above was clear, an azure expanse unmarred, while the golden sunlight cascaded gently down, draping the bustling central plaza in a splendid cloak of shimmering gold. Today marked the final clash in the Battle of Prodigies, Fang Xian versus Douglas. Originally, this ultimate duel was meant to be the grand finale of the competition, igniting the fervor and anticipation of countless spectators. However, this year, many appeared disinterested, completely devoid of enthusiasm for the match. For a multitude, the victor seemed predetermined. Douglas, with his formidable soul power at level 41 and his 4th 5,000-year soul ring, was expected to overwhelm all the young talents present. What could Fang Xian, a mere soul master in his 30s, possibly achieve other than enduring a merciless defeat? Thus, the match was deemed utterly meaningless. Hey, how many moves do you think Fang Xian can withstand against Douglas? Some spectators had ceased wagering on the outcome, instead betting on how long Fang Xian could endure under Douglas's onslaught. Withstand a few moves? I doubt it. He'll probably be taken down in one blow, remarked a youth with his hands in his pockets, his tone dripping with disdain. Even if Fang Xian is strong, he is merely on par with Yu Tianheng. And if Yu Tianheng was defeated in an instant, what can Fang Xian do but meet the same fate? Asserted a pink-haired girl with earnest conviction. The plaza buzzed with speculation, and no one seemed to hold any faith in Fang Xian. As the crowd gathered, Meng Xinji stood up to announce the commencement of the duel. I hereby declare the final battle of the prodigies, Fang Xian versus Douglas, begin. As the decisive battle commenced, the clamor of the plaza gradually subsided, and all eyes fixated on the arena, unblinking as they observed the 2 figures upon the stage. On the arena, Fang Xian donned a black combat outfit, a long blade at his waist, his dark hair cascading freely, and his gaze icy. He exuded the aura of a drawn sword, sharp and formidable. Opposite him stood Douglas, with tousled purple hair, arms crossed, a handsome visage adorned with a sinister smile. Coldly scrutinizing Fang Xian as a formidable presence radiated from him. Douglas, Fang Xian called out. Fang Xian, Douglas replied. The 2 stood in a tense standoff, the air thick with palpable tension. Douglas's lips curled into a smirk as he extended a finger towards Fang Xian, a hint of disdain in his voice. One strike. What? Fang Xian furrowed his brow, yet within, he remained serene, unfazed by Douglas's provocation. One strike to defeat you, or I concede, Douglas declared. His sinister countenance illuminated by an air of confidence, his arrogance unmistakable. His words sent a wave of astonishment through the crowd. Did you hear that? Douglas has proclaimed he will defeat Fang Xian in a single move. Many gasped, their expressions a medley of shock and intrigue. TCH. What is so impressive about relying on a higher rank? If he is capable, let him fight within the same realm. De Guyen scoffed, casting a scornful glance at Douglas. A higher rank is a form of strength. Yu Tianheng sighed deeply, still brooding over his own defeat. He gazed at Fang Xian on the stage, murmuring, Fang Xian, I hope you can create a miracle. Go for it. Yilingling exclaimed, cheeks puffed. Her small fist clenched in determination as she fervently cheered for Fang Xian. One cannot deny that Douglas indeed possessed the audacity to make such claims, given the circumstances. His assertion to defeat Fang Xian in a single move was not entirely implausible. One strike to defeat me, or I concede. Fang Xian's countenance remained serene as he cast a fleeting glance at Douglas. Remember your words. I hope you are a person of your word. This fellow exuded an excess of confidence. Let us see if he can still smile later. Humph. Dealing with someone of your meager 30-something rank of soul master requires but a single strike. Douglas let out a cold snort, his calm words imbued with formidable self-assurance, showing no regard for Fang Xian. In the next moment, for soul rings, yellow, and purple, rose from beneath his feet, a torrent of soul power surging forth, causing the entire arena to tremble violently. Though his words may have sounded boastful, Douglas did not underestimate his opponent, nor did he hold back his strength. Beyond merely defeating Fang Xian, he was burdened with a mission from the Qianrangsha sect, to eliminate Fang Xian. Thus, he was determined to strike him down in one blow. As this thought crossed his mind, a glimmer of murderous intent flickered in Douglas's gaze. A shadowy aura enveloped him, exuding a chilling and terrifying presence, accompanied by the faint sounds of wailing and howling ghosts, sending shivers down one's spine. What a sinister aura! What kind of martial soul is that? Fang Xian narrowed his eyes, feeling an icy, bone-chilling malevolence rush toward him, a sensation rising from his feet and surging toward the crown of his head. Ha ha, Fang Xian. Allow me to demonstrate my true power. Accompanied by a booming laugh, Douglas's right hand suddenly swelled to an enormous size, his skin turning a vivid crimson, sharp claws extending like those of a beast. Within mere seconds, his right hand transformed entirely from that of a human into a blood-red demonic claw, exuding an ominous aura, accompanied by an exceedingly terrifying presence. What is that? Witnessing this transformation, Fang Xian was utterly astonished. Douglas's change resembled Yu Tianheng's dragon transformation, however. While Yu Tianheng transformed into a dragon, Douglas's metamorphosis was profoundly sinister, akin to that of a ghostly claw. The surrounding audience members were likewise struck dumb by the sight. During his confrontation with Yu Tianheng, Douglas had not unleashed this ability, and now, gazing upon the scarlet demonic claw, many felt a chill run down their spines. What malevolent essence does Douglas's martial soul possess? Emperor Shuiyu furrowed his brow, his expression darkening. Yet, his concern did not stem from Fang Xian's safety. He was more preoccupied with the potential disgrace to the empire should Fang Xian fall to Douglas. Amongst the ranks of the Tiando Academy, Ning Fengji was the most well-versed. The head of the seven-treasure glazed tile school fixed his gaze intently upon Douglas, stating gravely, if my conjecture is correct, Douglas's martial soul must be a form of evil martial soul, likely akin to the specters of the underworld. Specters? Emperor Shuiyu was taken aback, having never before encountered such a nefarious martial soul. Your Majesty, evil martial souls are exceedingly malevolent and possess tremendous power. In this match, the fifth prince is in grave danger. Should we advise Emperor Shuiyu to halt the competition, lest Fang Xian meet his demise at Douglas's hands? Emperor Shuiyu's face revealed a moment of hesitation, yet he did not immediately call for the match to cease. Father, it is too late. At that moment, Qian Rinxua smirked coldly, watching as Douglas advanced menacingly toward Fang Xian, unable to suppress her inner glee. The outcome was sealed. Fang Xian was doomed. Farewell, Fang Xian. Douglas's face twisted into a sinister grin, the murderous intent surging forth as the blood-red demonic hand tore through the air, accompanied by swirling black energy. Striking fiercely toward Fang Xian's head, Demon King Claw. A chilling wail pierced the air, the fierce wind lacerating skin. Before the claw even reached him, Fang Xian felt a sharp gust slice across his left cheek, a trickle of blood beginning to flow. So powerful. Fang Xian's expression grew solemn as he acutely sensed the terrifying power contained within Douglas's claw. Should he be struck directly by that blow, it was likely he would be torn asunder. Ice Blade Technique. Dance of the Snowflakes. A torrent of soul energy surged into his Ice Phoenix martial spirit. Fang Xian's eyes glinted with frosty brilliance as the shadowless blade suddenly emerged from its sheath. 3 soul rings, yellow, purple, and purple, materialized around him, and an overwhelming force erupted forth like molten lava. The shadowless blade transformed into a delicate ripple of snow, streaking through the void like a comet, and collided fiercely with the grotesque phantom hand. A resounding explosion echoed, and a powerful wave of soul energy surged outward. The sturdy marble arena cracked with a sharp sound, splitting wide open at the center. How could this be? The onlookers swallowed hard, their eyes wide with astonishment as they beheld Fang Xian standing calmly upon the stage, completely unscathed, leaving them all in a state of shock. He blocked it. Fang Xian astonishingly blocked Douglas. The entire arena was in shock. In the center of the stage, Fang Xian's flowing black hair danced as he wielded the shadowless blade, quietly observing the pallid countenance of Douglas. A dangerous smile gradually graced his lips. Well, I am unscathed. You may concede now. Amidst the test phase, I humbly request your support with collections, recommendations, and perhaps even donations, preferably through the starting point. I am grateful for every reader's support. There should be another update tonight. I am fervently working on the 3rd chapter, which I anticipate will be released around 2 o'clock. There is no need for you to wait. You may check in the morning instead. Good night. Chapter 67. The Frenzied Blood Battle. Test Phase, 3rd Update. Douglas's complexion was ashen, his lips twitching uncontrollably. Having boasted, he found himself unable to defeat Fang Xian with a single move. His expression was akin to one who had been publicly slapped by Fang Xian, the sting of humiliation burning upon his face. Ah, is Douglas about to concede? A chorus of jeers erupted around him, many urging him to surrender. Useless Douglas. Spare us further disgrace and concede already. Du Guyan unleashed her scorn, exacerbating Douglas's fury. Despite her usual animosity towards Feng Xian, she found Douglas even more detestable in this moment. The Snow Knight Emperor, Ning Fengji, and the Dream God Machine exchanged bewildered glances, their expressions comically perplexed. After all, Douglas had publicly vowed that if he could not defeat Feng Xian in one strike, he would immediately surrender. Yet, now that his attempt had failed, Feng Xian stood unscathed upon the arena. How was victory to be determined in such a scenario? The crowd was left in confusion. That useless fool. Qian Rinxue could not restrain her scorn, cursing Douglas's foolishness for boasting without the ability to back it up, leading to public ridicule. Surely he wouldn't actually concede like this? Judge, may I declare my victory now? On the arena, Feng Xian barely glanced at Douglas, turning instead to the judge's seat, confidently asserting his triumph. Die, you bastard. A furious roar suddenly erupted as Douglas, face twisted with rage, surged towards Feng Xian. His crimson claw poised to strike fiercely at Feng Xian's back. I knew you would renege. I was prepared for you. Feng Xian's lips curled into a dangerous arc. In the face of Douglas's sudden assault, he exhibited not the slightest hint of alarm. Rather, he appeared to have anticipated the attack. With a swift motion, the shadowless blade was thrust backward. The storm slash, a 30-fold increase in power. The chilling edge of the blade, accompanied by a fierce gust of wind, struck Douglas with tremendous force, unleashing the formidable might of the sword technique and sending him flying with a single blow. Douglas let out an anguished cry, blood gushing forth as his body spiraled uncontrollably, hurtling backward for several meters before crashing against the edge of the arena, a sight that rendered him utterly disheveled. An eerie silence enveloped the entire venue. Students, teachers, the three major committee members, as well as Shuiyi, Qian Rinxue, and Ning Fengji, all stood in stunned disbelief, struggling to comprehend the astonishing scene unfolding before their eyes. Feng Xian effortlessly severed Douglas with a single blow? How is this even conceivable? Surely, I must be mistaken. Could it be that Feng Xian has indeed struck Douglas down with such force? Am I seeing things? How can a sole master of the third ring possibly contend against one of the fourth? Their strengths ought to reside in disparate realms. This fellow Feng Xian, how has he achieved such prowess? It is astounding. Gasps of disbelief and murmurs of astonishment filled the air as the crowd erupted into fervent discussions, all utterly taken aback. Is it possible that the invincible myth surrounding Douglas is on the verge of being shattered? Initially, the spectators had unanimously anticipated Douglas to claim victory, resulting in a lack of enthusiasm for the final match. Yet now, with Feng Xian's decisive blow sending Douglas tumbling, the outcome of this contest has become shrouded in uncertainty. Many were ignited with excitement, their anticipation for the climactic finale reignited. At the center of the arena, Feng Xian stood, brandishing his battle blade, his dark hair billowing like a tempest. 3 soul rings, yellow, purple, and purple, swirled around him, emanating an aura of unparalleled might. The fruits of his labor over the past 3 days had manifested, significantly enhancing his power, rendering him fully capable of facing Douglas. Fixing his cold gaze upon the crumpled form of his adversary, Feng Xian let out a disdainful snort and remarked, "Douglas, cease your charade of defeat. I know you are not so easily vanquished. Rise and continue." At that moment, Douglas, who had remained motionless on the ground, trembled slightly before slowly rising to his feet. Damn it, that accursed Feng Xian, I shall not let this go unpunished. Douglas's face contorted with rage, his eyes ablaze as he fixated on Feng Xian, his expression reflecting the utmost fury. He was a level 41 soul master, while Feng Xian was merely in his 30s and lacked 1 soul ring. Nothing could be more humiliating than being struck down by a seemingly weaker opponent. Let us see what transpires. Feng Xian's expression was frigid, his eyes radiating a chilling brilliance as he surged forth towards Douglas. With a swift movement, he executed the technique known as Yin Fan, his speed augmented by the blade mastery technique at level 30. In an instant, the shadowless blade transformed into a streak of white lightning, racing through the void with unparalleled velocity, fiercely descending upon Douglas's head. Do not become overly complacent, Douglas roared, his 4 soul rings, yellow and purple, glowing with an overwhelming light, unleashing the terrifying aura characteristic of the soul sect. Suddenly, he raised his right hand. The blood-red claws of a specter tore through the fabric of space, intercepting the shadowless blade before it could strike his skull. Feng Xian's strike missed its mark, and a flicker of malice passed through his eyes. He swiftly raised his knee, delivering a forceful blow to Douglas's abdomen, leaving him pale and green with pain. Die, Douglas. Seizing the opportunity while Douglas was momentarily incapacitated, Feng Xian quickly withdrew his shadowless blade and brought it down mercilessly upon Douglas's chest, severing 4 or 5 of his ribs, blood and shattered bone splattering in all directions. Damn you, Feng Xian. I will tear you apart. Douglas howled in agony, dark magic swirling around him like an enraged specter. With a frenzied motion, he clawed at Feng Xian's chest, tearing through flesh to expose 2 stark white ribs, blood trickling down in steady drops. The two engaged in a brutal struggle, their battle escalating into a frenzy, resembling 2 wild beasts locked in a savage fight, with blood and flesh strewn across the ground, a scene of utter carnage. Was this still a contest? It was more akin to a feral slaughter, utterly terrifying. If this continued, One of them was bound to perish. Shouldn't anyone intervene? Witnessing the horrific clash on the stage, many felt a chill run down their spines, trembling in fear. On the arena, the carnage unfolded. Fang Xian and Douglas were engulfed in a frenzy, their bodies drenched in blood and covered in wounds. Having reached a boiling point in their fierce confrontation where victory was imminent. Amidst this tumult, I humbly beseech for your support in the form of collections, recommendations, and donations, preferably on the starting point. My heartfelt gratitude extends to every reader for their unwavering support. With ample votes and collections, I could devote myself entirely to writing, day and night, with a fervent plea for your recommendations. Chapter 68, The Final Moments. Boom, boom, boom. Under the watchful gaze of countless spectators, two figures collided with reckless abandon, blood splattering and stones flying, as the tremendous force generated a tempest of soul power that swept in all directions. The arena fell into an eerie silence, all eyes fixated on the two combatants engaged in a deadly struggle, their expressions a blend of astonishment and horror. For the brutality of this battle had surpassed all expectations. What was once a friendly competition had undoubtedly transformed into a life-and-death struggle. Bang! A spectral figure crashed into Fang Xian with ferocity, leaving him gasping as if struck by a freight truck, the sound of shattering bones echoing painfully. He inhaled sharply, his chest concaving under the impact, his body involuntarily recoiling. He staggered back 7 paces, spewing forth a mouthful of blood, his visage turning ashen, his breath faltering, struggling to maintain his footing. After a series of bloody skirmishes, both warriors exhibited signs of mutual exhaustion, their injury severe, and their soul power considerably depleted. Fang Xian, relying on his exquisite and formidable sword-drawing technique, could barely contend with Douglas in battle. However, as time progressed, the disadvantage of his soul power level gradually became apparent. After all, he was only at the 37th level, while Douglas boasted an impressive 41st level, along with an additional soul ring. The disparity in their soul power was substantial. If the confrontation continued, his defeat was all but certain. Fang Xian's eyes were profound, his expression grave. As he swiftly channeled the 9-heart Sitang to mend his injuries, he remained vigilant against Douglas, rapidly devising a strategy to counter the impending threat. Haha. Fang Xian, you can no longer hold on. Douglas sneered upon noticing Fang Xian's signs of fatigue, his eyes gleaming with a chilling light. To be honest, it is commendable that a mere 3-ring soul master like you has managed to contend with me for this long. Now, prepare to meet your demise. With that, he unleashed his 3rd soul skill, the evil spirit roar. Suddenly, Douglas's 3rd purple ring erupted with a blinding radiance, and the ghastly specter surrounding him let out a ferocious roar. A torrent of dark, malevolent energy surged forth, morphing into a terrifying ghostly visage that lunged at Fang Xian with a ravenous intent. Blade technique, Storm Slash. Fang Xian's gaze turned icy as the shadowless blade sliced through the air, transforming into a streak of frigid brilliance that mercilessly tore apart the approaching ghostly visage, sending black mist scattering in all directions. Douglas has weakened. A surge of elation coursed through him. He could distinctly sense the diminishing soul power of Douglas, making it considerably less daunting to fend off the latter's assaults. In this manner, there remained a glimmer of hope. Fang Xian's eyes sparkled with a newfound confidence. To his astonishment, he had managed to endure for so long under Douglas's command. As the match reached this critical juncture, the Snow Knight Emperor's face was etched with shock. He was genuinely moved. Fang Xian's performance had exceeded all expectations, proving to be nearly on par with Douglas. Had they been of the same age, Douglas would undoubtedly have been no match for Fang Xian. Ning Fengji's gaze, deep as the starry sky, remained fixed on Fang Xian, filled with admiration for him. How infuriating. How vexing. Could it be that Douglas, that incompetent fool, might truly lose to Fang Xian? A chorus of furious roars erupted within, as Qian Rinchue's expression darkened while she observed the intense standoff on the stage. She had meticulously planned for Douglas to publicly eliminate Fang Xian in front of everyone, later claiming it to be a tragic accident. This way, she would not only evade any repercussions but also eliminate a potential threat, achieving 2 objectives with 1 stroke. However, who could have anticipated Fang Xian unleashing such astonishing power, matching Douglas blow for blow? The battle had become increasingly enigmatic. Incredible! Fang Xian was unexpectedly formidable, holding his ground against Douglas. It was unfathomable how quickly the scourge had enhanced its strength. Pray tell, who do you think will ultimately prevail? It can't possibly be Fang Xian, can it? The crowd murmured in amazement, astonished by Fang Xian's performance, many expressing their disbelief. Boom. On the stage, the two engaged in another fierce collision, causing the ground beneath them to crack and fierce winds to swirl through the air. Douglas's left arm was brutally shattered, the stark white of bone piercing through flesh, exposed at the elbow, blood gushing forth in a gruesome spectacle. Fang Xian's chest was brutally torn open by a ghastly claw, leaving 3 deep gashes that exposed bone, crimson blood cascading forth in torrents, equally grievously injured. This fierce battle had reached its climactic moment. Both combatants were utterly spent, with only a single strike remaining in their arsenal. They each understood the gravity of the situation, choosing not to recklessly attack but instead to create distance, hastily gathering their strength, preparing to deliver a decisive blow to their adversary. The arena fell into profound silence. The onlookers held their breath, eyes fixed intently upon the two figures on the stage, not daring to exhale, their expressions tense with anticipation, silently awaiting their final clash. The outcome hinged upon this very instant. With a thunderous declaration, fourth soul skill, evil spirit descends. Douglas let out a piercing howl, his violet hair swirling wildly, as the fourth deep purple soul ring erupted with an enchanting radiance above his tall frame. Simultaneously, the ghostly martial spirit emitted a terrifying roar, unleashing a torrent of malevolent energy that engulfed Douglas's figure, radiating an aura of profound wickedness. What could that be? Suddenly, Feng Xian was taken aback, sensing an overwhelming wave of malevolence that enveloped him, akin to the anguished wails of countless vengeful spirits echoing in his ears, causing his heart to tremble and instilling a sense of dread. Die Feng Xian. The next instant, a ghastly specter surged forth from the inky mist, resembling a malevolent fiend from the depths of hell, its countenance twisted in terror and exuding an aura of sinister evil, charging towards Feng Xian with lethal intent. As he beheld Douglas, who had been utterly transformed into a malevolent specter, Feng Xian's expression grew gravely serious, sensing an imminent, deathly threat emanating from Douglas. This foe was undeniably terrifyingly powerful. Feng Xian's eyes shimmered with unwavering resolve as he gazed upon the approaching Douglas. He fervently channeled the remnants of his soul power into the six-winged angelic spirit, thus commencing the activation of his new martial soul. Within his dantian, the six-winged angel came to life, radiating a sacred brilliance. Feng Xian was enveloped in a golden aura, shimmering with luminescence, exuding a pure and formidable presence that resonated with noble righteousness, impervious to all malevolence. The blade art of light, judgment of sorrow. Feng Xian's eyes emitted two beams of cold light as he wielded the shimmering, shadowless blade with fervor, fiercely striking at the phantasmic Douglas. During this trial phase, I humbly beseech your support in the form of collections, recommendations, and donations, preferably on the Qiydian platform. My heartfelt gratitude extends to every reader for their unwavering support. The fifth installment is expected to be released in the evening. Posting separately may garner more collections, and I earnestly request your recommendation votes. Chapter 69, Defeat. Trial Phase Push. Fifth update. Ding ding. Detection of an evil entity initiated the passive effect of the Judgment of Sorrow, enhancing attack power by 100. Supreme Judgment of Sorrow. As the shadowless blade made contact with the ominous, dark magic, a sudden system notification echoed in Feng Xian's mind. Subsequently, the originally 3-foot-long golden blade aura surged to over 9 feet, radiating an extraordinarily intense divine energy. With a resounding crack, the pitch-black magic unleashed by Douglas met the divine golden brilliance released by Feng Xian, as if encountering its nemesis, promptly dissipating in vast swathes. With unbridled joy, Feng Xian wielded the shadowless blade with fervor, delivering a devastating strike known as the Grief of Judgment upon Douglas, ruthlessly cleaving through the ethereal specter of his martial spirit, sending it crashing away with a single stroke. A resounding explosion echoed as Douglas was nearly split in half. A chilling scream escaped his lips as blood poured from his wounds, his bones shattered, and he was violently propelled backwards, soaring 7 meters before crashing heavily into a corner of the arena, blood mixed with fragments of his internal organs bursting forth from his mouth. An eerie silence enveloped the crowd. Countless astonished gazes converged from all directions, fixating upon the cold figure standing resolutely with the raised blade, leaving the audience in utter shock. In the center of the arena, Feng Xian stood drenched in blood, his disheveled black hair framing a visage that radiated wildness. His deep-set eyes revealing an untamed spirit, the long knife still dripping crimson. Feng Xian had triumphed. After an indeterminate passage of time, a piercing scream filled with astonishment shattered the stillness. This was soon followed by an eruption of ecstatic cheers and shouts, reverberating like a tidal wave, shaking the very foundation of the Tiando Academy. Heavens! Feng Xian has actually defeated Douglas. Unbelievable! How did he accomplish such a feat? A miracle! I have witnessed the birth of a miracle. The crowd was electrified with delight, their spirits soaring. A mere 3-ring soul master, Feng Xian, had vanquished the formidable 4-ring soul sovereign, Douglas, a feat deemed utterly inconceivable. It was widely assumed that the championship of this contest would undeniably belong to Douglas. Yet now, with a powerful stroke, Feng Xian had turned the tide of battle, decisively striking down Douglas and seizing the championship of this year's genius battle. Excellent. Remarkable. Truly splendid. Ha ha ha. Emperor Xueya, overwhelmed with joy, gazed at Feng Xian upon the stage, his eyes brimming with affection and admiration, bursting into hearty laughter. Feng Xian's astonishing victory over the nearly invincible Douglas has captivated all present, showcasing his formidable strength and remarkable talent. The transformation from a once derided prince into the most exceptional genius at the Heaven Do Royal Academy is undeniable. In that moment of triumph over Douglas, Feng Xian stands unrivaled. Figures like Yu Tianheng, Xu Zhongtian, and De Guyan no longer possess the qualifications to be compared with him. Truly remarkable. Feng Xian has indeed defeated Douglas. The praise from Ning Fingxi, the esteemed leader of the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile School, carries significant weight. A smile graces his gentle visage, reflecting his admiration for Fang Xian. Although Fang Xian is a bastard and lacks the rightful claim to the throne, his prowess and innate talent are evident. If he were to be welcomed into the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School, he could one day provide protection for his daughter, Ning Rongrong. Ning Fengxi, recognizing Fang Xian's extraordinary gifts, is determined to extend an invitation to him, envisioning a future collaboration akin to that of the Bone Douluo and Sword Douluo, where a powerful battle spirit master must safeguard the innate support soul masters. As Fang Xian's battle with Douglas concludes, Ning Fengxi's admiration for him intensifies, compelling him to spare no effort in inviting Fang Xian to join the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School. How pathetic. Douglas, this incompetent fool, has lost to Fang Xian. Qian Renxue gazes at the barely conscious Douglas sprawled on the arena, her expression fluctuating between anger and disbelief, cursing inwardly as her meticulously devised plans crumble. Meanwhile, the audience of teachers engages in fervent discussions. Fang Xian has emerged victorious. My student is the champion. The suddenness of this happiness overwhelms teacher Ruolan, leaving her momentarily dazed, grappling with the reality that she, a mere low-tier teacher, has nurtured a champion genius. Congratulations, teacher Ruolan, for cultivating such an outstanding student. Qin Ming smiles gently, sincerely extending his congratulations. The students are filled with astonishment, each reacting differently to Fang Xian's victory. Wow, unbelievable. Fang Xian, the notorious troublemaker, is so strong he even defeated Douglas. Du Guyan exclaims, her mouth agape in disbelief. Fang Xian, you are truly formidable. Yu Tianheng stares at Fang Xian on the arena, a surge of frustration rising within him as he clenches his fists tightly. This villain has grown stronger again. Yi Lingling pouts, her cherubic cheeks displaying surprise as she twirls her finger in amazement. On the arena, Fang Xian inhales deeply, the surrounding discussions reach his ears. Yet his expression remains composed and tranquil. Referee, it is time to announce the results of the match, is it not? With a calm demeanor, he casts an inquiring glance at Meng Xinji, the referee. All right. Meng Xinji, still stunned from the shocking events, finally regains his composure. A look of joy spreading across his face as he prepares to declare Fang Xian's victory. At that moment, however, Douglas, who had been lying on the ground, suddenly raises his head, his handsome features contorting with rage, his eyes flashing with venom and madness. A white jade vial materializes in Douglas's hand as he swiftly removes the cork and consumes a crimson fruit. The surge of energy within him wreaks havoc, instantaneously healing his injuries and amplifying his aura to an even more terrifying level than before. Fang Xian, I will see you dead, he bellows, unleashing a thunderous roar that reverberates throughout the arena. The spectators are left bewildered by this unexpected turn of events. Douglas, who had been defeated, now stands radiating an overwhelming dark energy, his power seemingly enhanced beyond measure. Many are left in confusion, unable to comprehend the situation. This is bad. Douglas has ingested some kind of power-enhancing elixir. Ning Fengxi exclaims, alarmed. He quickly turns to Emperor Xia and warns, Your Majesty, we must halt the match immediately, or Fang Xian may be in grave danger. Upon witnessing the frenzied state of Douglas, Emperor Xueye furrows his brow, sensing the impending peril. Douglas, stand down, he commands sternly. Your Majesty, if I recall correctly, there is no rule against using potions in this competition. Douglas grins, his handsome face twisted into a sinister smile. The crowd falls silent, realizing the absence of any regulations prohibiting such actions. In this contest of talent, where anything goes to defeat an opponent, Douglas's blatant use of the elixir, although clearly cheating, remains difficult to contest. The soul power is surging forth. Douglas cackles triumphantly, his aura swelling as the effects of the elixir restore his injuries and elevate his soul power by 2 levels, now reaching level 43, rendering him more formidable than ever. This is terrible. Douglas has become a terrifying force. That potion has greatly enhanced him. Qin Ming remarks, his brow furrowed in concern. This is disastrous. Does this mean Fang Xian is in grave danger? What are we to do? Teacher Ruolan's face reveals her anxiety, her heart racing in turmoil. How despicable. This scoundrel is resorting to drugs. Yu Tianheng, Du Guyan, Yi Lingling, and the other students were filled with righteous indignation regarding Douglas's use of drugs. Just as Fang Xian was on the verge of victory, Douglas remarkably revived, placing Fang Xian in a perilous situation. Although he possessed the ability to heal and mend his injuries, his soul power and physical strength could not be replenished in time. At this moment, Fang Xian was utterly exhausted, his soul power depleted. How could he possibly contend against the increasingly formidable Douglas? Alas, it seemed that Fang Xian would ultimately fail to create a miracle. The crowd could not help but sigh, feeling a twinge of regret in their hearts. On the arena, taking drugs, Fang Xian narrowed his eyes, casting a gaze at Douglas that was both enigmatic and teasing. The corners of his mouth gradually forming a perilous curve as he spoke softly, very well. Since you have ingested the potion, let us engage in a contest of elixirs and see whose concoction prevails. With a scoff, he added, you boast with such bravado. Yet the substance I consumed is a supreme treasure, known as the fruit of the evil spirit flower, second only to celestial grade in quality. Douglas crossed his arms, regarding Fang Xian with a hint of disdain, a cold smirk gracing his lips as he retorted, "Could it be that you possess the legendary celestial grade herbs? Congratulations. You are correct. I indeed possess celestial grade." Fang Xian extended his right hand, and a magnificent chrysanthemum appeared out of thin air. This was a splendid purple chrysanthemum, its petals appearing somewhat fuzzy and utterly adorable, while its stamen gleamed with a golden hue, towering over the petals by more than half a foot. The entire flower was a seamless entity, devoid of any fragrance, yet it radiated an extraordinary brilliance, instantly capturing the attention of all present. The crowd's throats involuntarily convulsed in astonishment as they exclaimed, "A true celestial grade herb." This grand purple chrysanthemum was none other than the celestial herb, Qirong Tong Tianju. Truly a celestial treasure. How could this be? How could you possess such a divine herb? Upon witnessing Fang Xian produce the celestial grade herb, Douglas was rendered utterly speechless. His expression contorted with disbelief, his lips twitching uncontrollably. Just moments ago, he had asserted that Fang Xian could not possibly possess such a celestial treasure, only to be resoundingly proven wrong. Qirong Tong Tianju, a neutral celestial herb, consuming it enhances one's fortune and strengthens the 8 meridians, enabling the cultivation of an indestructible body. After careful contemplation, Fang Xian concluded that this celestial grade herb was indeed most suitable for him. Without uttering a word, he promptly placed the wondrous Tongdian chrysanthemum into his mouth and, without even chewing, swallowed it whole. Boom. In the next moment, the searing medicinal power erupted within him like a volcanic explosion, nourishing his parched soul energy and cleansing every limb and bone. Fang Xian could not restrain himself and let out a resounding howl, his body seemingly transforming into a blazing furnace. The blood coursing through his veins boiled fervently, while the soul energy within his dantian surged uncontrollably, causing his aura to escalate dramatically. Level 38, Level 39, Level 40. Boom. Fang Xian's withered soul power surged instantaneously, transcending barriers and expanding wildly, elevating him 3 levels to an impressive rank of 40. As he felt the torrent of soul energy coursing through him, he clenched his fists tightly, his face alight with exhilaration. At this moment, he was more formidable than ever before. Perhaps due to the consumption of various elixirs in the past, he had developed a certain resistance to their effects, resulting in the peculiar mushroom, the heavenly chrysanthemum, yielding a less overwhelming enhancement this time, raising his level by only 3. However, this was more than sufficient. Gazing at Douglas across from him, Fang Xian brimmed with confidence, ready to defeat him. "Damn it, Fang Xian, I will see you dead." Douglas's eyes burned crimson, his face twisted in rage as dark energy surged around him, transforming once more into a malevolent specter, charging wildly towards Fang Xian. Light's blade technique, Judgment of Morning. Fang Xian's gaze was icy as he calmly raised his longsword to strike at Douglas, who had transformed into a monstrous entity. The 6-winged angel martial spirit possessed an innate ability to counter malevolent beings, greatly amplifying its offensive power. In this critical moment, Fang Xian opted for the sacred attribute of the drawing technique to confront Douglas. With a whoosh, a golden streak of light cut through the azure sky, its gentle demeanor reminiscent of water, yet imbued with a fierce intent to kill. Like lightning, it sliced through Douglas with deadly precision. Clang! Fang Xian calmly sheathed his blade, as a bloodied head rolled to his feet. The scene before him was nothing short of an exquisite exhibition of swordsmanship. The audience was left in awe. During this trial period, I humbly seek your support in the form of collections, recommendations, and donations, preferably through the Starting Point platform. I am grateful for every reader's backing. Currently, we rank 4th in recommendations, trailing the 3rd by merely 20 collections. Let us strive together to garner more votes and collections, aiming to ascend to the top 3. By the way, friends on QQ Reading, you can easily add a collection on the Starting Point by logging in with your QQ account on their web version. No registration or client download required. It's quite simple. Chapter 71, Champion. Second update. I seek collections and recommendations. This singular stroke astonished everyone present. For a prolonged moment, the entire central plaza was enveloped in silence. Fang Xian emerged victorious. After an indeterminate time, a voice filled with disbelief quietly emerged, igniting the fervor of the crowd. As endless cheers and shouts surged forth like a tidal wave, completely engulfing Fang Xian. Fang Xian, feeling an immense sense of relief, let out a sigh, and a smile involuntarily graced his lips. He had won. At long last, he had triumphed. It had not been an easy feat, Ding Dong. Congratulations. You have slain a 4-ring soul master. Reward, 1,000 draws, soul power 1,000. A cold, mechanical voice echoed in his mind. Fang Xian was momentarily stunned, only to be swept away by elation. He had not anticipated such generous rewards for defeating Douglas. The reward for slaying a soul sovereign was merely 100 draws and 100 soul power. Yet, defeating a soul master yielded an astonishing 1,000 draws and soul power, an increase of 10-fold. It appeared that the rewards for such kills escalated with the opponent's rank. A soul master offered 1,000 draws. One could only imagine the bounty for taking down a soul king, a soul emperor, or even a title de law. The rewards would surely soar to astronomical heights. If he were to directly eliminate a title Douluo, the draws awarded would undoubtedly reach staggering numbers. He envisioned the possibility of spinning the lottery wheel to victory, perhaps even drawing a 10,000-year soul ring. At this thought, Fang Xian felt a surge of exhilaration, more thrilling than winning a championship. Strongest draw system host. Fang Xian level. LV40 title. Soul Sovereign Soul Power. 10003000 weapon. Shadowless blade proficiency. Minor mastery of the draw technique. 11200 state of mind. Blade intent divine gifted blade. 0 martial soul. 6 winged angel soul. Intermediate 0200. Ice Phoenix soul. Intermediate 82200. 9 heart begonia soul. Beginner 83100. Talents. Judgment sorrow. Dance of fine snow. Blade of healing blade techniques. Storm slash super strength draw. Draw power increased by 30. Swallows return super speed draw. Draw speed increased by 30. Available draws. 1000. Fang Xian immersed himself in contemplation as he reviewed his personal information. His level had surged to an impressive 40, accompanied by an additional 1000 draws available for use, and he possessed ample currency for expenditure. Moreover, he was merely one level away from the esteemed 40 first-level Soul Master. However, with the elevation of his rank, the required soul power had also escalated significantly. Attaining level 41 necessitated a formidable 3,000 points of soul power, a feat that would demand gradual accumulation rather than swift advancement. Following Fang Xian's triumph over Douglas and his ascension to champion, the crowd was left in utter astonishment. Such an unexpected emergence of a dark horse in the finals invigorated the audience, their faces alight with excitement as they fervently engaged in animated discussions. Ha ha ha, splendid. Magnificent. The Snow Knight Emperor, beaming with delight, applauded enthusiastically, his gaze toward Fang Xian brimming with exhilaration. Who could have anticipated that the once inconspicuous Fang Xian would wield his blade with such ferocity to vanquish Douglas and seize the championship in such a commanding manner? Leaving the entire arena in shock? Remarkable. Truly remarkable. Fang Xian is exceptional beyond compare. Even Douglas was no match for him. It is likely that among the younger generation, few can rival his prowess. Ning Fengji's face glowed with admiration, his gaze fixated on Fang Xian as he mused, due to the awkwardness of his circumstances. Fang Xian is destined not to become the heir to the empire. Therefore, I must devise a way to invite him to my 7 Treasures glazed tile school, where he can safeguard Rong Rong in the future. Damn it, that useless Douglas failed to eliminate Fang Xian and instead fell to him. Xian Rinchue's expression fluctuated. Her icy glare firmly fixed on Fang Xian, her beautiful eyes glinting with murderous intent. The more outstanding Fang Xian became, the greater the threat he posed to her. Unbelievable. Who would have thought that Fang Xian harbored such depth, not only possessing formidable strength but also possessing celestial-grade herbs, a treasure of the mortal realm? Xian Rinchue's heart was a mix of shock and surprise. It seemed she had underestimated Fang Xian. Incredible! Fang Xian actually emerged victorious, exclaimed Teacher Roland in astonishment. It appears that the foremost individual in the Heaven-Do Empire is none other than Fang Xian. Qin Ming remarked in admiration. Who could have imagined that a previously inconspicuous and seemingly useless prince could defeat a host of young geniuses to claim the championship? This turn of events was truly astonishing. TCH, that despicable villain who just defeated Douglas, what makes him so remarkable? Observing the dazzling young man in the spotlight on the stage, Du Guyan couldn't help but curl her lip in dissatisfaction, feeling a twinge of resentment. She held no affection for either Douglas or Fang Xian, regardless of who claimed victory. Her spirits were not lifted. Why couldn't those two just perish together? Du Guyan grumbled. Yin, what mischief are you contemplating now? Yu Lingling inquired, her large eyes blinking in curiosity as she noticed the mischievous smile upon her companion's face and instinctively pinched her cheek. Fang Xian's presence elicited a complex mix of emotions from Yu Tianhing, his unwavering gaze fixated on Fang Xian, a fierce battle intent igniting within his eyes, only to dim shortly thereafter. He couldn't help but let out a deep sigh, his expression laden with despondency, realizing that he could no longer contend with Fang Xian. In the entirety of the Heaven-Do Academy, no other student could rival him. At this moment, Fang Xian had undoubtedly become the foremost figure of the Heaven-Do Royal Academy. Fang Xian, I will train relentlessly if I cannot attain the rank of Soul Master. I shall strive for Soul King, and if that proves futile, I shall aim for Soul Emperor. If all else fails, I will reach the title Douluo, until I surpass you. Yu Tianhing's eyes gleamed with determination as he clenched his fists, vowing silently in his heart. Judge, you may proceed to announce the results of the competition. I believe this time, no one shall disturb us. Fang Xian stood calmly upon the arena, gazing at the still-dazed dream god machine. In truth, he was indifferent to the title of champion, however. The coveted prize of a millennium soul bone stirred a deep yearning within him. Soul bones. These are precious artifacts ardently sought after by countless soul masters. Similar to soul rings, soul bones also originate from soul beasts, yet their appearance is a mere fraction of 1 in 1,000, or even less. Consequently, soul bones are exceedingly rare and valuable. Even those of title Douluo rank cannot help but covet them. A common soul bone, if offered in the market, would command at least several 100,000 to even millions of gold soul coins, and often, despite their worth, they are simply unavailable. One wonders if soul bones might enhance the proficiency of one's martial soul. Fang Xian felt a sense of anticipation welling up within him, clearing his throat. He emerged from the profound shock, and the aged visage of the dream machine revealed a radiant smile as he proclaimed aloud, "Thus, I declare that the champion of this year's genius battle is Fang Xian. Fang Xian, Fang Xian." In the next moment, an overwhelming wave of cheers and applause surged from every direction, enveloping Fang Xian completely, igniting a fervor throughout the entire Tiando Academy. Is this what it feels like to be a champion? Quite ordinary, it seems. Fang Xian stood at the center of the arena, gazing down at the fervent faces below, and listening to the jarring applause akin to the sound of firecrackers, feeling quite pleased with himself. Just then, an unexpectedly cold voice pierced through the air. "Hold on." A sudden interruption shattered the joyous atmosphere that enveloped the crowd. What is happening? Who is it? The audience paused momentarily, taken aback, unsure of what disturbance had arisen. Fang Xian furrowed his brow and turned his gaze towards the source of the sound. There, in the VIP section, sat a red-robed elder in his 50s, his bloodshot eyes ablaze with fury, fixated upon him with an unmistakable murderous intent. "You little beast, I shall slay you." The elder's visage was somewhat grotesque, adorned with 7 resplendent soul rings, yellow, yellow, purple, purple, black, 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 each radiating the terrifying aura of a soul sage. In the next instant, he let out a thunderous roar, his body propelling forward with unmatched ferocity, the sheer force of his energy tearing through the void as he surged menacingly towards Fang Xian. A 7-ringed soul sage. Fang Xian's heart trembled, feeling as though he were being scrutinized by a primordial beast, sending chills down his spine. Perish. In full view of the crowd, the elder in crimson, enveloped in an aura of boundless malice, swiftly ascended the arena, his right fist quaking the void as it descended ominously towards Fang Xian's head. "Presumptuous. Audacious. How dare you?" In that critical moment, Dreaming Divine Machine, by Baoshan and Jilin roared in unison, the 3 soul Douluos stationed at Tiando rising in fury, joining forces to subdue the crimson-clad elder, awakening from the grip of death's dread. Fang Xian found his garments thoroughly soaked in cold sweat. In that fleeting instant, confronted by the chilling murderous intent of a soul sage, he was utterly paralyzed, rendered completely immobile. "I am so weak. I am utterly insignificant." Fang Xian clenched his fists in a fit of rage. In that moment, the pride and exhilaration from defeating Douglas evaporated into thin air. What significance did his dominance among the younger generation hold when, within the vast expanse of the Douluo Continent, soul masters and soul sect members were regarded as mere trifles, utterly insignificant? Now, any second-rate sect or even a small kingdom could dispatch an experienced expert to effortlessly erase his existence without a trace. Fang Xian is currently regarded as a figure of immense potential for the future. However, this premise hinges on his ability to grow smoothly. He does not possess the protection of a titled Douluo, but stands alone. A chilling gaze fell upon a face marred by resentment, and a flicker of murderous intent passed through Fang Xian's eyes. Despite being subdued by the trio of Dream God Machine, the red-robed elder continued to glare at him with unyielding hostility, which unsettled him deeply. Simultaneously, a question lingered in his mind. What could have compelled this soul saint to suddenly attack him? Damn it, release me. Is the Heaven Do Empire attempting to oppress us by force? The red-robed elder struggled desperately, directing his fury towards the Snow Knight Emperor seated upon the throne. "Your Majesty, Douglas is the prince of our Ballot Kingdom, and he has been senselessly harmed and perished within the walls of the Heaven Do Academy. You must provide an explanation." Upon hearing these words, it dawned on everyone that this red-robed elder hailed from the Ballot Kingdom, driven by a desire for vengeance for the fallen Douglas, which elucidated his sudden assault on Fang Xian. So, that is the case. Fang Xian's gaze was frigid as he coldly regarded the old man in the red robe. It was evident to all present that Douglas had made several attempts to eliminate him during the competition. However, despite Douglas's nefarious intentions, he ultimately fell victim to Fang Xian's counterattack. Astonishingly, this old scoundrel had the audacity to accuse Fang Xian first, shamelessly daring to strike at him. Fang Xian felt a surge of anger as he decisively struck down Douglas with his blade, harboring no remorse or regret within him. For the man had brought his fate upon himself. The moment he stepped onto the stage, he sensed the murderous intent emanating from Douglas, and naturally, he would not hold back. To quell violence with violence, this was a principle that Fang Xian had always upheld. Alas, yet another troublesome matter arose. The Snow Knight Emperor furrowed his brow, clearly unable to approach the situation with the same simplicity as Fang Xian. After all, a prince of a kingdom had perished within the territory of the Tiando Empire. Though Snow Knight harbored no fear of the Ballot Kingdom, it was inevitable that this incident would invite a plethora of criticism and complications, potentially inciting the ire of the Ballot Kingdom. Such circumstances were best avoided. The Duke of Black from the Ballot Kingdom, upon hearing of the unfortunate demise of his prince, insisted that it was merely an accident, an unforeseen event that no one could have anticipated. The Snow Knight Emperor waved his hand, signaling for Meng Shinji and his companions to release the elderly man in the red robe, and spoke nonchalantly. "Very well, state your demands. As compensation, I shall endeavor to fulfill them." "Compensation? Excellent. I hope your Majesty speaks with sincerity." I have but one request. The life of Fang Xian must accompany that of our prince. What? To demand Fang Xian's life in exchange. The crowd exchanged glances, their expressions tinged with shock. Who in Tiando City did not know that Fang Xian was the son of the Snow Knight Emperor? Although initially a mere illegitimate child, his astonishing potential had delighted the emperor, who now regarded him with great importance. Yet now, this soul saint from the Ballot Kingdom audaciously demanded Fang Xian's life, a truly unreasonable demand. Douglas's demise in the arena was entirely an accident. In the heat of battle, injuries or even death were commonplace. Your prince was merely knocked down, still alive, yet he chose to resort to drugs. However, he was ultimately no match for Fang Xian, leading to his tragic end. Whom can one blame for that? Furthermore, when Douglas held the upper hand and was about to slay Fang Xian, where was your interference? Many could not restrain their murmurs, casting disdainful glances at Black. Humph. Fang Xian let out a cold snort, raising an eyebrow, his expression remarkably calm, showing no inclination to utter a single word. He stood silently, awaiting the final decree from the Snowy Knight Emperor. His current demeanor had already captured the emperor's attention. As long as the sovereign's intellect had not been compromised, he would not demand retribution from Fang Xian for a deceased Douglas. After all, in the emperor's eyes, self-interest reigned supreme. At this moment, Fang Xian had already demonstrated his considerable worth. As he had anticipated, upon hearing Blake's demands, the Snowy Knight Emperor's countenance darkened, and he firmly rejected. Impossible. Fang Xian is the most exceptional talent of our Tiando Academy. From this moment forth, I will not permit him any harm. Otherwise, I shall hold your Ballot Kingdom accountable. This was a blatant warning. At this juncture, the Snowy Knight Emperor finally exhibited the esteemed aura of a sovereign, exuding unmatched dominance as he coldly gazed at Blake. Even a soul sage, faced with the emperor of a grand empire, felt the weight of pressure. Blake's heart sank, and his body involuntarily trembled. Blake gritted his teeth, persisting obstinately. The Snowy Knight Emperor was truly incensed. How dare such a minor soul sage exhibit such audacity? With a mere word, he could erase Blake's existence forever. However, this was a public setting, with numerous onlookers, and it was the death of a prince from the opposing side. The Tiando Empire had a degree of culpability. Thus, the Snowy Knight Emperor, exercising restraint, proposed, "Very well. I shall overlook your aggression towards Fang Xian. You may escort Douglas's remains back to your homeland and receive a compensation of 5 million gold soul coins. Let this matter conclude here." With a shift in tone, he intently added, "Otherwise." His low voice was laced with a chilling murderous intent. He did not need to elaborate further, yet Blake understood the emperor's implications all too well. The emperor's patience had evidently reached its limit. Should Blake continue to be obstinate, utter another denial, he would likely not survive to return to the Ballot Kingdom. "Very well. Thank you, your majesty." Blake's expression fluctuated between dark and light. Despite his profound dissatisfaction, he could only nod in agreement in the face of the Snowy Knight Emperor's warning and threat. To refuse? Such an act would surely jeopardize his very life. Excellent. The Snowy Knight Emperor nodded slightly, revealing a satisfied smile. It appeared that the situation had finally reached a resolution. Observing this, the crowd collectively breathed a sigh of relief. 5 million gold soul coins. Upon hearing this astronomical figure, Fang Xian's eyes widened, and he blurted out uncontrollably, "Wait, I have objections." The crowd froze, turning in unison to stare at Fang Xian. The emperor had expended such a considerable sum to quell the turmoil. Yet here was Fang Xian, who had no business but to remain silent, now stirring up trouble. In truth, Fang Xian had intended to adopt a serene demeanor. Yet the amount was simply too staggering. 5 million. Thus, he could not restrain himself. 5 million is rather excessive, don't you think? Perhaps we could reduce it a little?" Fang Xian offered a pure smile, glancing tentatively at Blake. At this utterance, the crowd was left speechless. "Brother, you just won the championship. Can you refrain from such undignified behavior?" They were at a loss for words, unable to believe that Fang Xian was truly lamenting over the money. Douglas was deceased. What need was there for such a vast sum? "Brother, if you have excess funds, why not share some with me? I'm in dire need of money." Fang Xian silently cursed to himself, contemplating his desire to procure a fine blade from the old madman. He was in need of funds. "Fang Xian, be silent." The Dark Knight Emperor, with a stern expression, abruptly silenced Fang Xian. He had just managed to persuade Blake, and this ungrateful son had nearly jeopardized his efforts. TCH. This little wretch. Blake wore a grim expression, inwardly berating Fang Xian. He swiftly gathered Douglas's remains and hastily departed from the arena. Before leaving, he cast a frigid glare at Fang Xian. Regardless, this matter had finally reached a conclusion. The genius battle concluded splendidly, paving the way for the award ceremony. Due to Fang Xian's victory as champion, the Dark Knight Emperor was particularly elated and bestowed the title of Viscount upon the top 10 participants. As for Fang Xian, the champion of this contest, he dramatically ascended from an ordinary commoner to a distinguished earl, eliciting envy from many. Nevertheless, in the Douluo Continent, this title seemingly held little practical value. Monetary rewards would have been far more advantageous. Soul bones. Soul bones. Fang Xian walked onto the stage with a face full of anticipation, eagerly awaiting the presentation of the champion's prize. Prior to the competition, he had already heard that the reward for the champion was a Millennium Soul Bone imbued with fire attributes. A single individual can accommodate a total of 6 soul bones, each of which is exceedingly precious. To this day, Feng Xian has yet to acquire even 1 soul bone, which makes him especially hopeful for this particular reward from the Empire. He wondered which part of the body it would correspond to. Feng Xian murmured softly, quietly anticipating the moment. Feng Xian, congratulations on securing the championship. This is your well-deserved prize. The Snow Knight Emperor approached with a warm smile, gently patting Feng Xian on the shoulder. Then, with a graceful motion of his right hand, a vibrant and verdant soul bone materialized in his palm, radiating a dazzling green light. The instant the soul bone appeared, it captivated the attention of everyone present. The crowd's throats constricted in astonishment, their gazes igniting with fervor. Even Dream God Machine and the other 3-souled Douluos gazed on with palpable envy. What could this be? Feng Xian was momentarily taken aback as he swiftly received the soul bone from the hands of the Snowy Knight Emperor. After a meticulous examination, he murmured in disbelief. Isn't this supposed to be a fire attribute 10,000-year soul bone? The aura emanating from this soul bone clearly indicates that it is not of the fire attribute, but rather a plant-type soul bone. Could it have been swapped? He harbored grave suspicions that his prize had been tampered with, possibly exchanged by some nefarious individual. Indeed, this was not the original 10,000-year fire attribute soul bone. The Snowy Knight Emperor smiled subtly, a glint of triumph in his eyes. Leaning in close to Feng Xian, he whispered in a voice only they could hear, "This is a plant-type 50,000-year soul bone." 50,000-year soul bone. Upon hearing this, Feng Xian's eyes widened in astonishment, his heart swelling with ecstasy. No wonder he sensed such a formidable aura emanating from this verdant soul bone. He had not anticipated it to be a 50,000-year soul bone. What had transpired? Was it not supposed to be a 10,000-year soul bone? How had it suddenly transformed into a 50,000-year soul bone? Feng Xian felt a twinge of confusion as he sensed the gentle and amicable gaze of the Snow Knight Emperor. Upon further contemplation, enlightenment dawned upon him. It became evident that the Snow Knight Emperor intended to win the hearts of the people with this 5,000-year-old soul bone, seeking to atone for the past grievances he had inflicted upon Feng Xian, thus ensuring his unwavering loyalty to the Tiando Empire. Truly, as a sovereign of an era, the Emperor displayed remarkable depth and charisma. The act of using such a precious artifact to garner loyalty is something that most would find utterly unattainable, for its value is simply unparalleled. Should a 5,000-year-old soul bone ever wander into the world, it would undoubtedly incite fierce competition among titled Douluos, each vying for possession. Yet, here was the Snow Knight Emperor, presenting this invaluable treasure to Feng Xian as if it were an ordinary prize. This subtle and unassuming shift left Feng Xian in awe of the Emperor's cunning and strategy. Nevertheless, regardless of the circumstances, receiving such a rare soul bone without cause filled Feng Xian with immense joy and surprise. Feng Xian, this soul bone is exceedingly precious. During this time, you must refrain from wandering and remain diligently at the Tiando Academy to fully absorb its essence, the Snow Knight Emperor earnestly advised. Indeed, I understand. Feng Xian carefully stowed away the soul bone and nodded earnestly. Thus concluded the brilliant finale of the talented battle. During this trial period, I humbly request your support through collections and recommendations. Your generous contributions, preferably on the starting point, are greatly appreciated. I am grateful for every reader's support. Exhausted from the toil, I have finally completed the 4th chapter, and I beseech you for votes and collections. 8,000 words are now complete. I appeal for collections and recommendations. As promised, here is the 4th update. 8,000 words are concluded. I earnestly request collections. I earnestly request recommendations. Currently, our ranking stands at 4th, merely 20 collections shy of the 3rd place. However, we have garnered over 100 more recommendation votes than them. Let us strive a bit harder, cast more recommendation votes, and collect more. Our advancement or elimination hinges on these next few days. Regarding tomorrow's update, should the recommendation votes and collections be substantial, there shall be another 8,000 words. We shall give our all. We do our utmost, and leave the rest to fate. Thank you all. Chapter 74, The Left Arm Bone of Bloodthirsty Devouring. First update. I seek collections and recommendations. This soul bone is named the left arm bone of Bloodthirsty Devouring. It originates from a man-eating flower that is cultivated for 50,000 years. Although it belongs to the plant category, it is exceedingly domineering, containing immense offensive and destructive power. A soul master may absorb 6 soul bones, located in the left arm, left leg, right arm, right leg, skull, and torso, with the torso bone providing the most comprehensive enhancement, followed by the skull, and then the arm and leg bones. Each bone's effects vary according to its location. Generally speaking, the skull is derived from spirit-type soul beasts, enhancing the soul master's mental strength. Arm bones originate from powerful and aggressive soul beasts, significantly augmenting the soul master's strength. Leg bones stem from speed-type soul beasts, increasing the soul master's velocity. The most formidable is the torso bone, which elevates the soul master's overall attributes. This 50,000-year-old left arm bone of Bloodthirsty Devouring, despite originating from a plant-type soul beast, evidently enhances offensive power and strength. Seated cross-legged upon the bed, Fang Xian gazed intently at the green soul bone, which swirled with a blood-red aura of killing intent, and could not help but furrow his brow slightly, expressing a hint of regret. The left arm bone, is it? How I wish it were the right arm bone. He had always wielded his knife with his right hand. If this had been a right arm bone, the absorption would undoubtedly double his right hand's strength, significantly amplifying the power of his sword-drawing technique. However, it was indeed a left arm bone. If the soul master who acquired it were left-handed, they would surely be overjoyed. After venting for a moment, he chided himself for his greed, realizing that possessing a 50,000-year-old soul bone should suffice, yet he still wished for a specific location. Such desires were indeed somewhat avaricious. What kind of enhancement will this left arm bone of bloodthirsty devouring bestow upon me, I wonder? Fang Xian's eyes shimmered with a radiant brilliance as he eagerly commenced the absorption of the soul bone. His left hand hovered above the left arm bone of the bloodthirsty devourer. Golden soul energy surged forth silently, guiding the soul bone to merge into his arm. In that instant, when the soul bone integrated with his left arm, Fang Xian's body trembled violently. His left hand felt as though it had plunged into a furnace, burning with an unbearable heat as his blood began to boil. Murderous, frenzied, bloodthirsty. Three sinister auras frantically converged upon him. Perhaps it was the nature of the man-eating flower, steeped in slaughter and malevolence, that imbued the soul bone with a dark essence, resisting its host and making absorption a formidable challenge. With gritted teeth, Fang Xian concentrated, painstakingly refining the malevolent energies of slaughter, embarking on the arduous journey of absorbing the soul bone. 7 days later, in the courtyard, a young man clad in dark, fitted attire stood beneath an ancient tree. His flowing black hair framed a strikingly handsome visage, with his brow and eyes seemingly sculpted from grit, sharp and compelling. Devour. The young man raised his left hand, from which emanated a mysterious black gas, replete with a sense of annihilation. He struck the ancient tree with a single palm, and with a resounding crack, the tree, as thick as an adult's waist, was effortlessly severed in two. Such formidable power! His eyes sparkled with delight as he nodded earnestly, immensely satisfied with the skill he had just acquired. This young man, of course, was Fang Xian. After several days of effort, he had finally completely merged and absorbed the 5,000-year-old left arm bone of the bloodthirsty devourer, gaining the accompanying soul skill. Devour. Devour releases devouring energy that can consume and refine all things. A remarkably potent soul skill. Following the absorption of this left arm soul bone, Fang Xian's left hand's strength surged dramatically, even surpassing that of his right hand wielding a blade. To squander such a powerful arm on auxiliary tasks seemed a travesty. Could it be that he would train to wield a blade with his left hand henceforth? Fang Xian pondered over this dilemma with earnest contemplation, and ultimately, a brilliant idea blossomed in his mind: the dual-wielding technique. By strengthening his left hand and mastering an extensive array of sword techniques, he could indeed embark on the path of cultivating the art of dual-wielding. Just envision the scenario where he wields the blade of ice in his left hand and the blade of flame in his right, merging the frigid and the fiery in harmonious combat. Such a combination would undoubtedly amplify his combat prowess significantly. This notion certainly holds great merit. Fang Xian stroked his chin, a radiant smile illuminating his handsome face as he murmured, "If I am to practice with my left-handed blade, I must first acquire a suitable and fine weapon." He resolved to pay a visit to the old madman to procure an excellent sword. Ding dong. Congratulations, you have reached level 41. Reward: Divine Blade X1. This soul bone not only augmented Fang Xian's strength but also, with its immense soul power, directly assisted him in breaking through the barriers of the Soul Master level, achieving the 41st rank in the Soul Master realm. To his surprise, the system's prompt echoed in his mind once more. Congratulations. The bloodthirsty devouring left arm bone has been successfully absorbed. The 9 Hearts Begonia Martial Soul has advanced to intermediate level. Current attributes: 9 Hearts Begonia Soul, intermediate 80200. The talent blade technique, Healing Blade, has evolved into Light of Healing. Light of Healing. Healing effects enhanced by 30, significantly accelerating the speed of injury recovery. This was indeed an unexpected delight. Fang Xian was pleasantly surprised, realizing that the absorption of this left arm bone not only elevated his 9 Hearts Begonia Martial Soul's proficiency to intermediate level but also advanced the Healing Blade further into the Light of Healing, greatly enhancing both the speed and efficacy of healing. Oh, it must be due to the plant-based nature of the soul bone that the absorption led to an increase in the proficiency of the similarly plant-based 9 Hearts Begonia. Fang Xian conjectured. It appears that not only soul rings can enhance the proficiency of martial souls, but soul bones of the same attribute can do so as well. Subsequently, Fang Xian focused his mind and eagerly checked his current basic attributes. Ultimate Blade Drawing System Host. Fang Xian level. LV41 title. Soul Master Soul Power. 05000 Weapon. Shadowless Blade Proficiency. Minor Blade Drawing Technique. 11200. Mindset Comprehension. Blade Intent Divine Blade. 1 Martial Souls. 6 Winged Angel Soul. Intermediate 0200. Ice Phoenix Soul. Intermediate 82200. 9 Hearts Begonia Soul. Intermediate 80200. Talents: Judgment's Lament, Dance of the Light Snow, Light of Healing Blade Techniques, Storm/Super Strength Blade Drawing. Blade power increased by 30. Swallow's return. Super speed blade drawing. Blade speed increased by 30. Available blade draws. 1,000. His power had increased tremendously. Fangxian gazed at the surging attributes, his heart brimming with excitement. Unbeknownst to him, the once obscure youth, devoid of possessions, was gradually ascending towards the pinnacle of Douluo Continent, step by step. During this period of exploration, he sought the support of readers through collections and recommendations, expressing deep gratitude for every friend who lent their support. The past few days had been exhausting with a flurry of updates, leaving him weary and with a throbbing head. Today, he guaranteed a minimum of 3 updates, and he would endeavor to produce a 4th. He continued to appeal for recommendations and collections, as his chances of advancement seemed to hinge on these next few days. In the 75th chapter, titled The Journey of Enhancement, he disclosed that Fangxian still had 1,000 times to draw his sword. After a moment of contemplation, he accessed the main interface of his panel. 1. Personal information. 2. Shop. 3. Lottery. 4. Enhancement Furnace. 5. Backpack. Ultimately, Fangxian selected the 4th option, the Enhancement Furnace, eager to experiment with it. Since the system upgrade, he had yet to utilize this furnace. With some spare sword drawing opportunities available, he opted to enhance his weapon rather than continue with the lottery. Upon entering the enhancement system, an ancient and weathered furnace materialized before him, alongside a slender white blade floating nearby, unmistakably the Shadowless Blade. The Shadowless Blade hovered silently beside the furnace, its basic attributes automatically displayed. Shadowless Blade level: A. Rare, Strength, 35 Speed, 72 Enhancement, none special attributes, none overall evaluation, invisible and formless, swift as a specter, yet slightly lacking in strength, a blade as quick as lightning. Note: the standard attributes for ordinary weapons are 10 points. The Shadowless Blade, with its slender and sharp blade, was primarily an exceptionally swift weapon. With a mere thought, Fangxian summoned the Shadowless Blade, which gracefully floated above the enhancement furnace, embarking on its journey of delicate tranquility. According to the furnace's description, for enhancements below 10, the requisite number of blade withdrawals was a constant 100 per attempt. However, once surpassing the 10 threshold, the number of required withdrawals escalated dramatically to a staggering 1,000 per attempt, and the cost would skyrocket in tandem with the enhancement level. Most crucially, should one fail to enhance a weapon above 10, it would shatter into irreparable fragments. This predicament was indeed vexing. After laboriously acquiring a fine blade, to have it rendered useless was disheartening, to say the least. Nevertheless, beyond the 10 mark, the attribute enhancements bestowed upon the weapon would significantly amplify, additionally bestowing a chance to randomly imbue it with a rare attribute, which was undeniably formidable. First, grant me a 10. Fangxian contentedly thought that he had 1,000 opportunities to draw his sword in his backpack, which would perfectly allow him to enhance it 10 times. If he were to succeed without a single failure, he would ascend directly to a 10 enhancement. Wouldn't that be a remarkable achievement? However, while the ideal is beautiful, the reality is harsh. 10 minutes later, Fangxian lay sprawled across the bed, feeling utterly drained. 5 consecutive failures. He clutched his chest, his face a portrait of despair. Oh, my heart aches. He had attempted enhancements 5 times in succession, each time met with failure, not even achieving a mere 1. What in the world are you doing, my brother? Is there a dungeon that could rival your misfortunes? Could it be that the curse of the twisted vines has doubled in this alternate realm? Fangxian yearned for tranquility. Yet the absence of instant noodles in Douluo Continent rendered him restless, further igniting his frustration. Damn it, I refuse to be defeated by this today. With a heavy fist, he struck the wall, gritting his teeth in exasperation. He resolved to intensify his efforts and ascertain just how many times this wretched enhancement system could lead him to failure. In the past, he had experienced the humiliation of falling from the rank of a champion to the 2nd tier without a hint of apprehension. In those early days, there was no starry glory level, so refrain from criticism. After all, 5 consecutive defeats were merely trivial. The enhancement furnace began to tremble violently, emitting a chilling, ominous mechanical sound. Congratulations, the Shadowless Blade has successfully upgraded to 1. Strength, 36, 1. Speed, 73, 1. Let the celebrations commence. Fangxian finally exhaled in relief, having achieved success at last. The enhancement of the weapon brought only a meager increase of a single attribute point, yet it was a glimmer of hope nonetheless. Without a moment's hesitation, he pressed on with the strengthening process. Congratulations, Shadowless Blade 2 successful, he exclaimed. Onward. Congratulations, Shadowless Blade 3 successful, he continued. Again, congratulations. Shadowless Blade 4 successful, he cheered. A series of consecutive triumphs followed a streak of failures. Perhaps this was what they called a turn of fortune. Bring it on. With one final opportunity for enhancement, Fangxian's eyes gleamed with determination as he fixated on the violently shaking enhancement furnace, silently chanting, up, up, up. However, disaster struck. The enhancement failed, and the Shadowless Blade reverted to 3. Damn it. The corners of his mouth twitched violently as he scowled, unable to contain his expletives. Let it be a failure, but how could the enhancement level drop? Is this some version from 6 or 7 decades ago? For heaven's sake. Even inferior products these days don't drop below 10. Have you forgotten to synchronize? Fang Xian let out a deep sigh, feeling as though he might have stumbled upon a fraudulent system. It was evidently outdated. Time to strengthen his resolve and take decisive action. Fang Xian silently resolved that he would never engage with the enhancement furnace again when funds were insufficient. He simply could not afford the indulgence. After expending 1,000 attempts, the shadowless blade had only reached 3. Would it not be more gratifying to simply acquire a Millennium Soul Ring? He mentally berated the enhancement furnace 180 times, allowing his anger to subside before he calmly examined the enhancements of his 3 shadowless blade. Shadowless blade level: A. Rare, Strength, 45-10, Speed, 84-12, Enhancement, 3 special attribute, none overall evaluation, invisible and formless, swift as a specter, though somewhat lacking in strength. A blade as rapid as lightning. The enhancement had improved its attributes by over 10 points, which he deemed acceptable. According to the description, a typical longsword possesses basic attributes around 10 points. Thus, the overall enhancement had increased by 22 points, yielding a satisfactory effect. 3 is merely 3. Progress must be made gradually. Sooner or later, he would wield a shadowless blade enhanced to 18, capable of vanquishing all in the Douluo Continent. Fang Xian stroked his chin. Exhilarated by the thought that the shadowless blade enhancement was complete, he resolved to pay a visit to the old madman, hoping to procure a fine blade and take advantage of his leisure to practice wielding a knife with his left hand. After all, having absorbed the soul bone, the strength of his left hand far surpassed that of his right, and neglecting to hone his swordsmanship would be a grievous waste. Moreover, the shadowless blade had sustained considerable damage, particularly during his fierce battle with Douglas, making it imperative to seek repairs from the old madman. A good sword requires regular maintenance and care. With this thought in mind, Fang Xian promptly set off towards Heavendo City. Unbeknownst to him, nightfall quietly enveloped the land, casting a serene and mysterious veil over Heavendo City. The ancient and dilapidated blacksmith shop still stood at the end of the street, unchanged over the years, reminiscent of an elderly man on the brink of eternal slumber. Upon arriving at the entrance of the blacksmith shop, Fang Xian calmly surveyed his surroundings, noting the familiar lack of change. Without hesitation, he stepped inside. The moment he crossed the threshold, an overwhelming aura of murderous intent assailed him, freezing him in place. His pupils dilated, and a chill coursed through his body, causing every hair to stand on end. This presence belonged to a titled Douluo. Fang Xian was engulfed in a profound terror, sensing an overwhelming murderous aura that made his entire body tremble involuntarily. This grotesquely intense killing intent reminded him of the formidable presence he had once felt from Douluo Bo, leaving a deep impression on him. In an instant, he realized that this aura emanated from a titled Douluo. What could possibly be happening? How could a titled Douluo appear in this place? With a gaze filled with uncertainty, he turned his attention forward, where a gray figure gradually came into view. It was an elderly man, over 60 years of age, adorned with a tall crown and flowing robes. The terrifying murderous aura, akin to that of a primordial beast, radiated from this crimson-clad elder. Title level. Undoubtedly at the title level. Fang Xian swallowed hard, cold sweat trickling down his forehead. Under the oppressive aura of terror, he dared not even breathe audibly. Beside the elder in the crimson robe stood a dozen young men, all in their 20s, each a soul master. Although their presence lacked the formidable intensity of the elder, they were undeniably powerful. A congregation of soul sect practitioners. Fang Xian's eyelids twitched uncontrollably as he realized that this group consisted entirely of soul sect practitioners, with 1 or 2 individuals exuding an aura that far surpassed that of the soul sect, likely having reached the realm of the 5-ring soul king. Truly, under the leadership of a titled Douluo, even the foot soldiers surpassed the soul sect in strength, instilling a sense of dread. This band, led by an elderly man clad in red robes, completely encircled the dilapidated blacksmith shop, leaving not even a fly the chance to escape. At the epicenter of this encirclement, the old madman, with disheveled hair, remained engrossed in his smithing, seemingly oblivious to the fact that he had been surrounded. Clang, clang, clang. The hammer struck the unshaped iron ingot, sending up brilliant sparks that illuminated the dim room in flickering bursts, while the clear sound of metal striking metal resonated sharply in the stillness of the atmosphere. Hey, what on earth is happening here? Fang Xian gritted his teeth, gazing at the assembly of formidable warriors surrounding him, feeling as though he had inadvertently stumbled into a den of wolves. He dared not make a move, remaining silent and rooted in place. An hour passed, then another. Yet the dozen or so extraordinary beings in the room remained utterly still and silent, as if awaiting some unseen event. Within the ancient blacksmith's forge, only the old madman was intently crafting weapons. After a full 3 hours, as the clock struck midnight, the red-robed elder stood with his hands clasped behind his back, his icy gaze fixed upon the freshly shaped black long sword in the old madman's hands. This blade is quite remarkable, he declared. The old madman's face, lined with deep wrinkles, broke into a smile of gratification at the praise from a titled Douluo, tenderly caressing the jet-black blade that was as sharp as it was imposing. Indeed, this is the finest sword I have forged in many years, he replied with satisfaction. It appears to transcend an ordinary renowned blade, remarked the red-robed elder. Indeed, The old madman's smile widened. Yet it remains merely a mundane artifact. The red-robed elder retorted coldly. The old madman fell silent. Surely you do not aspire to forge a divine weapon? The elder's gaze pierced through the old madman, a smirk playing at the corners of his mouth. We mere mortals, even if we expend our entire lives, could never hope to create a divine artifact. Such weapons are the privilege of beings of divine rank. Those above level 100. Indeed, it has been a full decade since I last crafted a divine weapon. This sword is the finest I have produced in the last 10 years. The old madman lifted the pitch-black longsword, declaring, this blade is named Black Blade, Waterbreaker. Black Blade, Waterbreaker. Fang Xian's heart quivered, his gaze fixated on the black blade before him, an overwhelming surge of excitement and yearning swirling within his eyes. What a magnificent sword, an unparalleled weapon. As a swordsman, Fang Xian was intimately acquainted with blades. He recognized at a glance the extraordinary craftsmanship of the black sword. Water severing, recently forged by the old madman. In terms of quality, it even surpassed his own white sword, Shadowless. Ah, little madman, your timing is rather unfortunate. I have a guest this evening, the old madman remarked, raising his head to cast a casual glance at Fang Xian by the door. Indeed, I concur. I apologize for interrupting your reunion with an old friend. Please, continue your conversation. I shall take my leave. Goodbye. Fang Xianchong smiled gently at the crowd and waved his hand, preparing to make a swift escape. Whoosh. In the next moment, two dark figures flashed by, and two indifferent men appeared before Fang Xianchong in an instant, blocking his path. 4 resplendent soul rings, yellow, purple, and purple, materialized around the two, unleashing a formidable aura belonging to the soul sect that surged towards Fang Xianchong like a raging tempest. TCH. Fang Xian could not help but furrow his brows, realizing that his attempt to slip away unnoticed was futile. He meticulously sensed the auras of the two soul masters before him. Their fluctuating soul power was extraordinarily formidable, likely surpassing level 48. To his astonishment, these individuals were all high-ranking soul masters, their soul power exceeding his own. Since you have arrived, do not think of leaving. The words of the old man in the red robe resonated in his ears, instantly darkening Fang Xian's expression. He truly had no idea what misfortune had befallen him, as he had merely stepped outside to encounter a titled Douluo. Well, considering our decades-long friendship, I have patiently awaited your completion of this blade. I trust that is generous enough, the old man in the red robe stated coldly, his gaze fixed intently on the mad old man. I believe that this black blade, water severing, will indeed be passed down through the ages as your legacy as the blade Douluo. The mad old man, with his long, silvery hair cascading down, possessed eyes as deep as the starry sky. Then let your words be a blessing, blood Douluo, he replied. No sooner had he spoken than the two of them erupted like twin volcanoes, unleashing their soul power. The overwhelming aura of murderous intent coalesced into a tangible force, tearing asunder the ancient blacksmith shop. 9 resplendent soul rings, yellow, purple, black, rose from beneath the feet of the red-robed elder, their brilliant light illuminating the pitch-black starry sky. Simultaneously, the mad old man's silvery hair danced wildly, his profound gaze radiating fierce brilliance as 9 identical soul rings emerged from him as well. Yellow, purple, black. 2 titled Douluos. Fang Xian was taken aback. Apologies. Today, there will only be 3 updates. The past few days have been exhausting due to the overwhelming updates, and my head still aches. The potential advancement in recommendations largely hinges on the events of these days. I humbly seek your support in terms of collections and recommendations. Chapter 77, The Night of Carnage, Part 2, Gratitude to Xing Piaochen for the generous reward. Beneath the starry sky, 2 titled Douluo faced each other with cold gazes, their 9 spirit rings shimmering ominously, exuding a terrifying aura akin to ancient beasts, shaking the very earth around them. The blood Douluo's eyes were devoid of warmth, his red robe billowing without wind. As he opened his right palm, a 3-foot blood sword materialized from his grasp, releasing an indescribable stench of blood. This weapon was a blood sword spirit, seemingly birthed from the depths of hell, saturated with malevolence. The overwhelming aura of death sent shivers through the onlookers. Lo Xianchen, a wretch born of a useless martial spirit, has indeed managed to cultivate to the titled level, which is quite a rarity. The blood Douluo, wielding the blood sword, coldly regarded the old madman, a dangerous smile curling at the corners of his mouth. However, your good fortune ends here. Draw your blade. Indeed. Let us settle our grievances today. The old madman, his gray hair flowing, locked his deep gaze onto the blood Douluo. An infinite murderous intent surfaced on his resolute face as he spoke in a low voice. Bloodsword 1. The debts owed to me by your spirit hall will be repaid in full. Before his words faded, the 9 spirit rings on him radiated brilliance as he swung the black blade, water severing, enveloping the area with an endless killing intent, charging fiercely at the blood Douluo. The battle between the titled Douluo erupted with a thunderous roar. Powerful. So powerful. Is this what combat between titled Douluo looks like? Witnessing the clash of these 2 titans, Fang Xian was utterly astonished, as though he was witnessing the true essence of the world. This was indeed the pinnacle of power in the Douluo continent. To his surprise, the old madman was a titled Douluo, having concealed his strength so profoundly. Lo Xianchen. Bloodsword 1. In the spirit hall, what on earth is going on? From their conversation, Fang Xian discerned some information, furrowing his brow in contemplation. The old madman's real name appeared to be Lo Xianchen, while the blood Douluo, Bloodsword 1, along with the nearby dozen or so powerful spirit masters, all hailed from the spirit hall. What kind of enmity exists between the old madman and the spirit hall? Fang Xian was perplexed and bewildered. At that moment, a young soul master from the spirit hall let out a cold laugh, suddenly raising his fist and aiming it directly at Fang Xian's head, delivering a powerful strike. The force of the punch shattered the air, reverberating through the soul, with the ominous aura of death looming closer. With a chilling glare, Fang Xian's eyes narrowed, and the shadowless blade suddenly freed itself from its sheath. A brilliant white light sliced through the oppressive darkness of the night, cleaving through the air and striking the young soul master. The sound of flesh and bone being torn apart echoed sharply. The young soul master's face was frozen in bewilderment, unable to comprehend the sudden turn of events before being severed in half by Fang Xian's swift strike. His upper body contorted grotesquely at the waist, and blood gushed forth in a frenzied torrent. The speed of the attack was astonishing, so rapid that it was indistinguishable to the eye, claiming the life of the level 48 Zhang Su before his fist could even land. How is this possible? A single strike to fell a fourth-ring soul master? The onlookers from the martial soul hall were left in stunned disbelief, their expressions betraying their shock as they regarded the cold, resolute youth wielding the blade, their previous contempt for Fang Xian gradually dissipating. Congratulations, you have defeated a fourth-ring soul master. Reward, 1,000 blade draws, soul power 1,000. The system's notification reverberated in his mind. The corners of Fang Xian's mouth involuntarily curled into a subtle arc. The soul bone, aged 50,000 years, significantly enhanced his abilities. Coupled with the augmentation from the shadowless blade, his overall attributes surged by approximately 20, rendering his strike swifter and more formidable. Consequently, Fang Xian felt no trepidation in the presence of soul sect experts, not even those on the verge of ascending to the rank of Soul King. With a single stroke, he dispatched a soul sect member, his gaze icy and devoid of hesitation. The shadowless blade was once again unleashed, ruthlessly aimed at another white-robed soul sect member before him. Having just witnessed the demise of a companion, the white-robed soul sect member was evidently on high alert, no longer underestimating Fang Xian as before. He reacted swiftly, directly unleashing his martial soul. Whether by chance or fate, the martial soul manifested as a golden shield, appearing remarkably resilient and perfectly countering Fang Xian's blade. Clang! The shadowless blade struck heavily against the golden shield, producing a clear, resonant sound of metal colliding. Astonishingly, the seemingly invincible edge of the blade was impeded, failing to cleave through. Such a formidable shield, it was akin to a tortoise's shell. Fang Xian was somewhat taken aback. The martial soul of the white-robed soul sect was extraordinarily resilient. His shadowless blade struck against it, not only failing to penetrate the shield's defenses, but also leaving his arm tingling from the recoil. Ha ha ha, you arrogant little brat. Do not be too presumptuous. My martial soul is known as the Diamond Shield, as solid as steel and utterly indestructible. Should you wish to breach my defenses, you might as well wait a millennium. Observing Fang Xian's predicament, the white-robed soul sect member laughed triumphantly, reveling in the formidable strength of his martial soul. Oh, is that so? Then let us put it to the test. In Fang Xian's eyes surged a tempest of madness as he coldly proclaimed, Today, I shall surely cleave your tortoise shell. In the next moment, he raised his left hand and placed it upon the hilt, gripping the blade with both hands. The terrifying force of the 50,000-year soul bone erupted with a thunderous intensity, transforming the shadowless blade into a streak of chilling brilliance that surged wildly towards the white-robed soul sect. Futile, do you still not comprehend? Your blade can do nothing to me. The white-robed soul sect scoffed as he beheld Fang Xian charging with his weapon raised. Once more, he lifted the Vajra shield spirit before him to withstand Fang Xian's onslaught. Boom. Yet this time, the Vajra shield failed to withstand the assault of the shadowless blade. Empowered by the formidable strength of the 50,000-year left arm bone, the strike was unmatched, shattering the Vajra shield spirit and cleaving through the white-robed soul sect. Blood and shattered bones erupting forth and scattering across the ground. Fang Xian stood amidst the shadows, his body drenched in blood, with the remnants of the white-robed soul sect scattered at his feet. The white blade, Wu Ying, had just claimed its victims, yet remained untouched by a single drop of blood. Its slender blade radiated a luminous moonlight, gleaming resplendently against the dark backdrop. How could this be? The entire scene was engulfed in astonishment. I extend my heartfelt gratitude to the esteemed Star Pouchin for the generous donation of 20,000. Your support is immensely appreciated. I currently lack a manuscript, but I shall endeavor to provide an update in a few days. The sudden donation left me trembling, speechless. Alas, unforeseen circumstances have arisen. I shall share a brief chapter this evening to discuss trivial matters with all of you. Chapter 78, Night of Slaughter, 3, Acknowledgements to DCYSY for the substantial reward. Unbeknownst to all, the dark sky began to weep, as a gentle rain fell, washing away the crimson stains upon the ground and the bodies that were slowly growing cold. As the chilling raindrops dampened his cheeks, Fang Xian inhaled the acrid scent of blood that lingered in the air. The fierce killing intent within his chest gradually ignited, awakening the primal desire for battle. After the deaths of 2 members of the Soul Sect, the remaining 10 formidable warriors of the Spirit Hall wore grim expressions. Their gazes fixed solemnly upon Fang Xian, their eyes shimmering with a lethal glint. The leader of this group was a man in his 40s, tall and robust, with a physique reminiscent of a bear and a pair of gray eyes sharp as those of a hawk. The aura radiating from him towered over the others. He was undoubtedly a soul king of level 50 or above, standing with his hands clasped behind him, his disheveled gray hair cascading. He cast a dispassionate glance at Fang Xian, as if regarding an insignificant insect. He parted his lips, coldly commanding, "All of you, attack together and eliminate this brat." Understood. As the command echoed, a murderous intent flickered in the eyes of the 9 Soul Sect members, and they simultaneously charged towards Fang Xian. Adorned in the quintessential configuration of soul rings, yellow, purple, each exuding an overwhelming aura of power. 9 of them, indeed. Fang Xian surveyed the 9 Soul Sect members surrounding him with a predatory gaze, his demeanor remarkably composed. His austere countenance betrayed no hint of fear, rather. It exuded a sense of eager anticipation. Had he encountered these 9 Soul Sect members a while ago, he would have had no chance of survival, facing certain death. However, now, after assimilating the ancient, bloodthirsty bone of the left arm, which had endured for 50 millennia, the potency of his blade-wielding hands had surged dramatically. Although he had yet to master the left-hand blade, by merely mirroring the trajectory of his right-hand sword, he could unleash the horrific power hidden within his left arm, thereby amplifying the technique of drawing the sword to astonishing heights. Let the challenge commence. Fang Xian let out a thunderous roar, his long black hair dancing wildly. 3 resplendent soul rings, yellow, purple, rose from beneath his feet, unleashing a formidable aura that far surpassed that of an ordinary soul master. Faced with 9 soul masters, Fang Xian exhibited no fear. Instead, he charged toward them, swiftly locking onto the slightly weaker bald man on the left. With a fierce leap, he descended upon his target. "Die!" he bellowed, gripping his blade with both hands and delivering a devastating strike aimed directly at the bald man's head. His left arm felt like a furnace, a torrent of power surging forth like erupting magma, all concentrated into the edge of his weapon. Boom! The strike unleashed a force of immense magnitude, cleaving the bald man in 2 and showering the area with blood. Although the bald soul master had attempted to defend himself, he was utterly overpowered. The enhancement from his 5,000-year-old soul bone had exponentially increased his strength, amplifying the force of his blow tenfold. Unless one were vastly superior to Fang Xian, it was nearly impossible to withstand such a strike. Damn it! In the blink of an eye, another comrade had fallen, igniting the fury of the group from the Spirit Hall. With no further hesitation, they activated their martial spirits and launched a frenzied assault on Fang Xian. As rain poured down, a cataclysmic battle erupted on this remote street in the northern outskirts of Tiando City. Title Douluos clashed with title Douluos, and soul masters faced off against one another. On this pitch-black, rain-soaked night, the fierce combat raged on. The intensity of the battle on the side of the old madman was even more brutal than that of Fang Xian. In less than an hour, he had engaged in over 100 rounds with the blood Douluo, with neither side gaining the upper hand. In the starless night, the clash of blood-red swords and black blades sent sparks flying, illuminating the darkness. Each collision shook the earth, and the resulting shockwaves uprooted buildings, creating an atmosphere of sheer terror. "Ha ha ha, Luo Xuanqing, you're wearing down. I shall send you on your way." The blood Douluo cackled, his gaze sharp. Seizing upon a slight opening in the old madman's defenses, he thrust his blood sword, piercing through the old man's left side, blood and shattered bone spraying forth, indicating a serious injury. Just what I was waiting for. The old madman, despite enduring the blood Douluo's strike, showed no sign of pain. Instead, a dangerous smile crept across his face. He gripped the blood sword with his left hand and swung his black blade fiercely at the blood Douluo. Boom! The blade descended from above, infused with an unstoppable momentum, crashing into the blood Douluo's chest and sending him flying. "Ah!" the blood Douluo screamed, spewing blood as his body hurtled backward for hundreds of meters, crashing violently into a wall, which collapsed under the impact. His ribs shattered, and a horrific gash marred his chest, blood gushing forth, narrowly escaping a lethal blow from the old madman. Had he not been a title Douluo with physical resilience far exceeding that of an ordinary person, that strike would have certainly been fatal. "Damn it! You deliberately let me hit you with that sword." The blood Douluo's expression darkened, blood trickling from his mouth as he fixated on the approaching old madman, fury blazing in his eyes. By now, he realized that the old man had intentionally exposed a weakness to lure him in and then retaliate. Such cunning, such strategy. However, the cold gaze of the blood Douluo fell upon the old madman's chest, where a dark, gaping wound was surrounded by a crimson aura of death, steadily corroding the old man's body. "Heh, Luo Xuanqing, I must admit, your tactic was quite clever, and I've indeed suffered a bit. But it seems you've forgotten one thing. My blood sword carries a potent corrosive power. The pain and injuries you now endure may very well match my own. The blood Douluo sneered. Trivial skills, what can they do to me? The old madman, his gray hair cascading down, his eyes deep and unfathomable, seemed impervious to the searing pain from his wound. His grip on the blade remained steady as a mountain, unwavering, bloodied and wielding his black knife. He advanced like an ancient war god, exuding an aura of murderous intent as he charged at the blood Douluo, and the two resumed their fierce battle. The conflict between titled Douluos was nothing short of cataclysmic. Meanwhile, Fang Xian, amidst the ranks of the Spirit Hall Soul Masters, surged forward with unstoppable momentum. Having slain 3 more Soul Masters in succession, his relentless and domineering presence completely overwhelmed the remaining 5 Soul Masters. What is this guy? Is he a monster? The Soul Masters gazed at the frenzied Fang Xian, a sense of trepidation creeping over them. War breeds war, and killing begets killing. With each Soul Master that fell, Fang Xian's strength surged exponentially. Gratitude to DCY for the generous rewards, much appreciated. Additional updates will come in a few days. Thank you. However, esteemed patrons, if you wish to support me in the future, please do so on Qidian, as the author only receives a quarter of the income from QQ reading Bitter Smile. Thank you all. Your every collection, every recommendation, and every reward is deeply appreciated. Allow me to share my experience from this past week of trial and error. I have struggled to eat or sleep, constantly worrying about my advancement. Day and night, I tirelessly typed, my mind in a state of tension. Unable to rest until the early hours of the morning, feeling utterly exhausted and somewhat disoriented. Regrettably, I faced failure and did not advance. Truthfully, had I not put in the effort and still failed, it would have been fine. I could have continued living happily as a carefree individual. However, after all the late nights and hard work, to still face failure is quite disheartening. Nonetheless, I am grateful for all the support and recommendations you have provided these past days. Prior to this trial, we only received around 60 to 70 recommendations daily. But after notifying everyone, the count surged to about 200 daily. Although I did not advance, I am immensely thankful for your support. Of course, not advancing in this trial will not lead to my work being abandoned. I have experienced this several times before, always facing elimination without making it through. Bitter Smile. I have grown accustomed to it. As I have been busy typing, I did not have the chance to thank many of you for your rewards. I will now list out the names and express my gratitude. Thanks to Xing Luching for the 20,000 reward, to DCY for the 10,000 reward, to Wu Yao Igua for 600 points, to PPX Kite Eon for 500 points, and thanks to all the other supporters who have contributed. Thank you to each and every one of you. Lastly, I wish to inform you that this book will be available for purchase on August 1st, which falls on this upcoming Saturday. Initially, I intended to wait for another fortnight, allowing readers to peruse additional complimentary excerpts before the official release. However, as the promotional ranking has not progressed, prolonging the wait seems futile. The editor has kindly advised me to launch on the 1st and to significantly increase updates thereafter, which may potentially enhance our chances for future promotions. It coincides perfectly with the beginning of a new month, providing a fresh opportunity. I will share my thoughts on the release on Friday. Rest assured, there will be ample updates following the launch. My sincere apologies and gratitude. Chapter 79, The Night of Slaughter, Part 4, Sustaining War Through War and Ending Violence with Violence. Fang Xian, drenched in blood, with disheveled black hair, surged with an indomitable fighting spirit that soared to the heavens. The glimmering blade cleaved through the night, as if an ancient war god had awakened. Growing ever bolder in battle, against 9 adversaries, he valiantly dispatched 4. With a wild roar, his hair billowed, and the radiance of his 3 soul rings, yellow, purple, and purple, intensified. The shadowless blade tore through the darkness, transforming into a streak of pure white light, cleaving a member of the Wuhuan Temple's soul sect in twain. A bloody head flew forth, rolling onto the damp ground, stained with mud. At this point, Fang Xian had slain 7 members of the soul sect, leaving 4 remaining, alongside a coldly observing soul king. Congratulations, your current soul power value stands at 7,000,500. You may level up. Would you like to enhance your rank immediately? The defeat of 7 soul sect members brought immense elevation to Fang Xian's abilities, filling his soul power to the brim and granting him an additional 7,000 draw blade opportunities. After battling fiercely against a formidable group of soul sect members for an extended period, Fang Xian felt weary. The consumption of soul power was tremendous. Despite his resolute spirit and unwillingness to retreat, his momentum undeniably waned. Haha, this lad is faltering. They sensed his diminishing power. Having slain so many of us, we must rend him to pieces. The 4 remaining soul sect members, perceiving Fang Xian's weakening combat prowess, unleashed a frenzied assault, intent on capitalizing on his moment of vulnerability to eliminate him once and for all. Boom. A fist of iron struck him squarely, infused with a fierce energy, crashing into Fang Xian's chest and violently caving it in. Cough, cough. Fang Xian coughed up blood. A searing pain surged through his heart, causing him to instinctively retreat. Yet, after merely 3 steps back, a massive iron hammer struck from behind, crashing heavily onto his spine and sending him flying once more. The Soul Masters of the Martial Spirit Hall were all at least level 48, with some on the verge of breaking through to level 50, showcasing formidable strength. The moment they detected even the slightest flaw, they would immediately overwhelm Fang Xian. After enduring 2 successive blows, 3 to 5 of Fang Xian's ribs were fractured. His spine suffered damage, and his internal organs were shaken by the invasive energy, sustaining considerable injury. Blood trickled from Fang Xian's lips, his face smeared with crimson stains. He knelt on one knee in a puddle, his hair, matted with blood and mud, fell over his forehead. The rain washed over him, causing the mixture of blood and dirt to drip steadily from his brow. Yet, within those eyes, radiant like the stars, a brilliant light blossomed. An urge for ascension surged within him, a suppressed roar resonating from the depths of his heart. Boom! A torrent of warmth erupted from within, transforming into purest energy, swiftly rejuvenating Fang Xian's parched soul force and weary body. A transformation was underway within him, his momentum soaring uncontrollably. Although his soul force had been depleted, he had persevered, determined to seize this precious opportunity for advancement at the most challenging moment. Upon leveling up, his once dried soul force surged to fullness, now stronger than before, dispelling the gloom and illuminating his spirit, restoring his formerly waning momentum to its peak. He transcended amidst battle, feeling the abundant soul force coursing through him. Fang Xian let out an exhilarating howl. He first activated the 9 Hearts Begonia martial spirit, rapidly mending his injuries with healing light. Then quietly summoned the Ice Phoenix martial spirit, secretly accumulating icy power, preparing for his final offensive. What is happening? Hearing Fang Xian's roar, the crowd was struck with astonishment. They beheld the once battered and soul force depleted Fang Xian, who had suddenly surged back to his prime. His injuries visibly mending at an astonishing pace, seemingly on the verge of complete recovery. This fellow is truly a monster. A green-haired man's eyelids twitched violently. Damn it. After fighting for so long, this kid not only did not weaken, but rather became stronger all at once. A man with a scar on his forehead grimaced, unable to suppress an angry curse. We cannot allow him to fully recover. Quickly, let us all go in together and take him down while we have the chance. Someone coldly declared. Fang Xian's recovery speed was astonishingly rapid, instilling a profound sense of dread among the members of the Spirit Hall. Their eyes gleamed with murderous intent as 4 of them surged forward in unison, intent on annihilating Fang Xian completely. Kill, kill, kill. The 4 soul masters charged at Fang Xian with grotesque expressions, driven by madness. Faced with the relentless advance of the 4 formidable soul masters, Fang Xian maintained a demeanor of icy indifference. His gaze sparkled with a frigid light as surges of soul power flowed violently into his Ice Phoenix martial spirit. Waves of chilling energy radiated outward, freezing the very fabric of the world around him. Blade technique of ice, dance of the fine snow. Like a meteor streaking across the night sky, the icy blades cleaved through the darkness, carrying with them an excruciatingly cold aura that struck the group of soul masters with blinding speed. In an instant, they were transformed into ice sculptures, their martial spirits encased in frost, rendered immobile and powerless. Fang Xian's gaze was indifferent as he turned his back to the crowd, calmly sheathing his sword. In an instant, the 4 ice sculptures of the soul sect exploded in a cacophony of destruction, their bodies shattered and lifeless. Congratulations, you have defeated 4 members of the soul sect. Reward, for 1,000 sword draws, soul power 4,000. Ultimate sword draw system host, Fang Xian level, LV42 title, soul sect soul power, 6,000, upgradable, weapon, shadowless blade proficiency, minor mastery of sword draw technique, 11200. State of mind enlightenment, sword intent divine gifted blade, 1 martial spirits, 6-winged angel spirit, intermediate 0200. Ice Phoenix spirit, intermediate 82200. 9 heart begonia spirit, intermediate 80200. Talents, judgment sorrow, dance of the falling snow, light of healing blade techniques, tempest slash, super strength sword draw. Increases draw power by 30, swallows return, super speed sword draw. Increases draw speed by 30. Available sword draws, 11,000 while life and death battles are fraught with peril. They also yield substantial personal growth. Throughout the night, Fang Xian successfully vanquished 11 members of the martial Soul Hall soul sect, thus acquiring 11,000 sword draws and a significant amount of soul power as a reward. Having just ascended to level 42, his soul power was instantly replenished, allowing him to continue his ascent. Fang Xian sensed a remarkable surge in his strength, and a satisfied smile crept upon his face. Tonight's desperate battle, fraught with peril, had ultimately proven worthwhile, bestowing upon him immense rewards. However, before he could catch his breath, an overwhelming aura of murderous intent surged toward him. Startled, he hastily raised his blade to defend himself, yet was violently propelled backward, both he and his weapon, by the sheer force of the onslaught. TCH. Has the restraint finally worn thin? Fang Xian gritted his teeth, gazing intently at the towering figure approaching him, his expression suddenly becoming gravely serious. The Soul King, who had been observing coldly from the sidelines, finally decided to take action. It is with a sense of urgency that I acknowledge the moment has arrived for the publication of this work. I extend my heartfelt gratitude for everyone's unwavering support throughout this journey. As of now, After 44 days since the book's release, we have amassed 5,000 collections on Qidian and 25,000 on Q Reading. I must admit, I am quite pleased with this achievement. Although the initial promotional efforts did not elevate us to a more favorable recommendation position, and I faced some minor setbacks yesterday, I have come to terms with my situation. Any recommendation is a blessing. As a fledgling author, I shall not dwell on these matters. Time to rest. Furthermore, I acknowledge that there are indeed several flaws in this narrative, and I accept any criticism that comes my way. Let us address the first major point of contention. Why does Fang Xian lack a martial soul? In the world of Douluo, every individual, be they a genius or otherwise, should possess a martial soul. So why does Fang Xian not have one? Many have raised this question, expressing their dissatisfaction. Allow me to elucidate the reasoning behind Fang Xian's lack of a martial soul. Initially, I conceived Fang Xian as a character who physically traversed into the Douluo Continent, not through soul transmigration, but rather as a whole person transported from the 21st century. His unique constitution places him at a significant disparity with the inhabitants of Douluo, thus rendering him incapable of nurturing a martial soul. He then resolves to conquer the continent wielding merely a blade. This premise should, I hope, alleviate some of the controversy. However, as I continued to write, I realized that this approach lacked a sense of immersion. It hindered direct connections with the main characters of the Douluo world, having no desire to align with groups or the martial soul hall. Thus, around the 10th chapter, I temporarily bestowed upon Fang Xian the identity of the 5th prince of Tiando, allowing for entanglements in royal struggles, rivalries with Qian Renshua, and the subtle machinations of the martial soul hall. This narrative direction indeed holds promise, yet my impulsive alteration has drawn ire from the outset. Permit me a moment to express my thoughts. An ordinary individual with a martial soul 1 equals a twin martial soul, a rarity among thousands, capable of dominating Douluo and rendering them invincible. A martial soul 2 results in a tri-spirit martial soul, unrivaled throughout the universe, declaring them the strongest. If one can augment their martial soul, why must it be impossible to diminish it? Given the existence of tri-spirit martial souls, why can there not exist an individual born without any martial soul? Should this notion be difficult to comprehend, I propose that Fang Xian's absence of a martial soul be interpreted as an inability to awaken one, a completely useless martial soul, rendering him incapable of any awakening whatsoever. His soul power is cultivated through a blade drawing system, and the lack of a martial soul does not impede his soul power training. With this perspective, I hope you might find it somewhat more palatable. In time, I shall make appropriate revisions, transforming the concept of having no martial soul into an inability to awaken one. This should not hinder your reading experience and may allow for greater acceptance among new readers. Additionally, I acknowledge my eagerness in launching this work, resulting in several oversights in its foundations, which I will endeavor to rectify gradually. As for the trajectory of this narrative, it shall neither align with Tang San's protagonist group nor serve the martial soul hall. The path ahead involves conquering the 3 primary sects and ultimately extinguishing the martial soul hall, establishing dominance over the Douluo Continent. Does that sound promising? Lastly, regarding the much-discussed issue of the female lead, I initially intended to avoid including one, opting for a cold-blooded assassin narrative where all enemies, regardless of gender, would be eliminated. However, many have persistently inquired about the identity of the female lead, even suggesting various candidates. I can only assure you that there will be no harem nor promiscuity. Despite my writing limitations, I do not wish to indulge in a mere wish-fulfillment fantasy of Douluo, for one it not always approach matters with such a base mindset. This summarizes the existing issues within this work. Should you have any queries, feel free to raise them. I welcome constructive feedback. Now, for the most crucial matter. We have launched, and I humbly request subscriptions. Subscriptions are vital, impacting not only my sustenance, but also the longevity of this book. Thus, to those capable, I kindly urge you to support the official subscription. As this is a debut on Qidian, our data will primarily reflect Qidian's metrics. Currently, we have 5,000 collections, and a first subscription count of 200 to 300 would be satisfactory. Allow me to share my thoughts on first subscriptions. Passing mark, 200 first subscriptions. Goal, 300 first subscriptions. Upon reaching 300 first subscriptions, I shall provide an additional chapter, and for every increment of 100 subscriptions thereafter, another chapter will be added. Additionally, every 50 rewards will yield an extra chapter, as will every 50 monthly votes. Are you content with this enhancement system? Ultimately, should the subscription numbers be favorable, I would gladly produce daily updates without issue. The specific launch time is set for midnight tonight, during which I will release 3 chapters. I guarantee a substantial update on the launch day, with further updates to be calculated progressively. For readers on QQ Reading, if possible, please consider subscribing on Qidian as well. Contributions through Qidian are more beneficial for me. Thank you all. I look forward to our encounter tonight. Do remember to subscribe. Chapter 80, Night of Carnage. End. First update. The night was shrouded in darkness, fraught with peril. Rain poured down, the storm intensifying. As violet thunder dragons writhed within heavy clouds, the resounding thunder reverberating from the heavens, shaking the very foundations of the world. Witnessing his subordinates fall one by one, The Soul King, who had remained aloof and disdainful, could no longer contain himself and finally struck at Fang Xian. You worthless lot. 9 of you cannot even handle a single soul sect. You have brought shame upon the martial soul hall. The Soul King, standing with arms crossed, seethed with anger. Unbeknownst to him, he had become the last standing commander. If he did not act, there would be no one left to command. Boy, do you understand the consequences of opposing the martial soul hall? Even if you kneel and beg for mercy now, I shall show you no leniency. The middle-aged Soul King's eyes glinted sharply, exuding an aura of authority. His imposing figure radiated explosive power, and a formidable pressure surged toward Fang Xian. How utterly ridiculous. You all attacked me without justification, and now you dare to wield the martial soul hall as a threat? Do not presume that you can act with impunity. Today, I shall slay the people of the martial soul hall. Fang Xian's long blade suddenly plunged into the ground, and he coldly regarded the middle-aged Soul King. His handsome visage devoid of fear, as a fierce blade aura erupted, shattering the latter's oppressive force. I am Mu Hong, a 52nd level battle soul master with the martial soul, divine beast Xuanwu. The Soul King of the martial soul hall, Mu Hong, introduced himself, casting a dispassionate glance at Fang Xian. Boy, I do not kill nameless individuals. I shall grant you the opportunity to announce your name. Fang Xian exhaled deeply, his gaze unwavering as he fixed his eyes upon the Soul King Mu Hong. With utmost seriousness, he declared, I am Tang San, residing in the sacred soul village. Should you seek vengeance in the future, you may come there to find me. Only a fool would reveal their true identity. Do you think me simple-minded? In these times, navigating the martial world necessitates having a few decoys at one's disposal. Fang Xian silently scoffed. A level 52 Soul King, indeed a formidable adversary. He dared not exhibit even the slightest hint of carelessness. His gaze was intensely fixed upon Mu Hong, his expression gravely serious. Quite the audacity. Even disclosing your home address. Yet, regrettably, it is unnecessary, for you shall meet your demise here today. As his words fell, 5 resplendent soul rings, yellow, purple, and black, floated into the air around Mu Hong, unleashing an unmatchable aura of power. Notably, the ink-like black soul ring emitted an extraordinarily terrifying presence. It was, in fact, a 10,000-year soul ring. The pressure was formidable. Fang Xian's expression changed dramatically as he sensed an overwhelming pressure emanating from the millennia-old soul ring, causing his very spirit to tremble. The disparity between a soul sect and a Soul King extends far beyond mere levels of soul power. It is fundamentally rooted in the profound might of this ancient soul ring. A soul sect at the rank of 41 can absorb soul rings of up to 5,000 years in age, yet upon reaching the 51 rank of Soul King, one gains the ability to absorb soul rings of a millennium or more, resulting in a transformation of power that is simply unparalleled. Thus, when a soul sect confronts a Soul King, they stand virtually no chance of success. The first soul skill, the King's Dominance Fist. A verdant, ethereal image of the Xuanwu divine turtle flickered across his surface as Mu Hong roared, his body suddenly surging forward. He unleashed the King's Dominance Fist with tremendous force, hurtling towards Fang Xian. Blade technique, Storm Slash. Upon witnessing the scene, Fang Xian swiftly drew his blade to defend himself. However, the moment the Wu-Ying blade collided with Mu Hong's fist, an overwhelming force surged forth, akin to an uncontrollable truck colliding with him, propelling Fang Xian, along with his weapon, into the air. Astonishing. Such strength, almost monstrous. Is this the power of a Soul King? His form staggered back 9 steps, ultimately crashing into the willow tree at the entrance of the blacksmith shop. Fang Xian gasped in pain as the sound of shattering bones echoed around him. Gritting his teeth, he gazed at the advancing Mu Hong, his expression gravely serious. He had not anticipated the Soul King's might to be so terrifying. Clutching his blade with both hands, he relied on the strength of his left arm bone, aged 5,000 years, which could easily slay the soul sect. Yet, in the face of the Soul King, he found himself incapable of withstanding even a single punch. The chasm created by a 10,000-year soul ring is indeed profound. It seems I have no choice but to give that a try. Fang Xian's deep-set eyes reflected a grave seriousness as he contemplated the means to vanquish Mu Hong, ultimately resorting to a long-concealed trump card. Die, little ghost. To perish at the hands of a Soul King is a privilege. Mu Hong, surrounded by 5 shimmering soul rings, roared like a galloping divine tortoise as he unleashed his King Overlord fist, charging at Fang Xian with ferocious intent, poised to eliminate him in one decisive blow. Calmly gazing at the oncoming Mu Hong, Fang Xian maintained his composure, a chilling gleam stirring within his profound gaze as he coldly uttered 2 words. Devour. Devour. The blood-soaked soul skill, embedded within his left arm's bone and reputed to refine all things in existence, now faced a Soul King of a higher realm. And Fang Xian questioned how much potency this ability could truly wield. Today, he would test its limits against Mu Hong. Boom, boom, boom. The power of devouring erupted forth. Waves of dark energy surging from his left arm, swiftly enveloping the blade in a tempestuous embrace, swirling around the shadowless blade as if transforming into a black hole capable of consuming all. The power to devour, to engulf all. With a resonant roar in his heart, Fang Xian's eyes shone with determination as he wielded the shadowless blade, now entwined with devouring energy, and clashed fiercely against Mu Hong's King Overlord fist. Ha! The foolhardy little ghost, oblivious to the lesson at hand. Do you not comprehend? Your blade cannot possibly withstand my King Overlord fist. Mu Hong scoffed. As torrents of immense soul power surged within him, causing his green fist to radiate blinding brilliance, its might escalating, the released wind akin to razor-sharp blades. He summoned his full strength, pushing his first soul skill, King Overlord fist, to its utmost limit, intending to shatter the shadowless blade and obliterate Fang Xian in one fell swoop. Yet, at that moment, the devouring force upon the shadowless blade began to spin rapidly, forming a vortex reminiscent of a storm's eye, which astonishingly absorbed Mu Hong's formidable soul power entirely. How is this possible? Your blade has consumed my attack? What a bizarre skill. Mu Hong's face was a portrait of shock as he gazed incredulously at his right fist. What had once been a colossal fist, towering at a meter high, swiftly diminished, returning to its original size, losing the fearsome might it had just exhibited. Ah, perish! Fang Xian bellowed, and a torrent of soul power erupted forth like molten lava. With a single stroke, he severed Mu Hong's right arm, sending the formidable Soul King hurtling through the air. In Chapter 81, the forceful strike against the Soul King, Mu Hong emitted a harrowing scream as his bloodied right arm flew away, having been struck by Fang Xian's blade. He was propelled backwards, soaring 7 meters before crashing into a wall, which crumbled under the impact, leaving him to land in a mud-laden puddle. A dignified Soul King now lay in a pitiful state, his body smeared with blood and filth, utterly wretched and tragic, had it not been for his martial soul. The Xuanwu turtle, which boasted remarkable defensive capabilities, that single strike could have cleaved him in twain. My arm! My arm! Mu Hong's face contorted in agony as he clutched the stump of his severed limb, wailing like a slaughtered pig. His entire right arm had been completely severed by Fang Xian, blood gushing forth in torrents. The devouring soul technique he employed was terrifyingly potent, completely nullifying a Soul King's offensive. Seizing the opportunity, Fang Xian pressed the attack, striking Mu Hong with unyielding force. However, while the devouring skill was immensely powerful, its activation incurred substantial costs. The more soul power consumed, the greater the potency of the devouring effect. Just moments ago, the technique had absorbed Mu Hong's Overlord fist, depleting a significant portion of Fang Xian's own soul power. Were he to face an opponent of equal rank, Fang Xian could have wholly devoured and refined them. Having unleashed the devouring soul technique for the first time in battle, he was thoroughly pleased with its efficacy. Light's blade technique, the judgment of sorrow. Fang Xian struck with precision, once again brandishing his blade towards Mu Hong. He activated his six-winged angel martial soul, channeling an incessant flow of divine energy, unleashing his most formidable attack skill to date. Perish, Mu Hong! Fang Xian let out a wild roar, as the yellow, purple, and purple soul rings shimmered brilliantly, intent on seizing the opportunity to slay Mu Hong. That cursed little wretch, do not grow too complacent. Although Mu Hong had lost his right arm and was gravely injured, his strength significantly diminished, he was still a powerful Soul King. Realizing Fang Xian harbored murderous intent, he instantly reacted, his eyes blazing with fury as he let out a low growl. Fifth soul skill, Xuanwu Divine Armor. With a resounding hum, a brilliant golden light flashed, and a massive golden tortoise shell suddenly manifested around Mu Hong, enveloping him completely in its protective embrace. This was his Millennium Soul skill, boasting astonishing defensive capabilities. It was said that not even a Soul King of the same rank could breach his defenses, let alone mere Soul Masters. Clang! The shadowless blade, infused with divine power, transformed into a golden blade of light, striking fiercely against the Xuanwu Divine Armor, unleashing a thunderous explosion that reverberated through the air. How is this possible? Fang Xian's eyelids twitched uncontrollably. His full-force strike not only failed to shatter the tortoise shell, but instead resulted in his own mouth being split from the backlash, crimson blood trickling down his palm and onto the pristine blade. What an absurd level of defense! He could only click his tongue in astonishment, realizing he had encountered a formidable adversary, one not only a rank higher as a Soul King but also boasting terrifying defensive capabilities. Aha! You think a mere child can kill me? Perhaps in 100 years. My Xuanwu Divine Armor is impervious even to ordinary Soul Emperors. You insignificant Soul Zone should stop dreaming. Mu Hong, witnessing Fang Xian's failed assault, couldn't help but erupt in hearty laughter, as if exorcising the pent-up frustration within him. Oh, is that so? Then allow me to shatter it before your very eyes. A madness surged in Fang Xian's gaze. Humph, do not overestimate yourself. That last devouring skill must have taken a considerable toll on you. I can see that your soul power is nearly exhausted. Mu Hong sneered, eagerly awaiting the moment Fang Xian would be drained of strength, ready to strike the fatal blow. Level up. At that moment, Fang Xian shouted within his heart and began to elevate his rank. Having just defeated a dozen or so Soul Zone, he had accrued sufficient soul power to ascend 2 levels. Having already leveled up once, he was now poised to ascend yet again. It was the perfect moment to utilize this as a remarkable tactic for restoring his soul power. A torrent of soul energy surged within him, and Fang Xian's soul power instantly brimmed to its fullest capacity. Level 43. With his strength further enhanced and soul power restored to its peak state, Fang Xian simultaneously activated his angel martial soul to attack, while employing the devouring skill to dismantle the tortoiseshell's defenses. With a dual-pronged assault, he ultimately shattered Mu Hong's Xuanwu divine armor in one fell swoop. Die. Fang Xian let out a wild howl as his blade ruthlessly tore through Mu Hong's chest, the bloody tip emerging from his back, impaling him completely. No. Mu Hong spewed forth a torrent of blood, his face a mask of terror, seemingly unable to comprehend how a mere soul master could breach his defenses. With an overwhelming sense of reluctance, his body gradually succumbed, collapsing into a pool of crimson. Congratulations! You have vanquished a 5-ring Soul King. Rewards: 10,000 sword draws, soul power 10,000, 10,000 sword draws and 10,000 points of soul power. Fang Xian was exhilarated, completely taken aback by the bountiful rewards that accompanied the defeat of a Soul King. Although the demise of Mu Hong had been somewhat fortuitous and perilous, it was ultimately a worthwhile endeavor. With a surge of excitement, he eagerly accessed his personal panel, yearning to examine his current attributes. Ultimate Blade Drawing System Host, Fang Xian level, LV43 title, Soul Master Soul Power, 100, 007. 000, upgradable, weapon, Shadowless Blade Proficiency, Minor Mastery of Blade Drawing 11, 200, Mindset Comprehension, Blade Momentum Divine Gifted Blade, 1 Martial Souls, 6-Winged Angel Soul, Intermediate 0, 200. Ice Phoenix Soul, Intermediate 82 to 200, 9 Heart Begonia Soul, Intermediate 80 to 200, Talents, Judgment's Lament, Dance of the Flurries, Light of Healing Blade Techniques, Storm Slash, Enhanced Blade Drawing. Increasing blade power by 30, Swallow's Return, Supersonic Blade Drawing, Enhancing blade speed by 30, Usable blade draws, 21,000 with a staggering 21,000 blade draws at his disposal. This bounty would suffice for him to indulge for quite some time. Moreover, the substantial soul power gained from vanquishing the Soul King would afford him yet another opportunity for advancement. Fang Xian was filled with exhilaration. Rather than opting for an immediate upgrade, he resolved to utilize this opportunity as a strategic trump card. After the Battle of the Night, he was acutely aware that if he were to upgrade while his soul power was depleted, it would instantly replenish, akin to a miraculous resurrection. For Fang Xian, this upgrade opportunity was exceedingly precious, a potential final weapon and secret asset to be preserved for a critical moment. He pondered the situation of the old madman. Awakening from the realm of consciousness, Fang Xian swiftly recalled him and began to scan his surroundings. At last, he spotted the 2 titled Douluos still embroiled in fierce combat. 300 meters to the east. This was dire news. The situation was grave. Fang Xian fortuitously witnessed a breathtaking scene, his pupils abruptly contracting, and his expression darkening ominously. On the battlefield, the old madman and the blood Douluo had clashed for hundreds of rounds, yet remained evenly matched. However, during one fierce confrontation, the bloodsword martial spirit unexpectedly severed the old madman's black blade in a single stroke. Boom! A flash of lightning streaked across the void, altering the very fabric of heaven and earth. Chapter 82, The Sinister Blade of Malice, 3rd update. A plea for subscriptions. For a swordsman, the blade is akin to life itself. To lose one's weapon in combat, especially in such a pinnacle battle of titled ranks, equates to a demise of sorts. With the black blade shattered, the old madman found himself bereft of his trusty weapon, the situation perilously dire, rendering him no longer a match for the blood Douluo. Ha! The blood Douluo bellowed with laughter, having cleaved the black blade asunder. A look of arrogance illuminated his aged visage as he coldly regarded the old madman, stating, "What a pity, Luo Xuanqing. I acknowledge your swordsmanship is indeed unparalleled in the world, unmatched by any. Had your blade attained the quality of a divine artifact, I would undoubtedly be your inferior." At this juncture, he shifted his tone, sneering, "But alas, you are incapable of forging such artifacts. Your martial spirit is but a useless one, devoid of any combat prowess. It seems your fate is sealed here." The old man fell silent. His resolute countenance remained undisturbed as he gazed at the broken blade in his hand, murmuring, "Indeed, an ordinary sword, even the most exquisite of blades, cannot compare to a titled martial spirit. What's the matter, Luo Xuanqing? Are you prepared to surrender?" The blood Douluo taunted. "If I capture you alive, I believe His Holiness the Pope would be most pleased." "Bloodsword one, you speak the truth. Indeed, I cannot forge a divine artifact." However, the old madman, with his disheveled gray hair and profound gaze, allowed a dangerous smile to curve his lips. "Who told you I lack divine artifacts? Eh? What jest is this? Such petty tricks cannot deceive a titled Douluo like myself." The blood Douluo momentarily stood bewildered, followed by a furrowed brow, his eyes swirling with profound doubt. Clearly incredulous of the old madman's assertion, the broken blade slipped from his grasp, landing upon the blood-soaked earth. Simultaneously, a menacing, crimson longsword materialized from thin air, its sanguine brilliance tearing through the night, a terror-filled intent soaring to the heavens. This was a blood-red longsword, approximately 3 feet and 3 inches in length. Slender and elongated. At first glance, it appeared no different from any other sword, yet around this blade swirled a palpable aura of crimson malice. The murderous intent coalescing into a visible form. Upon the appearance of this sword, the entire space was engulfed by gusts of chilling winds, accompanied by the endless wails and cries of tormented spirits, piercing eardrums and resonating within souls, a tumultuous wave sweeping in all directions. What manner of sword is that? Even from 100 meters away, Fang Xian trembled uncontrollably, his bones creaking, as if his very soul quaked under the overwhelming aura of death. On the verge of shattering. Evil. Utterly malevolent. A mere glance at that blood-red longsword could ensnare one within its inexhaustible murderous intent, rendering them powerless. A demonic blade. A true blade of malevolence. Fang Xian was utterly astounded, as if he beheld a malevolent blade of slaughter emerging from the depths of hell. A divine artifact? Truly a divine artifact. How could this be? How could you possibly possess such a weapon? The blood Douluo's expression shifted dramatically upon witnessing the old madman's unveiling of the menacing blade. He could no longer maintain his composure. For even as a titled Douluo, he felt a chilling dread of death emanating from that very sword, an aura befitting a deity. You speak the truth, as a mere mortal. I am indeed incapable of forging a legendary divine weapon. Yet, I possess one. The old madman replied with a proud smile. Gripping the sinister blade tightly in his right hand, his aura underwent a sudden transformation, surging with wild ferocity. Akin to the resurrection of an unparalleled harbinger of death from the inferno, a terrifying killing intent piercing through the cosmos, shaking the very earth. Little madman, observe closely. This is how one wields a blade. The old madman bellowed with laughter, his entire being suffused with the essence of the blade. As he unleashed a crimson realm of swordsmanship, the blood-red blade was aimed directly at the blood Douluo, and with a swift motion, it cleaved downward. One strike. Nearly a single stroke. It severed the blood sword and struck down the blood Douluo from afar. Bang. A level 91 titled Douluo, utterly defenseless, was instantly obliterated. His form disintegrating into a cloud of crimson mist, bursting apart. Astonishment. The scene was overwhelmingly shocking. One strike to slay a titled Douluo. Fang Xian was profoundly shaken. His entire being quivering with excitement. So powerful. Incredibly formidable. Is this truly the pinnacle of swordsmanship? Fang Xian gazed at the old madman, whose formidable presence evoked in him a deep sense of admiration and yearning. Is this the pinnacle of wielding a blade? The fusion of blade energy, blade intent. And the realm of the blade culminates in an ultimate strike, potent enough to slay gods and vanquish demons. Little madman, stop daydreaming. We must make haste. The old madman glanced at the still-dazed Fang Xian and remarked, given the commotion here, the powerful figures from the Wuhuan Temple and Tiando will surely arrive shortly. Fang Xian was momentarily stunned, awakening from a profound shock, his face adorned with astonishment as he gazed at the old madman. Hey, with strength like yours, why do you flee? Why not confront the gods and slay them, or challenge the Buddhas and vanquish them? You insolent brat. If only it were as simple as you suggest, the old madman retorted, casting a displeased glare at Fang Xian. Suddenly, a trickle of crimson spilled from his lips, staining his garment. Old madman, what is happening? Are you injured? Fang Xian was momentarily taken aback, gazing at the suddenly blood-spitting old madman with a hint of concern. To his astonishment, the man who had just exhibited unparalleled might by cleaving the blood duelist in two was now vomiting blood, his face devoid of color, and his appearance had turned haggard. What could possibly be the cause of this? Could it be that he sustained injuries during the battle with the blood duelist? Fang Xian was engulfed in confusion, uncertain about the old madman's predicament. It seemed that the blow he had just delivered was far from the effortless endeavor he had envisioned. It had indeed imposed a significant burden on the old man. Let us go. The old madman uttered no further words. Gesturing with a wave of his hand to stow away the severed black blade, Duan Shui, before grasping the crimson demonic sword and hastily departing with Fang Xian. The torrential rain fell heavily, and the winds howled with ferocity. The downpour intensified, mercilessly washing away the bloodstains on the ground, while heaps of corpses bled profusely, their life essence merging with the rain to form a flowing river. The entire street was permeated with a nauseating stench of blood. From a distance, this place resembled a hellish realm. In a single night, the Spirit Hall had suffered the loss of 11 Soul Sect members, 1 Soul King, and a titled Douluo. Should this news spread, it would undoubtedly send shockwaves throughout the continent, and the orchestrator of this massacre would undoubtedly invoke the wrath and relentless pursuit of the Spirit Hall. The situation had truly escalated beyond measure. Beside a heap of Soul Sect corpses, Mu Hong lay slanted on the ground, his pupils completely dilated. His body devoid of the warmth of life, reduced to a cold corpse. At that moment, whether it was the impact of raindrops or the sweep of a tempest, his fingers suddenly twitched, only to be quietly buried by the deepening night. Chapter 83. A new dawn. The darkness gradually receded, and the sun lazily rose from the eastern horizon, its golden rays gently cascading upon the still damp earth, heralding the arrival of a new dawn. After the rain, the skies cleared. A beautiful rainbow emerged against the pale gray sky. As Fang Xian raised his eyelids, he found the brightness somewhat blinding, shielding his eyes with his fair hand, yet the vibrant hues still managed to filter through his fingers, casting a kaleidoscope of colors upon his somewhat languidly handsome visage. Where am I? Fang Xian languidly stifled a yawn, propping himself up with both hands against the ground. His weary body gradually straightening as he surveyed the unfamiliar surroundings with a dazed expression. He found himself amidst a thicket, devoid of towering trees, with not a single beast in sight, unlike the ancient and fabled soul beast forests of yore. After a night of fierce battle, Fang Xian was utterly exhausted, unable to recall how he had followed the old madman to this place. All he knew was that he had collapsed into slumber without uttering a word the moment they stopped. He had been utterly fatigued. After a night of deep sleep, he felt rejuvenated, his energy significantly restored, and his spirits lifted. But where was that old madman? Fang Xian's gaze swept across the surroundings. Yet he found no trace of the old madman. Muttering to himself, he pondered, could he have perished? After all, I assisted him in vanquishing so many enemies from the spirit hall yesterday. Surely he ought to offer me some form of recompense. Suddenly, a rustling sound broke the silence, and the disheveled old man emerged from the depths of the forest, a bemused expression upon his face as he fixed his gaze upon Fang Xian. What compensation do you seek? He inquired. Ah, you're still alive. Fang Xian exclaimed, his eyes lighting up with surprise as he beheld the old man sitting beside him. The old man's hidden depths and terrifying prowess left Fang Xian in awe. Who would have imagined that this seemingly ordinary blacksmith was, in fact, a formidable title Douluo? Surely, a sum of 100 or 80,000 gold spirit coins is in order. Fang Xian mused, stroking his chin like a meticulous merchant, calculating every detail. Huh. Does a prince of the Tiando Empire truly lack for funds? Can't you aspire to something greater? The old man chided with a laugh. Puffed as a prince. I am worth nothing. My father, the emperor, has never even given me a single copper spirit coin. Fang Xian replied nonchalantly. Enough of your lamentations about poverty. I am even poorer than you. The old man retorted, maintaining his calm demeanor as he spread his hands. There's no money to be had, no life to spare. And besides, I never solicited your assistance. This old fellow has undoubtedly witnessed the trials of war. When it comes to shamelessness, he rivals even the likes of Li Yunlong. Fang Xian's lips twitched violently, indicating that extracting any value from this miserly individual was utterly improbable. With a deep sigh of regret, he tilted his head back towards the rocks behind him and inadvertently caught sight of the crimson demonic blade, which was slanted beside the old madman. His gaze instantly ignited with fervor. This was a rare artifact of unparalleled might, the terrifying power of which Fang Xian had already witnessed firsthand. Just last night, the old madman had wielded this very blade to effortlessly slay the blood Douluo with a single strike, a feat of sheer dominance. He chuckled, thinking no money? That's quite all right. Let me have a go at this sword. Fang Xian hurriedly approached the old madman, his gaze fixated hungrily on the blood-red demon blade. Unable to contain his eagerness, he rubbed his palms together and reached out to touch the blade. Suddenly, a rough, calloused hand struck down, forcefully swatting Fang Xian's hand away. The old madman cast a fleeting glance at him and spoke in a grave tone. Little madman, this blade is far beyond your current capabilities. Reckless handling could lead to dire consequences. Is it truly that ominous? If you don't intend to let me try, just say so, stingy. Fang Xian couldn't help but pout, internally grumbling as he cast a lingering glance at the demon blade. For a swordsman of his caliber, this blade was an unparalleled treasure. A level above the white blade, shadowless he currently wielded, a weapon only possessed by beings of divine rank. Hey, old madman, where did you acquire this sword? Fang Xian inquired, his eyes locked onto the demon blade with curiosity. Picked it up off the ground, the old madman replied nonchalantly. Really? Where exactly did you find it? I want to try my luck and see if I can find another one. Fang Xian exclaimed, excitement brimming in his voice. Not telling you. Fang Xian's lips twitched slightly. He had not anticipated that this old fellow possessed a somewhat mischievous demeanor. Regrettably unable to grasp the enchanted blade, Fang Xian sat silently before the old madman, his gaze fixated intently upon the demonic sword. After a while, the old madman lifted his head, his profound eyes piercing through his disheveled gray-white hair. Landing upon Fang Xian as he inquired, "Are you truly willing to test this blade?" Fang Xian was momentarily taken aback, but soon a joyful expression graced his face as he earnestly nodded. All right. Today, I shall indulge you, allowing you to experience the power of this divine weapon. The old madman chuckled softly, reluctantly acquiescing to the request. He then solemnly cautioned. However, let me make it clear beforehand, should any mishap occur while you wield the blade, I shall bear no responsibility. Pooh, don't try to scare me. It's merely a knife. Could it possibly devour a person? Fang Xian rolled his eyes, disregarding the old madman's threats as a surge of anticipation and excitement coursed through him. He extended his right hand and grasped the cursed blade tightly. Little madman, behold the vastness of the world through your eyes. The old madman murmured quietly, gazing at Fang Xian, who held the demonic sword with profound intensity. Boom. The moment Fang Xian seized the cursed blade, an overwhelming torrent of ferocious killing intent surged forth, as if 100,000 sharp blades pierced through him simultaneously. His flesh was torn apart, his soul shattered, and he could not suppress a pained wail. In that instant, Fang Xian found himself ensnared within a maelstrom of murderous energy. His frail body mercilessly ripped asunder, his very spirit on the verge of collapse. So powerful. Indeed, so overwhelmingly powerful. Is this the essence of divine strength? As if awakening from a nightmare, Fang Xian was consumed by shock, his face contorted in agony. His right hand, which clutched the cursed blade, erupted in a violent explosion. The sheer ferocity of the killing intent was too terrifying for a mortal frame to endure. Yet, unwilling to yield, he gritted his teeth fiercely. His flesh exploding to reveal only the stark whiteness of bone, yet he still held onto the cursed blade, refusing to let go. Fang Xian gritted his teeth, resolutely utilizing the 9-heart begonia to mend his injuries, while simultaneously immersing his consciousness into the demonic blade. Under the overwhelming aura of destruction, he struggled to endure, refusing to relent. Remarkable resilience. The old madman observed this scene, nodding with a smile. Boom. After an indeterminate period, as Fang Xian gradually acclimated to the terrifying aura within the demonic blade, a resounding roar echoed in his mind, and the world before him abruptly shattered. A magnificent scroll began to unfurl. Chapter 84. The Demonic Blade's Crimson Rain. This is a vast expanse of chaos, with chaos above and the sky beneath his feet. Thousands of beings were locked in battle. What astonished Fang Xian the most was that every individual here possessed 10 soul rings. Their terrifying presence potent enough to shatter the Douluo Continent. Deities. These beings were indeed all level 100 deities. Fang Xian was utterly astounded, as if he were witnessing a battle of the gods with his own eyes. Among this group, the least impressive soul ring configuration began with a 10,000-year soul ring. Black. Black, 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 red, 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 gold. The majority possessed first soul rings exceeding 100,000 years, characterized by a sequence of red, 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 gold. The terror was simply overwhelming. Oh, no, don't. Quickly flee, that individual is. A cacophony of fearful screams echoed from the chaos. In the center of the battlefield, a crimson-haired man wielded a demonic blade, drenched in blood, his madness palpable as he slaughtered relentlessly. With each swing of his blade, countless level 100 deities fell, as he rampaged through a throng of divine beings, engaged in a frenzied massacre. Godlayer? Who on earth is that person? Fang Xian was filled with trepidation as he witnessed the overwhelming spectacle. A multitude of 100-level deities, each adorned with 10 soul rings, utterly vanquished by a single crimson-haired man. Reduced to a disarrayed retreat in sheer panic. It is crucial to note that this was a congregation of divine beings. The scene was profoundly staggering. Could it be that the demon blade is the weapon of that extraordinary individual? Fang Xian observed the crimson-haired man wielding the scarlet demon blade, which bore an uncanny resemblance to the one held by the old madman. It was unmistakably the same weapon. Filled with profound curiosity, Fang Xian cautiously approached the center of the battlefield, directing his fervent gaze towards the crimson-haired figure, eager to discern the features obscured by the chaotic aura. At that moment, the crimson-haired man abruptly lifted his head, coldly fixing his gaze upon Fang Xian. With a mere flicker of his eyes, 2 icy beams shot forth, obliterating Fang Xian's form instantly. Boom. In the next instant, Fang Xian's mind erupted with a deafening roar, plunging into darkness as he awakened from that enigmatic chaotic realm. He gasped for breath, his body drenched in cold sweat, utterly drained of energy, collapsing helplessly to the ground. How terrifying. Truly, it was unfathomably horrifying. With just a fleeting glance, he could effortlessly bring about my demise. Is this the power of the divine? Fang Xian breathed heavily, his face etched with terror, clearly still reeling from the recent shock. Have you awakened? Quite impressive, indeed, to endure for so long. The old madman sat cross-legged on the ground, a smile gracing his lips as he regarded Fang Xian. Old madman, what on earth was that just now? Fang Xian stood in a daze, evidently still shaken. As you observed, it was merely a battle, albeit one between deities, the old madman remarked, his gaze profound and voice solemn. Fang Xian fell into a contemplative silence. You must have encountered the crimson-haired man, the slayer of deities. He is the master of this cursed blade. The old madman caressed the red demonic sword, declaring earnestly, this blade is known as the demon sword, Red Rain, a weapon forged for the slaying of gods. The demon sword, Red Rain. Fang Xian was momentarily taken aback. His gaze fixated upon the demonic blade, an expression of increasing gravity adorning his face. The origins of this blade were undeniably astonishing. Its formidable power was so immense that even I, a titled Douluo, could not fully harness its potential. Among divine artifacts, this demonic sword stood as one of the most supreme entities. The old madman's tone shifted as he sighed deeply, however. Due to the overwhelming might of the demonic blade, the backlash it inflicts is equally tremendous. Once one wields this sword, they are inevitably consumed by the terrifying killing intent it harbors. It is crucial to understand that this is the residual malice of slain deities. Even the slightest trace could reduce an ordinary person to mere fragments. Even someone of my stature, a titled Douluo. There's an immense burden and cost when employing this demonic blade. Thus, it became clear. Fang Xian nodded earnestly, finally grasping why the old madman inexplicably spat blood. It seemed he had been afflicted by the terrifying murderous aura within the demonic blade, sustaining internal injuries to a considerable extent. Very well, young madman. You should not dwell on this cursed blade for the time being. With your current strength, you would be shattered to pieces before even wielding it. The old madman smiled faintly, waving his hand to stow the demonic sword into a spatial ring. He then produced a pitch-black long knife, slowly extending it towards Feng Xian. This black blade, water breaker, I bestow upon you as a parting gift. Wasn't this blade severed? Feng Xian exclaimed in astonishment as the pristine water breaker appeared before him. In his recollection, this sword should have been cleaved in two by the blood duelist's strike. Indeed, I spent 3 days restoring it, the old madman replied with a serene smile. Restored? Feng Xian's eyes sparkled with excitement as he eagerly accepted the black blade, Duan Shui. With a touch of exhilaration, he caressed the blade's inky surface. Although this knife may not rival the legendary artifact-grade demon blade, it is undoubtedly a top-tier renowned weapon, its quality even surpassing that of his white blade, Wuing. Given his current prowess, he could no longer indulge in fantasies about the artifact-grade demon blade, Hongyu. However, this black blade, Duan Shui, is indeed the most suitable weapon for him at present. Haha, thank you. Feng Xian, feeling a surge of excitement, toyed with the black blade and expressed his gratitude to the old madman. However, a sudden realization struck him, prompting him to blink in confusion and inquire. What did you just say about 3 days? What 3 days? It felt like just an instant. The old madman explained. Though you were in that chaotic space for merely a brief moment, in reality, 3 days have already elapsed. Feng Xian sighed with a sense of melancholy. In the realm of the divine, is it not possible to perceive the passage of time? Little madman, I must take my leave now. May fate bring us together once more. The old madman gazed earnestly at Feng Xian and let out a long sigh. What? You are leaving just like that? Feng Xian was taken aback and hastily exclaimed. Is there truly a need for such urgency? I have many more questions to pose. Who exactly are you? What grievances do you hold with the Spirit Hall? From where did you acquire that demonic blade? Do not deceive me by claiming it was merely found. I refuse to believe such a tale. The old madman chuckled softly and replied, perhaps another time. Should our paths cross again? I shall reveal all that you wish to know. Feng Xian furrowed his brow, clearly dissatisfied with the response. Yet, in the next moment, the old madman's figure flickered and vanished without a trace, leaving behind a resounding laugh that echoed through the air. Ha ha ha, little madman, strive to live on. For this world is truly splendid. Feng Xian gazed intently at the spot where the old madman had just stood, lost in thought for a considerable time. His eyes shimmered with determination as he solemnly nodded, affirming, I shall live well. Chapter 85, Engagement for the Position of Hallmaster. Upon returning to the Tiando Academy, a sense of urgency enveloped him as a throng of individuals unexpectedly surrounded him. Feng Xian was taken aback, eyeing the crowd with caution. What is it? Are we about to brawl? He inquired. The group comprised Yu Tianheng, Du Guyin, Yi Lingling, and others, who had rushed in and surrounded him. Feng Xian assumed they had come to pick a fight. Feng Xian, where have you been? Why have you only returned now? The people at the academy have been going frantic looking for you. Yu Tianheng exclaimed. Looking for me? Feng Xian felt a sudden jolt in his heart, gradually furrowing his brow as an ominous sensation crept over him. This cannot be. Could it be that the events of that night have been uncovered, and the Spirit Hall has traced them back to him? He was merely a lowly soul sect member on that day. The Spirit Hall suffered the demise of over a dozen formidable individuals, including a titled Douluo. Surely no one would suspect him. Just as Feng Xian was enveloped in confusion, he heard, Hey, what are you dawdling for? Hurry up, spoke Du Guyan. His Majesty has been searching for you for 3 days, Yi Lingling explained. Wait, the Snow Knight Emperor is looking for me? Feng Xian was momentarily stunned, utterly bewildered by the situation. In the Grand Palace of Tiando, within the main hall, Feng Xian stood in the center of the Grand Hall, utterly perplexed, casting a puzzled glance toward the Snowy Knight Emperor seated upon the throne, uncertain of why the sovereign would summon him. However, the Snowy Knight Emperor appeared to be in high spirits, beaming with joy as he engaged in a delightful conversation with Ning Fengji beside him. The relationship between the Heavendo Empire and the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School was exceedingly cordial, and the camaraderie between Snowy Knight and Ning Fengji was also quite admirable. Among the top 3 sects, the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School stood out as the sole supporter of the Heavendo royalty. The two conversed in hushed tones, leaving Feng Xian unaware of their discussion and hesitant to interject, so he remained quietly in the hall. After approximately 10 minutes, the Snowy Knight Emperor and Ning Fengji concluded their dialogue and turned their attention towards Feng Xian, both revealing warm and welcoming smiles. Feng Xian suddenly felt a shiver run down his spine, as a sense of foreboding surged within him. What could these two old geezers be plotting? Under the intense scrutiny of their fiery gazes, he could not help but feel a twinge of panic, sensing that something undesirable was afoot. Feng Xian, your performance in the competition has been exceptional, earning you high praise from Lord Ning. After much deliberation, we have resolved to arrange a betrothal for you, the Snowy Knight Emperor said with a benevolent smile. Betrothal? Feng Xian was momentarily taken aback. Indeed, you are my son, now 15 years of age. A promising young man of remarkable talent. Lord Ning has a daughter, just 12 years old, who is intelligent, graceful, and charmingly beautiful. The Snowy Knight Emperor stroked his beard with a smile, continuing, "You are of similar age, both outstanding prodigies of the younger generation. A perfect match in both talent and appearance. Thus, Lord Ning and I have decided to formalize your engagement." Ning Rongrong? An engagement? Fang Xian's lips twitched slightly, perplexed by the situation at hand. Haha, Fang Xian, your prowess is well acknowledged, and Rongrong is an exceptionally gifted support soul master, possessing the continent's foremost support martial soul, the 7 treasure, glazed tile. Should the two of you unite, you will undoubtedly complement each other's strengths and enhance your abilities further, destined to make a name for yourselves across the continent. A smile graced Ning Fengxi's handsome visage as he nodded towards Fang Xian, clearly pleased with his prospective son-in-law. Fang Xian's expression stiffened, as he was inclined to refuse, fearing a future annulment of the engagement. This scheme was becoming exceedingly tiresome. Perhaps he could feign agreement and then discreetly dismiss that little sorceress later? No. Whichever path he chose would undoubtedly invite endless troubles and repercussions. It was quite vexing. How could an emperor and a sect master, with nothing better to do, assume the role of matchmakers? Under the piercing gazes of the Snowy Knight Emperor and Ning Fengxi, Fang Xian gritted his teeth and declared, "Your Majesty, Sect Master Ning, I am not inclined to marry at this time. How absurd. I have yet to fully enjoy the pleasures of my splendid single life. How could I possibly consider marriage? On this figurative bed, how could I allow another to slumber peacefully? Fang Xian is currently not mentally prepared to share his bed with another. However, if Ning Rongrong is willing to sleep on the floor, he might reluctantly acquiesce to this temporary arrangement. In the future, he could always find an opportunity to dismiss her. After all, who told her to marry at such a young age?" The Snow Knight Emperor cast a disapproving glance at Fang Xian and remarked, "Rongrong is merely 12 years old. Even if you desire it, I am not inclined to agree. This is simply an engagement for now. Once you both reach adulthood, Ning Zhongzhu and I shall prepare a grand wedding for you." Ning Feng's smile remained undiminished as he subtly added, "Rest assured, Fang Xian. When the time comes for you and Rongrong to wed, I will certainly provide her with a substantial dowry." Dowry? Fang Xian's eyes sparkled, nearly causing him to abandon his principles. Goodness, the 7 treasure glazed tile school must possess considerable wealth. The dowry prepared for Ning Rongrong must be substantial. Why not devise a plan to obtain her dowry first, and then figure out a pleasant way to part ways? It matters not if I do not have a wife. But that dowry is a different matter altogether. One cannot pass up the opportunity for profit. Given the immense financial resources of the 7 treasure glazed tile school, this dowry could easily amount to hundreds of thousands or even millions of gold soul coins. Who knows, perhaps a few soul bones could also be acquired. Furthermore, judging by today's developments, it seems that the Snow Knight Emperor and Ning Fengxi have likely already made their decision. Fang Xian, even if reluctant, would have no choice but to acquiesce. Thus, it would be prudent to initially agree and later strategize a way to withdraw from the engagement. Very well, I consent. After a moment of careful contemplation, Fang Xian finally nodded earnestly. Seeing this, the Snow Knight Emperor and Ning Fengxi exchanged glances, unable to suppress their satisfied laughter. By the time they returned home, the sky had turned completely dark. Fang Xian sat quietly on his bed, opening the system panel to review his recent gains. Strong Blade Drawing System Host. Fang Xian level. LV43 title. Soul Master Soul Power. 100, 007, 000, upgradable. Weapon. Shadowless Blade Proficiency. Minor Blade Drawing Technique. 11. 200, Mindset Comprehension. Blade Intent Divine Gifted Blade. 1 Martial Soul. 6-Winged Angel Soul. Intermediate 0. 200, Ice Phoenix Soul. Intermediate 82. 200, 9 Heart Begonia Soul. Intermediate 80. 200, Talents. Judgment's Lament. Dance of the Light Snow. Healing Light Blade Techniques. Storm Slash. Enhanced Blade Drawing. Increases drawing power by 30. Swallow's Return. Supersonic Blade Drawing. Increases drawing speed by 30. Usable Blade Draws. 21, 000. Having slain a Soul King and 11 Soul Masters, Fang Xian reaped immense rewards, now possessing a staggering 21, 000 blade draws to lavish at his discretion. He stroked his chin, contemplating thoughtfully for a moment, and resolved to expend 11, 000 blade draws for a lottery to acquire soul rings and attribute points, while reserving the remaining 10, 000 draws to enhance his weapons and augment the attributes of his 2 blades. With this determination, Fang Xian eagerly set forth on his journey of lottery and enhancement. Chapter 86. Gains and Advancements. He utilized a total of 11, 000 blade draws, resulting in 110 lottery attempts. As the saying goes, relentless effort yields extraordinary miracles. Fang Xian finally indulged in a lavish spree, engaging in a frenzied series of over 100 consecutive draws, yielding a remarkable assortment of items, including several precious artifacts. He acquired 3,300-year soul rings, 15,000-year soul rings, 62 talent points, and 35 basic proficiency points, alongside a plethora of yellow 100-year soul rings, which he deemed worthless. Upon completing the draws, Fang Xian opened his backpack to assess his gains. Although he had amassed a considerable number of 100-year soul rings, they held no value for him. He had also drawn 15,000-year soul rings, the most impressive among them boasting an impressive 5,000 years of cultivation. However, they failed to pique his interest. With Fang Xian's current prowess, he was capable of absorbing soul rings exceeding 10,000 years, rendering even the 5,000-year soul rings unworthy of his attention. Moreover, while the talent points and basic proficiency points he acquired were limited in number, they were exceedingly valuable. Fang Xian first absorbed the 35 basic proficiency points that could enhance his sword-drawing technique. This attribute significantly amplified the power of his foundational sword-drawing skills. Presently, his most formidable talent, the Sword of Light, derived from the six-winged angel martial soul, compelled him to act without hesitation, as he allocated all 62 talent points to the six-winged angel martial soul. Although these talent points were insufficient to elevate the six-winged angel martial soul from intermediate to advanced, he believed that with gradual accumulation, the day of its ascension was not far off. After addressing these attribute points, a sudden gleam of excitement illuminated Fang Xian's face as his fervent gaze fell upon two brand new items in his backpack. 200-year soul rings for cultivation below 10,000 years, and a 10,000-year soul ring. Oh, what splendid treasures he had drawn. Fang Xian gazed upon the two newly acquired artifacts, a flicker of surprise illuminating his clear eyes. The 100-year spirit ring cultivation represented a precious means to enhance one's spirit ring capabilities. In the early stages of a spirit master's journey, due to limitations in rank and strength, the absorbed spirit rings typically bore lower ages. Most individuals' first and second spirit rings were merely of the 100-year yellow variety, significantly constraining their future development. As a time traveler well-versed in the lore of Douluo, Fang Xian understood that there existed but one method to elevate the age of spirit rings: participation in the Divine Nine Trials. When Tang San and the rest of the Shrek 7 monsters undertook the Sea Goddess 9 trials, their powers surged as if augmented by an unseen force. The underlying reason for this transformation lay in the rewards bestowed by the Sea Goddess assessments, which elevated their spirit ring configurations to an extravagant level. Now, however, Fang Xian had fortuitously drawn a prize from the lottery wheel that could enhance the age of a spirit ring, a delightful surprise indeed. Although this artifact was limited to spirit rings of less than 10,000 years, it would nonetheless allow for a significant enhancement of Fang Xian's spirit ring configuration. Suppressing the elation swelling within him, Fang Xian calmly analyzed his current 3 spirit rings: an 800-year yellow ring, a 1,000-year purple ring, and a 3,000-year purple ring. After a moment of contemplation, he resolved to allocate the entirety of the 200-year spirit ring cultivation to elevate his first spirit ring, aiming to advance it to the 1,000-year tier. For, even if he were to bestow the 200-year cultivation upon the 2 1,000-year rings, the benefits would be minimal. It was far more advantageous to directly upgrade the 100-year ring to the 1,000-year level, thereby reaping greater rewards. With this thought in mind, Fang Xian's gaze turned resolute. He immediately directed the 200-year spirit ring cultivation towards his first spirit ring. In the next moment, he spread his palm, and the 3 purple spirit rings materialized in succession, emanating a gentle radiance. Not bad at all. Fang Xian gazed at his soul ring, nodding in satisfaction. Although it could not yet be deemed luxurious, it ranked among the finest within the realm of soul masters below the 50th level. Ultimately, there was that Millennium Soul Ring. Fang Xian's eyes shimmered with brilliance, his excitement palpable as he gazed intently at the obsidian soul ring. He could distinctly sense the formidable energy contained within this dark artifact. A 10,000-year soul ring, indeed. How fortuitous that he could replicate another martial soul. Upon reaching the soul sect, he still possessed a divine blade, yet to be wielded. He resolved to replicate the new martial soul in the coming days and subsequently absorb the 10,000-year soul ring. The lottery journey had concluded, and now he would embark on the path to enhance his weaponry. During the last enhancement, he had drawn his blade a painstaking 1,000 times before the shadowless blade attained a 3. This time, with a staggering 10,000 blade draws at his disposal. Surely the shadowless blade would achieve a remarkable 30. It is worth noting that he now possessed 2 blades. Fang Xian suddenly recalled that he possessed 2 blades, the white blade of no shadow and the black blade of broken water. Consequently, he resolved to lower his expectations, believing that enhancing each blade by just 15 would be quite reasonable. After indulging in delightful thoughts for a while, he confidently commenced the fortification of both weapons. An hour later, Fang Xian lay on the bed, his pupils dilated and his expression one of numbness, his disheveled attire hinting at a profound exhaustion that felt as though his very essence had been drained. The mere utterance of a term associated with civilization caused his lips to twitch involuntarily. After an astounding 10,000 attempts at drawing his sword, he had relentlessly pushed himself, only to find his black blade at 8 and his white blade at 9, with no weapon achieving the coveted 10. At this moment, Fang Xian's mental state was on the verge of collapse. The enhancement process was indeed a cruel ordeal. After a brief period of despondency, he sat up abruptly, steeling himself to examine the augmented attributes of his 2 blades. Shadowless blade level: A. Rare, Strength, 77, 32, Speed, 120, 36, Enhancement, 9 special attributes, none overall evaluation, ethereal and elusive, swift as a specter, though slightly lacking in strength. A blade that strikes with the swiftness of thunder. Water-cutting blade level. A. Rare, strength, 150, 55, speed, 108, 42, enhancement, 8 special attributes, none overall evaluation. A single stroke cleaves through water, unmatched in sharpness. A formidable weapon for aggressive assault. The attributes of the shadowless blade had improved by approximately 50%, while the water-cutting blade, due to its initial enhancement, had seen an increase of around 60%, indicating a significant improvement in their capabilities. He then opened his current personal information, Ultimate Sword Drawing System Host, Fangxian level, LV43 title, Soul Sovereign Soul Power, 100, 007000, upgradable, weapons, Shadowless Blade. Water-cutting blade proficiency, minor sword drawing technique for 6200, state of mind, blade intent divine gifted blade, 1 martial spirits, 6-winged angel spirit, intermediate 62200, ice phoenix spirit, intermediate 82200. 9 heart begonia spirit, intermediate 80200, talents, judgment of sorrow, dance of light snow, healing light blade techniques, storm slash superior sword draw, increases draw power by 30. Swallow's return, superior speed sword draw, increases draw speed by 30. Usable draw attempts, 0. The enhancements were quite satisfactory. Gazing at the steadily increasing attributes, Fangxian nodded in approval. Chapter 87, Formation, the Mightiest Emperor Combat Team, first update. Seeking subscriptions and monthly votes in a pitch-black expanse. A pale yet robust figure lay sprawled on the ground, his attire disheveled, hair in disarray, surrounded by overturned furniture and shattered teacups, creating a scene of utter chaos. Upon closer inspection, one would discover that the disheveled youth was none other than Yu Tianheng. Beside him stood a calm-haired youth, a golden long blade floating above his right hand, radiating a dazzling brilliance. Ding. Success in replication. Congratulations. You have obtained Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus Soul New Talent Unlocked. Thunderblade haha. Martial Spirit Replication successful. I can absorb the soul rings upon returning. Fangxian offered a faint smile, casting a glance at the young man below him, and remarked lightly, Yu Tianheng, I appreciate your martial soul. With his current prowess, he effortlessly infiltrated Yu Tianheng's residence and subdued the lad in mere moments. Yu Tianheng could scarcely discern the visitor's appearance before Fangxian felled him with a single punch. On this venture, Fangxian utilized the divine gift blade to replicate Yu Tianheng's Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus Rex, claiming it as his 4th martial soul. Upon returning home, he promptly commenced the absorption of the Millennium Soul Ring, bestowing it upon the newly replicated Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus Rex martial soul. This endeavor continued until dawn. Congratulations. The soul ring has been successfully absorbed. The Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus Rex martial soul has been elevated to an intermediate level. With current attributes, Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus Rex soul, intermediate 100200. The talent for blade drawing technique, Thunderblade, has been upgraded to Thunder Flash. Thunder Flash, as if lightning cleaves through the void. It is an ultra-high-speed draw of the blade, imbued with tremendous force, akin to a rushing thunderstorm, swift as lightning, rendering resistance futile. Indeed, the martial soul has ascended. Fangxian nodded in satisfaction. The enhancement brought by the 10,000-year soul ring was not merely superficial. The soul power, which had been accumulated over time, erupted magnificently under the overwhelming force of the 10,000-year soul ring, resulting in a remarkable ascension of 2 levels. Strongest blade drawing system host, Fangxian level, LV45 title, Soul Master Soul Power, 010000 weapon, Shadowless Blade. Waterbreaker blade proficiency, minor mastery of blade drawing technique for 6200, state of mind comprehension, blade momentum divinely granted blade, 0 martial spirits, 6-winged angel spirit. Intermediate 62200. Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus Spirit, intermediate 100200, Ice Phoenix Spirit, intermediate 82200, 9 Heart Begonia Spirit, intermediate 80200, talents, Judgment's Lament. Thunder Flash, Dance of Snowflakes. Light of Healing Blade Techniques, Storm Slash, Enhanced Blade Drawing, increases drawing power by 30, Swallow's Return, Hyperspeed Blade Drawing. Increases drawing speed by 30, usable blade drawing attempts, 0 level 45 attained. Fangxian, feeling the rapid growth of his power, was filled with excitement as a gleam sparkled in his eyes. He opened his right hand, revealing 4 resplendent soul rings, purple, 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 and black, floating gracefully and radiating a dazzling light. Gazing at the 4 soul rings in his palm, a smile crept upon Fangxian's lips, his heart brimming with exhilaration. Just a short while ago, he had been an inconspicuous underachiever, yet he had now ascended to the rank of a level 45 soul master, possessing the capability to contend with soul kings. Contemplating this transformation, Fangxian couldn't help but marvel at the ever-changing nature of life. Time flew by unnoticed, and a month had passed in the blink of an eye. Throughout this period, Fangxian diligently practiced his left-handed sword techniques. His relentless training day and night significantly improved his left-hand sword skills, although he still lacked the familiarity and dexterity of his right hand. The power of his left hand, bolstered by the 5,000-year-old blood-sucking bone of his left arm, was now on par with his right. The sword-drawing technique, though powerful and capable of explosive force, was primarily effective against single adversaries, requiring one precise strike to unleash its full potential. However, facing a multitude of enemies, it would be impractical to sheath the sword after each draw and then draw it anew. In such situations, the efficacy of dual wielding would truly shine. In the world of Douluo, one must possess a variety of self-defense techniques. Hence, aside from honing his sword-drawing skills, Fang Xian also expanded his repertoire by practicing dual-wielding sword techniques. During this time, both the teachers and students at the Tiando Academy were extraordinarily busy. The instructors focused on selecting elite students, while the students, full of vigor, dedicated themselves to rigorous training, all hoping to catch the attention of the academy. In just a year, the prestigious elite tournament of advanced Soul Master Academies across the continent would commence, a grand event that far surpassed the internal competitions of Tiando Academy. The academy, along with the Five-Element Academy, the Xinghua Empire, and the Spirit Hall, would dispatch powerful teams to compete for supremacy in this continental tournament. This competition attracted numerous young talents, each eager to be chosen as part of the academy's team to represent them in the prestigious event. The academy was actively preparing and selecting team members for this purpose. As a royal institution established by the Tiando Empire, the Tiando Royal Academy had 2 slots for participants, one of which was yet to be determined, while the members of Team 1 had already been confirmed and announced 3 days prior. Team 1 of the Royal Fight, Captain Fang Xian, level 45 Battle Soul Master, Martial Soul, Sword, Soul Rings, 3 purple, 1 black. Vice Captain Yu Tianhing, level 39 Battle Soul Master, Martial Soul, Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus, Soul Rings, 2 yellow, 1 purple. Team Member Douluo Yin, level 38 Battle Soul Master, Martial Soul, Emerald Scale Serpent. Soul Rings, 2 yellow, 1 purple. Team Member Yi Lingling, level 35 Support Soul Master, Martial Soul, 9 Heart Begonia. Soul Rings, 2 yellow, 1 purple. Team Member Yu Feng, level 36 Battle Soul Master, Martial Soul, Wind Chime Bird. Soul Rings, 2 yellow, 1 purple. Team Member Sure Mo, level 38 Battle Soul Master, Martial Soul, Xuanwu Turtle. Soul Rings, 2 yellow, 1 purple. Team Member Sure Mo, level 37 Battle Soul Master, Martial Soul, Xuanwu Turtle. Soul Rings, 2 yellow, 1 purple. This formidable and luxurious lineup was hailed as the strongest royal fight team ever. The faculty and students of the academy couldn't contain their excitement, believing that this year's royal fight team had a genuine chance of contending for the championship, especially since the Spirit Hall had historically monopolized the title in every previous tournament. Emperor Xueye was equally enthusiastic about this year's royal fight team. With Fang Xian's current prowess, he undoubtedly stood as the foremost member of the royal fight team, and his role as captain went unquestioned. Thus, under Fang Xian's leadership and Qin Ming's guidance, the strongest royal fight team in history was formed. With a year remaining until the tournament, Qin Ming resolved to lead the Royal Academy on a journey, challenging formidable opponents to foster camaraderie and synergy among team members, thereby enhancing the team's strength before the competition. At this juncture, Fang Xian realized that Qin Ming intended to take the royal fight team to Soto City, a daunting task. However, with Fang Xian's presence, the outcome of their confrontation with the Shrek team might diverge from previous encounters. In the southern region of the Tiando Empire, adjacent to the Fasnuo province, lies the Barak Kingdom, one of the 4 great kingdoms within the empire. Despite its royal title, the Barak Kingdom's territory is modest, comprising only 3/4 of the Fasnuo province, which is under the jurisdiction of the Tiando Empire. 50 years ago, the empire boasted 10 provinces. But with the decline of hegemony in the division among the 4 kingdoms, 6 factions gradually emerged. Presently, the empire controls only 5 provinces, while the remaining 5 are occupied by the Barak and 3 other kingdoms, alongside a principality, both sides maintaining a precarious balance. These 5 nations, driven by ambition, nominally accept the rule of the Tiando Empire, yet have effectively become nations within a nation, wielding complete autonomy over their internal affairs without imperial oversight. In recent years, these kingdoms have secretly conspired and plotted, even establishing connections with the Xinghua Empire. Had it not been for the empire's powerful military, internal and external strife would have erupted long ago. Nevertheless, the Tiando Empire's dominance is waning, and should it fail to rejuvenate within the next decade, a cataclysmic upheaval is inevitable. Soto City, located in the fertile Lima plain of the Barak Kingdom, is renowned as the Granary of Barak. It is a bustling metropolis, second only to Tiando City, home to a level 3 Spirit Hall, reflecting Soto City's affluence and might. Outside the city stands an ancient academy, beneath the blazing sun. A group of vibrant and spirited youths were relentlessly running laps around a dilapidated playground, their bodies drenched in sweat. Wow, finally over. I can't go on anymore. After 3 exhausting hours of running, they were utterly fatigued, their energy depleted to the last drop. Upon hearing the command to stop, the students disregarded any semblance of decorum. Even the girls plopped down on the ground, while the boys collapsed, tongues out, panting like dogs, under the relentless training of their master. These youthful individuals bore the brunt of grueling sessions, their heads drooping like wilted eggplants, yet their internal soul powers surged rapidly. These youths, merely 12 or 13 years old, boasted an average soul power level of 30, a rarity even across the Douluo Continent at such a tender age. "Brother, could you help me massage my legs?" A charming girl, with long braids cascading down her waist, clad in a pink skirt and white thigh-high stockings, exuded an enchanting allure as she playfully leaned towards an ordinary boy, her voice laced with a hint of seduction. With that, her long, slender legs draped over the boy's knees. "Ah, is it you here?" The young lad stood momentarily stunned as his palm brushed against the soft, smooth skin of her long legs. He immediately sensed several pairs of eyes casting their gaze upon him. A cough escaped his lips, betraying his embarrassment. Although Tang San and Xiao Wu often referred to one another as siblings and shared a close bond, their somewhat ambiguous actions and the presence of onlookers drew numerous prying eyes filled with ulterior motives. "Xiao Wu, let us find a more secluded spot," Tang San offered with a wry smile. Xiao Wu, too, felt the charged atmosphere surrounding them. Playfully sticking out her tongue, she quickly withdrew her legs. Her cheeks flushed crimson as she buried her face in her knees, exuding a mix of shyness and annoyance. "Oh dear. Brother San, please continue. We saw nothing at all." "Truly." Ma Hongjun squinted his eyes, a mischievous grin spreading across his face. Indeed. My vision has been rather poor lately. Perhaps I have overexerted myself in my training. Anything I shouldn't see remains forever unseen," Oscar declared with conviction, though the playful smirk on his handsome visage betrayed his true thoughts. Laughter erupted among the group. "Juqing, are you weary? Would you like me to massage your legs or perhaps need your shoulders?" Daimubai, with his flowing golden locks and eyes that sparkled with a hint of mischief, approached the aloof girl standing aside. Unlike the other youthful maidens, this seemingly younger girl possessed a striking figure. Her ample bosom, well-rounded hips, and tiny waist created a physique reminiscent of a siren. Just a fleeting glance at her was enough to ignite a fervor in one's blood. "Humph, begone." Zhu Shiqing cast a cold glance at Daimubai, ignoring him entirely as her gaze drifted towards the distant thicket, her silhouette growing increasingly solitary and indifferent. Daimubai awkwardly rubbed his nose. Feeling somewhat embarrassed after his failed attempt to charm the girl, a bitter taste lingered in his mouth. "Well, looks like Boss Dai has hit a wall," Ma Hongjun teased, unabashedly reveling in the moment. Who would have thought that the seasoned veteran of romance, Boss Dai, would face such a day? "It's poetic justice," Oscar chimed in, joining the raucous laughter. "You two seem quite mischievous lately. Perhaps I ought to loosen your joints a bit. Don't run away." With 3 dark lines appearing on his forehead, Daimubai lunged toward the duo, leading to a playful chase that echoed throughout Shrek Academy. "Honestly, you bunch of joy killers, why must you disrupt the tender moments? Just look at Tang San and Xiao Wu. What a pair to envy." A girl of around 12 or 13 years old tossed her long, ebony hair, a sly smile dancing on her exquisite face. Clad in a flowing azure dress and white boots, she exuded an ethereal charm reminiscent of a sprightly fairy. "Ning Rongrong, please refrain from such remarks. Xiao Wu and I are merely siblings." Tang San attempted to clarify. Of course, the romantic brother and sister." Ning Rongrong giggled, covering her mouth. The group erupted in playful jeers, causing both Tang San and Xiao Wu to blush deeply. At that moment, Oscar cheerfully approached Ning Rongrong, saying, "Rongrong, are you envious of Tang San and Xiao Wu's affection? Why not seek a suitable partner for yourself? What do you think of me? Dashing suave, the very embodiment of a male deity." "Ah, little Oscar, you needn't dream. We 2 support-type soul masters are unlikely to find success," Ning Rongrong sighed, her hands raised in resignation. Her words struck Oscar hard, but before he could wallow in disappointment, he noticed a shadow of sorrow crossing Ning Rongrong's beautiful features. "Rongrong, why do you seem so unhappy? What troubles you?" Oscar inquired. "Speak up. We are here to share your burdens," Tang San added, noticing Ning Rongrong's distress. "What's wrong, Rongrong?" The group gazed at the girl with concern. After a brief silence, Ning Rongrong nervously fiddled with the hem of her dress, her voice tinged with anger. "Not long ago, my father unilaterally arranged a marriage for me. In the following chapter, the betrothal in the arena." Ning Rongrong sat upon a pristine patch of grass, quietly revealing the troubles that had long been hidden within her heart. "About a month ago, that scoundrel of a father of mine, without my consent, arranged a marriage for me. The suitor seems to be a little prince from the Tiando Empire, who is rumored to be rather rotund, fatter than Ma Hongjun. It infuriates me." Hey, Rongrong, that's an unfair comparison. No personal attacks. Why drag me into this? Haven't you noticed I've lost a few pounds lately?" Ma Hongjun protested. "Oops, my mistake. But in comparison to that little prince, you've got to admit, you're quite slender," Ning Rongrong added with a smirk. "Really?" Ma Hongjun beamed at the unexpected compliment, his chubby face lighting up, but after a moment of contemplation, he began to feel the sting of her words and retorted, "Are you actually complimenting me? All right, let us not derail the conversation. Let Rongrong continue." The group waved their hands, signaling Ma Hongjun to hush. With a small, indignant fist, Ning Rongrong exclaimed, "It's outrageous. I haven't even met that man. How can I spend my life with him? I absolutely refuse to accept this marriage. Rongrong, I stand with you," Oscar declared with a grin. "Hey, Rongrong, you're only going by hearsay. What if he is not a rotund man, but rather a dashing, charming individual? Even more handsome than little Oscar and more capable than Boss Dai?" Ma Hongjun winked mischievously. "Would you still refuse him then? You fat oaf. I sought comfort from you. And instead, you're just aggravating me. Are you asking for a beating?" Ning Rongrong retorted with exasperation. All right, my fault." Ma Hongjun chuckled awkwardly, raising his hands in surrender. "Just so you know, I, Ning Rongrong, am not one to be easily swayed. Even if that little prince is dashing and powerful, I will never develop feelings for him, nor will I consent to this marriage. Otherwise, I shall shave my head bald." Ning Rongrong bit down on her small canine teeth. Her cheeks puffed in anger. "Shave your head bald?" Tang San, Xiao Wu, Dai Mubai, Zhu Qing, Oscar, and Ma Hongjun all stared wide-eyed at this whimsical little sorceress. Taken aback by such a fierce curse, it seemed that their only hope rested with that unseen little prince, who must be both unappealing and weak. "Rongrong, while you jest, how do you intend to refuse this engagement?" Tang San asked earnestly, recognizing that while the situation was farcical, the arrangement made by their parents was no trivial matter, and extricating oneself from it would likely prove cumbersome. "Well," Ning Rongrong's cheeks brightened with a cunning gleam. "I've already devised a plan for dealing with that little prince. According to a letter from my father, it mentions that the little prince is coming to Soto City for a visit in the next few days, and I am to entertain him and foster some emotional connection." She raised her small fist fiercely and declared, "Emotional communication? I will communicate with him using my fists." This was a splendid opportunity. We could seize the moment to give him a good beating, forcing him to voluntarily annul the engagement. With a mischievous grin, the girl could hardly contain her wicked laughter. "All right, Rongrong, once that little prince arrives, we shall ensure he receives a thorough thrashing." The others promised, slapping their chest with determination. "Hee, thank you, everyone. As long as we can drive away that little prince, I will treat you all to a meal." Ning Rongrong chimed in cheerfully. "By the way, what is that little prince's name?" Dai Mubai inquired curiously. "I believe it was something like Fong Fong." Ning Rongrong pondered momentarily before decisively stating, "Fong Ping. Indeed, that little prince is named Fong Ping, the illegitimate son of the Tiando Emperor, and yet, a mere wastrel who hasn't even awakened his martial soul. Fong Ping." The group exchanged solemn glances, nodding in agreement, resolved to eliminate the little prince, Fong Ping, at their earliest convenience. "So it's settled." Ning Rongrong beamed. As training concluded, the group engaged in light-hearted banter on the playground, their laughter resonating throughout the Shrek Academy, creating a harmonious atmosphere. At that moment, a tall and rugged figure approached, causing a palpable tension among them, as if facing a formidable adversary. This was a middle-aged man, around 40 or 50 years old, clad in black attire, possessing a robust physique and well-defined features, though slightly unkempt. Most notably, he bore an eternally stern expression. The person was none other than Master Yu Xiaojiang, one of the esteemed teachers at Shrek Academy. Over the past 3 months, the students had endured rigorous training under his tutelage, feeling somewhat intimidated at the sight of him, apprehensive of yet another grueling regimen awaiting them. The 7 of them hastily rose to their feet, aligning themselves in a neat row, anticipating the master's address. With his hands clasped behind his back, Master Yu maintained his serious demeanor as he gazed at Tang San and the other 6 Shrek students, stating, "Over the past 3 months, with the assistance and guidance of your teachers, you have laid a solid foundation for your bodies. However, to become exceptional soul masters, this is far from sufficient. Therefore, starting today, I shall commence the second phase of your training." The announcement of a second phase elicited smiles from the group. Finally, they would no longer have to run until they were breathless. "I heard from Flinder that you recently visited the Soto Great Soul Arena. That works perfectly. I need not elaborate on the arena's conditions." Master Yu continued earnestly. "Listen carefully. The second phase of training involves participating in the Soto Great Soul Arena. This time, there are no time constraints. You may complete the training whenever each of you earns a Silver Soul badge, as long as you possess the capability. The rewards from the arena will be quite substantial." Upon hearing this, the group couldn't help but feel a surge of excitement. Competing in the arena was indeed far more enjoyable than the rigorous training they had endured, and the prospect of earning money made it an ideal training method. "My requirement for you is that you must not only obtain a Silver Soul badge in one-on-one matches, but also in team battles." Master Yu's serious gaze swept across their youthful faces as he intently asked, "Is that achievable?" Chapter 90. My Great Blade. The thirst for subscriptions and monthly tickets intensifies. Obtaining a Silver Soul badge. For Tang San, Xiao Wu, Ma Hongjun, Dai Mubai, and Zhu Qing, 5 formidable assault-type soul masters, this posed little difficulty. However, for Ning Rongrong and Oscar, the 2 support-type soul masters, the challenge was significant, as support-type soul masters typically lacked combat prowess. "Master, must we, as support-type soul masters, also secure Silver Soul badges in one-on-one battles?" Oscar could not help but inquire. Support-type Soul Masters? Humph. Master Yu scoffed sternly. Do you think your enemies will show mercy simply because you are support-type Soul Masters? Oscar sheepishly chuckled. I suppose not. Let me make it clear. Not only will they not show mercy, but weak support-type Soul Masters like you and Rong Rong will also become the primary targets in team battles. Master Yu's serious gaze fixed upon Ning Rong Rong and Oscar as he cautioned. Thus, your training tasks in the arena will be heavier than those of the others. Understood. The two replied earnestly, nodding in agreement. Thus, under Master Yu's guidance, the group set forth to engage in practical training at the arena. The Shrek 7 began their journey at the Soto Great Soul Arena. Time flew swiftly, and a month passed in a blink. During this period, the Shrek 7 had participated in 2017 battles at the Soto Great Soul Arena, achieving an unblemished victory, swiftly overwhelming all teams below level 30. Their reputation soared, and the name of the Shrek 7 gradually spread far and wide. On the last day of the month, the Shrek team encountered their strongest adversary to date, the Frenzied Battle Team. All members of the Frenzied Battle Team exceeded level 35, with their captain, the Frantic Rhino, boasting an impressive level of 38, showcasing unmatched strength. Having registered just 7 days prior, they had already secured an impressive record of 7 consecutive victories at the Soul Master level. Should they continue their winning streak and achieve 10 consecutive victories, they would directly ascend to the Copper Soul team. However, within the Shrek 7, Dai Mubai stood at 38, Tang San at 32, Xiaowu at 31, Oscar at 31, Ma Hongjun at 28, Zhu Zhuqing at 28, and Ning Rongrong at 27. Only 4 members of the Shrek 7 were Soul Masters above level 30, with 3 yet to reach that milestone, and only Dai Mubai surpassed 35. A comparison of the soul power levels revealed that the Shrek 7 were at a significant disadvantage. Yet, to the astonishment of the audience, after a fierce battle, the Shrek team emerged victorious against the Frenzied Battle Team. This victory garnered immense acclaim for the Shrek 7, subtly earning them the title of the strongest Soul Master team. However, just 3 days after their triumph over the Frenzied Battle Team, an unexpected visitor arrived in haste. The visitor was Supervisor Ao from the Soto Great Soul Arena, here on behalf of the arena to discuss some important matters with the Shrek team's leader, Master Yu. The two convened in a reception room, sipping tea while engaging in casual conversation. Supervisor Ao, please, feel free to speak your mind. Master Yu, disliking roundabout discussions, fixed his gaze on Supervisor Ao, eager to discern his intent. Over the past month, the Shrek team's exceptional performance had undoubtedly attracted the attention of the arena's higher-ups, and the trending figure of Tang San, who had been undefeated, was surely a focal point of interest. The Soul Arena was a place rife with intrigue, filled with wealth and desire, akin to the ancient gladiatorial arenas. As the foremost arena of the Barak Kingdom, the Soto Arena wields considerable influence, even instilling a sense of caution within the royal family. Thus, although the master harbors reservations about engaging with the arena, he dares not offend them lightly. Very well. Since the master has spoken so plainly, I shall be forthright. Director Ao's expression suddenly grew grave as he solemnly stated, in fact, just 3 days ago, a formidable team of Soul Masters arrived here. All members of this team have attained the rank of Silver Soul Masters. While Silver Soul Masters are indeed powerful, they do not warrant our concern. However, the critical point is that every team member is at the Soul Sovereign level. What? A Silver Soul Master team comprised entirely of Soul Sovereigns? The Master finally displayed an expression of shock. You should be aware that, generally speaking, Soul Masters who reach the Silver rank possess levels above 40. Yet, all members of this team are in their 30s as Soul Sovereigns. A Silver Soul Master team of Soul Sovereigns is virtually invincible below level 40. Many noble families have placed substantial bets on this team, and within just a few days, we have incurred losses amounting to several million gold soul coins. Director Ao's expression bore a hint of bitterness, as he felt overwhelmed by the mysterious Soul Sovereign Silver Soul Master team. At this point, the Master had grasped Director Ao's intentions. So, you wish for our Shrek team to compete against this Silver Soul Sovereign team? The Master inquired nonchalantly. Precisely. Currently, within the Soto Great Arena, the most formidable team among the Soul Sovereigns is undoubtedly your Shrek team. In the previous 2017 battles, you achieved a flawless victory, even defeating the Frenzied team, which boasts an average level exceeding 35. Director Ao extolled the virtues of Shrek before presenting the crux of the matter. Therefore, I firmly believe that the Shrek 7 monsters possess the capability to contend with this enigmatic Silver Soul Master team. A Silver Soul Master team of Soul Sovereigns? The Master's eyes glimmered with intrigue. Although he recognized the challenge ahead, this powerful Silver Soul Master team represented the most ideal adversary for the Shrek 7 monsters. It is only through facing formidable foes that one hones their skills. Even in defeat, valuable lessons may be gleaned. Consequently, the Master had already resolved his stance. Yet he maintained an air of indifference, seeking to extract further advantages from Director Ao. Observing the Master's demeanor, Director Ao, seasoned in the nuances of human relations after years in the arena, swiftly understood the unspoken message. He smiled and said, of course, our arena cannot solicit your assistance without compensation. Should the Shrek team emerge victorious, We shall offer an additional reward of 10,000 gold soul coins and elevate all members of Shrek to the Silver Soul Master level, even in the event of failure. We shall provide 1,000 gold soul coins as compensation. What do you think? The master finally revealed a satisfied smile, responding, agreed. Meanwhile, in a luxurious VIP box within the arena, a stern young man leaned against the windowsill, his icy gaze piercing through the transparent glass, fixating on the Shrek 7 monsters below. It is time to deal with Tang San and his companions. Fang Xian's lips curled into a dangerous arc as he gazed down at the two swift blades cradled in his arms. The cold gleam of their edges sharp enough to cut. The blades, honed for an entire month, were now eager for action. In a luxurious private box at the Seoul Arena, the core members of Shrek Academy had gathered to discuss the upcoming match against the Silver Soul team. Xiao Gang, are you foolish? Since the Seoul Arena requires our participation, they must surely be at our beck and call. This is a splendid opportunity to earn some gold, sighed Flinder, casting a reproachful glance at the master. You so readily agreed to their terms. The Seoul Arena is wealthy enough to extort at least 100,000 gold soul coins. Yet you settled for a mere 10,000, selling your soul for a pittance. I disdain you for it. At that moment, the dean appeared to have transformed into a penny-pinching commoner, racked with pain at the thought of the gold coins slipping through his fingers. Laughter erupted among the group. Flinder, you ought to be mindful of your words in front of the children. The master admonished, his expression stern. When did you become so mercenary? His thoughts were focused on arranging formidable opponents for Tang San and the others to hone their skills against, rather than negotiating for monetary gain with the Seoul Arena. Huh? You think I want this? Without experiencing the burden of managing finances, one cannot comprehend the value of gold. Since I established Shrek Academy, I've had to tighten my belt. Flinder lamented. Enough of your self-pity. A reward of 10,000 gold soul coins is quite substantial. If we win this match, the earnings will be considerable, and the Seoul Arena has promised to elevate all our little monsters to the Silver Soul level. Such rewards are indeed generous. The master interrupted Flinder's complaints, his demeanor growing serious as he began to delve into the matter at hand. Now, let's put aside those discussions for later and focus on researching our opponents. I can state with utmost certainty that we are facing our strongest adversary to date. Strongest adversary. Tang San and Xiao Wu shuddered, recognizing the gravity of the upcoming match from the master's eyes. As the Shrek team scrutinized the documents on the table, gasps filled the air. Even the proud Dai Mubai felt a chill run down his spine. The dossier detailed the basic information of the opposing team, revealing the following: Royal Battle Team, 7 members, average level above 35, all possessing Silver Soul badges. Captain, unknown. Vice Captain, Yu Tianheng, a 39-level Battle Soul Master, with the martial spirit, Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus. Soul Rings, 2 yellow, 1 purple. Team members, Duge Yin, 38-level Battle Soul Master, martial spirit, Green-Scaled Snake. Soul Rings, 2 yellow, 1 purple. Yi Lingling, 35-level Support Soul Master, martial spirit, 9-Heart Begonia. Soul Rings, 2 yellow, 1 purple. Yu Feng, 36-level Battle Soul Master, martial spirit, Wind Chime Bird. Soul Rings, 2 yellow, 1 purple. Sure Mo, 38-level Battle Soul Master, martial spirit, Xuanwu Turtle. Soul Rings, 2 yellow, 1 purple. Sure Mo, 37-level Battle Soul Master, martial spirit, Xuanwu Turtle. Soul Rings, 2 yellow, 1 purple. Very strong. Incredibly strong. Tang San remarked gravely. I never anticipated the Royal Battle Team would be this formidable. Even their vice-captain's level exceeds mine. Well, are they really that monstrous? As a mere 28-level novice, I would be instantly obliterated upon entering the arena. Ma Hongjun drooped his head, looking somewhat dejected. I feel my life is in grave danger. Oscar shuddered, aware that as a 31-level Support Soul Master, he would likely become a prime target and fall swiftly in battle. The overwhelming strength of the Royal Battle Team left the group in shock. The expressions of the boys from Shrek turned serious, enveloped in a heavy silence, while the girls appeared equally troubled. What should we do? Is there truly no chance for us? Xiao Wu exclaimed, swinging her long legs in agitation. Our opponents are absurdly powerful. Zhu Zhuqing sighed softly. With the vice-captain at 39 levels, who could the captain of the Royal Battle Team be? And what strength did they possess? Ning Rongrong furrowed her brow, curiosity and caution swirling within her regarding the captain, whose identity remained a mystery. Even with the background and influence of the Soto Great Soul Arena, they had been unable to uncover the captain's identity, not even knowing their name. The enigma surrounding this captain was daunting. The master spoke gravely. Aside from these 6 individuals, the captain, who has never appeared on the battlefield, must not be underestimated. Common sense dictates that unfamiliar opponents are often the most perilous. The group nodded solemnly, fully aware of the need to remain vigilant. Truth be told, even if you were to lose to them, I would not be surprised or upset, for your adversaries are indeed formidable. The master sighed, his expression softening slightly as he earnestly advised, do your utmost, and leave the rest to fate. As long as each of you can showcase your true abilities, even a loss would be acceptable. Silence enveloped the room. Lose. Could we really lose? For the past month, The Shrek team had triumphed in every battle. Never tasting defeat, how could they possibly accept the notion of losing? The atmosphere was thick with unspoken dissatisfaction when Tang San rose. Determination and resolve radiating from his unremarkable face. We will win. We will definitely win. Xiao San, third brother. The group stared in astonishment. Their spirits lifted by Tang San's impassioned words, igniting a renewed sense of confidence among them. Teacher, rest assured, no matter how powerful our opponents may be, we will emerge victorious. Tang San fixed his gaze on the master earnestly. Good. I look forward to you creating miracles. The master rarely smiled, a rare glimmer of hope illuminating his countenance. Meanwhile, in another luxurious suite of the Soul Arena, the royal battle team was also engaged in earnest discussion regarding their upcoming opponents, the Shrek team. Teacher Qin Ming, this time, it's my turn to take the stage. Right? Fang Xian's eyes blazed with combat fervor, brimming with ambition as he prepared to strike down Tang San and his companions. After a month of silence, Fang Xian had been relegated to the sidelines, deprived of the opportunity to showcase his prowess. This was all part of Qin Ming's scheme. He intended to keep Fang Xian as the strongest trump card of the Imperial fighting team, revealing him only when absolutely necessary. Now, they were set to confront Shrek Academy. And if Fang Xian remained on the bench any longer, it seemed the Imperial team's inept members would truly be humiliated by Shrek. After all, he was now the captain of the Imperial fighting team. He couldn't possibly watch his squad traverse great distances merely to serve as fodder for Shrek. Thus, Fang Xian's great blade was eager and ready, longing to cleave through Tang San and his group of youngsters. However, to Fang Xian's astonishment, Qin Ming shook his head, firmly denying Fang Xian's request to enter the fray. Huh? Why? Fang Xian's eyes widened in disbelief. Because you have already reached level 45, far exceeding the Soul Master rank for Battle Spirit levels. If you join the fight, we would have to face the Soul Sect level Silver Battle Spirit team. Qin Ming explained earnestly. What? Fang Xian spat out blood. Chapter 92. The troubles brought by rapid advancement. Will one become bald from such swift progress? Fang Xian was initially consumed by concerns over his luxuriant mane, fearing he might follow in the footsteps of some bald individual. What significance did it hold if one could obliterate the earth with a single blow, yet still be left with a bald pate? When it comes to image, one must tread carefully. After a series of trivial musings, Fang Xian was confronted with a harsh reality, due to his excessively high level. It appeared he could not participate in the match between the Shrek and the Imperial combat teams. The Soul Arena had explicit regulations. If within a team of Soul Masters above level 30, even one member surpassed level 40, the entire team's standards would be elevated to face teams of the Soul Sect level. Thus, despite Yu Tianhing and Du Guyan remaining as Soul Masters, Fang Xian had, through relentless battles, accumulated an immense reserve of soul power, propelling his soul power level to a staggering 45. Unlike the elite competitions of the continent's prestigious Soul Master academies, where age restrictions were the only constraints and higher levels were encouraged for participants under 25, the Soul Arena emphasized equivalence in levels. It was a spectacle, after all. If the disparity in levels between two teams was too great, the outcome of the battle would be a foregone conclusion, rendering the viewing experience rather dull. What was to be done? Fang Xian felt a wave of frustration wash over him. After spending an entire month sharpening his formidable blade, he eagerly anticipated the moment he could confront the protagonist, Tang San, to see if the system would bestow any additional rewards. To his dismay, he found himself unable to make an appearance. After a moment of silence, a spark of inspiration illuminated his mind. Fang Xian's eyes sparkled with intrigue as he proposed. Teacher Qin Ming, what if I conceal my rank and participate in the competition secretly? Qin Ming, Yu Tianhing, Du Guyan, and Yi Lingling exchanged bewildered glances, their expressions turning to disdain. How pathetic, Du Guyan remarked. How embarrassing, Yi Lingling added. That might not be wise, Yu Tianhing chimed in, his expression slightly comical. Hey, what is wrong with all of you? I am trying to assist you, and yet you dare to look down on me. Fang Xian thought to himself, feeling a surge of resentment as he pondered the grim fate that awaited the Imperial fighting team should he refrain from intervening. They would undoubtedly be mercilessly defeated by Shrek. No, we cannot resort to such underhanded tactics, as it would tarnish the reputation of the Imperial fighting team. Moreover, Fang Xian, your current level significantly exceeds the Soul Master rank. If you were to enter the fray, our team would possess an overwhelming advantage. Even should we triumph over Shrek, it would not serve to hone the skills of our members, Qin Ming asserted, shaking his head to dismiss Fang Xian's suggestion. But, Teacher Qin Ming, I have heard rumors about the formidable strength of the Shrek team. If I do not participate, I fear that Yu Tianhing, Du Guyan, and the others may not stand a chance against them. Fang Xian explained earnestly. Hey, Fang Xian, why would you bolster the confidence of others while diminishing your own? They are merely a bunch of nobodies who have stumbled in from some obscure corner, with some not even reaching level 30. It's truly laughable, Du Guyan scoffed. On the table lay a dossier detailing the Shrek team's basic information. Shrek 7 Monsters Team Captain, Evil Eye White Tiger Dai Mubai, Martial Soul, Netherworld White Tiger. Level 38 Assault System Soul Master, Soul Rings, 2 yellow, 1 purple. Vice Captain, Thousand-Hand Azura Tang San, Martial Soul, Blue Silvergrass, Level 32 Control System Soul Master. Soul Rings, 2 yellow, 1 purple. Team Member, Softboned Enchantress Xiaowu, Martial Soul, Rabbit, Level 31 Assault System Soul Master. Soul Rings, 2 yellow, 1 purple. Team Member, Sausage Specialist Oscar, Martial Soul, Sausage, Level 31 Support System Soul Master. Soul Rings, 2 yellow, 1 purple. Team Member, Evil Fire Phoenix Ma Hongjun. Martial Soul, Fire Phoenix, Level 28 Assault System Soul Master. Soul Rings, 2 yellow. Team Member, Netherworld Spiritual Cat Zhush Qing, Martial Soul, Netherworld Spiritual Cat. Level 28 Agile Attack System Soul Master. Soul Rings, 2 yellow. Team Member, 7 Treasure, Glazed Tile Ning Rong Rong, Martial Soul, 7 Treasure, Glazed Pagoda. Level 27 Support System Soul Master. Soul Rings, 2 yellow. Upon analysis, it became evident that the levels and strengths of the Shrek 7 monsters paled in comparison to those of the Imperial Fighting Team, with some not even reaching level 30. Which explained Douluo Yan's contempt. Most crucially, a notable annotation at the bottom of the Shrek team's dossier highlighted a key point. The Shrek 7 monsters had achieved 27 consecutive victories within a month, remaining undefeated. They had even triumphed over a frenzied team with an average level of 35, indicating that their true strength was far more complex than their level suggested. Furthermore, special attention was warranted for Shrek's vice captain, Thousand-Hand Azura Tang San, who possessed exceptional control capabilities, often turning the tide of battle. A mere blue silvergrass soul master. And only at level 32, claiming to be able to turn the tide? How utterly absurd. Douluo Yan couldn't help but chuckle. Humph. Qin Ming let out a cold snort, exuding an icy aura that left many students aghast. Just recently, he had crossed the threshold to level 60, becoming a 6-ring soul emperor, his power formidable. Even the typically unruly Douluo Yan refrained from being impertinent in the presence of teacher Qin. Yan, you are a member of the Imperial Fighting Team. How can you afford to underestimate them? If you enter the competition with such a dismissive attitude, I assure you, you will suffer. Qin Ming earnestly cautioned. As Fang Xian has mentioned, we must not underestimate the Shrek team. For various reasons, I possess some insights regarding Shrek. And I am certain that the Shrek 7 monsters will be the strongest adversaries we have encountered since the formation of the Imperial Fighting Team. Upon hearing Qin Ming's grave words, the atmosphere shifted, and everyone became solemn, shedding their previous disdain. As the leader of the Imperial Fighting Team, Qin Ming's words carried significant weight. They could not afford to be careless or dismissive, and thus all resolved to treat the upcoming match with utmost seriousness. Therefore, let me conceal my rank and enter the match incognito, Fang Xian suggested quietly. As Fang Xian's words echoed, they shattered the solemn atmosphere that enveloped the room. And the expressions of those present gradually morphed into comical ones. Enough with the talk of concealing levels. Qin Ming, his face darkened, shot a glare at Fang Xian and continued, Yet, you are indeed correct. From this moment forth, we undeniably require your strength as the captain of the Emperor Fighting Team. Otherwise, relying solely on Tianheng and Yanzi, we cannot be entirely assured of defeating the Shrek team. Fang Xian found himself at a loss for words. If you want me to participate in the competition, yet also insist that I conceal my level, what am I to do? At that moment, Yulingling's charming face broke into a peculiar smile, her gaze directed mischievously at Fang Xian. I've heard that removing a soul bone can lower one's level by 10. Why not give it a try, Captain? Bang! At that moment, Fang Xian threw a punch, causing the silver-haired little girl to cry tears of pain. Chapter 93. The Battle of Souls commences. Would you really think I would be foolish enough to discard my soul bone? Fang Xian found himself at a loss for words as he playfully tapped Yulingling's head several times, reducing the young girl to tears before he finally ceased his antics. As the leader of the royal duel, it was perfectly acceptable to give his younger companions a little roughhousing now and then, especially when this silver-haired little loli was the one instigating the trouble. Otherwise, perhaps I could unleash some poison and diminish Fang Xian's levels by a good 10. Douluo Yan's lips curled into a dangerous smile as she bared her silver teeth at Fang Xian, her expression rife with mischief. Humph. Your pitiful poison is only good for a tickle. Fang Xian scoffed, rolling his eyes in disdain, ready to retort. In fact, what Yan mentioned was indeed a viable strategy. At that moment, the usually silent Qin Ming's eyes brightened, and he suddenly spoke up. Huh? Teacher Qin Ming. Surely you wouldn't consider following the toxic girl's absurd suggestion and reduce me to the soul master level. Fang Xian stared blankly, casting a bewildered glance at Qin Ming. Of course not. Qin Ming shook his head, continuing, While I cannot diminish you to the soul master level, I can attempt to seal your soul power and 4th soul ring, thereby suppressing your soul power to level 39. Seal my soul power? Fang Xian revealed a trace of delight, for this truly was an ingenious solution. It is recalled that during the progression of the Douluo storyline to the City of Slaughter, Tang Hao had once sealed Tang San's soul power, thus indicating that a soul master's soul power and soul rings can indeed be sealed. This method proposed by the teacher is rather commendable. It neither contravenes the rules nor precludes Fang Xian from participating. The crowd could not help but nod in agreement, their faces alight with joy. In truth, I have been contemplating this level issue for Feng Xian during this period and fortuitously possess several techniques to seal soul power, making this opportunity particularly advantageous. Qin Ming smiled faintly, gazing at Feng Xian earnestly as he said, although I lack experience in sealing soul power, I will strive to maintain your level around 39, with a possible deviation of 1 or 2 levels. Very well, I entrust this to you, teacher. Feng Xian nodded earnestly. Even if there were discrepancies, being 1 or 2 levels below the 39th would not be detrimental, as long as he remained within the Spirit Master realm. He could assure dominance over the entire Shrek team. Thus, Qin Ming escorted Feng Xian into a tranquil room, preparing to suppress Feng Xian's soul power in anticipation of the upcoming match against Shrek. Meanwhile, the entire Shrek team was tirelessly analyzing the situation of the Imperial Combat team. Given that the opponent's strength and composition far exceeded their own, it was imperative to thoroughly understand their adversaries and devise a sound battle plan to have any chance of victory. After meticulously studying the data, the master turned to the Shrek 7 monsters, advising, "You must pay particular attention to these 2 individuals, the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Soul Master and the Emerald Serpent Soul Master." Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon, Xiao Gang, you. Flinder hesitated, but the master calmly gestured for him to remain silent, maintaining a composed expression as he addressed the young monsters. The Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Martial Soul is renowned for its unparalleled offensive capabilities, holding a status among beast martial souls akin to that of Rong Rong's 7 Treasure Glazed Tile Pagoda among support martial souls, without rival. Upon hearing this, the group's expression shifted significantly. Furthermore, the Emerald Serpent Martial Soul, if I am not mistaken, must belong to the heir of the poison Douluo, known for dominating with toxins. What of the current titled Douluo? The mention of a titled Douluo's heir left everyone nearly speechless. If the revelation of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Soul Master had sparked surprise, the Emerald Serpent Soul Master now evoked sheer astonishment. How formidable would the heir of a titled Douluo be? The Shrek 7 monsters wore expressions of unprecedented seriousness, realizing they were indeed facing a formidable opponent. Master, I believe our primary focus should not be on the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon and Emerald Serpent Soul Masters. Ning Rongrong suddenly stood, offering her suggestion. Our main target should be the support soul master of the Imperial Combat team, the 9 Hearts Begonia, Yi Lingling. Why is that? The master exclaimed, taken aback. The 9 Hearts Begonia martial soul was unfamiliar even to him, likely a very rare martial soul. However, with Ning Rongrong and Oscar as their own support soul masters, he initially did not consider Yi Lingling a significant threat, believing their support capabilities would surpass those of their opponents. Yet, Ning Rongrong's delicate face was grave as she earnestly explained, the 9 Hearts Begonia is exceedingly rare. Only one successor can exist in each generation, and at any given time. There can only be 2 9 Hearts Begonia soul masters alive. Only upon the death of one can a successor emerge. The most terrifying aspect of the 9 Hearts Begonia is that regardless of the number of soul rings, it possesses only one soul skill, an area-wide healing ability. The higher the level, the more soul rings, and the better the healing effect. In a group battle, the presence of a 9 Hearts Begonia soul master makes it exceedingly difficult to be defeated. My father once praised the 9 Hearts Begonia martial soul as a miracle among martial souls. Upon hearing Ning Rongrong's explanation, the master's countenance darkened, and the group gradually fell into silence, the atmosphere in the room becoming oppressively tense. If previously the Shrek team had a 30% chance of victory, now, due to the existence of the 9 Hearts Begonia, their chances had plummeted to less than 10%. The morale of Shrek plummeted, each member appearing despondent and defeated. We can win. Just then, Tang Xin stood, his eyes filled with determination as he passionately addressed the group with inspiring words. Mu Bai, Xiao Wu, Xiao Ao, Fatty. Rong Rong, Zhu Qing, have you forgotten? Over the past month, we have achieved victory after victory. Even the Mad War team, whose members are of much higher levels than us, fell before our might. So believe in yourselves. We are strong. Though our opponents are formidable, does that mean we are inherently weaker? No. We shall prove our superiority. Stronger than anyone else. We will defeat the Imperial Combat team. Shrek shall prevail. With Tang San's stirring speech igniting the flames of victory within them, the members of the Shrek team felt their spirits lift, gradually becoming emboldened. Shrek shall prevail. We will defeat the Imperial Combat team. Their eyes gleamed with resolve as they cheered in unison. Time swiftly passed, and the next morning arrived. Shrek team versus Imperial Combat team. The eagerly anticipated soul battle finally commenced. Chapter 94. Shrek team versus Imperial Combat team. The first match. At the Soto Great Soul Arena. The venue was already packed to capacity, buzzing with excitement. The much-anticipated battle among the strongest soul masters at the Spirit Master level was about to begin. And the fervor in the arena blazed like a raging fire. The host of the match, the elegantly dressed Miss Dodo, showcased her rare flight soul skill, sprouting a pair of pristine white wings, soaring gracefully high above the arena. With a microphone in hand, she surveyed the arena below, ready to convey the unfolding action to the audience. Welcome, everyone, to the Soto Great Soul Arena. It is an honor to see all esteemed guests here today. I am your host, Dodo. Now, let us invite the competitors to the stage. After a brief introduction, Dodo wasted no time and promptly called the teams to enter. Under the scrutiny of countless gazes, the Shrek 7 monsters stepped forward first, each displaying a calm demeanor as they entered the arena at a measured pace. The Shrek team was introduced. Captain, Evil Eye White Tiger Soul Master, level 38. Dodo smoothly relayed the details of the Shrek team, then turned to the audience with a graceful smile, gesturing toward another direction. Now, let us welcome the Imperial Combat Team. Huh? Where is the Imperial Combat Team? For some unknown reason, while the Shrek team had fully assembled, not a single member of the Imperial Combat Team was in sight, leaving the audience puzzled about what had transpired. Instructor Qin Ming, you promised to suppress my soul power to level 39. In a VIP box, Fong Xian glowered, his lips twitching in frustration as he glared at Qin Ming. Why am I now at level 29? Qin Ming offered an awkward smile, his expression equally uncomfortable. I mentioned that I lack experience in suppressing soul power. There may be some discrepancies. You said it would only be a level or two off, but I am 10 levels lower now. Fong Xian's forehead was lined with 3 dark strands, while the others exchanged glances, unable to suppress their laughter at the absurdity of the situation. You promised level 39. Yet here I am at level 29. Was I forcibly weakened? Comrade Qin Ming, are you truly not a spy sent by Shrek? Fong Xian felt an overwhelming urge to spit blood, a wave of frustration washing over him. Nevertheless, considering that Tang San and his companions hovered around level 30, the disparity in levels was not insurmountable. Moreover, Fong Xian's first and second spirit rings were both purple rings that exceeded a millennium in age. Even with just 2 spirit rings, they were sufficient to rival the 3 spirit rings of an ordinary spirit master. Thus, even at level 29, Fong Xian harbored unwavering confidence in his ability to vanquish the Shrek team. Well then, it is settled. Level 29 it is. Brothers, let us take the stage. With a resolute fist raised high, Fong Xian bellowed to rally their spirits, prompting his companions, Yu Tianheng, Du Guyin, Yi Lingling, and others, to rise in response. Let us defeat the Shrek team. Fong Xian, shouting the slogan of assured victory, led the Royal Battle Team towards the Battle Soul Arena. The main arena was set, with the Shrek team and the Royal Battle Team each assuming their formations, standing resolutely against one another. The expressions of the members from both teams were grave, their focus unwavering as they scrutinized their opponents with utmost caution, neither side daring to initiate an attack. The audience, captivated by the tense standoff between the 2 formidable teams, found themselves swallowing hard, a mixture of anxiety and exhilaration coursing through them, even holding their breath in anticipation. The atmosphere in the arena gradually thickened, enveloped in a profound silence. The Shrek team's formation was meticulously arranged, with the powerful assault-type fighters, Dai Mubai and Ma Hongjun, leading the charge at the forefront, while Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing closely flanked them for support. As the core of the team, Tang San, a control-type soul master, remained centrally positioned, overseeing the entire operation, akin to a pivotal point guard in a basketball game. Meanwhile, the 2 auxiliary soul masters, Ning Rongrong and Oscar, who possessed relatively weaker offensive capabilities, took their positions in the rear, tasked with providing buffs and healing to their comrades. Observing the Shrek team's well-ordered arrangement, the members of the Royal Battle Team could not help but display serious expressions, acutely aware of their opponent's experience and unwilling to underestimate them. Captain, devise a strategy, urged Yu Tianheng. Captain, what should we do? Inquired Yi Lingling. Captain, speak your mind. Whatever you decide, we shall follow, declared Du Guyan. The others, sure mo, and Yu Feng, turned their eyes towards Fong Xian, displaying an eager readiness to heed their captain's command. Fong Xian stroked his chin, a glint of brilliance flickering in his eyes. Drawing upon the wisdom gained from his 2 lifetimes, he had formulated an infallible method for victory, which he was now poised to impart to the seemingly inept members of the Royal Battle Team. Rest assured, I have long contemplated a flawless strategy to triumph over Shrek. Fong Xian surveyed the crowd with a serious demeanor and confidently declared, it's quite simple, just one word, recklessness. Recklessness. The crowd was taken aback. Indeed, recklessness. Fong Xian spoke with conviction. Back in the day, the entire IG team, brimming with audacity, decisively swept aside their Western counterparts to seize the World Championship. What was the key to their triumph? One word, audacity. Thus, this very essence of audacity is the quintessence of strategy. Forget about formations like the long snake array or the 8 trigrams. They are all obsolete. It is by catching the opponent off guard that one can truly secure victory. This is the royal road to success. The audacious shall prevail. So, how shall we embody this audacity? Yu Lingling inquired. That is even simpler. Fong Xian's eyes blazed with a chilling light as he let out a thunderous roar, transforming into a fierce warrior, charging forth with his blade drawn towards the Shrek 7 monsters. To capture the thief, one must first seize the king. Behold as I cleave Tang San in 2. As they witnessed Fong Xian single-handedly advancing towards Shrek, Yu Tianheng, Du Guyin, and others felt a wave of dizziness. Was it customary for a commander to rush into battle alone upon entering the fray? What if he were to fall prey to his enemies instead? Captain, wait for us. The members of the Emperor Fight Squad were flustered, hastily following in Fong Xian's wake, rushing towards the Shrek team alongside him. What a farce it was to think he would wait for them, Every head claimed in battle would belong solely to him. Fang Xian's blood surged within him as he was the first to charge towards the Shrek team. The long-dormant shadowless blade was suddenly unsheathed, transforming into a gleaming arc of cold light that sliced directly towards the Shrek team. Blade technique, Storm Slash. With a roar, Daimubai invoked the spirit of the white tiger, his form enveloped in the ethereal image of the spectral beast. 3 soul rings, yellow, and purple, rose slowly beneath him, unleashing a formidable aura. As the vanguard of Shrek, Daimubai was the first to engage, swinging his resplendent tiger fist, which summoned a fierce gust of wind as it struck down towards Fang Xian's blade. A resounding clash echoed throughout the arena. Chapter 95, 7 Reckless Warriors, Second Update. Fang Xian, undeterred, took the lead and launched the initial assault against the Shrek squad, thus commencing the exhilarating soul battle. The fervor of the audience was instantly ignited. How audacious to challenge us single-handedly, utterly oblivious to the peril. Daimubai let out a cold snort, his sinister gaze emanating 2 piercing beams of light. Suddenly, the second soul ring erupted in a resplendent brilliance, unleashing a fervent wave of white light that surged forth from his mouth, recklessly hurtling towards Fang Xian. The second soul skill, White Tiger's Radiant Wave. Humph. Fang Xian's lips curled into a slight arc as he gazed at the ferocious wave of white tiger light hurtling toward him. His expression remained unnervingly calm. And with a swift motion, he raised his left hand, aiming it squarely at the oncoming torrent of fierce light, unleashing the terrifying power of devourment. Devour. The soul skill, honed over 50 millennia of bloodshed, was reputed to consume and refine all things in existence. Of course, the potency of this devouring skill hinged entirely on the strength of the caster. The more formidable the practitioner, the greater the devouring force. Upon reaching the rank of title Douluo or even divine level, the phrase devouring heaven and earth would not merely be a hollow boast. However, at this moment, facing the 38th rank Daimubai, the devouring soul skill's capability was more than sufficient. Eerie black energy surged forth from the palm of Fang Xian's left hand, coalescing into a small, pitch-black void that emitted an aura of relentless destruction, as if it could consume even light itself. The instant Daimubai's white tiger light wave made contact with the devouring black hole, it was utterly annihilated by the formidable devouring force, leaving not even a trace of residual energy. How is this possible? What soul skill is this that has devoured my white tiger light wave? Daimubai's expression turned ashen. Disbelief etched across his face. As a 38th ranked assault-type soul master, the soul skill he unleashed was both powerful and savage. A force even Tang San would hesitate to confront head-on. Who on earth is this individual that so effortlessly nullified his attack? Yet, what answered Daimubai was a dazzling blade radiance reminiscent of a galaxy. Blade drawing technique, Swallow Return. An ultra-rapid blade draw, enhanced by a 30-fold speed boost. This strike was executed with such velocity that it sliced through the void like a flash of light. In an instant, the blade shimmered, and the shadowless sword had already torn through the air, enveloped in a sharp and oppressive aura, delivering a devastating blow to Daimubai's chest. With a muffled thud, Daimubai's complexion turned ashen, and a mouthful of blood erupted forth. The strike was both swift and powerful, carving a gaping wound a foot long into his chest. Vibrant blood gushing forth. Had it not been for the significant enhancement of his body's defenses after his martial soul manifested, that blow could have easily felled him outright. Fang Xian's gaze was frigid, launching an immediate assault without the slightest hint of mercy. To show compassion towards one's adversary is but an act of cruelty towards oneself. In the arena of combat, there exist no rules forbidding bloodshed. Die. With a single, precise strike. Fang Xian's eyes radiated a chilling light as his shadowless blade sliced through the air once more, ruthlessly aimed at Daimubai's chest, intent on eliminating a formidable foe in one fell swoop. Oh no, I forgot to remind Fang Xian not to kill. Qin Ming's expression turned grave. Anxiety etched upon his features. The moment Fang Xian entered the battlefield, his aura underwent a dramatic transformation, morphing him into a deity of slaughter. The murderous intent within him surged forth like a torrent released from a dam, instilling a sense of dread even in his role as the team leader. It appeared that Fang Xian showed no mercy, his blade aimed squarely at Daimubai's very life. This is disastrous. Gazing into those icy, piercing eyes, a palpable killing intent emanated from Fang Xian, causing Daimubai to shudder involuntarily, a wave of chill rushing from his feet to the crown of his head. Such formidable bloodlust. This was the gaze of a killer, cold and ruthless. This man had taken lives, and many at that, under the merciless edge of Fang Xian's blade. Daimubai experienced fear for the first time in his life. His body trembled uncontrollably, and, overwhelmed by that terrifying aura, his mind momentarily blanked, causing him to forget to evade in the nick of time. The glimmering tip of the blade aimed straight for Daimubai's heart. Mubai, run. In this critical moment, it was Tang San who reacted the fastest. As the core controlling spirit master of the Shrek team, he was the first to perceive Daimubai's peril. With a swift motion of his right hand, the blue-silver grass transformed into a sturdy whip, wrapping tightly around Daimubai's waist and yanking him back with great urgency. You wish to flee? Fang Xian raised an eyebrow, his longsword not only remaining unsheathed but also thrusting forward with relentless intent, aiming to pierce the retreating Daimubai. Exhibiting a determination to not relent until the latter was vanquished. The seven treasures possessed a renowned ability, the second being speed. A radiant cascade of colors descended from the heavens, enveloping Tang San and Dai Mubai, dramatically enhancing their velocity, allowing them to swiftly distance themselves from Fang Xian and narrowly evade his lethal blade. Ning Rongrong stood gracefully, her hair cascading like a waterfall to her waist. The seven treasures glazed tower radiating a sanctified glow. Had she not promptly invoked the seven treasures glazed tower to augment the speed of Tang San and Dai Mubai, Dai Mubai might have found himself as Fang Xian's unfortunate victim. The peril of the moment was palpable. What a terrifying individual! Dai Mubai, drenched in cold sweat, pressed his hand against his chest, half kneeling on the ground, his face still reflecting shock and fear. He had narrowly escaped death at the hands of that formidable foe. Moreover, he had sustained considerable injury due to that encounter. I possess a large sausage. Oscar recited a soul incantation, conjuring a substantial sausage capable of restoring soul power and healing wounds, which he promptly handed to Dai Mubai. Dailauda, quickly regain your strength. We will hold the line here for now. Indeed, that individual is exceedingly dangerous. Exercise caution. Compared to him, the ferocity of the frenzied battle team seems trivial. I am certain he has claimed no less than 100 lives. Dai Mubai gravely warned, accepting Oscar's sausage and swallowing it whole, rapidly recuperating his injuries and stamina. Simultaneously, Xiao Wu, Zhu Zhuqing, and Ma Hongjun advanced to confront Fang Xian, striving to buy time for Dai Mubai's recovery. The Shrek's seven monsters displayed remarkable synergy. Yet Fang Xian was not without support. The 6 members of the Imperial battle team swiftly joined him, launching a fierce offensive against the Shrek 7 monsters. The clash erupted in a thunderous roar. Wow, how exhilarating! The audience watched this thrilling scene, exclaiming in delight, utterly captivated by the spectacular commencement of the battle. Who is that black-haired youth? How come he has never been seen in the Soul Arena before? Is he a new member of the Imperial battle team? Astonishingly powerful. He nearly felled the captain of the Shrek team. Who exactly is this prodigious young man? Unbelievable! The Imperial battle team truly harbors hidden talents, concealing such formidable competitors. The crowd erupted in fervor. Fang Xian's remarkable performance instantly captured the attention of the entire arena, prompting many to speculate about his identity. How audacious of him to appear in our Balik Kingdom. Amidst the thronging audience, a figure cloaked in black noticed Fang Xian in the battle arena, momentarily taken aback as a chill flickered in his eyes. Chapter 96, The Clash of Ice and Fire. At this moment, all curious gazes were directed towards Dodo in the sky, eager to glean the identity of this enigmatic youth from the referee. Dodo, acutely aware of the crowd's scrutiny, felt perplexed herself, as she was unfamiliar with this formidable new member of the Imperial battle team. Consequently, she swiftly descended from the air to inquire with the team leader, Qin Ming. Incredible! After obtaining Fang Xian's basic information from Qin Ming, Dodo ascended once more into the sky, her voice imbued with astonishment as she announced to the crowd, this new member of the Imperial battle team is, astonishingly, the previously unseen captain. The captain of the Imperial battle team. The crowd gasped in disbelief. They had not anticipated that this mysterious and powerful youth was indeed the captain, who had chosen to remain hidden until now as a trump card for the final showdown. However, when the host, Dodo, continued to unveil the captain's basic details, the audience collectively gasped in shock. Captain of the Imperial battle team, Fang Xian, Martial Soul, Blade. Level 29 Assault Type Soul Master. The audience fell into a stupor. Level 29? How could that be? Host, are you jesting? How could Fang Xian possibly be merely at level 29? A single strike to defeat the captain of the Shrek team, the crowd erupted in disbelief, questioning Fang Xian's proclaimed level. Yet, soon, 2 soul rings ascended from Fang Xian, dispelling the audience's skepticism. However, these rings were not the standard yellow. They were entirely purple. How could this be? The first and second soul rings are both purple. The arena erupted in a frenzy, compared to Fang Xian's identity as the captain. The fact that both of his soul rings were of the Millennium class left the audience utterly astounded. Among them, the most profoundly impacted was the theoretical master, Yu Xiaojing. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. I have meticulously studied for decades to create this flawless theory, which posits that the maximum age of the first soul ring should be 423 years. And the second soul ring should be 764 years. Under no circumstances could a soul master's first and second rings exceed the millennium threshold. Master clenched his fists, resolute in his conviction. However, gazing up at the 2 purple soul rings hovering above Fang Xian, Master's expression darkened. As if his meticulously crafted theory had been ruthlessly torn apart and disdainfully trampled upon, capped off with a loathsome spittle. His eyes burned with indignation, his body trembled. And he felt utterly crushed, on the verge of mental collapse. Of course, Fang Xian had no time to waste on the inept master. His thoughts were solely focused on how to vanquish the master's disciple, eager to ascertain if defeating Tang San would yield any additional rewards. Strategy? Tactics? Target? What nonsense about rules? Let us just charge ahead. Chaos ensued, complete pandemonium. Under Fang Xian's reckless leadership, the Imperial battle team charged through the arena, attacking left and right. Disregarding tactical coordination, resembling a street brawl. Even Yu Lingling, the support soul master, began to throw punches as everyone was swept up by Fang Xian's fervor. Rushing to confront Shrek, neglecting her protection. Thus, Yu Lingling was left to fend for herself. Defense? Healing? Non-existent. The best defense is an offense. This has always been Fang Xian's guiding principle, and at this moment, the entire Imperial team was significantly influenced by him, gradually evolving into a band of reckless warriors. I knew it would come to this. Qin Ming watched the chaotic battle unfold in the arena, rubbing his temples in exasperation. In the arena, Fang Xian faced off against Ma Hongjun, Zhu Zhuqing, and Xiao Wu, holding his own effortlessly, while the other team members engaged Tang San, Dai Mubai, and others. Among these three, Ma Hongjun and Zhu Zhuqing were both at level 28, while only Xiao Wu had reached the level 31 Soul Master realm. Therefore, even though Fang Xian's soul power was suppressed to level 29, greatly diminishing his strength, he faced no significant pressure against them. However, the trio's prowess was not to be underestimated, and defeating them would still require considerable effort. Evil Fire Phoenix. Fiery flames ignited as a noble and divine phoenix phantom emerged from Ma Hongjuan's body, emitting scorching heat that spread in all directions, rapidly raising the surrounding temperature. First soul skill, Phoenix Fireline. Ma Hongjuan's small eyes gleamed with a frigid light as he aimed at Fang Xian, releasing a torrent of intense flames that radiated a terrifying heat, hurtling towards him. Excellent. Flinder's eyes brightened upon witnessing Ma Hongjun unleash the Phoenix Fireline. Filled with anticipation as he remarked, "Though my foolish disciple is often lackadaisical, the power of the evil fire Phoenix martial soul is indeed formidable. If he lands a hit with the Phoenix Fire, even if he doesn't perish, he will surely suffer greatly. Go, Fatty, defeat him." The members of Shrek roared in unison, hoping that Ma Hongjun could vanquish Fang Xian with the Phoenix Fire. The oncoming inferno flushed Fang Xian's handsome face, illuminating his exceptionally calm eyes, cold glimmers subtly expanding within. Ice Blade Technique. Dance of the Snowflakes. Fang Xian let out a low roar, awakening the slumbering Ice Phoenix martial soul within him. A torrent of icy power surged forth, gradually enveloping the shadowless blade in layers of frost, with tendrils of chilling white mist emanating from it, freezing all in its path. In the next moment, Fang Xian's long blade trembled violently, unleashing a torrent of frigid air that extinguished Ma Hongjuan's flames, transforming into a slender, snow-white blade of light that pierced through the void and struck forcefully against Ma Hongjuan's rotund belly. Ouch, that hurts. Ma Hongjuan's face turned ashen as he coughed up blood. Half of his body was encased in frost, uncontrollably rolling backward before crashing heavily against the edge of the soul arena, instantly losing consciousness. Ice counteracts fire, and Ma Hongjuan's flames were no match for Fang Xian's frost. In their clash, he found himself at a disadvantage, succumbing to the chilling air that invaded his body. Though he survived, it was evident that he could not rise again for the time being. Fatty, Tang San, Dai Mubai, Oscar, Xiao Wu, Zhu Xing, and Ning Rongrong noticed the grievously injured Ma Hongjun, their expressions filled with shock and concern. However, they had little time to worry for others, as Fang Xian single-handedly held back 3 members of Shrek, while Yu Tianheng, Du Guyan, and others fiercely assaulted Tang San, Dai Mubai, Oscar, and Ning Rongrong. Shrek was on the brink of collapse, facing imminent defeat. At that moment, having defeated Ma Hongjun, Fang Xian showed no hesitation as he swiftly approached Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing with his long blade in hand. His icy gaze devoid of warmth sent a shiver down the spines of the 2 women. The power cut out. I had written half of the 4th chapter when the torrential rain caused a blackout. I apologize. It seems I will have to post later. Chapter 97. Fistshake Xiao Wu. Kick Zhu Zhuqing in the 4th update. As Fang Xian approached step by step, Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing felt a chill run through them, as though they were being targeted by an unparalleled harbinger of doom, their very hairs standing on end with fear. Yet, as members of Shrek, they possessed their own dignity and pride, unwilling to easily concede. They exchanged a resolute glance, seeing determination reflected in each other's eyes, and nodded earnestly. In the next moment, Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing shouted in unison, simultaneously launching themselves at Fang Xian. Second soul skill, Enchantment. Xiao Wu's cherubic face blossomed with a seductive smile, her graceful form adorned with 3 soul rings of yellow, and purple. She flashed to Fang Xian's front, her eyes radiating a pink light imbued with enchanting power. This soul skill could disrupt the mind, momentarily slowing the opponent's actions. First soul skill, Nether Stab. Zhu Zhuqing's beautiful eyes glimmered with a cold light as 2 yellow soul rings silently emerged. She bent her exquisite form, her soft body concealing immense explosive power, like a swift arrow shooting forth. With dark claws imbued with a chilling aura, she charged madly at Fang Xian. The 2 women attacked simultaneously. Xiao Wu sought to ensnare Fang Xian with her enchantment, while Zhu Zhuqing aimed to defeat him in one fell swoop. Mere trifles. Fang Xian let out a cold snort, forged by years of nurturing his murderous intent. He possessed an indomitable will that could not be ensnared by the trifling charms of a third-rate enchantress like Xiao Wu. Gazing at the two women flanking him, Fang Xian's demeanor remained impassive. He clenched his left hand into a fist, the knuckles cracking ominously. As the formidable power emanating from the 5,000-year-old bone in his left arm surged forth, causing the muscles of that arm to bulge with formidable strength. Yield to me. With a thunderous roar, Fang Xian unleashed a left fist imbued with unparalleled force, tearing through the air as it ruthlessly struck Xiao Wu's chest, displaying no mercy. His blow indented her sternum, sending the young girl hurtling backward. Xiao Wu's delicate face turned pale, blood trickling from her lips as her petite form was uncontrollably propelled through the air, soaring several meters before she seemed destined to plummet from the arena. Xiao Wu! A furious shout rang out as Tang San's eyes blazed with rage, rushing towards her like a tempest. The blue silver grass transformed into a vibrant blue whip, swiftly ensnaring the girl and drawing her into his embrace. Xiao Wu, wake up, how are you? Tang San held the injured Xiao Wu, his expression etched with profound concern. Yet, Xiao Wu could only manage a faint smile in response, lacking the strength to utter a word before her head lolled to the side, and she succumbed to unconsciousness. Meanwhile, after vanquishing Xiao Wu with his devastating punch, Fang Xian swiftly shifted his focus toward Zhu Zhiqing, situated to his right. With a swift motion, he unleashed a brilliant blade of light. The sound of impact resonated as the long blade, suffused with a razor-sharp aura, clashed violently against Zhu Zhiqing's spectral thrust. The two forces colliding with a thunderous boom. Fang Xian's swordsmanship had already reached the minor mastery realm, rendering him far beyond the capabilities of a mere great soul master like Zhu Zhiqing. With a single stroke, he sent her staggering back 3 steps. However, despite being the youngest among the Shrek 7 monsters, Zhu Zhiqing exhibited a resilience of spirit that transcended gender norms. As she retreated, she gritted her teeth, striving to regain her balance, her captivating eyes shimmering with a fierce determination as she glared defiantly at Fang Xian, unwilling to concede. Come again, I shall surely defeat you, Zhu Zhiqing declared resolutely. Indeed, quite commendable. There remains a glimmer of spirit in you. Fang Xian nodded solemnly, expressing admiration for the stubborn and resilient young girl, before delivering a forceful kick to Zhu Zhiqing's abdomen, sending her flying. Despite Zhu Zhiqing's refusal to concede, the gap in their strengths was insurmountable. Not long ago, Fang Xian had slain a soul king of over level 50, and even though his soul power was suppressed to level 29, he remained a formidable opponent that Zhu Zhiqing, at level 28, could not contend with. Have I lost? Zhu Zhiqing felt a pang of regret, her heart filled with reluctance. Yet her body continued to tumble through the air, poised to crash heavily onto the ground. Zhu Qing, just as she closed her eyes, resigned to the impending impact, she unexpectedly found herself cradled in a warm and solid embrace, accompanied by a magnetic voice calling her name. She blinked in surprise, and upon opening her eyes, she beheld a handsome and resolute face, with eyes that seemed to draw her very soul in like a magnet. Zhu Qing, you have not lost, for you are not alone. You have me, and everyone else. Fang Xian is powerful. We must join forces to defeat him, Dai Bai said earnestly, extending his right hand towards Zhu Zhiqing. Are you still willing to fight alongside me? Zhu Zhiqing's delicate face reflected a struggle, and after a moment of hesitation, she placed her small hand into Dai Bai's palm. Nodding seriously, In the Soul Arena, Fang Xian effortlessly dispatched the 3 mainstays of the Shrek team. He first slashed Ma Hongjun, then struck Xiao Wu with a punch, and finally kicked Zhu Zhiqing. The audience watched in exhilaration as this display of unparalleled prowess stirred their blood, no matter the time or place. Spectators only cheered for the strong, for the victors. Heavens, Fang Xian is truly formidable. Such overwhelming strength. He is indeed the captain of the Imperial fighting team. The crowd buzzed with excitement, convinced that the outcome of this battle seemed all but decided. As Shrek had already lost 3 members while the Imperial fighting team remained at full strength, the disparity between the 2 teams became glaringly evident. Have we truly lost? I never imagined that Fang Xian, the captain of the Imperial fighting team, would possess such terrifying strength. Losing to such an opponent is no disgrace for Xiao San and the others. In the VIP section, Master stood with his hands clasped behind his back, letting out a long sigh. He had only just recovered from the shock of Fang Xian's first 2 soul rings being of a 1,000-year grade when he witnessed the successive defeats of the Shrek members, leaving a bitter taste in his heart. Among the Imperial fighting team, the vice-captain Yu Tianheng was his own nephew. He had initially hoped that Tang San and the others could seize a 3 to 4 point opportunity to triumph over the Imperial fighting team, thus proving his disciple's strength was on par with the descendants of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan. However, now in the Soul Arena, Dai Bai and Zhu Zhiqing clasped hands, their eyes filled with determination, and an extraordinary, terrifying aura erupted from their beings. The next moment, a shocking declaration resonated throughout the arena. Martial Soul Fusion Skill, Nether White Tiger. At that moment, a wave of commotion swept through the Soto Soul Arena. A Martial Soul Fusion Skill? Those 2 from Shrek are actually invoking a Martial Soul Fusion Skill. The audience was incredulous. How could such young individuals possibly master such a sophisticated and perfect combination? If the Shrek members can truly execute a Martial Soul Fusion Skill, the outcome of this battle may become uncertain. Expressions of astonishment spread across the crowd as they turned their gazes toward Dai Mubai and Zhu Shiqing on the arena, their faces alight with excitement and anticipation. The martial soul fusion skill was not merely a simple addition of strengths, it was a dramatic surge in power. Some fusion techniques could even amplify the user's strength tenfold. Unmatched in power. However, the execution of a martial soul fusion skill required extremely stringent conditions. Even two identical martial souls might not guarantee success. The fusion required a perfect synergy and complementarity between the two soul masters, which led to skepticism regarding Dai Mubai and Zhu Zhuqing's ability to perform it, as such a feat was notoriously difficult. Yet, when the martial soul fusion skill was unleashed, its power was astonishing, transcending the limits of the individuals involved to an inconceivable extent. In the arena, Dai Mubai's golden hair billowed, his eyes radiating brilliance, as a massive white tiger manifested around his robust frame, unleashing a formidable gust of wind. Zhu Zhuqing's beautiful eyes widened, her flowing black hair tousled by the wind, while an ethereal black spirit cat emerged from her lithe form, exuding a chilling and aloof aura. In that moment, they forgot their adversaries, lost in each other's gaze. Then, Dai Mubai and Zhu Zhuqing opened their arms and embraced each other. Boom! In that instant of their fusion, their bodies seemed to vanish, replaced by a colossal nether-white tiger with black markings, its snowy white fur and violet eyes stretching a full 7 meters in length. An overwhelming and unmatched presence swept across the arena. The audience was left in shock. This is bad. They truly have invoked a martial soul fusion skill. The members of the Imperial fighting team grew serious, sensing a powerful threat emanating from the immense nether-white tiger. So strong. Even Fang Xian dared not underestimate it. Gazing at the beast with utmost seriousness, this aura surpassed even that of a soul sovereign. Even ordinary soul emperors would not exude such terrifying force. The martial soul fusion skill indeed lived up to its reputation. He had been somewhat careless earlier, not striking hard enough to incapacitate Zhu Zhuqing, inadvertently allowing them the opportunity to unleash the martial soul fusion skill. Sometimes I can be too kind. Fang Xian was filled with deep regret, contemplating that he should have delivered another blow to Zhu Zhuqing. Had he done so, she would undoubtedly have remained incapacitated. Roar, roar, roar. The enraged roar of the netherworld white tiger resonated, emanating the aura of a soul beast sovereign that commanded submission from all. It lifted its majestic head, its icy and malevolent gaze instantly fixating on Fang Xian in the arena. Subsequently, with a powerful tremor of its formidable body, it charged towards Fang Xian with a chilling intent to kill. Come forth. Fang Xian's eyes sparkled with brilliance, his expression devoid of fear, as he prepared to confront the ominous shadow white tiger. However, the brothers Shimo and Shimo suddenly leapt forth, positioning themselves to shield against the impending threat. Captain, step aside. We shall hold them off. These brothers from the Stone family boasted a soul power exceeding 37 levels, with their martial souls renowned for their defensive prowess. The formidable Black Tortoise, making them ideal candidates to withstand the ferocious shadow white tiger. Black Tortoise, manifest. Shimo and Shimo bellowed in unison, summoning their martial soul. Their bodies radiated with 3 shimmering soul rings of yellow, and purple, and 2 emerald-hued black tortoises materialized beside them. As twin brothers, their synergy was impeccable. Uniting their black tortoises, they ultimately forged a resilient tortoise shell shield to withstand the savage onslaught of the shadow white tiger. With a fearsome roar, the shadow white tiger lunged forward, its menacing claws poised to strike. Upon encountering the brothers' tortoise shield, a flicker of disdain crossed its violet eyes as it raised its paw to deliver a crushing blow. With a resounding crash, the tortoise shield crumbled under the immense force, and the brothers were sent sprawling, blood spewing from their mouths as they were flung aside, rendered unconscious. Shimo, Yu Tianhing, De Guyan, Yilingling, and Yufeng gasped in astonishment, unable to fathom that the renowned defensive prowess of the Stone brothers could not withstand even a single strike from the shadow white tiger. The fusion technique of martial souls was truly terrifying. Heavens, is that truly the martial soul fusion technique? Those 2 members of the Imperial battle team were defeated in an instant, lacking any means of resistance. The might of the martial soul fusion technique is indeed formidable. Who would have imagined that the Shrek team possessed such a technique? It seemed that their chances of victory in the soul battle had significantly increased. The crowd was awestruck. Little did they expect the Shrek team could wield a martial soul fusion technique, making the outcome of the battle all the more unpredictable. How could I have forgotten about Mu Bai and Zhu Qing's martial soul fusion technique? With this powerful ability, our Shrek team is bound to triumph. Flinder laughed heartily, firmly believing that the little monsters would prevail over the Imperial battle team and secure victory in this contest. Indeed, let us hope for that. The master nodded solemnly, sharing the hope for Shrek's success. Yet, for reasons unknown, he found himself glancing towards Fang Xian on the battlefield, who remained unnervingly composed in the face of the shadow white tiger, exuding an aura of an anomaly. This instilled within him an uneasy premonition, and his expression grew grave as he mused. Could it be that Fang Xian possesses a method to counter the shadow white tiger? I shall take on this challenge. Yu Tianhing stepped forward, determination ablaze in his eyes, intent on confronting the terrifying shadow white tiger. No. At that moment, Fang Xian raised his hand, embodying the authority of a captain for the first time, and earnestly addressed Yu Tianheng, "You, Douluo Yin. And Yu Feng will be responsible for dealing with the remaining members of Shrek. Yi Lingling will tend to the injuries of the Stone Brothers. The Shadow White Tiger shall be my adversary. You intend to confront the Shadow White Tiger alone." The group paused in disbelief, their concern palpable. "Rest assured, I shall not falter," Fang Xian declared with unwavering conviction. "Captain, please be cautious." Despite their apprehension, the others complied with Fang Xian's orders, dispersing to attend to the wounded and to engage Tan San and the others. At that moment, the Shadow White Tiger charged ferociously, its savage claws tearing through the air with terrifying force, descending upon Fang Xian's head with a fierce intent. Fang Xian exhaled deeply, gazing at the ethereal white tiger before him. His eyes shimmered with unwavering determination as he summoned his soul energy to its utmost limit, the two purple rings around him radiating an exceptionally brilliant light. With all his might, he swung the shadowless blade, desperately blocking the ferocious claw that descended upon him, narrowly avoiding being crushed into a pulp. Subsequently, with a swift motion of his left hand, a long blade as dark as ink materialized in his grasp, which he thrust fiercely towards the ethereal white tiger. The dual-wielding technique was achieved. The determination to produce more content was relentless. The author expressed a heartfelt plea for subscriptions and monthly support, emphasizing their dedication and diligence. Despite being accused of laziness for a brief period of shorter updates, they clarified the challenge of managing two simultaneous novels, ensuring a minimum of 8,000 words daily, with occasional bursts reaching 14,000 to 15,000 words. A feat maintained for nearly 2 months, leading to considerable fatigue. As a dual author navigating the struggles of creativity, the author faced the daunting task of producing a sudden influx of content, stressing the exhaustion that came with it. On a particularly stormy evening, power outages compounded the difficulties. Yet trust and understanding between readers and writers seemed to wane. In sharing the current status of the book, the author noted a steady increase in subscriptions. Expressing gratitude for the community's generous support, they harbored a modest aspiration. Should the subscriptions reach 500, they would expedite the completion of their other work, dedicating themselves fully to this narrative, promising daily updates. Chapter 99, The Dance of Black and White Blades. The dual-wielding technique is a peak swordsmanship, characterized by rapid, successive strikes that leave opponents defenseless, emphasizing speed to achieve victory without formal techniques. This celebrated technique, known colloquially as the Summer Princess 8 Cuts, embodies the principle that in martial arts, only speed prevails, where the absence of form is superior to rigid structure. In essence, it is a resolute proclamation to strike with fervor. Fang Xian let out a wild roar, his raven hair dancing wildly, as two violet soul rings shimmered with a radiant glow, emanating a fierce and overwhelming aura that swept across the surroundings. He first utilized his right hand to deflect the ethereal claws of the netherworld white tiger with the shadowless blade, then unleashed the water-severing blade, thrusting fiercely towards the beast's abdomen, seamlessly blending offense and defense as he executed his dual sword technique for the first time in actual combat. The water-severing blade, superior in quality to the shadowless blade, had ascended to the pinnacle of legendary swords, renowned for its formidable power and unmatched sharpness. Furthermore, Fang Xian's left arm, having absorbed a 50,000-year-old soul bone, possessed extraordinary strength. The fusion of the water-severing blade and the soul bone resulted in an attack of terrifying might. The glistening blade tip-tore through the air and struck the netherworld white tiger's chest with a resounding force. With a pained roar, the netherworld white tiger's immense form dimmed significantly, its breath growing shallow. Even with its formidable resilience, the full force of Fang Xian's strike inflicted considerable damage, causing its once mighty soul energy to diminish greatly. However, this strike was evidently insufficient to vanquish the netherworld white tiger. The true power of the martial soul fusion technique had yet to fully manifest. The expression of the netherworld white tiger twisted into one of fury, its eyes radiating an eerie violet light as it entered a state of rage, cold-killing intent sweeping towards Fang Xian like a razor-sharp blade. In the next moment, the tiger's paw, as large as an adult, lunged forward once more, accompanied by a fierce gust of wind, aiming to rend Fang Xian apart. Fang Xian raised his twin blades before him, bracing against the ferocious assault of the ethereal white tiger. As the claw, fierce enough to rend the heavens, descended upon the two blades with overwhelming force, an ominous surge of power surged through, nearly reducing Fang Xian to a mere pulp. Crack, crack. His entire skeletal structure struggled to endure the terrifying might, emitting a cacophony of sounds as if it would shatter completely in the next instant. The tiger's mouth in his hands split open, and his internal organs quivered, a trickle of blood gradually escaping from the corner of his mouth. With every ounce of strength he could muster, as if his bones were on the verge of being crushed, he managed to withstand the wrathful strike of the ethereal white tiger. Indeed, the potency of this martial soul fusion technique was dreadfully formidable. Fang Xian let out a long, resounding roar, twisting his spine as a formidable force erupted within him, propelling him to fiercely repel the netherworld's white tiger. Subsequently, he unleashed his dual-wielding swordsmanship, his blades swirling with fervor. The dance of light and shadow commenced as the two swords moved with wild abandon, creating a tempest of glimmering steel that filled the air with a flurry of strikes upon the white tiger of the abyss. Boom, boom, boom. In a mere moment, Fang Xian had delivered dozens of slashes upon the formidable, muscular form of the tiger, carving out numerous ghastly wounds, blood gushing forth like a fountain. The netherworld's white tiger, equally unwilling to yield, lashed out with its razor-sharp claws, tearing fiercely at Fang Xian's chest, nearly rending him asunder. Fang Xian drew in a sharp breath, his body trembling with pain, as 3 deep wounds, exposing bone, marred his chest, and several ribs lay shattered. A fierce battle unfolded in the arena, captivating the attention of all present. Such a terrifying confrontation sent shivers down the spine. The spectators held their breath, transfixed by the frenzied struggle between Fang Xian and the spectral white tiger, each face reflecting a mix of horror and astonishment. Unbeknownst to them, this contest had escalated into a brutal melee, eliciting both dread and exhilaration among the crowd. Fang Xian's strength was remarkable, holding his ground against the spectral white tiger, a feat that seemed almost inconceivable. Yet, was it not evident? Fang Xian was gradually succumbing to his opponent, on the verge of collapse. It was only natural, after all. The spectral white tiger wielded a martial soul fusion technique, its power eclipsing that of all combatants in the arena. Even the formidable Fang Xian, captain of the royal combat team, could not hope to triumph over such a force. Whispers filled the air as the onlookers expressed their doubts about Fang Xian, believing his defeat to be merely a matter of time, for the might of a martial soul fusion technique was overwhelming. Unless one were to possess a significantly superior level to the soul master employing the fusion, victory was unattainable. This unforeseen revelation of Shrek possessing a martial soul fusion technique had thrown Fang Xian and his team into a predicament. Qin Ming's face darkened, unable to fathom that the Shrek team had such an ace up their sleeve. The stakes were high. The Tian-Do Royal Academy was ambitious, aiming for the championship of the prestigious Elite Soul Master Tournament. They could not afford to falter here. With a grave expression, Qin Ming, once a student of Shrek, now the leader of the royal combat team, fervently wished for his squad's success. Victory is within our grasp. As long as we can vanquish Fang Xian, Shrek will emerge triumphant, exclaimed Flanders, his eyes shining with glee as he observed the spectral white tiger gaining the upper hand and beginning to suppress Fang Xian. Hope blossomed in his heart, believing Shrek had a genuine chance of victory. It was clear to all that Fang Xian was the linchpin of the royal combat team. Defeating him would turn the tide, utterly shattering their opponents. Indeed, with Mu Bai and Zhu Qing's martial soul fusion technique being extraordinarily potent, Shrek might truly achieve a remarkable turnaround. The master, standing with hands clasped behind his back, felt a flicker of hope reignite within him. His keen gaze was fixed on the arena, fervently wishing for the spectral white tiger to deliver a decisive blow against Fang Xian. In the arena of battle, the tension was palpable. The battle between Fang Xian and the ethereal white tiger has reached an intense climax, with both parties preparing to unleash their final strikes to vanquish their opponent. Another thunderbreak. The ethereal white tiger's gaze was frigid, its massive form enveloped in a dark, ghostly aura, its momentum ascending to its zenith as it charged fiercely towards Fang Xian. Dual blade style, infinite frenzy slash. As the ethereal white tiger rushed forth, Fang Xian's expression remained unperturbed. His eyes emitted 2 chilling beams of light. The black and white blades danced in unison, sweeping towards the ethereal white tiger like a tempest. Boom. A resounding shockwave reverberated through the heavens and earth. The clash between man and beast was ferocious, causing a cataclysmic explosion of soul power and fierce winds that shattered a significant portion of the soul arena, enveloping the scene in dust and debris. As the haze dissipated, a tall, bloodied figure emerged, grasping the black and white blades that continued to drip crimson. Beside him lay Dai Mubai and Zhu Shuqing, unconscious on the ground. Astonishment filled the arena. Chapter 100. What is Tang San? Seeking subscriptions and monthly votes, the arena fell into an eerie silence. For an extended period, the Soto Great Soul Arena was devoid of sound. Even the faintest breath seemed to vanish. Countless gazes converged from all directions, fixating on that stern figure, each eye trembling slightly, overwhelmed by an indescribable shock. Fang Xian had triumphed, having defeated the soul fusion technique of Shrek Academy. The crowd was astounded. It was utterly unfathomable that Fang Xian single-handedly felled the terrifying ethereal white tiger and unraveled the soul fusion technique of Zhu Zhuqing and Dai Mubai. How could this be? Who exactly is Fang Xian? Even the combined might of Mubai and Shuqing's soul fusion technique could not subdue him. This was illogical, contrary to my theories. The master's face turned pale, his eyes reddened. Fang Xian seemed to be the nemesis of his theories. Ever since his appearance, the theories he had painstakingly developed over the years had been relentlessly shattered. No, I refuse to believe it. Are our little monsters from Shrek truly destined to lose? Flinder's eyes brimmed with tears as he struggled to accept the reality. Shrek Academy represented his lifelong dedication, and the last thing he wished to witness was their defeat. This is incredible, truly incredible. Fang Xian is indeed a little anomaly, so remarkably powerful. Not only were the master and Flinder astonished by Fang Xian's outstanding performance, but even Qin Ming, the leading teacher, was taken aback. He never anticipated that Fang Xian could overcome Shrek's soul fusion technique. Perhaps, this year's Soul Master competition holds genuine hope for our Imperial fighting team to claim the championship. Excitement flickered in Qin Ming's eyes as he focused his gaze on Fang Xian. In the Soul Arena, Fang Xian exhaled a breath of fatigue, his gaze descending quietly upon the fallen forms of Dai Mubai and Zhu Zhuqing. A weary expression on his face gradually transformed into a smile of relief. Victory. At last. Triumph had been attained. However, the victory came at a cost. The potency of the martial soul fusion technique was indeed extraordinary. Although he had vanquished Dai Mubai and Zhu Zhuqing, he himself had sustained considerable injuries. 9 Heart Si Tang heal, Fang Xian murmured softly, as he channeled the 9 Hearts Begonia martial soul to heal his wounds. While casting his gaze towards the opposite side of the battle arena to ascertain the status of Yu Tianheng and his companions. In one corner of the arena stood a solitary figure, cold and detached, with disheveled black hair, stained with blood. That ordinary yet refined countenance was now contorted in a grotesque expression, with even his eyes tainted crimson. Tang San, hair matted with blood and a fierce glare, unleashed the 8 spider lances, their dark and razor-sharp tips slicing through Du Gaiyan's delicate shoulder, causing red blood to flow incessantly and stain the young lady's exquisite purple dress. How dare you injure Tianheng? I will not let you get away with this. Du Gaiyan exclaimed furiously. Humph, you should worry about yourself first. I will never forgive anyone who dares to harm my companions. Tang Sen retorted coldly, dismissing her threats. With a powerful sweep of the 8 spider lances, he callously hurled the girl away. The venomous lances caused Du Gaiyan to crash awkwardly at the edge of the arena. And soon the poison infiltrated her body through the wound. In moments, her lips began to turn purple, and her head drooped as she succumbed to unconsciousness. On another front, the battle raged fiercely. Yu Tianheng unleashed his full strength, swiftly defeating Oscar, and then joined forces with Du Gaiyan and Yu Feng to encircle Tang San, the last remaining powerhouse. Just then, the unconscious Xiao Wu seemed to sense Tang San's peril and awakened suddenly, struggling to assist him despite her injuries, only to be sent flying by Yu Feng's punch. In a fit of rage, Tang San entered a berserk state. Channeling the Shintian skill, he unleashed the 8 spider lances, hidden weapons, and the purple extreme demon eye in a frenzied assault upon Yu Tianheng and his companions. Ultimately, Tang San eliminated Yu Tianheng with the Zhuge Divine Crossbow, sent Yu Feng reeling with the Xian Yu hand, and defeated Du Gaiyan with the 8 spider lances, single-handedly vanquishing the 3 mainstays of the royal dueling team, thus captivating the entire arena with his astounding prowess, rivaling even Fang Xian's earlier triumph over the netherworld White Tiger. At that moment, on the battlefield, only a few still remained standing. The Shrek team, Tang San, Ning Rongrong, the royal dueling team, Fang Xian, Yi Lingling. The others were either unconscious from injuries or severely wounded, rendering this duel a brutal spectacle. A chilling breeze swept through, and the transformed Tang San, now resembling a vengeful Azura, stood before Yi Lingling, his venom-laden lance poised against her delicate throat. With the slightest exertion, he could pierce her windpipe. Yi Lingling, a support-type soul master, though her 9 Hearts Begonia martial soul was renowned for its healing capabilities, lacked any offensive power. At this moment, she appeared frail and vulnerable, facing the murderous intent radiating from the man before her. What do you want? Yi Lingling's eyes glistened with tears, her cherubic face betraying a flicker of fear as she gazed at the indifferent man before her. Heal my companions, or you will die. Tang San's eyes burned crimson, his gaze fixed coldly on Yi Lingling, his once gentle visage now devoid of emotion. As Yi Lingling trembled in fear, a derisive laughter suddenly rang in her ears. Die? You are not worthy. The water-cutting blade sliced through the air, transforming into a streak of darkness, striking Tang San with overwhelming force and sending him flying. Fang Xian approached with a menacing aura, wielding his blade with an icy gaze devoid of any emotional fluctuation. The terrifying intensity of his murderous intent exceeded even that of Tang San in his Azura form. It's you, Tang San exclaimed, retreating 5 steps as he plunged his 8 spider lances into the ground, desperately stabilizing his stance. Upon witnessing Fang Xian's advance, his eyes erupted with a chilling gleam. He vividly recalled the merciless man who had recently sent Xiao Wu flying with a single punch, leaving her gravely injured, a grudge he would never forget. Fang Xian, you harmed Xiao Wu. I will not let you escape unscathed. Tang San's eyes turned crimson, his demeanor icy. He emanated a frigid aura, transforming into a blood-soaked Azura, with 8 dark and razor-sharp spider lances pointed directly at Fang Xian. Just a mere Tang San, what do you amount to? I could dispatch you with a mere flick of my fingers. Fang Xian let out a cold snort, his expression tranquil as a gentle breeze. Calmly, he sheathed his 2 blades, crossing his arms while casting a frosty gaze upon Tang San. A fierce battle intent blazed within him, transforming him into an invincible war deity, utterly unafraid of Tang San. In the arena, Fang Xian and Tang San stood in a tense standoff. The strongest warriors of the Imperial battle team and the Shrek battle team finally converged at this moment. The ultimate showdown was about to erupt. Chapter 101, The Pinnacle Duel. Fang Xian vs. Tang San. With 400 subscriptions, additional updates are requested. This scene ignited a surge of excitement throughout the arena. Oh, there was a splendid spectacle to behold between Tang San and Fang Xian. The audience was electrified, their fervor instantaneously ignited. Xiao San, give it your all. The master, Flandra, and Zhao Waoqi clenched their fists involuntarily, their hopeful gazes fixed upon Tang San in the arena, anxiety mounting within them. After all, Tang San was the hope of their entire village. Fang Xian, you must win. Similarly, Qin Ming wore a grave expression, silently praying for Fang Xian. At this moment in the arena, the Shrek battle team and the Imperial battle team each had 2 remaining members, one powerful assault-type Soul Master and one support-type Soul Master. Thus, the outcome of this battle hinged predominantly upon Fang Xian and Tang San. At this instant, the audience gradually held their breath, their full attention directed towards the 2 adversaries locked in confrontation, eagerly anticipating this final clash. In the arena, Fang Xian's gaze was profound, his demeanor composed. As he firmly grasped the hilt of his blade, his body arched like a bow, standing motionless like a poised cheetah. Tang San, with his flowing black hair and piercing eyes, similarly stood silently in the arena, the 8 sharp spider spears behind him aimed meticulously at Fang Xian, resembling arrows drawn yet unloosed. Lingling, I entrust this to you. Focus on healing Tianhing and Little Poison Lady, Fang Xian instructed the nearby Yi Lingling. Captain, but... Yi Lingling blinked, her small face revealing uncertainty, fearful that Fang Xian might be unable to contend with Tang San alone, yearning to remain by his side to assist him. There are no buts, he is merely Tang San, someone I regard with indifference. Fang Xian declared with pride. All right, I understand. Please be cautious, Captain. Ultimately, Yi Lingling obediently nodded and hurried to tend to the injured and poisoned members of the Imperial fighting team, such as Yu Tianhing and Du Guyan. Meanwhile, Tang San turned to Ning Rongrong behind him and said, Rongrong, do not worry about me. Take care of Xiao Wu and everyone else. Third brother, can you truly handle that calamity alone? Ning Rongrong was deeply concerned after witnessing Fang Xian's ruthless display during their earlier clash, fearing for Tang San's safety. Rest assured, that sort of opponent is beneath my notice. Shrek will triumph. Tang San smiled faintly at Ning Rongrong, then cast a detached glance at Fang Xian, a hint of provocation curling at the corners of his mouth. Very well, third brother, take care of yourself. Ning Rongrong nodded obediently, beginning to attend to the gravely injured and unconscious Xiao Wu and Zhu Qing, who were now gathered together under her careful watch. At last, in the center of the Soul Arena, only Fang Xian and Tang San remained. The air was thick with the scent of gunpowder, poised for an imminent clash. Boom. At that moment, both their gazes turned icy, and they simultaneously surged forward to engage in combat. 8 spider spears. Tang San shouted, his soul power surging within him as he executed the ghost shadow misty steps, the 8 spider spears wildly swinging towards Fang Xian with formidable intensity. Drawing the blade technique. Fang Xian's eyes gleamed with a chilling light as the broken water blade and the shadowless blade were simultaneously unsheathed. 2 resplendent beams of light, one black and one white, sliced through the void, fiercely aimed at Tang San. The 8 spider legs of the 8 spider lances danced wildly, their glimmering tips exuding a purplish-black venom. Even the slightest scratch would instantly taint with lethal poison, posing a grave threat to life. Submit, Fang Xian. If you concede now, I may spare your life. You wield but 2 blades, while I possess a full 8 spider lances. How can you possibly withstand my assault? Tang San scoffed, as the 8 spider lances transformed into sharp blades, striking simultaneously from all directions, an onslaught nearly impossible to defend against. Were an ordinary person to face such a ferocious attack, they would likely be overwhelmed by Tang San's 8 spider lances within a single exchange. However, Fang Xian's swordsmanship had reached an extraordinary level, allowing him to draw dozens of blades in a second, effortlessly parrying the chaotic barrage of the spider lances. Is it merely 8 extra legs? A trivial skill. Tang San, today, I shall sever your 8 spider legs and see how you maintain your arrogance. Fang Xian's lips curled slightly, and the soul power within him erupted like molten lava. He harnessed his strength, wielding the black and white twin daggers with wild abandon, effortlessly neutralizing Tang San's 8 spider lances while waiting for the opportune moment to counterattack. How could this be? With merely 2 daggers, how could you possibly withstand my 8 spider lances? As the battle commenced, Tang San's assault faltered, failing to eliminate Fang Xian as he had anticipated, stirring within him a mix of annoyance and astonishment. The external soul bone, the 8 spider lances, was one of the most extraordinary and rare types among soul bones. A unique existence beyond the 6 main categories, its value comparable to the most elite soul bones. In the Douluo Continent, external soul bones were the coveted treasures of soul masters, second only to the revered 100,000-year soul rings. Hence, the 8 spider lances wielded tremendous power. Whenever Tang San unleashed them, he was invariably victorious, having previously vanquished formidable opponents like Yu Tianhing and Du Guyan in an instant. Yet now, as he directed the 8 spider lances at Fang Xian, he failed to inflict any harm upon him, leaving him momentarily stunned and deeply disheartened. The opportunity arose. Seizing the fleeting moment of Tang San's bewilderment, Fang Xian's eyes gleamed as he suddenly thrust his left arm forward. The fierce force of the bloodthirsty devouring soul bone erupting forth, and with one decisive stroke, he severed the first lance on Tang San's left side. Though it was an external soul bone, the 8 spider lances were intricately connected to Tang San's spine, forming a singular entity. At that moment, as one of the lances was brutally cleaved, his face contorted in agony, the pain seeping into his very bones, causing his entire body to tremble uncontrollably. Once more, watch as I pluck each of your spider legs one by one. With the first strike successful, Fang Xian pressed his advantage. The shadowless blade crashing down heavily upon another lance on Tang San's right side, cleaving it asunder. Damn it, Fang Xian. Tang San's eyes blazed with fury. Having lost 2 of his spider lances, his teeth chattering from the pain, a mixture of suffering and unbridled rage surging within him. However, as a reincarnated individual with the experience of 2 lifetimes, Tang San maintained his composure, quickly retaliating as he struck Fang Xian's chest with the Xianyu hand, forcefully collapsing a section of his ribcage. Pff, a mouthful of blood erupted forth, and Fang Xian calmly raised his hand to wipe away the blood at the corner of his mouth. Instead of anger, a sinister smile spread across his handsome face as he fixed his piercing gaze upon Tang San, akin to a predator eyeing its long-desired prey. Tang San, Fang Xian. The 2 roared in unison, plunging back into the fray. In the frigid and ominous arena of battle, the 8 spider lances and the long knives tore through the air, leaving a cascade of sparks in their wake. Purple-black venom splattered, violent blade energy surged through the air, blood and shattered bones littered the ground. The shockwaves from their fierce clash reverberated across the arena, shattering the earth and sweeping through the void. Fang Xian and Tang San unleashed their full potential, engaging in a ferocious battle with all their skills. The clash escalated to a frenzy, with neither side yielding an inch, both sustaining injuries yet unable to determine a victor. This was a fierce and evenly matched bloodbath. Fang Xian's raven tresses danced wildly as he forcefully severed 2 of Tang San's spider legs, causing him to spew forth blood and stagger back 7 paces, gravely injured. With a roar, Tang San thrust the 8 spider lances fiercely into Fang Xian, piercing his abdomen and unleashing a torrent of blood. The lethal venom contained within the lances spread rapidly. Within mere seconds, Fang Xian's lips began to darken, poisoned. 9-heart begonia, heal. Fang Xian gritted his teeth, fervently activating his 9-heart seat petal martial soul, simultaneously neutralizing the poison and healing his wounds. Soon, he managed to suppress the lethal venom of the 8 spider lances, and the blood returned to his lips. Fortuitously, he possessed the 9-heart sea petal, which allowed him to detoxify and heal. Otherwise, being struck by Tang San's 8 spider lance poison would have left him gravely injured, if not dead. Utilizing the miraculous effects of the 9-heart sea petal, Fang Xian fought while healing, rapidly recovering from his injuries, resembling a resurrected god of war, exuding an unstoppable aura. In stark contrast, Tang San had lost 4 prongs of his 8 spider lance and bore 3 gruesome knife wounds across his chest, blood flowing incessantly, his condition dire. Lacking the terrifying healing abilities of Fang Xian, he was utterly exhausted after the relentless battles, his body covered in injuries. Yet, Fang Xian grew increasingly formidable with each confrontation, embodying the spirit of a fierce dragon, which rendered Tang San's expression grim, filled with both shock and fury. Initially, the 2 were evenly matched, however, as the battle progressed. Tang San's accumulated injuries mounted, gradually putting him at a disadvantage, desperately struggling under Fang Xian's relentless assault, poised on the brink of defeat. Tang San, surrender to me. Fang Xian's eyes glimmered with a cold light as he distinctly sensed the waning of Tang San's soul power. The latter, having endured repeated injuries and lacking any healing abilities, was now at the end of his strength. Seizing the opportunity, Fang Xian launched a vigorous attack, raising his blade to strike down upon Tang San, intent on defeating him in one fell swoop. With a swift motion, Tang San activated his purple extreme demon eye, keenly observing Fang Xian's actions. His right hand transformed into a shape reminiscent of white jade, and 3 slender iron needles, akin to dragon whiskers, emerged from his fingers. With a rapid flourish of the Xianyu hand, the needles were propelled forward in an instant. The 3 dragon whisker needles shimmered with a cold light, transforming into streaks of luminous energy that pierced through the void, moving so swiftly that they were nearly invisible, darting towards Fang Xian like lightning. This was Tang San's signature hidden weapon, the dragon whisker needle. Once embedded in the body, the needle would automatically curl, contorting the muscles and immobilizing the opponent. He had previously dealt a severe blow to Zhao Wuji with this very needle, and now aimed to employ it against Fang Xian. Under the full force of the Xianyu hand, the speed of the dragon whisker needle approached that of sound, akin to bullets being discharged, rendering it nearly imperceptible to the naked eye. Nameless eye? Fang Xian exhibited unwavering courage, his eyes glimmering with a golden light as the eye of the Nameless activated. In an instant, the world around him contracted, becoming strikingly clear, allowing even the minutest details, such as a blade of grass or a grain of sand 100 meters away, to come into sharp focus. This extraordinary vision also encompassed Tang San's dragon whisker needle. This remarkable ability had been bestowed upon him after consuming the autumn water elixir. endowing him with a sight that far surpassed that of ordinary mortals, enabling him to perceive objects that would typically elude the naked eye. Tang San had previously dealt a severe blow to Zhao Wuji with the dragon whisker needle. Now, he was poised to employ the same tactic once more. Humph, merely a trifling skill. Fang Xian let out a disdainful snort, unleashing his swiftest shadowless blade. In a mere second, he executed 18 strikes. The gleaming white light of the blade swirling like a tornado, effortlessly severing Tang San's dragonbeard needle. How is this possible? He actually blocked my dragonbeard needle. Tang San was taken aback, astonished by Fang Xian's formidable prowess. First, he had shattered his 8 spider lances, and now he had easily thwarted his unique hidden weapon. This was undeniably troublesome. Tang San, you might as well save your broken hidden weapons for scrap metal. They are of no use to me. Fang Xian remarked with a faint smile. Damn it. Fang Xian, do not become too arrogant. Tang San seethed with fury. The fact that his prideful hidden weapon had been countered dealt a significant blow to his morale, leaving his expression darkened. However, he quickly regained his composure, his obsidian eyes glinting with a chilling light, coldly locking onto the approaching Fang Xian, with his Xian jade hand pushed to its limits. He began to wield it with fervor. Dragon beard needles, bone-piercing nails, soul-seizing arrows, and a dozen other hidden weapons were unleashed all at once, some of which were laced with deadly poison. Touching them would surely lead to death. In an instant, a torrential rain of needles filled the air. A tempestuous assault aimed directly at Fang Xian. Come at me. Fang Xian's eyes gleamed with cold light as he wielded his black and white blades in a frenzied dance. Countless rays of blade light converged to form a shield of blade energy, defending against all the poison darts released by Tang San. Tang San, unleash all your hidden weapons. Let me cleanse you of every last one of your venomous needles before I deal with you. Fang Xian laughed heartily, relentlessly slashing at Tang San's hidden weapons. Let us see then. We shall determine whether your blades are swifter or my hidden weapons. Tang San's expression remained grave, undeterred by Fang Xian's provocation, as he continued to fire his concealed weapons with fervor. If just one dragon whisker needle or bone-piercing nail were to strike Fang Xian, victory would be his. The fierce battle between the two in the arena naturally attracted countless gazes from the spectators, many of whom were exhilarated to witness such a clash of titans. Incredible! Is this truly a soul master-level battle? Their strength seems to far exceed this tier, murmured the crowd, speculating on who would ultimately emerge victorious. Unexpectedly, even with all his hidden weapons deployed, Tang San had yet to gain the upper hand against Fang Xian. That boy's strength is somewhat terrifying. Can Tang San withstand this? Flander expressed his concern. No, Tang San has not lost yet. He still possesses one final hidden weapon. The master observed intently, hands clasped behind his back, his expression grave as he gazed at Tang San on the battlefield, unable to suppress a sigh. Tang San, have you truly resolved to use that? Clang. A pitch-black blade light sliced through the air, severing the last bone-piercing nail. In the next moment, Fang Xian coldly regarded Tang San, his lips curling into a dangerous smirk. Tang San, it seems your hidden weapons are nearly exhausted. This ends here. He strode forward, blades at the ready to conclude the confrontation. Yet, as Fang Xian approached with lethal intent, Tang San exhibited neither fear nor panic. Instead, he uttered a statement that left the entire arena in stunned silence. Fang Xian, concede. I can spare your life. The crowd was dumbfounded. Chapter 103, Zhuge Divine Crossbow vs. Thunder Flash. You concede. As this brazen and arrogant pronouncement echoed, the entire Soto arena fell into a profound silence. Even Fang Xian appeared taken aback. Tang San stood with his hands clasped behind him, his gaze deep and exuding an air of mastery, despite being at a disadvantage and on the brink of defeat. He presented himself with the poise of a victor, leaving many in a state of bewilderment. It was evident to all that Tang San had exhausted his hidden weapons, failing to inflict any harm on Fang Xian, and was out of options. Yet, he still audaciously demanded Fang Xian's surrender, even claiming he would spare his life, prompting laughter from the onlookers. Heh, Tang San, have you lost your mind, spouting such nonsense? Fang Xian was momentarily taken aback, a wave of amusement washing over him. This Tang San, having been cornered to a point of desperation, audaciously uttered such a statement, as if hoping to elicit a concession from him. Could it be that this fellow had truly sustained a head injury during their earlier clash, resulting in a concussion? Fang Xian, I acknowledge your formidable strength, surpassing that of everyone in Shrek. Yet, with a shift in tone, Tang San's piercing gaze locked onto Fang Xian as he spoke with a grave intensity. I still possess one final hidden weapon, my ultimate secret. One final hidden weapon? Fang Xian was momentarily taken aback, his brows gradually knitting together in concern. Indeed, Tang San, with his arms crossed confidently, declared, once my final hidden weapon. The Zhuge Divine Crossbow is unleashed, your demise is inevitable. Thus, I advise you, it is not too late to concede. As soon as he finished speaking, a pitch-black, ominous crossbow materialized in Tang San's grasp, its cold, glimmering bowstring exuding an eerie chill that enveloped the atmosphere. This formidable crossbow measured approximately 1 foot in length, meticulously crafted from refined iron, rendering it immensely durable and highly resilient. The crossbow's chamber housed a total of 48 bolts, capable of simultaneously releasing 16 projectiles with remarkable velocity, capable of penetrating gold and shattering stone, such as the might of the Zhuge divine crossbow, among the myriad hidden weapons of the Tang sect. Aside from the elite few such as the Buddha's Wrathtang lotus, the torrential pear blossom needle, and the peacock feather, the Zhuge divine crossbow stands as one of the most formidable. It represents the pinnacle of Tang San's craftsmanship in concealed weaponry. The power of the Zhuge divine crossbow is so immense that even formidable Soul Sect warriors can be effortlessly slain by it. His earlier words were not mere bravado. Once unleashed, it would likely seal Fang Xian's fate. How intriguing, the Zhuge divine crossbow, indeed. Fang Xian gazed intently at the black repeating crossbow, a dangerous smile curling at the corners of his lips. Instead of fear, he felt an exhilarating thrill. With this Zhuge divine crossbow, Tang San could indeed dominate at the Soul Sect level. Let us see, then, which is swifter, your Zhuge divine crossbow or my blade? Fang Xian stood resolute, exuding an air of unwavering courage. He harbored no fear. Had Tang San unleashed the formidable rain of pear blossoms or the exquisite peacock plume, he might have felt a twinge of apprehension. However, a mere Zhuge divine crossbow was insufficient to compel him to retreat without a fight or to surrender. Today, he declared with conviction, you, Tang San, shall meet your match. Fang Xian raised his long blade, resolutely declaring, since you are so obstinate, do not blame me for what follows. Tang San let out a cold snort, his gaze chillingly fierce as he lifted the Zhuge divine crossbow, aiming it squarely at Fang Xian, and swiftly pulled the trigger. The Zhuge divine crossbow unleashed a tremendous roar, and in the next moment, a barrage of bolts, dense as raindrops, tore through the air, hurtling madly towards Fang Xian. A profound sense of peril surged within him, causing Fang Xian's expression to harden as the fierce wind rushing towards him brutally lacerated his cheek, drawing forth a trickle of blood. He could distinctly sense the immense power contained within the bolts fired from the Zhuge divine crossbow. Should one strike true, it would surely pierce through him, shattering even his bones. A torrent of soul energy surged into his dantian, awakening the dormant blue lightning Tyrannosaurus within him, which suddenly opened its eyes, unleashing twin beams of electric brilliance as boundless lightning surged forth in a tumultuous roar. Thunder flashed. Fang Xian uttered a low growl, and suddenly, blue arcs of electricity leapt upon his long blade, enveloping him in a terrifying aura of thunder. In an instant, he transformed into a human-shaped bolt of lightning, moving with unparalleled swiftness, vanishing without a trace as he traversed the void. His momentum was akin to a thundering tempest, as swift as a flash of lightning. Boom! A bolt of blue thunder cleaved through the air, infused with the might of lightning, unmatched in its ferocity. In a heartbeat, it obliterated the 16 arrows of Zhuge's divine crossbow. Akin to a frenzied beast, it violently collided with Tang San. The sound of shattering bones echoed as Tang San let out a wretched scream, coughing up blood, his body propelled by the dreadful force, tumbling through the air for 13 revolutions before crashing down from the battle arena in a wretched heap. His complexion turned ashen, his chest charred black, flesh and blood mangled. The power of the thunder had seared half of his body, inflicting grievous injuries. How could this be? Tang San gazed incredulously at the cold figure, enveloped in crackling lightning. Disbelief etched across his face. Finally, he coughed up another mouthful of blood, his head lolling to the side as he succumbed to unconsciousness. The entire arena was stunned. The atmosphere erupted in fervor. Fang Xian had triumphed, defeating Tang San, and the Imperial battle team had vanquished the Shrek 7 monsters. Witnessing this spectacle, the audience erupted into frenzied cheers and applause. Ha ha, we won. We won. Qin Ming laughed heartily. Alas, we Shrek have actually lost? The master sighed deeply, suddenly appearing a decade older, his face marked by despair and despondency, unable to accept that the prodigies he had meticulously guided had fallen short in the soul arena competition. Having long since abandoned the pursuit of soul power cultivation to focus on theoretical mastery, he had ultimately become a renowned theorist. Tang San and his companions were the little geniuses he had nurtured through his theories, instilling in them great hopes that they would carve their names in the Douluo Continent and demonstrate the potency of his theories to the world. Yet, this blatant defeat seemed to scream at him, your theories are worthless. The master, lost in thought, wore a dejected expression, deeply affected. Flinder too felt a profound sadness. His countenance darkened, rendered unusually silent. While the crowd in the arena rejoiced, the true architect of this victory, Fang Xian, found himself engulfed in gloom. TCH. What a farce of a protagonist, a chosen one, a future sea god, utter rubbish. Fang Xian muttered to himself, initially contemplating the idea of slaying Tang San, the protagonist of the narrative, in hopes that the system would bestow upon him some form of reward. To his dismay, he received merely a reward of 100 soul power. No supreme gift pack, no level-up card, no dragon-slaying sword, nor any external assistance. It appeared that this narrative protagonist was truly worthless. After feeling dejected for a moment, Fang Xian raised his head and, by chance, noticed a charming and enchanting young girl in front of the soul arena. His gaze sharpened, and he approached her. At that moment, the members of Shrek Academy had all been defeated, leaving only Ning Rongrong standing unscathed. Upon seeing the approaching menace, her heart raced with apprehension. What do you want? Don't come any closer. Ning Rongrong glared fiercely at Fang Xian, her heart in turmoil, unsure of his intentions. Suddenly, before the eyes of the crowd, Fang Xian reached out, encircled her delicate waist, and lifted her high, only to slam her down onto the ground. The entire arena was left in shock. Chapter 104, Victory. Third update. Subscription and monthly votes requested. Ding dong. Congratulations, you have defeated a second ring soul master. Reward, 10 draws, soul power 10. Hearing the system's notification, Fang Xian did not even glance at the tearful Ning Rongrong but instead burst into a satisfied laugh. Even the smallest mosquito is still meat. Due to the overall low levels of the Shrek team, Fang Xian had fought for quite some time without gaining many draws. So he sought to reclaim a small profit from Ning Rongrong. Oh dear, how can there be such a villain in the world? Ning Rongrong, having been roughly thrown to the ground, felt her eyes redden with pain, on the verge of tears. At that moment, she noticed that Fang Xian, who had just slammed her down, showed no remorse and was instead chuckling to himself. A chill ran through her heart. He was indeed a remorseless wolf. How despicable. You brute. Scum. Ning Rongrong, feeling pitiful on the ground, drew circles with her finger, secretly cursing Fang Xian. Too ruthless. Not even a young girl is spared. The crowd gazed at Fang Xian in disbelief, unable to swallow their astonishment. Although the Shrek team had clearly lost, Fang Xian had not spared Ning Rongrong, treating her roughly instead, causing a resounding thud as she hit the ground. It was likely that Ning Rongrong's backside was bruised. True wolf extermination. This was the unanimous verdict of the onlookers regarding Fang Xian, especially Qin Ming, who was aware of the true identities of Fang Xian and Ning Rongrong. Wore an exceptionally grim expression, his lips twitching uncontrollably. Fang Xian, be gentler. That is your future wife. Do you wish to kill her outright? Qin Ming thought in exasperation. Indeed, Fang Xian had such thoughts. The presence of a wife would only distract him, so it might be better to eliminate her entirely. Having failed to obtain a divine dragon gift pack from Tang San, he saw no harm in seeking a little interest from Ning Rongrong. When the couple met for the first time, if he were to slam Ning Rongrong down, it might become quite a tale if it were to spread. At that moment, the announcer soared through the air, exclaiming with excitement and vigor to the audience. Thus, the victor of the Seoul Arena match between Shrek Academy and the Imperial Fighting Team is the Imperial Fighting Team. Oh, Imperial Fighting Team! Imperial Fighting Team! The crowd erupted into frenzied cheers for the Imperial Fighting Team. Upon hearing the applause around them, the members of the Imperial Fighting Team were filled with elation, displaying joyous smiles. Conversely, the Shrek team was overwhelmed with bitterness, unable to suppress their sighs of despair. In the spacious VIP room of the Seoul Arena, Tang San, pale as a ghost, lowered his head despondently, taking upon himself the blame for their defeat. I'm sorry, master. We lost. It's all my fault for not commanding well. Tang San, you did your best in this match. The fault does not lie with you, but rather with the strength of the opponent. The master sighed deeply, placing a reassuring hand on Tang San's shoulder. Do not lose heart or feel sorrow. A small defeat is nothing to fret over. Failure is the mother of success. Remember, you are only 12 years old this year, while the average age of the Imperial Fighting Team is over 15. If you were of the same age, I believe you could certainly defeat them. Exactly. Xiao Gang is right. Our Shrek little monsters are merely at a disadvantage due to age. In terms of talent and potential, our students at Shrek are evidently superior to the Imperial Fighting Team. Flinder nodded in agreement. Hearing their comforting words, Tang San's self-reproach lessened slightly. He opened his mouth, intending to express his gratitude to the master and Flinder, when suddenly, he felt a wave of weakness wash over him, collapsing back into his chair as blood trickled from the corner of his mouth. Xiao San. The crowd gasped in alarm. Tang San had been severely injured by Fang Xian, with 4 of his 8 spider lances severed, and he had yet to fully recover from Oscar's recovery sausages. It would take him some time to recuperate. It's fine. I'm okay. Tang San forced a smile, waving his hand to signal that he was all right. He looked worriedly at Xiao Wu, Zhu Zhuqing, and Dai Mubai. The Seoul Arena match had been extraordinarily brutal, leaving nearly all members of Shrek injured. Ning Rongrong and Oscar fared somewhat better, but the remaining 5, including Tang San, were in serious condition. After consuming Oscar's recovery sausages, Tang San and Ma Hongjun had regained some strength and could move about, but Xiao Wu, Zhu Zhuqing, and Dai Mubai were gravely hurt, and Oscar's sausages had limited healing effects. Consequently, all 3 were still in dire condition, unable to rise from their sickbeds. While Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing had even been coughing up blood. This won't do. We can't just wait idly. We must find a way to heal the children quickly, the master declared sternly. Master, principal, to heal Xiao Wu, Zhu Qing, and Dai Mubai, there is only one solution. Ning Rongrong bit her lip, hesitating for a moment before speaking seriously. The 9-heart begonia. The crowd suddenly understood. The power of the immortal 9-heart begonia was something they had already witnessed in the Seoul Arena. Now that many members of Shrek were severely injured, relying solely on Oscar's recovery sausages would not suffice. They needed to depend on Yi Lingling's 9-heart begonia. I will ask the Imperial Fighting Team, even if it means lowering my pride. I must request their assistance to heal our little monsters, Flinder said solemnly. Turning towards the door to seek the assistance of the Imperial Fighting Team's support Soulmaster, Yi Lingling, for the injured Shrek members. Just then, a tall figure entered the room, wearing a friendly smile on an ordinary face, respectfully greeting Flinder and the others. Principal Flinder, I am Qin Ming, disciple of teacher Zhao Wujie. The visitor was none other than Qin Ming, the leader of the Imperial Fighting Team. Haha, Xiao Ming, you have indeed made great strides. Leading such an impressive team, even we old fellows are in awe. Flinder exclaimed with delight upon seeing him, giving Qin Ming a hearty pat on the shoulder. Xiao Ming, we are all on the same side, no need for formality. Zhao Wujie laughed heartily, leaving Tang San and the other youthful members of Shrek Academy in a state of astonishment. They never anticipated that their teachers were acquainted with the leader of the Royal Fighting Team. What could this possibly mean? Subsequently, Flinder elucidated that Qin Ming was once a student at Shrek, a senior to Tang San and his companions, and was now a teacher at Tiando Academy. The realization dawned upon everyone. Xiao Ming, I was just about to seek your assistance, Flinder awkwardly admitted. Dean, I understand. You wish for us to provide treatment for our junior students, correct? Qin Ming replied with a knowing smile. Rest assured, Doctor, I have already brought the necessary help. At that moment, under the expectant gazes of the Shrek members, a figure gradually entered the room. It was not the delicate silver-haired girl, Yi Lingling, whom they anticipated, but rather a cold youth wielding a large blade. Upon seeing the newcomer, the Shrek members could not help but exclaim in surprise, all eyeing Fang Xian warily. As if facing a formidable foe, why are you looking at me like that? Do I resemble a villain? Fang Xian inquired, shaking the large blade in his hand. No, you do not just resemble a villain, you are one. Ning Rongrong retorted with narrowed eyes. Oh, thank you. Being a carefree villain is quite delightful, Fang Xian replied nonchalantly. As they observed Fang Xian approaching with his imposing blade, the members of Shrek felt increasingly uneasy, their eyes filled with hostility, especially since most of the injured in the room had been harmed by Fang Xian himself. Xiao Ming, what is going on? Where is the doctor you mentioned? Why is it this fellow? Where is the Nine-Heart-Sea Tang Soulmaster? Flinder and the others frowned, casting puzzled glances at Qin Ming. Qin Ming explained, Dean, allow me to clarify. Several members of our Royal Fighting Team have sustained serious injuries. After Yi Lingling treated them, she exhausted most of her soul power and is currently resting, which is why I brought Fang Xian along. So, you brought Fang Xian along? And with a gleaming blade to boot? Is he here to heal or to harm? The group was left speechless. Fear not. Fang Xian is not only a powerful assault-type soul master but also possesses healing abilities. In terms of healing efficacy, he is no less capable than our team's Yi Lingling, Qin Ming assured with a smile. Healing soul abilities? The crowd was suddenly roused, their faces a mix of disbelief. A powerful assault-type soul master who could also heal? Was this not invincible? Such a freak of nature existed in this world. Now it makes sense. Tang San realized, calmly observing Fang Xian. No wonder, during our battle, you were unaffected by the poison of my 8 spider lances, and your injuries were continuously healing. It turns out you possess healing abilities. Even without healing, I can still defeat you. Fang Xian's lips curled into a slight smile, his calm words laced with immense confidence. Tang San could not help but clench his fists, declaring solemnly, next time, I will undoubtedly emerge victorious. Fang Xian remarked coolly, this time I can defeat you, and next time will be no different. As the tension between the two escalated, Qin Ming hurriedly intervened. All right, enough of the quarrel. The priority now is to treat the injuries of the Shrek team. Indeed. The well-being of the little monsters was of utmost importance. Master nodded in agreement. I appreciate your assistance, he said, although harboring some skepticism regarding Fang Xian's abilities. It's merely a trifling matter. Fang Xian responded nonchalantly, shouldering his large blade and leisurely making his way towards the infirmary. Hey, could you at least set down the sword? Are you here to heal or to harm? Ning Rongrong retorted crossly. Exactly, I don't trust this guy at all. Oscar muttered. He might even be planning to strike Douluo again. Ma Hongjun added. Indeed, those taught by theory are nothing but a bunch of inept fools. In your territory, with 2 soul saints present, it's unlikely even a fool would dare to come here to commit violence. Or could it be that the people of Shrek are a bit dim-witted? Fang Xian, indifferent to the Shrek students he deemed insignificant, approached the first hospital bed on his left with his blade in hand. Upon the bed lay a strikingly beautiful young woman, with raven hair and dark eyes. Her voluptuous figure exuded an irresistible allure, captivating all who beheld her. She was none other than Zhu Zhuqing. At that moment, her complexion was ashen, her lips cracked, and she emitted intermittent groans of agony, indicating her injuries were dire indeed. I am here to treat you. Do you have any final words? Fang Xian taunted deliberately. Zhu Zhuqing bit her lip in fury, glaring at Fang Xian, the very culprit responsible for her injuries, now audaciously offering her treatment. Reluctantly, she coldly rebuffed him, Get away. I do not require your assistance. However, mere moments after her defiance, Fang Xian summoned the 9 Hearts Sea Tang weapon spirit and struck down towards the young woman. The healing light activated, and Zhu Zhuqing's face transformed into one of blissful enjoyment. Her delicate form trembled slightly in response, enveloped in a moment of exquisite relief. What an honest girl. Fang Xian mused, reflecting on Zhu Zhuqing's character. In no time, all traces of pain vanished from Zhu Zhuqing, her body brimming with vitality. Her skin radiant once more. My injuries are completely healed? How is this possible? What did you do? She exclaimed. Disbelief etched across her features as she gazed at Fang Xian with astonishment. Not only Zhu Zhuqing, but all present in the room were equally astounded. They could hardly fathom how Fang Xian had so effortlessly healed her grievous wounds. This Fang Xian is truly a remarkable anomaly. They murmured in amazement. Nothing much. Just gave you a little slice, he replied nonchalantly. Fang Xian cast a fleeting glance at Zhu Zhuqing before making his way towards Xiaowu. Upon the formidable presence of the menacing Fang Xian, Xiaowu immediately donned a wary expression, her face taut, glaring at him with palpable hostility. It was evident that she harbored a grudge, still recalling how Fang Xian had sent her flying with a single punch not long ago, thus her unfriendly demeanor towards him. Rabbit, do you have any last words to utter, or are you merely wishing to nibble on a carrot? Fang Xian asked. You big bad guy, go away. I don't need your help, At first, Xiaowu resisted, but soon she yielded. Her adorable face lighting up with a look of bliss as if enveloped in a warm spring. A sensation of weightlessness washed over her, and her injuries rapidly healed under the soothing light. Oh my, am I truly healed? This is simply miraculous. In the next moment, Xiaowu sprang from the bed with a swift motion, regaining her former vitality and spirit, frolicking around the room and eliciting peals of laughter from everyone present. Daimubai, having noticed the extraordinary nature of Fang Xian's blade, trembled as he extended his arm towards him, exclaiming in a hoarse voice, "Could you grant me a slice as well?" In the end, Fang Xian bestowed upon Daimubai a stroke of his blade, healing his wounds as well. In less than 3 minutes, the entire Shrek team was revived under the benevolent influence of Fang Xian's grand blade. The room resonated with a light-hearted and joyous atmosphere. Thank you for saving my companions, Tang Sen expressed with a smile, sincerely grateful to Fang Xian. You're most welcome, Fang Xian replied. Fang Xian offered a faint smile and continued. Each individual requires 8,000 gold soul coins for their healing services, with no credit extended. Upon hearing this, Tang San's smile gradually stiffened, and he found himself frozen in place. Chapter 106, The Greatest Creditor of Shrek. Thank you all. We have achieved 500 subscriptions. 8,000 gold soul coins. For 3 individuals, that amounts to 24,000 gold soul coins. The hearts of everyone at Shrek Academy suddenly constricted. 8,000 gold soul coins per person. Why don't you go and rob a bank instead? Flender was the first to leap up, his anger manifesting as he puffed his cheeks and glared. He had always been miserly, viewing wealth as akin to life itself. This time, with over 20,000 gold soul coins at stake, even selling Shrek Academy would not suffice. Tang San, Xiaowu, Daimubai, Zhu Zhuqing, Ningrongrong, and the others exchanged glances, their expressions gradually becoming peculiar as the goodwill they had just felt towards Fang Xian swiftly dissipated. You cannot be serious? After a moment of hesitation, Tang San could not help but seek confirmation from Fang Xian. Of course, I am serious. I am earnestly requesting funds from you. Fang Xian revealed a pure smile and spoke earnestly. Typically, one must pay before receiving medical attention at a hospital, and even after payment. There is no guarantee of a satisfactory outcome. However, he adopts a different approach, treating patients first and requesting payment afterward, ensuring that the injured members of Shrek are restored to vitality. Is there any issue with requesting a modest fee from Shrek? Flander, Master, Zhao Wujiet, and other instructors from Shrek wore grim expressions, their hearts filled with frustration. They initially believed Fang Xian had come to heal and save lives, only to discover that his intentions were profit-driven. Xiaoming, what is the meaning of this? Did you bring people to assist us, or to collect debts? Flander exclaimed, 3 dark lines appearing on his forehead as he shouted at Qin Ming. Why are you yelling so loudly? How was I to know that this Fang Xian fellow would deviate from the expected norms? Qin Ming retorted, equally exasperated. What could he do? He was just as bewildered by Fang Xian's unexpected turn of events. With a darkened expression, he confronted Fang Xian. What is going on? You promised me you would help Shrek, yet you are still demanding payment? Indeed, Teacher Qin Ming, I did commit to assisting the injured members of Shrek, Fang Xian affirmed. Fang Xian blinked and added, but I never said I wouldn't charge. Qin Ming and the entire Shrek team responded, when it comes to matters of payment, Fang Xian is unwavering, showing no leniency even towards Qin Ming. It is entirely reasonable to charge for medical treatment. The notion of selfless healers who provide care without compensation, as described in books, is fundamentally an idealistic fantasy. After all, doctors need to eat too. Ultimately, the entire Shrek team furrowed their brows, their expressions grave, as they sank into profound contemplation. The atmosphere in the room gradually grew heavy and oppressive. After approximately 10 minutes, the group emerged from their reverie, collectively turning their solemn gazes towards Fang Xian. We're broke, Flander exclaimed. Truly, we have no money, Zhao Wuji added. Absolutely, we are completely out of funds. The Shrek team echoed in unison. Upon hearing this, Fang Xian was instantly enraged. Do you consider Shrek to be so remarkable? Are you attempting to indulge in a free meal, behaving like a scoundrel and evading payment for medical services? You wretched Shrek, the despicable little brat. Flinder, the master. And the others were so furious that their faces fluctuated between shades of green and white, steam practically rising from their heads. Although they were infuriated, they were, after all, in the wrong and lacked the grounds to refute Feng Xian. He had healed their injured comrades, yet Shrek was unable to produce even a single coin to compensate him. Currently, Shrek Academy was on the brink of collapse. They had initially hoped to triumph over the Imperial fighting team in the upcoming Soul fight, thereby securing a prize of 10,000 gold soul coins from the higher-ups of the Soto Soul Arena. However, to their dismay, they ultimately lost to the Imperial fighting team, not only failing to acquire any prize money but also forfeiting their title of Silver Soul Fighters. More critically, the upper management of the Soto Soul Arena had placed a substantial bet on the Shrek team, hoping to recuperate the losses incurred from previous encounters with the Imperial fighting team in one fell swoop. Unfortunately, the Soto Soul Arena had miscalculated this time, resulting in significant losses, which incited anger among many, with some even directing their ire towards Shrek, expecting them to bear a portion of the arena's losses. This was undoubtedly a further blow to Shrek Academy, already teetering on the edge of bankruptcy. What a calamity! A dire misfortune. The entire Shrek team lamented their plight, truly feeling that life had become unbearable. Feng Xian was well aware of Shrek's dire financial predicament, yet he found it of no concern to him. His sole responsibility was to collect payments. Anything beyond that was neither necessary nor of interest to him. After all, he was not a champion of justice. Feng Xian cast a grim gaze upon the members of Shrek, muttering to himself. As both parties remained embroiled in a heated dispute, Qin Ming managed a wry smile and said, Feng Xian, please do not make things difficult for the Dean and the others. I am well aware of Shrek Academy's predicament. They truly cannot afford such a substantial sum. If only you could consider my standing and offer a concession on the medical fees. The members of Shrek looked on with eager anticipation, hoping that this creditor would exhibit some degree of leniency. After a moment of furrowed brows and deep contemplation, Feng Xian nodded with great difficulty and sighed. Very well, 24,000 gold soul coins is indeed excessive. In consideration of teacher Qin Ming, I shall extend a slight concession to you all from Shrek. The entire Shrek team gazed at Feng Xian with fervent eyes, their expressions tinged with gratitude. How about this? 39,999. Is that acceptable? Feng Xian proposed. The crowd was momentarily stunned, their lips twitching violently as they could not help but simultaneously exclaim in disbelief. You were truly generous. After pondering for so long, you merely reduced it by 1 gold soul coin. The entire Shrek team was infuriated, their nostrils flaring with indignation. Hey, Feng Xian, you are being exceedingly stingy. Ning Rongrong exclaimed, her hands on her petite waist, visibly upset. You deliberated for so long, and all you could manage was a single gold soul coin reduction? You are utterly miserly and not at all manly. Do you truly underestimate the value of a gold soul coin? Feng Xian furrowed his brow, his countenance abruptly turning serious as he remarked, 1 golden soul coin can comfortably sustain an ordinary family for an entire month. It can procure dozens of succulent pork knuckles and transform an innocent youth into a true man. Its potential is simply boundless. What does it mean to transform an innocent youth into a true man? Ning Rongrong tilted her delicate head, her exquisite features adorned with confusion as she gazed quizzically at Feng Xian. Similarly, Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing were equally perplexed, completely at a loss regarding Feng Xian's words. However, seasoned romantics like Dai Mubai and Ma Hongjun instantly grasped the underlying meaning, stifling a cough in amusement. It's not that inexpensive, at least 10 golden soul coins. Dai Mubai quietly interjected. That as for the upscale places like yours, in ordinary venues, 1 or 2 golden soul coins suffices, Ma Hongjun retorted cheekily. Tang San, Oscar. And the others exchanged awkward chuckles without uttering a word. The girls noticed the peculiar expressions on the boys' faces and gradually began to comprehend, their cheeks flushing crimson with embarrassment and indignation. You boys are truly incorrigible. Xiao Wu, Ning Rongrong, and Zhu Zhiqing exclaimed in a flustered and vexed manner. Yet, this is the stark reality. The impact of a single golden soul coin cannot be quantified. I have already made a significant concession to you all, thus. Feng Xian's lips curled into a menacing arc as he solemnly demanded, isn't it about time for you, Shrek, to settle your debts? 23,999 gold soul coins, not a single word less. Hurry and bring the money. Chapter 107, Master Sanchi's plea for subscriptions and monthly votes. The entire Shrek team gradually turned to stone. If you lack funds, a promissory note will suffice. A spark of inspiration flashed through Feng Xian's mind. His eyes twinkled mischievously as a sly smile graced his lips. With a monthly interest of 0.5, payable over 2 years, the total interest amounts to 12. Would that be acceptable? He was well aware of Shrek Academy's current financial plight, which rendered them incapable of producing over 20,000 in medical expenses. However, he was unwilling to let them off easily. Thus, an audacious idea struck him, to establish a Huabei venture in the Douluo Continent, fattening Tang San and the others before slowly reaping his rewards. Being the creditor of the main cast felt rather gratifying. Naturally, 23,999 gold soul coins were far from sufficient. Fang Xian calculated in his mind, resolving to exploit Shrek further, pushing them to the brink of selling their homes and lands. After all, this was the main cast, and their potential value was boundless. Fang Xian was acutely aware that Tang San and his companions were destined to become the 7 divine lords, their achievements boundless. However, he had no desire to follow them like a sycophant, attempting to subjugate Tang San and the other members of the Shrek 7 monsters. Instead, he found a multitude of interests in the endeavor. Even if the attempt at subjugation were to fail, he aimed to secure more leverage over them. Fang Xian pondered seriously. A promissory note. Flinder's eyes widened in shock. He simply could not muster over 20,000 gold soul coins. It must be said that drafting a promissory note indeed presented a viable solution. However, according to Fang Xian's stipulated interest, even with a 2-year installment plan, he would still need to repay over 1,000 gold soul coins each month. His pride had always prevented him from aligning with any faction, which is why this illustrious 7-ring soul saint found himself in dire financial straits, with Shrek Academy barely able to scrape by. Flinder, let us proceed with this arrangement. I shall devise a plan for the financial matters later. The master stood with his hands clasped behind his back, his expression as impassive as ever, turning to Flinder. With a long sigh, Flinder reluctantly acquiesced to the promissory note. Thus, Fang Xian became the largest creditor of Shrek Academy, regardless of the circumstances. The turmoil had finally subsided for the time being. The room returned to tranquility, with everyone engaging in casual conversations. Qin Ming reminisced with Flinder, Zhao Wujia, and other Shrek instructors, reflecting on their experiences over the years with a sense of nostalgia. Tang San and Xiao Wu exchanged tender words, embodying a sweet affection. Dai Mubai wore a cheerful smile, hoping to win over Zhu Qing, yet the young lady paid him no mind. Ma Hongjun and Oscar, both hapless bachelors, found themselves devoid of female companionship for conversation, their expressions despondent. Ultimately, the two men, despite their size, ended up leaning against each other, dozing off in their chairs. Fang Xian sat quietly in a corner, his eyes closed, arms crossed, meditating in solitude, appearing utterly incongruous among the surrounding crowd. For reasons unknown, Ning Rongrong chose to sit beside Fang Xian in that secluded spot, grinding her silver teeth and glaring fiercely at him, her exquisite face suffused with animosity. She harbored a deep-seated grudge, having not yet forgotten the incident in the arena where Fang Xian had unceremoniously thrown her down, which had left her with a lasting dislike for him. Seizing the opportunity on her own turf, she boldly sought to provoke him. Within the 7-treasure glazed tile school, Ning Rongrong was a pampered princess, accustomed to being treated with the utmost deference. No one dared to cross her. Now, feeling wronged by Fang Xian's actions, she was quite displeased, unable to swallow her indignation, and constantly sought a chance to reclaim her dignity from him. However, she was aware that she could not best Fang Xian in a fight, leaving her in a state of impotent fury. Ning Rongrong puffed out her cheeks, grinding her silver teeth, silently fixating her gaze on Fang Xian. 1 minute, 2 minutes, 5 minutes. She continued to glare as if she could pierce through him with her eyes. Fang Xian suddenly opened his eyes, his voice chillingly cold. Ah! Ning Rongrong was taken aback, scurrying away like a frightened little rabbit to the far corner of the room, seeking refuge behind Zhu Qing. Timidly, she peeked out, casting a glance at Fang Xian across the room, indignantly exclaiming, "You scoundrel! This girl lacks nothing, yet she is sorely in need of a dose of harsh reality." Fang Xian mumbled to himself, disregarding Ning Rongrong's furious gaze, and continued to meditate in silence. At that moment, the master suddenly stepped in front of Fang Xian. He hesitated for a moment, his expression gradually turning serious, and earnestly said, "Fang Xian, I wish to inquire about a significant matter. I implore you to enlighten me as to why your first and second soul rings are of the Millennium grade." This question had become an insurmountable knot in the master's heart, akin to a fishbone lodged in his throat, causing him great discomfort. Ever since Fang Xian had appeared before him, the master's previously flawless theories had been shattered one after another, leading him to experience profound self-doubt and denial. Thus, seizing this opportunity, the master sincerely sought Fang Xian's guidance to unravel the confusion within him. "Do you wish to know?" Fang Xian inquired. "Indeed," the master replied, his eyes gleaming with intensity. "I shall not divulge it," Fang Xian responded, raising his hands in resignation. The master's face turned a deep shade of anger, smoke seemingly rising from his head in frustration, his nose askew. His lips twitched violently as he pointed at Fang Xian, yet he was so overcome with rage that he could not utter a single word, his arm trembling incessantly. Although Fang Xian considers himself no paragon of virtue, he harbors no fondness for such scoundrels. Thus, he has no intention of divulging any helpful information to the master. "Fang Xian, do not go too far. My teacher has humbly sought your guidance, and if you are unwilling to speak, that is one matter. But why must you mock him?" Tang San furrowed his brows, casting an irate glance at Fang Xian. "How contemptible of you to taunt a defeated foe." Fang Xian cast a dispassionate glance at Tang San, slowly closing his eyes in an aloof manner, displaying an unmistakable indifference towards the latter. This blatant disdain ignited a flicker of anger within Tang San, whose already grievously injured body trembled with fury, nearly causing him to cough up blood, a spectacle unfit for the onlookers. Before long, Fang Xian had once again roused the collective ire of the Shrek crowd, as many perceived him to be an adversary of Shrek, managing to offend nearly everyone with just a few words. This Fang Xian was truly insufferable. Yet, it mattered little to me. I hoped that after today, I would never have to see him again. Ning Rongrong silently cursed, her impression of Fang Xian thoroughly dreadful. How could I almost forget a crucial matter? Qi Ming slapped his forehead, as a realization dawned upon him. What's wrong, Xiao Ming? Flandra and the others inquired, puzzled. Dean, teachers. My visit was not solely to assist in treating your injuries. There is also an important matter at hand. As soon as he finished speaking, Qi Ming stepped forward to Ning Rongrong, offering a gentle smile. You are the little princess of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, the beloved daughter of Sect Master Ning Rongrong, am I right? It is a pleasure to meet you. Hello, senior brother Qi Ming. Ning Rongrong replied sweetly. Rongrong, allow me to introduce you. Qi Ming enthusiastically pulled Fang Xian before the young lady, warmly stating, this is our Emperor's fight team's captain. The foremost genius of the Heaven Do Academy, the fifth prince of the Empire, your betrothed, Fang Xian. What? The entire room fell into a state of shock. The captain of the Emperor's fight team, the foremost genius of Heaven Do Academy, the fifth prince of the Empire, your betrothed, Fang Xian. The series of astonishing revelations rendered the room utterly silent. All members of Shrek stood in disbelief, questioning their own hearing. Particularly, Ning Rongrong, the very person implicated, appeared to be petrified, her body stiffening as she struggled to process the information. What did you say? Betrothed? Who's betrothed? That useless prince. Ning Rongrong stared at Fang Xian, her jaw nearly dropping to the floor, in a daze as she uttered, Fang Xian? You are that useless little prince? No, wait. I recall that the little prince's name was Fang Ping, not Fang Xian. Fang Ping. Now it was Fang Xian's turn to be astonished. He momentarily froze, gazing at Ning Rongrong with a mixture of confusion and curiosity, pondering if this girl had perhaps seen some high-level martial arts. He had always been called Fang Xian. Who was the scoundrel that changed his name to Fang Ping? Did they wish to incite trouble? This was quite the predicament. It would be best if Fang Ping were to marry that little witch, Ning Rongrong. Fang Xian silently lamented. No way. Could you really be the little prince of the empire? Tang San's eyes widened in disbelief. Rongrong's fiancé. Oscar stiffly remarked. That man, even fatter than I am, is hideously ugly. Ma Hongjin gaped in shock. Impossible. How could that little prince possibly be more handsome than I am? Dai Bai shook his head, struck by the harsh reality, unwilling to accept such a cruel truth. According to Ning Rongrong, the little prince of the empire was described as overweight, grotesque, and a complete waste who could not cultivate, utterly devoid of merit. Now look at Fang Xian, with flowing black hair, eyes that shone like stars, and a face of such extraordinary beauty it bordered on the enchanting, coupled with a tall and robust physique. He was the epitome of a charming young man. In terms of appearance, Fang Xian was flawless, completely overshadowing the most handsome among the Shrek 7, Dai Bai, and could easily hold his own against the likes of Xiao Wu, Ning Rongrong, and Zhu Zhuqing. Most importantly, Fang Xian was not the so-called incapable waste as rumored. His strength was terrifyingly formidable, surpassing that of the Shrek 7. Not only was he handsome and powerful, but he also hailed from royal lineage. How infuriating! How infuriating! The boys of Shrek transformed into sour lemons, the bitter taste permeating the entire room. Xiao Ming, what on earth is going on? Is Fang Xian really Rongrong's fiancé? Flinder could not help but inquire. Yes, indeed. This engagement was arranged personally by His Majesty the Emperor and the sect master Ning 2 months ago. Qi Ming smiled slightly, explaining to everyone. In fact, our royal battle team came to Soto City not only to hone our skills, but also for an important purpose, to facilitate a meeting between Fang Xian and Ning Rongrong, fostering their relationship, and then return to Tiando City together for the engagement. Engagement? The entire Shrek team was momentarily stunned, their mouths agape in shock. This is the joint decision of His Majesty the Emperor and Sect Master Ning. The engagement ceremony will be held first to formalize this union, while the actual wedding will take place after they have reached adulthood, celebrated with great pomp. Qi Ming stated. Fang Xian, with an expressionless demeanor, absent-mindedly dug at his ear, exuding an air of utter boredom. Ning Rongrong, with tear-filled eyes, appeared on the verge of weeping, her visage strikingly poignant. How detestable! Fang Xian, what does it matter that you are handsome? What significance does your formidable strength hold? What of our betrothal? I, Ning Rongrong, shall never yield. Clenching her small fist tightly, she bit her sharp canine and glared at Fang Xian with wide, almond-shaped eyes, resolutely declaring, even if I were to perish, leaping from the 3rd floor, I shall never marry you. Ning Rongrong's fervent reaction embodied her determination, portraying that even if he possessed her physically, he could never capture her heart. Vowing to bring about mutual destruction with Fang Xian. You have misunderstood. At that moment, Fang Xian's nonchalant remark halted Ning Rongrong's fierce resistance, leaving her in a daze, staring at him, perplexed by his intentions. In truth, I have not come to marry you. Rather, I am here to annul our engagement. Fang Xian stated earnestly. Annul our engagement? Ning Rongrong's eyes widened in astonishment, her expression one of sheer shock. I have already prepared the annulment letter. If you agree, please affix your signature. Fang Xian nonchalantly retrieved a contract from his spatial ring and handed it to the expressionless Ning Rongrong. The atmosphere in the room gradually descended into a state of petrification. Alas, yet another Clich D routine. It has become utterly stale and commonplace. However, Fang Xian, with his imaginative mind, resolved to turn the tables. Why should we, as young men, be relegated only to the role of the rejected? Thus, long ago, to preemptively guard against the prospect of being jilted, Fang Xian had meticulously prepared a letter of divorce, intending to preempt Ning Rongrong's potential proposal for annulment with a swift and decisive action. Perfect. A flawless score of 100. Fang Xian wore a satisfied smile. He truly had no desire for Ning Rongrong, this inexpensive wife, given that she was freely offered by another and held no intrinsic value. Even if he were to break off the engagement, he felt no regret, save for the loss of the substantial dowry promised by Ning Fengji, which was a slight pity. A divorce? How dare you divorce me? Ning Rongrong's fair face flushed crimson, her delicate form trembling with indignation, disbelief etched across her features. With her beauty, talent, and status, countless men had vied for her affection. Yet none had succeeded. Yet now, Fang Xian had the audacity to sever their bond before she could. This was intolerable. Absolutely intolerable. Ah, Fang Xian, you wicked scoundrel. How can I allow you to have your way? In a fit of frustration, Ning Rongrong seized the divorce certificate from him and, before his very eyes, shredded it into pieces, subsequently trampling it underfoot. Onlookers were left bewildered, questioning what had possessed this little princess to behave in such a manner. Feeling exhilarated, she took a few deep breaths, glancing down at the scattered remnants of paper. A radiant smile blossomed on her exquisite face, finally relieving the pent-up resentment within her heart. With her hands on her slender waist and a flicker of mischief in her eyes, she cast a provocative look at Fang Xian, as if to say, "What will you do about it? How infuriating. You dared to tear up the divorce notice? But so what? I can simply write another." Fang Xian furrowed his brow, gazing seriously at Ning Rongrong, and earnestly stated, "Ning Rongrong, you should abandon this notion. Sign the divorce papers obediently. Otherwise, even if we truly marry in the future, you shall only sleep on the floor and may never dream of sharing my bed." Ning Rongrong. The onlookers, a situation that ought to have been a heart-wrenching episode of a broken engagement, gradually became farcical under Fang Xian's sophisticated maneuvering, rendering the atmosphere in the room exceedingly peculiar. So, who among you truly wishes to call off the engagement? Chapter 109. The Engagement Ceremony, Second Update. Subscription and monthly votes requested. The journey, albeit fraught with twists and turns, so much so that it nearly escalated into a physical confrontation, ultimately led to an encounter between the engaged couple, Fang Xian and Ning Rongrong. As the saying goes, one must fight to truly know another. Qin Ming, on this occasion, was entrusted by the Snowy Night Emperor and Ning Fengji to escort Fang Xian and Ning Rongrong to Heaven-Do City for their engagement ceremony. Upon receiving this news, the members of Shrek Academy exchanged glances. Their expressions varied. Flinder, the master, Zhao Wujie, and others maintained silence, hesitant to comment on the wedding, as it was arranged by the elders of both families, rendering them outsiders in this matter. One was the emperor of the Heaven-Do Empire, and the other, the leader of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, who would dare to question such unions. Meanwhile, Tang San, Xiao Wu, and the other Shrek students were aware that Ning Rongrong was opposed to this marriage. Although they wished to assist her, they felt utterly powerless, particularly Oscar, who harbored a secret affection for Ning Rongrong and was heartbroken, yet realized he could neither compete with Fang Xian's prowess nor match his charm, leaving him dejected and alone. Of course, the most aggrieved and furious among them was Ning Rongrong herself. To be fair, her first impression of Fang Xian was dreadful, and her second impression was even worse. Now, she was expected to travel to Heaven-Do City for an engagement? What a farce. This engagement ceremony was something Ning Rongrong vehemently opposed. Rongrong, if there are no issues, we shall depart in 3 days. Qin Ming smiled at Ning Rongrong. Prior to this, Ning Fengji had specifically instructed him about Ning Rongrong's capricious nature and emphasized that if she resisted coming, he should ensure she was brought, even by force if necessary. Thus, he was resolute in his determination to bring her to Heaven-Do City to fulfill the engagement with Fang Xian, come what may. No, I absolutely refuse. Before Ning Rongrong could voice her dissent, Fang Xian preemptively rejected the idea. Be quiet. Qin Ming glared at Fang Xian with annoyance. It was already a headache convincing Ning Rongrong to go to Heaven-Do City, and now this young man was complicating matters further. Ning Rongrong felt an overwhelming urge to scream in frustration. Her words of refusal were effectively stifled by Fang Xian, leaving her disheartened. Fang Xian, you scoundrel. The girl stamped her foot in indignation, glaring furiously at him. You are the scoundrel. Fang Xian furrowed his brow and said, I clearly handed you the divorce letter, and it was you who tore it apart. What exactly do you mean? Do you wish to marry, or to part ways? Can you not provide a straightforward answer? You speak of rejecting marriage, yet simultaneously, you rip the divorce letter to shreds. Fang Xuanjin was utterly perplexed by the thoughts swirling within the mind of this woman. Women. Indeed, were exceedingly troublesome. With the time spent here, he could have unsheathed his sword 100 or 80 times, which would have been far more gratifying. Ning Rongrong raised her small fist, gnashing her teeth at Feng Xian. Only I can dismiss you. You cannot dismiss me. Feng Xian let out a cold snort, closing his eyes, disinterested in the spoiled little princess before him. Enough, enough, cease your quarrel, Qin Ming interjected, feeling a throbbing headache as he hurriedly stepped in to mediate the dispute between the two. Prior to arriving in Soto City, he had envisioned this journey as a delightful opportunity to foster a beautiful bond between Feng Xian and Ning Rongrong. After all, in every conceivable aspect, they seemed a perfect match, a pairing of talent and beauty, equally matched in status. To his astonishment, both individuals opposed the marriage, clamoring to annul the engagement. What a troublesome predicament. He truly found himself entangled in a vexing situation. With a splitting headache and a heavy heart, Qin Ming felt increasingly unwell. Nonetheless, he had to adhere to the edict of the Snow Knight Emperor. No matter the circumstances, he must first escort Feng Xian and Ning Rongrong back to Heavendo City. Even if they later quarreled or caused a scene at the engagement banquet, it would no longer be his concern. After careful contemplation, Qin Ming turned to Ning Rongrong and solemnly stated, Rongrong, your journey to Heavendo City is not solely the command of His Majesty, but also your father's wish. Therefore, regardless of your sentiments regarding this wedding, it is imperative that you accompany us back to Heavendo. Should you have any grievances, you may address them directly with your father, and the matter can be resolved amicably. Ning Rongrong paused, her petite face reflecting a hint of hesitation. Although she still harbored some resistance, her expression softened slightly. Qin Ming was correct. Continuing to argue with Feng Xian here served little purpose. To fundamentally dissolve the engagement, she would need to personally confront her father. A display of tears and tantrums might just soften his heart. However, as a young woman journeying to Heavendo City, especially with a group of unfamiliar individuals from the royal fighting team, it was particularly distressing that one of them was Feng Xian, a proverbial wolf in sheep's clothing. Truth be told, Ning Rongrong felt a wave of anxiety and fear wash over her. Rongrong, if that is the case, we shall accompany you to Heavendo. Her close friends, Xiaowu and Zhu Qing, offered sympathetically. They did not wish for her to travel alone with strangers, and their presence would provide some comfort along the way. Indeed, we, the Shrek 7 monsters, are united. We share both fortune and misfortune. We will accompany you to Heavendo. Tang San, Dai Mubai, Ma Hongjun, Oscar, and the others rose in unison, affirming their decision to journey with Ning Rongrong to Heavendo City. Tears welled in Ning Rongrong's eyes, her heart profoundly touched. Just in time. We have important matters to attend to in Heavendo City. Flander interjected with a smile. The elite competition of the advanced Soul Master Academies across the continent was about to commence. And since Shrek Academy was not an advanced academy and lacked the qualification to compete, they intended to venture to Heavendo City to seek opportunities and establish connections. Master, with hands clasped behind his back, declared earnestly, thus, it is settled. We, Shrek Academy, shall journey together to Heavendo City. Wonderful. Ning Rongrong could not contain her joy. Her spirits lifted by the company of her friends, alleviating her worries of being bullied by Feng Xian during the voyage. At that moment, Qin Ming's eyes brightened, and he eagerly turned to Flander, inquiring, Dean, are you seeking to secure a spot in the elite competition of the Advanced Soul Master Academies? Why not join us at Heavendo Academy? We have 2 available slots, and I am certain our academy would warmly welcome such talented young scholars. Seizing the opportunity, Qin Ming aimed to recruit the members of Shrek Academy to Heavendo Academy. Despite Shrek's defeat in the arena against the royal fighting team, their potential was undeniable. With Shrek's inclusion, Heavendo Academy's chances of securing victory this year would undoubtedly be bolstered. No need for that. Flander sighed deeply, a hint of melancholy in his voice. We, Shrek Academy, have lost to your royal fighting team. It would be rather humiliating to seek admission to Heavendo Academy. Xiaoming, I appreciate your invitation, but Shrek has its pride. We shall devise our own means to secure a spot in the elite competition. Master remained silent, choosing not to elaborate further. Defeating the royal fighting team would indeed make joining Heavendo Academy an appealing option, yet given their current defeat, it was naturally inappropriate for them to pursue an affiliation with Heavendo Academy. Alas, Qin Ming lamented, though he respected Flander and the others' decision and refrained from further comments. Thus, after deliberation, the leaders of both the Shrek and royal fighting teams resolved to travel together, setting forth for Heavendo City in 3 days' time. Chapter 110, Departure. Third update. With a subscription of 500, an additional update. Time flew swiftly, and 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. On the outskirts of Soto City lay a humble, inconspicuous village. It was home to an old and dilapidated academy, constructed entirely of wood, starkly simplistic. Moss blanketed the streets, extending to the corners, while the walls bore cracks and a portion of the southern wall had collapsed. As dawn broke, the first rays of sunlight pierced through the haze, gently spilling over the ancient academy, casting a melancholic glow that reflected its state of decay. Clearly, this academy had reached its twilight. Though Shrek Academy was weathered and worn, it embodied Flander's lifelong dedication. As the moment of parting drew near, this soul saint, now in his 50s, felt a swell of emotion, his eyes reddened with nostalgia. Alas, Flander sighed heavily, lost in thought. Are we truly leaving? Zhao Wujing inquired. I believe Shrek will not simply vanish, rather. It is taking a steadfast step toward a new future, Master replied. The teachers were reluctant to part with Shrek Academy, and the students felt similarly overwhelmed with emotion, gazing longingly at the old academy. Third brother, are we really leaving? Must we rush? Can't we stay for just a couple more days? Xiao Wu, with her delicate white hands tugging at Tang San's clothing, looked up at him with pleading eyes, her lovely face tinged with sadness. Once we have decided to depart, we must not look back. Although Tang San felt a pang of reluctance, he steeled himself, showing a bit more resolve than the girls. We are leaving, Dai Mubai sighed. Will we return someday? Oscar pondered aloud. Not returning until we make a name for ourselves, Ma Hongjun declared. Farewell, Zhu Zhuqing added softly. Having often sought ways to escape this devilish academy, they now found themselves reluctant to leave. Ning Rongrong stood lost in thought, her heart heavy. All the members of Shrek Academy gazed wistfully at the ancient institution, their expression somber, as though they had lost something of great significance, their spirits weighed down by sorrow. At that moment, an unwelcome voice broke the solemn silence. All right, enough staring. This place now belongs to me. Fang Xian strode over, casting a fleeting glance at the Shrek's 7 monsters before extending his right hand slowly towards Flander, saying, the property deed and contract, do not attempt to conceal them. Present them all. With a huff, Flander, visibly agitated, shot Fang Xian an irritable glare. Fine, the overdue interest is 5 per 10,000, Fang Xian added. Upon hearing this, Flander, without a moment's hesitation, shoved the deeds into Fang Xian's hands, exclaiming in exasperation, here, take them all. Is that satisfactory? With no alternative. As all of Shrek owed money to Fang Xian, Flander had no choice but to mortgage the property, just when he thought the matter was concluded. Fang Xian's next words made Flander leap in indignation. Very well, the debts for this month are settled. Do remember to repay next month's dues before the end of the month. Fang Xian accepted the deeds of Shrek Academy, offering a final reminder to Flander. Are you ever finished? Flander fumed, his face contorted with anger. Not until the debts are settled, it's only right. Fang Xian replied. The others were left speechless, realizing that this fellow was indeed more loyal to money than to people. You insufferable Fang Xian, must you be so unreasonable? It's merely tens of thousands of gold soul coins. Is it necessary to be so aggressive? Once I return to the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile School, I shall bury you beneath a mountain of gold soul coins. Ning Rongrong exclaimed in frustration. Fang Xian's eyes sparkled with anticipation as he declared, I eagerly await that day. Ning Rongrong remarked, thus, the origin of the Shrek 7 monsters, the ancient Shrek Academy, now belongs to Fang Xian. In truth, this institution was both old and dilapidated, comprised of merely a few ramshackle wooden houses, situated in a less than desirable location, and covering a small area, hardly worth a pittance. It was mortgaged to Fang Xian for a mere 1,000 gold soul coins, a bargain indeed for Flinder and the others. However, Fang Xian, of course, would not engage in a loss-making venture. He awaited the appreciation of this old residence. Although the ancient Shrek Academy currently held little monetary value, it possessed immense potential akin to a courtyard, and its price would surely skyrocket in the future. Once the Shrek 7 monsters achieved success, they would likely wish to repurchase this old academy from Fang Xian as a memento. At that juncture, Fang Xian could sell it for 100-fold profit. Perfection. This was the meticulously crafted plan of Fang Xian, ensuring a guaranteed profit. As time pressed on, Qin Ming led the members of the royal fighting team, who had been waiting nearby for quite a while, and the group grew somewhat impatient. Well then, let us depart. Flinder nodded earnestly, gathering the members of the Shrek team to join the royal fighting team as they slowly exited the Shrek Academy. The vast earth stretched endlessly, with wild grass growing rampant, the wind howling, and the sky expansive and boundless. This was a desolate wilderness, yet it was boundlessly vast. Verdant hills unfolded into a winding dirt path that retained the most primitive rustic charm, as a group of individuals meandered along this path, proceeding at a leisurely pace towards the north. As dusk fell, they reached the borders of the Barak Kingdom, though currently in a time of peace. The kingdom's borders were far from secure, often plagued by incidents of murder and smuggling, prompting the group to tread with utmost caution. Of course, with 2 soul saints and a soul emperor leading the way, accompanied by a cadre of young soul master prodigies. It was believed that only the blind would dare to provoke them. This group, of course, comprised Fang Xian and his companions, who had traveled all day, with night approaching. Yet no sign of an inn in sight, likely due to the desolation of the border wilderness. The absence of any nearby habitation suggested that they would have to brave the night under the stars. It appears our luck has run dry today. We have not found an inn to rest in. Alas, let us rest here. Flinder gazed at the vast wilderness, as the evening's chill swept over him, prompting even someone as formidable as a soul saint to shudder at the biting cold. That dry, flat hill over there is suitable for resting. Let us head there. The master scanned the surroundings and pointed towards a patch of verdant hills, leading the group gently toward it to set up camp for the night. Among this band, Flinder and the master possessed the greatest strength and experience with their words. Even Qin Ming complied without protest, and naturally, others held their opinions in check. Ah, I'm utterly exhausted. Finally, we can rest. Ma Hongjun, weary from the day's journey, collapsed onto a patch of grass, panting like a dog. For a corpulent individual, such a long trek was indeed taxing. Yin Zi, let us rest over there. Yilingling linked arms with Dugu Yin and made her way towards a clean rock. The members of the Shrek team and the royal fighting team, having traveled all day, were fatigued and engaged in little conversation, silently resting to replenish their energy for the journey ahead. Chapter 111, The Young Girl in the Night. Fourth update. With a consistent subscription of 600, an additional update. The night was tranquil, the starry sky resplendent. The moonlight flowed like water, cascading from the lofty heavens, illuminating the swaying wild grass, creating a shimmering silver glow that danced in the night. Fang Xian lay supine upon the verdant grass, resting his hands beneath his head. A blade of grass clutched between his lips, idly chewing in a state of ennui. The earthy flavor of the grass mingled with the chill of the breeze as it was swallowed into his belly. At present, they found themselves precisely on the border of the Barak Kingdom, approximately 4 or 5 days' journey away from Tiando City. To ensure they preserved their strength for the journey ahead, the majority had succumbed to slumber, leaving only a few troubled souls awake, lost in their thoughts. Fang Xian found himself unable to sleep. In the midst of such desolate wilderness, even with 2 powerful soul saints guarding him, he could not find peace. For who could fathom the dangers concealed within the vast darkness? His legs ached, and it felt as though blisters were forming on his feet. He was both exhausted and in pain. Tang San and Xiao Wu were nearby, sharing tender moments. Xiao Wu tugged at Tang San's sleeve, her voice sweet and coaxing, eliciting a resigned sigh from him. All right, let me give you a massage. With a loving pat on Xiao Wu's head, Tang San smiled gently, his hands lightly pressing on the acupoints on her legs to alleviate her fatigue and enhance her circulation. San Ge, I need a massage too. My shoulders are so sore. Who will help me? A kiss would be nice. Oscar and Ma Hongjun, hidden in the grass, stifled laughter, their teasing voices echoing softly, prompting Tang San to roll his eyes in exasperation. Otherwise, shall I use my 8 spider lances to help you stretch your muscles? Tang San shot a menacing glance at the two, a dangerous smirk curling at the corner of his mouth. San Ge, how can you treat me this way? I'll give you a little punch on your chest. Ma Hongjun replied with a mischievous grin. Indeed, brothers are like garments, whereas women are akin to kin. Oscar chimed in with a playful tone. You boys are simply incorrigible. Xiao Wu huffed, hands on her hips, visibly annoyed. Very well, I shall comply with your wishes. Tang San glared at the two with mock fury and charged at them, resulting in a playful scuffle. The members of Shrek were engaged in lively chatter. While the royal battle team remained unusually quiet, each individual deep in contemplation, replenishing their energy. Only Yu Tianheng was missing from sight, beneath a secluded ancient tree. Yu Tianheng exclaimed, Uncle, it truly is you. His face lit with surprise. Earlier today, I could hardly believe it, but seeing you now fills me with immense joy. The reunion of Master Yu Xiaojing and Yu Tianheng, who had not seen each other for many years, was laden with emotion. Tianheng, it appears your cultivation has not lagged. You have worked diligently and have reached level 39. I am certain the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family is proud of you. Master Yu gazed steadily at Yu Tianheng, his expression softening, no longer the stern figure he once was, but a kind elder acknowledging his nephew's growth with a sincere nod. Hearing Xiaohang made Yu Tianheng's eyes well with tears, reflecting on how Yu Xiaojing had not returned home for decades since leaving. The family had always missed him dearly. Uncle, please come home with me. Grandfather and father have always been concerned about you, Yu Tianheng urged. With a long sigh, Master Yu's face fell, his lips trembling as he asked, How are your grandfather and father? As they strolled, they began to converse calmly. They are both well. Grandfather is old now and has entrusted most family affairs to father. Suddenly, Yu Tianheng halted, looking earnestly at Yu Xiaojing. Uncle, did you know that I have seen grandfather staring at your portrait multiple times? He must miss you dearly. Please, no more. Even this stoic figure, known for his unyielding demeanor, could not suppress the tears welling in his eyes. He waved his hand, signaling Yu Tianheng to stop, fearing he would lose control of his emotions. Decades ago, he had been ridiculed as a waste incapable of cultivations, leading him to leave the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family in a fit of anger, vowing to achieve recognition through his theories on the continent. Yet here he stood, still anonymous, with no face to return home. Even if my father and elder brother would not say anything, the many elders of the family would surely mock him. Returning now would only invite humiliation. Tianheng, your team won the competition, yet why do you appear so downcast? Master Yu inquired. Uncle, it was not I who won the match, but Fang Xian, Yu Tianheng replied, lowering his head. I lost to Tang San, who was of a lower rank than I. Failure is not to be feared. What is truly daunting is the inability to learn from it. Master Yu comforted him with a reassuring pat on the shoulder. Tianheng, remember, you were part of a team. Even if Fang Xian contributed more during the battle, this victory belongs to you all collectively. There is no reason to feel disheartened. Yes. Thank you, Uncle. I understand. Yu Tianheng responded with a burgeoning smile, nodding earnestly. The two talked for a long while, until the late hours of the night when they returned to their respective teams to rest. The night was tranquil, with most having drifted into slumber. the low sounds of snoring mingling with the whispering of the wind through the grass, creating a melody of the wilderness. Suddenly, a chilling scream pierced the stillness, awakening those lost in dreams. Fang Xian was the first to open his eyes, brandishing a long knife, and rushed out into the darkness. What is happening? What is that sound? One by one, the others awakened from their slumber, their expressions a mix of confusion as they turned towards the source of the noise. Before them, a girl of about 15 or 16 tumbled down from a nearby earthen cliff, 3 to 5 meters high, appearing to have fallen heavily and in a state of utter disarray. Her white garments were stained with blood, her face smeared with mud, her clothes were tattered, and half of her hair had been singed away, rendering her a pitiful sight. It seemed she had not merely fallen from the cliff but had been fleeing from pursuers, ultimately losing her footing in her desperate escape. Help! Someone is trying to kill me. Please, I beg you, save me. The girl, her delicate face marred by blood and dirt, cried out in despair, pleading with the members of Shrek and the Royal Fighting Academy for assistance. What is going on? Who are you? And who is chasing you? The crowd gathered around her, their expressions filled with bewilderment as they gazed at the wretched girl. My name is Xiaoyu, a simple herdswoman from the nearby area. As for those pursuing me, terror washed over her features as she clutched her arms tightly, her lips trembling as she spoke. It is the Blood Wolf Assassin Group, the Kings of the Wilderness. Chapter 112, The King of Villains, 5th update. 200 monthly votes for another update. The mention of the Blood Wolf Assassin Group elicited puzzled looks from the crowd. They exchanged glances, clearly unfamiliar with this so-called group of assassins. Not only the younger members of the Academy, but even seasoned individuals like Flanders and the Master, who had traversed the continent in their youth and possessed vast life experiences, displayed expressions of confusion, evidently knowing little about the Blood Wolf Assassin Group the girl spoke of. Do not be afraid, Xiaoyu. With me, Ma Hongjun, by your side, I will ensure no one dares to harm you. Ma Hongjun, his small eyes gleaming with determination, assured her, when that so-called Blood Wolf group arrives, I will make them regret ever crossing paths with you. Haha, fatty, it seems your fiery spirit has flared up again. Daimubai chuckled, crossing his arms in amusement. The others joined in laughter. This girl appears to be seriously injured. We must attend to her wounds first. Ning Rongrong noticed that Xiaoyu's abdomen was still bleeding, a look of concern etched on her fair face. She hurried over, intending to help the fallen girl to her feet. Wait. At that moment, Fang Xian raised his hand to stop Ning Rongrong, signaling her to refrain from acting impulsively. You are truly cold-hearted, lacking any compassion. Step aside. If you are unwilling to help, I will do it myself. Ning Rongrong was infuriated by Fang Xian's actions and pushed him aside, rushing to Xiaoyu's side to assist the injured girl in sitting up. Fang Xian furrowed his brow and chose not to elaborate further. How are you? Are you all right? Ning Rongrong asked with concern, glancing at Xiaoyu. Thank you, I'm fine. Xiaoyu managed a faint smile, but suddenly coughed up a mouthful of blood, staining her pristine clothing, which caused alarm among the onlookers. Wow, you've lost so much blood. We must treat you immediately. Ning Rongrong exclaimed anxiously upon witnessing Xiaoyu's condition, urgently calling out to Oscar, Oscar, your recovery sausage. Coming right up, super recovery sausage. Oscar snapped his fingers and quickly produced a sausage, handing it to Xiaoyu. However, after consuming the recovery sausage, Xiaoyu showed no signs of improvement. Her wounds continued to bleed profusely. This is bad. Her injuries are too